Chapter 2006. The streets were bustling with people. The shops on both sides of the street had bright signboards and banners. Wow. This is the painting world. Amazing. Everything looks so real. Sun Yao only felt her body shake slightly. Her vision changed as she entered this place. She could not help but shout. The surrounding people looked at this young lady with astonished gazes. However, Sun Yao didn't notice it at all. Her eyes were wide open and glowing as she swept her gaze around her surroundings. Her face was filled with excitement and curiosity. Sun Yao was a Gu master of Spirit Affinity House. She was heavily nurtured by the sect as a Gu immortal seed. Originally, Spirit Affinity House's spot belonged to Feng Kim Hong. Unfortunately, because of Feng Jioga's betrayal, Qin Dingling hesitated. Spirit Affinity House changed their recommendation in time, thus Sun Yao replaced Feng Kim Hong. However, the sect's nurturing was different from Sun Yao's expectations. Spirit Affinity House only told Sun Yao the origin of this painting before sending her here. Sun Yao wandered around the streets and shops, forgetting to return home. She had grown up in Spirit Affinity House since young. Her senior brothers and sisters were all cultivating and abiding by the sect's rules. She rarely came into contact with the secular world. Now, everything was so interesting and novel to her. She used Yuan stone to buy many sticks of candied haws. She watched as she ate. She saw paper cutters in the alleys. The red paper quickly turned into vivid and lifelike butterflies and flowers under the scissors. She entered the theater to enjoy the opera. Those people had all kinds of makeup on their faces, they wore extravagant clothes, and their singing was long and resounding. She stopped at the entrance of the street and saw two strong men performing an acrobatic performance of breaking rocks with their chests. Suddenly, someone patted her shoulder lightly. Sun Yao turned around and saw a young man with a square face and an upright appearance. Without waiting for Sun Yao to speak, this youth with a righteous temperament said with a simple and honest smile, "Are you from the 10 great ancient sects?" Sun Yao immediately stared with wide eyes, shouting in joy, "Senior brother, you too?" The young man nodded and cupped his fists. "I am Wind Cloud Manor's Chen Dejiang." "So it's senior apprentice brother Chen." Sun Yao's heart shook and she hurriedly returned the greeting. Chen Dajiang was the current chief disciple of the Wind Cloud Manor. Sun Yao had long heard of his great name. Sun Yao felt as if she had met a celebrity. When Chen Dajiang made a name for himself, she was inconspicuous. She was just Feng Kim Huang's follower. Just like Sun Yao, Chen Dajiang was a candidate recommended by Wind Cloud Manor and was sent to the world in the painting. The two of them met in a strange place. Even though it was their first meeting, there was a natural intimacy between them. "Senior brother Chen, I wonder, what are the sect's arrangements for sending us here for training?" Sun Yao asked. Chen Dajiang shook his head. "I know nothing about this either. I thought that by entering this place, I would be able to receive guidance on the next step. I didn't expect the sect to have made no arrangements." The two of them discussed in secret to no avail, so they decided to travel together. "Give me something to eat, I beg you, we haven't eaten for 3 days, Wang Yao begged. "Give me some money, please. My old father has passed away. This little girl is selling her body to bury him. Please help me." The two of them wandered aimlessly. When they reached a street, it was filled with hungry people. Many of them were emaciated, leaning against the corner of the wall. Many of them were begging, holding their hands or holding a broken bowl. The pedestrians on the street were in a hurry, avoiding them. Few of them stopped to give alms. "How can this be? We're only separated by 2 streets." Sun Yao was shocked when she saw this scene. Chen Dajiang analyzed in a low voice. "This is the world in the painting of Divine Emperor City. Every single major scene that occurred in the history of Emperor City would be merged into numerous murals. Looks like this is the situation in Emperor City during one of the famine years in history." Sun Yao couldn't help but feel sympathy. "Senior brother Chen, although they are only people in the painting and not real existences, they are too pitiful. But they are so pitiful and I still want to help them." Hearing this, Chen Dajiang immediately looked at Sun Yao in a new light. He smiled cheerfully. "I'm not afraid of junior sister laughing at me. I also have the same idea. Why don't we move together?" "Okay." Sun Yao jumped in joy and agreed. The two of them contributed money and effort. Not only did they give out Yuan stone, they even bought porridge, steamed buns and so on, sending them to these beggars. "Good people. Many thanks, benefactors. We will never forget your kindness. Benefactors, please allow this lowly one to follow you to repay your kindness." The people in distress were filled with gratitude and praises. Right at this time, a frivolous voice interrupted, "What are you doing?" Sun Yao and Qin Dajiang turned around and saw a Gu master wearing a white robe with a jade belt around his waist. His posture was straight like a sword and his expression was filled with arrogance as he walked towards them. So it is Brother Shao Qi Xing of Spirit Butterfly Valley. Qin Dajiang cupped his fists and greeted. Sun Yao gasped. Shao Qi Xing was also a famous person. She hurriedly said, Spirit Affinity House's Sun Yao greets Senior Brother Shao. Shao Qi Xing sized up Sun Yao. You are Spirit Affinity House's candidate this time? It seems that Feng Kim Hong was really frozen. It is no wonder her father openly betrayed the celestial court. It is normal for Feng Kim Hong to end up like this. Hearing this, Sun Yao frowned. Senior sister Feng doesn't care about such things. She is indeed proud and arrogant. What a pity, a phoenix without feathers is inferior to a chicken. Shao Qi Xing showed a mocking smile. You are actually helping these refugees? They're not real people, why are you doing this? No reason, we just want to help them. Qin Dajiang smiled. Sympathy. Shao Qi Xing shook his head with a look of disdain. That means you don't know the importance of this fortuitous encounter? You are actually wasting time here. Qin Dajiang's eyes brightened. What does Brother Shao know? Shao Qi Xing looked at Qin Dajiang. There is no harm in telling you this painting world is vivid and lifelike. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's contented lifestyle killer move. We were all recommended by the sect and nurtured by the celestial court. We were sent here to further our studies. I believe you have also noticed that there are Gu masters cultivating here, but they mainly cultivate human path. The sect's intention is to let us cultivate human path. We will strive to advance to Gu immortal and cultivate human path as our main path. Although this world is fake, human path cultivation is real and not fake. The human path Gu worms we obtain from here can also be used outside. So it is like this. Sun Yao's eyes opened wide but soon revealed some doubts. But why did the sect not tell me? Qin Dajiang asked straightforwardly. How did Brother Shao know about this? Shao Qi Xing smiled and puffed out his chest, saying proudly, Spirit Butterfly Valley did not tell me about this either. I only learned about it after asking my great-grandfather. Qin Dajiang nodded, and seeing that Sun Yao was still doubtful, he explained, Brother Shao has a noble status and has a long history. His great-grandfather is Lord Gu Immortal Shao Bai Hong. Oh, so it is like this. Sun Yao's gaze toward Shao Qi Xing changed again. Alright, I am going to the military camp now and join the city guards. I have already investigated, only the city guards can obtain Soldier Gu, Sergeant Gu, Centurion Gu and so on. These human path Gu worms are very outstanding and can be the solid foundation of human path cultivation. We might as well go together, we can take care of each other. Shao Qi Xing suggested. Qin Dajiang, however, shook his head. Brother Shao, you go first, I have not finished helping the refugees here. Shao Qi Xing looked at Qin Dajiang and nodded. You are still the same, what about you? He looked at Sun Yao. Sun Yao hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No, Senior Brother Shao, I intend to help Senior Brother Qin. Shao Qi Xing laughed with a profound meaning. Then I will not disturb you two from your good deeds. He directly left, sneering in his heart. These two fools don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter they have missed. Shao Qi Xing could not help but recall the words of his great-grandfather. Oh Qi Xing, entering the painting world this time is an unimaginably great fortuitous encounter. If possible, you can even inherit Genesis Lotus True Inheritance and become the Lord of Divine Emperor City. You need to do your best and grasp this opportunity. Remember, you must make good use of your time. You are only the first batch of candidates. The Celestial Court will arrange for some rank 6 Gu Immortals to enter. These people are also the elites that the Celestial Court has focused on nurturing, but the Qi tides have yet to subside, so they have no choice but to recuperate. After entering the painting world, you need to race against time and establish an early advantage so that you can deal with those Gu Immortal level opponents in the future. Don't be afraid, these Gu Immortals can only follow the rules of the painting world. Immortals and mortals are almost equal. Every time Shao Qi Xing recalled these words, he could not help but feel excited. This was a peerless fortuitous encounter, he naturally wanted to grasp it. Sun Yao and Qin Dajiang did not know the inside story, so Shao Qi Xing wanted to deceive them and make them help him. Unfortunately, these two actually wanted to do good deeds, their temperaments were really incompatible and they could not work together. Shao Qi Xing saw through this and did not want to waste his precious time and energy on them. These are steamed buns and porridge, eat slowly, don't choke. Sun Yao placed a bowl of porridge and steamed buns in front of Xin Shang. Xin Shang was still covered in injuries and looked like a beggar, sitting in a dark corner of the wall like a stone statue. Sun Yao did not mind. After all, there were many silent beggars like him. She did this good deed to help others, not to hear some words of gratitude. Shen Shang's eyes shined with brilliance as he looked at Sun Yao, who was right in front of him, and then looked at Shao Qixing's disappearing figure in the distance. These people are all Gu immortal seeds of the Celestial Court. In order to welcome the waves of the Great Era, the Celestial Court has already made a long-term plan. Xiao Baihong is short-sighted. He did not even know that he harmed his own great-grandson. Sun Yao and Qin Dejiang were kept in the dark earlier, and even though they learned some of the inside information, they still acted according to their nature. If these two continue, they will definitely benefit greatly. Xin Shang evaluated inwardly. Although these three were conversing via voice transmission, they could not hide from a person like Xin Shang. Xin Shang sighed inwardly. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is truly grand, it is truly worthy of respect. In history, the true inheritance of human path belongs to the Legends of Renzu. Although this book looks superficial, it is actually extremely profound. Since ancient times, only a small group of people have comprehended its essence and created human path killer moves. However, for a path, these killer moves are merely superficial. They are like the bright moon in the clouds. They are not something that ordinary people can reach. Human path has high-end achievements, but it has no foundation, thus it has never been able to develop. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created this world in the painting. He absorbed the scenes of the human world for millions of years and derived all kinds of foundation stones of human path. His contribution to the development of human path is truly too huge. He can be said to be the founder of human path. The development of human path here is also of great help to me. I wonder what happened when I went crazy. I was actually able to mix in. Unfortunately, I cannot contact Fang Yuan's clone, Fang Dichang. What is the situation on his side? Xin Shang had cooperated with Fang Dichang previously and successfully deciphered the Venerable's human path method, adding a huge weight to the scales of victory in the Fate War. Xin Shang knew that Fang Dichang had once refined Divine Bean Palace. He had a lot of authority. If he could cooperate with Fang Dichang again, it would be a good thing for both of them. P.S. Congratulations to Filthy Demon King, who works hard to get up, reader, for becoming this book's Silver Alliance Master, the current #1 fan. Thank you for your support. I also remember your message. I will work hard to update this chapter with high quality. I also thank all the readers who participated in the crowdfunding. I have finally organized the detailed list today. I will send it to the related sections later. Chapter 2007. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. In a valley, Shi Cheng was inspecting the stone mushrooms in the valley. If these stone mushrooms were growing well, they would be 5 feet tall, shaped like short trees, and their caps were like umbrellas. But these stone mushrooms were all short. They were like wooden stumps left behind after trees were cut down. Moreover, their bodies were not the healthy gray color of stone. Instead, they had a distorted multicolored color. It was very strange. This field of stone mushrooms is destroyed. Shi Cheng finished inspecting and confirmed this. His expression was very ugly. Even though he only had rank 6 cultivation level, Fang Yuan thought highly of him. He arranged for him to lead the Rockman tribe in Mini Southern Border. Shi Cheng was very respectful towards Fang Yuan. He wanted to develop the Rockman tribe and not let down Fang Yuan's expectations. This field of stone mushrooms was a medium-sized resource point that he personally constructed for the benefit of the Rockman tribe. In order to construct this resource point, Shi Cheng had specially requested a lot of immortal materials from Fang Yuan's Time Path clone as the initial investment. Back then, he had even promised that there would be ideal profits. In the end, reality was like a slap to Shi Cheng's face. How could this be? I clearly followed the tribe's records and meticulously nurtured the stone mushrooms. There was no mistake. Shi Cheng was very confused. A few days ago, these stone mushrooms were growing well. Everything was normal. But after a few days, these stone mushrooms had become like this. How can I explain this to Lord Fang Yuan? Shi Cheng frowned as he sighed. Right at this time, light flashed. Fang Yuan's will was transmitted in the air. The will was condensed into a solid form. It was vivid and lifelike. Shi Cheng gasped and immediately bowed. This subordinate greets master. Fang Yuan's will waved his hand. I already know about the situation here. The stone mushrooms were destroyed. It was not your fault. It was a natural disaster. Go back first. Another batch of immortal materials will arrive after some time. You can just build a second stone mushroom valley. Shi Cheng was overjoyed. He quickly bowed and thanked him. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Fang Yuan's consciousness revealed a knowing smile. You want to ask what exactly caused these stone mushrooms to be destroyed? Shi Qing nodded. Master is very perceptive. I still want to ask, can these stone mushrooms be reused? It would be a pity to abandon them. The initial investment to build the Stone Mushroom Valley was huge. Of course, it was nothing in Fang Yuan's eyes, but in Shi Qing's eyes, it was a sky-high investment. In addition, he had invested a lot of effort and time into this place. He did not want to see all his efforts go to waste. However, Fang Yuan shook his head. You don't have to think too much about the details. If I can solve it, you won't have to worry. If I can't solve it, it's useless for you to know. As for these stone mushrooms, they could not be used. Even if they were used as goo materials to refine goo, it would only lead to greater losses. You can go now. Yes, my lord. Shi Qing respectfully retreated. He couldn't help but feel worried. Why is there so much trouble this time? Judging from your tone, you might not be able to solve this problem? After Shi Qing left, only Fang Yuan's will was left in this valley. Fang Yuan's will had a solemn expression. He first looked at the whole valley. The countless stone mushrooms in the valley had become twisted objects. Their smooth surface was now filled with countless wrinkles. The colors were bright and colorful, like a gathering of venomous creatures. It gave people a terrifying feeling. But this was only on the surface. In Fang Yuan's eyes, he could see that the earth path Dao marks in these stone mushrooms were scattered and disrupted. There were Dao marks of many other paths mixed in, like wind path, lightning path, poison path, dark path, fire path, and so on. Precisely so, these stone mushrooms could only be discarded as trash. At least for now, Fang Yuan did not have any methods to use them. Providence. Fang Yuan's will suddenly snickered. He found the hidden providence in the valley. With a loud sound, he turned into clouds and mist, enveloping the whole valley and chasing after providence. The battle of wills soon came to an end. Fang Yuan won. He succeeded in eliminating the hidden providence in this place. Of course, he paid a huge price. After this will condensed again, it was no longer as lifelike as before. It was illusory like a shadow, giving off a feeling that it could dissipate with the wind. Fang Yuan's will sighed. The victory this time was merely a temporary solution, not a permanent solution. A new problem had appeared. The Stone Mushroom Valley was not an isolated case. Recently, hidden providence had appeared all over the sovereign immortal aperture. Many resource points were destroyed. Fang Yuan's main body was in charge of the goo refinement and destroyed fate goo. He obtained more than 3,000 heaven path Dao marks. These Dao marks did not belong to him, they were imposed on him. The heaven path Dao marks evolved on their own, causing the environment of the sovereign immortal aperture to change, becoming more balanced and stable. In the long run, these changes were more beneficial than detrimental. They greatly increased the sovereign immortal aperture's development potential. But in the short run, Fang Yuan would suffer heavy losses. Fang Yuan did not belong to a super force. His assets were all in the sovereign immortal aperture. If this foundation suffered losses, it would definitely affect his battle strength. Fang Yuan did not want to fall into Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. He had been working hard to command the humans and variant humans in the Grotto Heaven to resist the heavenly calamities. At the same time, he collected the Thousand Wish Tree and the Incomplete Human Sea, using human path to restrain the changes in the heavenly Tao. With these two methods working together, the sovereign immortal aperture situation improved greatly. But Fang Yuan did not expect the natural evolution of the heaven path Dao marks to produce providence. The heavenly Tao was impartial, it had no ill intentions towards Fang Yuan. Changing the environment was just a natural evolution. But providence was not like that. Providence was born from the heavenly Tao, it was more flexible. The heavenly Tao could not get rid of the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan. He was an existence that affected the balance, so providence went one step further. It started to destroy the various resource points in the sovereign immortal aperture. The heavenly Tao could change the Tao marks of other paths. Providence used this ability to completely mess up the Tao marks of the resource points, turning them from orderly to terrible. Stone Mushroom Valley was just one of them. I have the killer move Heaven's Will Dissipation, but the sovereign immortal aperture is too huge. The heavenly Tao is constantly evolving, it can produce providence anywhere. It is too difficult for me to clear up all of these providence. Even if I use my full strength, the efficiency is very low. Fang Yuan knew that the solution was to directly refine these heaven path Tao marks, making them truly belong to the sovereign immortal aperture in himself. But he did not know how to do it. He had never heard of anyone cultivating the heavenly Tao. The only way was to use human path to suppress the heavenly Tao. Fang Yuan thought for a long time. He found two possible ways out. The first was Emperor City. Emperor City was meticulously arranged by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It has now become a human path sacred land. If I obtain it, I will definitely be able to suppress the heavenly Tao. The second way was Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave was arranged by Limitless Demon Venerable in his later years. The 8th layer contains the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, demonic sounds wreak havoc in Crazed Demon Cave, causing living beings to go crazy. All kinds of immortal materials are useless, Tao marks are mixed together. This situation is exactly the same as the stone mushroom and other resource points. If I can grasp all of Crazed Demon Cave secrets, I should be able to improve my current situation. But these two ways were extremely dangerous. Emperor City was at the center of Central Continent. If Fang Yuan went there, he would definitely become enemies with the Celestial Court. With his current strength, he could defeat the Celestial Court on the surface. However, Fang Yuan was wary of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable schemed against him, causing him to lose Fang Di Chang. When he inspected luck earlier, Fang Yuan did not discover Fang Di Chang's luck. It was likely that he had died. Red Lotus Demon Venerable also schemed against him. If not for the Heaven Path Tao marks, how could Fang Yuan's immortal aperture produce providence? Of course, Red Lotus also schemed against Spectral Soul. The Heaven Path Tao marks were both a danger and an opportunity for Fang Yuan. They were also a protective umbrella. At least, Spectral Soul's arrangements could not be activated. If Fang Yuan wanted to take Emperor City, he would have to face the methods of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As for Crazed Demon Cave, that place was filled with danger. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had promised Fang Yuan that they would participate in the Fate War, but after the battle they disappeared without a trace. It was not that Fang Yuan did not try to contact them, but they had completely lost contact with him. What happened in Crazed Demon Cave that caused the 3 crazed demon eccentrics to disappear mysteriously? Fang Yuan guessed that Longevity Heaven might have made a move. The loss of Wisdom Gu made Fang Yuan realize that this was Giant Sun Immortal's scheme. Giant Sun's attack made Fang Yuan realize that Giant Sun Immortal had a backup plan all along. Now that Fate Gu was destroyed, it was not impossible for a Venerable to revive. If Fang Yuan went to Crazed Demon Cave, he would have to face Giant Sun Immortal and even Limitless Demon Venerable's methods. There was another thing that made Fang Yuan worried. The River of Time's abnormality was happening. Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed, the River of Time's water had become extremely violent. It was extremely dangerous. Even if Fang Yuan used Myriad Year Flying Warship, he could only barely enter the river. He would have to return to the 5 regions after a while. He could not explore for long. Fang Yuan understood the reason. Earlier, the River of Time could move forward smoothly and flow smoothly because everything was fixed by Fate Gu. No matter what existence it was, they had a fixed life trajectory. Precisely because of this, Time Path Gu immortals could often observe the downstream to predict things. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to plot and destroy Fate Gu because he observed the downstream and obtained many secrets about the future. But now that Fate Gu was destroyed, all living beings no longer had a fixed trajectory. They could change at will. Thus, the River of Time had become extremely violent. Everything was turbid and chaotic. With such a change in the River of Time, Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used for the time being. Spring-Autumn Cicada could travel in the river because the water was gentle. Now that the river had become chaotic, once Spring-Autumn Cicada entered the river, it would be crushed by the river water. Unless Fang Yuan developed another killer move that could protect Spring-Autumn Cicada. Although the river water is troublesome, it is not a big problem. My true worry is still Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He is someone who planted a stone lotus island in the River of Time. I wonder what other arrangements he has made in the River of Time. Fate Gu was destroyed in the end. Fang Yuan finally got rid of the guillotine hanging over his head. However, there was a dense fog in front of him. He was walking in a mountain range. In this fog, which one was solid ground and which one was a cliff? That path that led to eternal life, the path that he had been pursuing, did it exist in this fog? If it existed, where was it? Chapter 2008. In immemorial Black Heaven, a group of Gu immortals concealed themselves as they flew rapidly. These Gu immortals had outstanding cultivation level. They were all rank 8 variant human Gu immortals. The leader was a Gu immortal with white skin and blue hair. He had a solemn expression. It was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch received orders from Wu Shui to reinforce the Grotto Heaven headquarters and resist the invasion of Celestial Court. Along the way, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was filled with worries. This is not what I expected. I appointed Wu Shuai as the alliance leader because I wanted him to be the vanguard. But now that we are going against Celestial Court, I have become the vanguard instead. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to make excuses, but the situation at that time made it impossible for him to do so. Wu Shuai fought with Qi Si Ancestor. After all, he was injured. Speaking of which, I did make use of him to resist Qi Si Ancestor. As the Vice Alliance leader, I have to take responsibility for this situation. Logically speaking, I have to go to Black Heaven to reinforce them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to go against Celestial Court like this. Regardless of the outcome, he was going to become a thorn in Celestial Court's side. Currently, he still wanted Wu Shuai to attract their attention. But the world was like a game of chess. The world was filled with dangers and uncertainties. In the blink of an eye, he was pushed to the front. I really have no choice. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed deeply in his heart. He had to reinforce them, but how to do it was something he had to ponder over. Vice Alliance Leader, a large number of Gu Immortals have been discovered ahead. The investigative Gu Immortal suddenly said, before continuing, "They are our people." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch nodded. He was not surprised. Go and gather with them. Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch regretted taking the position of Vice Alliance Leader, it was too late now. He could only make full use of this position. Before they set off, he had already used this position to command the other Grotto Heavens to defend and help each other, to fight against the enemy Celestial Court. He wanted to contribute his strength. The two groups of Gu Immortals gathered. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the reinforcements and felt anger in his heart. Chaotic Rock Grotto Heaven sent an immemorial rock monster. Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven sent 6 Eggman Gu Immortals. They could form the ancient battle formation Rotten Evil Cloud Formation, while Hair Monster Grotto Heaven took out the incomplete Immortal Gu House Black Emperor building. These 3 Grotto Heaven forces were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, thus they took out their trump cards. But other than that, the other forces did not do anything. Especially some human forces, they only sent a few rank 7 Gu Immortals for show. In front of a great enemy, these Grotto Heavens still want to protect themselves. The distance between the heavenly abodes is too great, and the communication between them is sparse. The reason why they are united is only because of the pressure of survival. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's anger turned into helplessness and coldness. If that's the case, I might as well hide my abilities and put on a superficial show. At the very least, the troops I've brought with me are quite impressive. Celestial Court was powerful. If possible, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to clash with Celestial Court directly. He knew what he was capable of. If he really rushed forward, it was very likely that he would lose his life. While Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was thinking about this, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes opened wide, almost spewing fire. The other Gu Immortals sensed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's abnormality. They turned to look at him. Someone asked, "Vice Alliance Leader, what happened? Did something happen to Xia Clan's headquarters?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. Xia Clan's headquarters are guarded by Lord Alliance Leader. How can anything happen to them? My Grotto Heaven is being invaded by Demon Judgment Board. My clan's Gu Immortals are fighting with their lives on the line. We need to go and reinforce them now. This Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was still thinking of saving her Grotto Heaven. She hesitated. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes. Your Grotto Heavens have already fallen into the enemy's hands. The outcome is set. But my Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven is still holding on. There is still hope. Quickly come with me to reinforce them. If anyone slacks off, I will report to Lord Alliance Leader Wu Shuai. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch used Wu Shuai's name, along with the variant human Gu Immortals who were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, and the rest had no choice but to obey this order. The Immortals did not bother to conceal their traces. They flew towards Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven at their fastest speed. The Grotto Heaven's entrance opened. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was anxious as he charged in. The rest followed behind him. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven was already engulfed in flames of battle. Demon Judgment Board was like a red meteor in the sky. It rampaged around unstoppably. The rank 6 and 7 Snowman Gu Immortals guarding Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven were nowhere to be seen. They were controlling the formation, activating countless hailstorms to attack Demon Judgment Board, but there was little effect. Demon Judgment Board suddenly shot out a blood-colored light. The light shot towards the center of the defensive formation. The Snowman Gu Immortals hurriedly put up their defenses. The blood-colored light seemed to be reflected by a mirror. It changed its direction and shot far away. Boom! With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook. the blood-colored light exploded, causing the entire sky to be dyed red. A huge snowy plain that was thousands of li in circumference was turned into nothingness by this attack. Ah, Blizzard Icy Plain. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this and his eyes widened in anger. This icy plain was the largest gathering place of the snowman tribes in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. Now that it was destroyed, close to 10 million ordinary snowmen died. Blizzard Icy Plain had even more significance to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. His coming-of-age ceremony was carried out in this Blizzard Icy Plain. Once, his father had brought the young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to the periphery of the Blizzard Icy Plain. You are an adult now, my son. This icy plain in front of you is your trial ground. You need to survive here for at least 7 days to pass the trial. You will have the qualifications to become a Goo Master and awaken your aperture. The young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the vast snowy plain. He had a perplexed expression. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. His father saw through his expression. It is natural to be afraid because you might die here. The trial is fair as long as you take the risk of death. You will have the qualifications to become a Goo Master. Even though I am a Goo Immortal, I cannot protect you. I can only give you one suggestion. What is it? The young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked. You need to survive in this icy plain for 7 days. It is too difficult, there is almost no hope. His father shook his head, but there are many snowman tribes living in this icy plain. If you can follow their traces and find them, they will definitely protect you. But I do not know them. The young Ice Crystal was very worried. His father said in a heavy tone, Don't worry. The snowman tribes will definitely protect every tribesman who lives outside because these tribesmen will also protect the entire tribe. The tribe will definitely protect you, my son. And if you pass the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will protect the entire tribe in the future. This is our snowman tribe. Sure enough, the young Ice Crystal endured for 3 days and 3 nights in the icy plain, chasing after the tribe's traces. At the final moment of his life, he crawled to the periphery of a tribe's hunting grounds. He was luckily discovered and survived. That tribe accepted him and healed his injuries for free, welcoming him to settle down and become a member of the tribe. Even though the young Ice Crystal left in the end, his experiences in that tribe were deeply engraved in his young mind. They influenced him deeply for the rest of his life. When he cultivated to rank 8 and inherited the title of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, becoming the owner of the Grotto Heaven, he focused on developing the explosive snow icy plain, causing the sparsely populated icy plain to become rich in resources. The snowmen who struggled to survive inside also experienced a huge improvement in their lives. Their population gradually increased. But now all of this was destroyed. It was all destroyed. The entire explosive snow icy plain was destroyed by a strong enemy's killer move. Not only was the fruits of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's hard work destroyed, the memories in his mind were also just memories. He could not find any reference in reality. Anger and hatred were like raging flames, burning fiercely in his chest. For an instant, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch became silent. He took in a deep breath. The air in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven was always so cold. It was still so cold. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch recalled his father's teachings. The tribe will definitely protect you, my son. And if you succeed in the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will protect the entire tribe in the future. This is our snowman tribe. Indeed. It is my turn. It is time for me to protect the entire tribe. Rumble. At the next moment, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura erupted, creating a huge storm as he charged towards Demon Judgment Board. The Goo Immortals behind him were shocked. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was actually so powerful. The reinforcements from the past 2 heavens have finally arrived. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Wuxia Fangjing breathed in deeply. His expression was solemn. Many people came. There were many rank 8 Goo Immortals. Wuxia Fangjing was only rank 7, but he was not flustered. This battle had already nurtured his fighting spirit and confidence. Of course, most of it was his confidence towards this rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Demon Judgment Board. You have a strong aura, but can you resist Demon Judgment Board? Wuxia Fangjing smiled coldly. He did not use any killer moves. He controlled Demon Judgment Board to charge forward. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He had to retreat. He was an Ice and Snow Path Goo Immortal. He did not cultivate Transformation Path or Strength Path. How could he use his body to resist an Immortal Goo House? Let's go. Quick, let's attack together and help Vice Alliance leader. The other 2 Heavens Alliance army shouted as they attacked. Wuxia Fangjing saw this and used Demon Judgment Board to advance by retreating. He pulled some distance away agilely. Blood light flashed on Demon Judgment Board as all sorts of killer moves were used. The immemorial rock monsters became slow, the Eggman Goo Immortal was bleeding profusely, he could only save himself, he could not form the ancient battle formation. The incomplete Black Emperor building that strange hair Grotto Heaven sent was cowering at the back, it did not dare to fight Demon Judgment Board head-on. The other two Heaven's Goo Immortals were even worse off, even though there were many rank 8 Goo Immortals they cherished their lives, they only dared to use killer moves from afar, once they got close they would escape first. A disorderly mob. This term appeared in Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's mind, he was furious and anxious. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven had nothing to do with them, they would not fight to the death. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch knew that he could only rely on himself now. I can only use that move. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch made up his mind. Master, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch seems to be unable to hold on, should we help him? Soul Path Goo Immortal and Sun asked Spectral Soul secretly. He was sent by Soul pacifying Grotto Heaven this time, while Spectral Soul had been hiding in the dark. Chapter 2009. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch floated in the sky. His aura continued to rise as his clothes fluttered in the wind. Around him, countless strands of cold air condensed, giving rise to howling waves. Such power far surpassed ordinary rank 8 killer moves. If Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch succeeded in activating it, it would shake heaven and earth. Fang immediately sensed it, he wanted to use Demon Judgment Board to interfere. Let's help fellow Taoist Ice Crystal. Stop Demon Judgment Board. The other two Heaven's Goo Immortals had some battle experience, they quickly blocked Demon Judgment Board. At once, all sorts of killer moves flew around like fireworks. Demon Judgment Board's movement was obstructed by all sorts of attacks, but at the crucial moment, a blood-red rainbow shot out again, attacking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was still preparing his killer move, he did not move. At the crucial moment, Sun suddenly opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, throwing out an immemorial soul beast. The immemorial soul beast moved quickly, blocking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but was hit by the blood-red rainbow. With a loud sound, an explosion occurred. The immemorial soul beast cried out, its body was mostly destroyed as it fell to the ground. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately looked at Sun with gratitude. His aura stabilized rapidly, he had passed the most dangerous juncture, his killer move was about to succeed. Immemorial soul beasts have no blood, Demon Judgment Board's blood path killer move is not effective. Sun was excited, Master, if not for your guidance I would not have been able to block this blood-red rainbow, that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch would have been in trouble. No. Spectral Soul analyzed, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's killer move is very profound, it has a certain level of defensive power during the activation process. Even if he is hit, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch will only be injured, the killer move will not fail. Celestial Court. I will let you have a taste of my tribe's signature killer move, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Wangda shouted, his rampaging aura was completely concealed. At the next moment his entire body exploded with a loud sound, turning into countless cold lights. Cold lights shot out, they were extremely cold. Everywhere they went, the air froze, turning into pieces of floating ice that fell to the ground. Fang had a bad feeling, he wanted to use the Demon Judgment Board to move, but how could his speed compare to the extreme ice crystal light? In an instant, the Demon Judgment Board was hit by countless ice crystal lights. Gotcha. Every time the crystal light hit the Demon Judgment Board, it would turn into a small piece of ice, adhering to the surface of the Demon Judgment Board. Countless crystal lights shot out from all directions. Demon Judgment Board could not dodge at all, countless layers of ice formed on the surface of the Immortal Goo House. Fang's heart sank, he quickly activated Demon Judgment Board and used a killer move to block the ice layer. However, his speed could not match the speed of the ice. Very quickly, the Demon Judgment Board was surrounded by a thick layer of ice that was half a meter thick. Not good, the thicker the layer of ice, the more powerful the cold light that comes from the outside is. This discovery made Fang turn pale with fright. This move was unavoidable from the very beginning. It was powerful, but the true power was yet to come. The further it went, the more powerful this move would be. Fang quickly activated Demon Judgment Board. The rank 8 immortal essence that he stored was expended as he activated Demon Judgment Board's strongest killer move. Blood light shone as the layer of ice on one side melted. However, the cold light in the sky reacted. They moved towards the direction that Fang was trying to break out of. Demon Judgment Board's effect became weaker. The Goo Immortals present were all stunned. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is actually so strong. He actually used his own strength to seal the rank 8 Immortal Goo House of Celestial Court, Demon Judgment Board. Truly amazing. What is this move called? Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. At once, the immortals chewed on the name of this killer move. It was deeply engraved in their minds. This is the olden antiquity era's signature killer move. Hee, to think that the snowman here actually obtained a racial inheritance. Spectral Soul, who was in Ensun's body, laughed lightly. Ensun realized now, so this move is the racial inheritance of the snowman. No wonder it is so strong. Wait. Can an olden antiquity era killer move still be used now? The current world is very different from the olden antiquity era. Won't such an ancient relic be obsolete? Spectral Soul laughed. Back then, variant humans dominated the world. Killer moves were as numerous as the stars in the sky. But killer moves that were carefully chosen and placed into the racial inheritance naturally have their own profundities. Take this Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin for example. Its core is not an immortal goo, but the variant human who used the killer move. Spectral Soul was not knowledgeable in the ordinary sense. He had once plundered countless souls in the door of life and death. Many of these souls came from the olden antiquity era, the remote antiquity era, and even the immemorial antiquity era. Thus, Spectral Soul knew a lot of information about these eras. Even though his attainment level fell to rock bottom, his memories were still intact. Like what Spectral Soul said, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin had some similarities with Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind killer move. When Wu Yong used Unlimited Wind, his wind path Dao marks would be permanently expended. Meanwhile, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin not only expended Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's ice and snow Dao marks, it would also reduce his lifespan. Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin used Snowman Goo Immortals as the core. It was less affected by the changes of time. At the same time, even if Goo Immortals of other races obtained this move, they would not be able to use it. Guyu Fangjing's forehead was already covered with a layer of cold sweat. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's battle strength was far beyond Fangjing's expectations. The Great Demon Judgment Board was actually trapped in the ice. There was little hope of breaking out. Even if Fangjing wanted to deal with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, he could not do it. Because Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already turned into countless cold lights. This was the specialty of Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Just as Demon Judgment Board was about to be completely trapped in the ice, at this moment, a phoenix cry resounded. Next, waves surged. Princes Impatience and Baitsang Shui arrived together. It turned out that when Fangjing fought with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch earlier, he had already informed Celestial Court, Princes Impatience and Baitsang Shui. Baitsang Shui had already cleaned up the battlefield. She left immediately. Meanwhile, Princes Impatience gave up on some of his gains. He quickly went to reinforce. The two rank 8 Goo Immortals saw that Demon Judgment Board was trapped. They growled together. One sent out golden flames while the other sent out waves. The ice was attacked from both inside and outside. It could not hold on any longer. The outer layer of ice was quickly destroyed while Demon Judgment Board became restless. The two Heavens Goo Immortals saw this and attacked, but they were suppressed by Princes Impatience and Baitsang Shui. They had many times more rank 8s than Celestial Court, but they had no advantage. In a battle between Goo Immortals, numbers were not the crucial factor. Even though the two Heavens Goo Immortals had the advantage in numbers, they did not cooperate with each other. Their killer moves often interfered with each other. They had great battle strength, but before they even hit the enemy, they would expend 30 to 40% of their strength. But if they fought alone, they would be afraid. They would focus on preserving their lives. They would be in danger and lose their lives. Of course, this was also because Princes Impatience and Baitsang Shui were elites among rank 8s. They had outstanding battle strength. As a member of Celestial Court, they could look down on most people of the same cultivation level. After a while of deadlock, Spectral Soul acutely sensed that the ice light was weakening. He had to instruct Ensun, quickly release the Soul Beast army. Lend me all your immortal goo. Yes, master. Ensun did not hesitate. He did as he was told. The Soul Beast army immediately moved. Prince Fengxian and Baitsang Shui did not think much of it at first. They threw out two killer moves, but the Soul Beast army suddenly split up. Their movements were smooth like flowing water. They dodged most of the killer moves. Next, 3 immemorial Soul Beasts flew out of the Soul Beast army, attacking Princes Impatience and Baitsang Shui. Both sides fought. The immemorial Soul Beasts could not match the two Immortals of Celestial Court, but the immemorial Soul Beasts had the support of the army. killer moves were used at every crucial moment. Even though Prince's Impatience and Baizang Shui had the upper hand, they were restrained by the Soul Beast army. As Demon Judgment Board's reinforcements fell, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's Ice Light turned the situation around. This Soul Path rank 7 is truly talented. I will go kill him. Prince Feng Xian and Baizang Shui quickly conversed. The former suddenly moved, spitting out fire from his mouth, forcefully burning a path through the Soul Beast army, heading straight for Ensun. Ensun turned pale with fright. He shouted in panic, "He is coming, protect me." The Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens knew that enslavement path Gu Immortals were most afraid of killing tactics. They quickly attacked. Prince's Impatience rampaged unstoppably, breaking through all the obstacles. But because of this delay, Ensun had already pulled some distance between them. "You cannot escape." Prince's Impatience smiled coldly, pouncing again. Spectral Soul would not attack personally in public. He controlled Ensun's body to retreat, using the strength of other Gu Immortals to block Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience charged again and again. The Two Heavens Immortals were sweating profusely, their hearts were pounding, they were showing their might. Baizang Shui shouted, "Feng Xian, quickly attack." Prince's Impatience gritted his teeth. This Ensun was so slippery. At this time, the Ice Light trapped Demon Judgment Board again. Layers of ice formed a huge ice coffin, suppressing this rank 8 immortal Gu house at the center. Oh no. Seeing this, Baizang Shui's and Prince's Impatience's hearts sank. Seeing that Celestial Court's side was in trouble, at this moment heaven and earth shook, chi currents surged as the world roared. Chi tides again. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven had already been destroyed by Prince's Impatience and Baizang Shui when they came to reinforce. It was connected to the outside world. At this moment, chi tides surged in the outside world, pouring into the Grotto Heaven. The chi tides spread to the battlefield. Everywhere they went, people were thrown off their feet. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven's defensive immortal formation could not hold on anymore. It shattered. A large number of Snowman Gu Immortals were in danger. The ice light that trapped Demon Judgment Board shook. It seemed to be hesitating. It only hesitated for a moment. The extreme ice crystal lights shot towards the Snowman Gu Immortals, turning into ice tubes that protected them. But this way Demon Judgment Board's pressure was greatly reduced. Prince's Impatience and Baizang Shui saw this and attacked at the same time, breaking the remaining ice layers and saving Demon Judgment Board. Chapter 2010. Chi tides filled the entire Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven as they surged. Spectral Soul sighed deeply. This was too regretful. He had intended to let both sides fight to the death. He would take care of everything himself. Devouring Gu Immortal souls was much more useful than absorbing soul cores. Unfortunately, his plan was ruined by this chi tide. I do not have Dang Hun Mountain. I lack Guts Gu. I can only devour soul beasts and soul cores. But these need time to digest. They are not as good as Guts Gu, which can directly raise my soul foundation. How can there be such a coincidence? Not long ago, Chi Si Ancestor and Wu Shui fought and caused a chi tide. The battle this time also attracted a chi tide. Spectral Soul thought of this and had a realization. Don't tell me when Gu Immortals fight they cause a chi tide. Spectral Soul was only guessing, he was not certain. It is a pity that my chi path attainment level is ordinary. If I were still around, I would be able to make a decision. He had soul searching and devouring methods, but these methods could not directly raise his path attainment level. The only way to raise his path attainment level was to absorb true meaning. Spectral Soul's attainment levels at his peak were mostly obtained from the memories he obtained from soul searching. He cultivated and deduced them. It was not easy. Forget it. Ensun performed well this time. He made a huge contribution. He might be summoned by Wu Shui. If I rely on him, I will be able to get close to Wu Shui. I might even have a chance to enslave Wu Shui and obtain Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul's plan failed. He thought of a new plan. He coveted Dragon Palace, which had Dream Path Immortal Gu. Within the surging chi tide, cold lights gathered and turned back into Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura was weak, his face was pale. The price of using extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin was huge. However, he almost single-handedly sealed the Demon Judgment Board, and was the biggest contributor to the victory of this battle. The Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens came to visit him. Their gazes towards him were different now. Strength could prove everything, it could differentiate one's status. Undeniably, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, who had extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move, had battle strength that surpassed most of the rank 8 Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens. Even though we managed to protect Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, our signature killer move was exposed. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch forced back Celestial Court, but he could not feel happy internally. At that moment, he could only comfort himself that it was very difficult to restrain the Immortal's subduing coffin and that he could still rely on it for a period of time. Fellow Immortals, I'm not injured, I just need to rest. Everyone, please work together to protect my Grotto Heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke. That's easy to say. Our two heavens alliance is one. This small matter is nothing. Everyone hurry up and do your best to protect the Ice Crystal Paradise. The Gu Immortals of the two heavens took action, resisting and clearing the chi tides in the Grotto Heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in charge of repairing the holes in the Grotto Heaven aperture walls. Even though the chi tides were vast and mighty, under the combined efforts of many Gu Immortals, they quickly calmed down. Due to the timely treatment, the Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven did not suffer many losses due to the chi tides. Vice Alliance Leader, come take a look, we have a new discovery. When Great Wisdom Immortal Mother flew back, she brought an unexpected piece of news to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. A moment later, the Immortals of the two heavens arrived at the location. They saw a fruit that was the size of a hill floating in the air. This fruit was translucent, it was completely made of heaven and earth chi, it was shaped like a gourd or a peanut. This should be a chi harvest fruit? After the chi tide spread, people would often find chi harvest fruits of similar shapes. When Gu Immortals obtain them and use them in their immortal aperture, they can quickly harmonize the heaven and earth chi in their immortal aperture. It will greatly increase the fusion of the two chi in their immortal aperture. But ordinary chi harvest fruits are only as big as a carriage. If this is a chi harvest fruit, why is it so huge? The Immortals of the two heavens discussed, they could not make up their minds. Master, is this really a chi harvest fruit? Unsun asked Spectral Soul. If it is, wouldn't this be a blessing in disguise for Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven? As long as it absorbs such a large chi harvest fruit, won't Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's immortal aperture transform completely? It will no longer be restricted by the chi tides? This is indeed a chi harvest fruit, but whether it is a blessing or a curse, it is hard to say. Spectral Soul chuckled coldly. As expected, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried to take this chi harvest fruit, he was shocked to find a deeper secret. Oh no. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression turned even paler. This chi harvest fruit is still growing, it is absorbing my Grotto Heaven's heaven and earth chi to grow. If I rashly get rid of it, the Grotto Heaven will shake, living beings will die, it will also create an even more violent chi tide. The Immortals gasped. After getting Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's permission, they went forward to investigate. This chi harvest fruit cannot be allowed to grow. Is there anyone who can help me get rid of this threat? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, will not be stingy with my rewards. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a stern expression. But the Gu Immortals looked at each other, they were helpless. Almost anyone could forcefully get rid of the chi harvest fruit. But it was extremely harmful to Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, it would shake its foundation. According to the Immortals' deductions, if they directly got rid of it and detonated the chi harvest fruit, after the chi tide is formed, a second chi harvest fruit will continue to grow. This way they had to get rid of this threat permanently without harming Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The difficulty was too high. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother suggested, we can't do it because we do not cultivate chi path. Maybe Lord Alliance Leader has a way? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a worried expression, he sighed deeply. Right now, we can only seek help from Lord Alliance Leader. Wu Shuai soon received Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's request for help. My memories are limited, I did not know that the chi harvest fruit could have such a change. Maybe my main body knows about it. Wu Shuai then sent Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's detailed battle report to Fang Yuan's main body. Oh. This caused the danger of the two heavens Grotto Heavens, this is much earlier than in my previous life. Fang Yuan's main body knew about it indeed. In the 500 years of his previous life, the two heavens Gu Immortals worked together and attacked many places, they caused a lot of trouble to the 5 regions. Due to the chi tides, the 5 regions Gu Immortals were heavily restricted. But the two heavens Gu Immortals were much less affected by the chi tides because of their origins. Moreover, when Gu Immortals fought to a certain extent, chi tides would definitely appear. Even if the two heavens Gu Immortals had low battle strength, they could use the chi tides to defeat the 5 regions Gu Immortals. However, good times did not last long. Soon, the two heavens Gu Immortals found that chi harvest fruits appeared in their Grotto Heavens. These chi harvest fruits absorbed the Grotto Heavens' heaven and earth chi to grow, They could not be destroyed. If they ignored them, the threat would continue to grow and eventually destroy the grotto heavens. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch resisted the celestial court, causing the chi tides to sweep the grotto heavens. This is the reason why the chi harvest fruits appeared earlier. Fang Yuan sent this information to Wu Shuai. Suddenly, he had a thought. Inspiration flashed in his mind. Wait. Maybe I can use the chi tides to deal with Providence. He was in a terrible situation now. The main reason was that he had Heaven Path Dao marks on him. He could not refine them in a short period of time. The Heaven Path Dao marks naturally manifested as Providence. The Heaven Path Dao marks had no ill intent towards Fang Yuan, but Providence wanted to get rid of him. It tried all ways to make things difficult for him and destroy his sovereign immortal aperture. And even worse, if Fang Yuan did not get rid of Providence in time, Providence would accumulate to a certain extent. Even if the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance was not opened, the grotto heavens Providence would resonate with the 5 regions Providence. Fang Yuan's location would be exposed. Once Fang Yuan's location was exposed, if he stayed in Qi Si, his identity as Qi Si ancestor would be ruined. However, it was too difficult for Fang Yuan to get rid of Providence. The sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. Fang Yuan did not know where to start. He could not predict the changes of the heavenly Tao. He could not know where Providence would appear in advance. Why don't I imitate the chi tides and sweep through my sovereign immortal aperture? Like brushes, I will sweep through all the Providence wherever I go. Fang Yuan thought about it. He felt that this method had a lot of potential. It seemed dangerous, like taking a risk, but with his Chi Path and Wisdom Path foundation, there was a high chance of success. Of course, whether this method would succeed or not, Fang Yuan did not know until the final moment. If only Wisdom Gu was still around, that would be great. Wisdom Gu's inspiration was correct. At the same time, with the help of the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan deduced that the killer move to activate the Qi tides would be fast and convenient. At the same time in Qiju Grotto Heaven. This is the center of the Grotto Heaven. Luo clan's 3 Gu immortals were injured. They finally reached this place. Good, what a good Qi harvest fruit. Luo Muzi cried out. The other 2 immortals were also shocked. According to the 3 Luo clan immortals' deductions, the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven should contain the Grotto Heaven's most valuable treasure. Right now, the 3 immortals took a look. There was only a small and exquisite Qi harvest fruit here. This fruit was almost solid. There was fluorescence on its surface. It was shining brightly. It was only the size of a gourd, but it had the aura of a rank 9 immortal material. There was also a huge life force that pressed down on the 3 Luo clan immortals' minds like a mountain or an ocean. This Qi harvest fruit is not ordinary. It has great profundity. We need to research it. Strange, the Qi harvest fruit is a product of the Qi tides. Why would demon immortal Qiju hide it at the center? Don't tell me he predicted that there would be a calamity like the Qi tides in the distant future? While the 3 Luo clan immortals were discussing, there was a shout. Several variant human Gu immortals appeared and attacked. The 3 Luo clan immortals were caught off guard. They were swept into the battlefield killer move. Oh no, there is an ambush. Someone found Qiju Grotto Heaven? Who are you people? The 3 Luo clan immortals shouted. The leading variant human Gu immortal was only the size of a finger. He had transparent wings on his back. He was a mini-man Gu immortal. Chapter 2011. Several days later, in southern borders Wu clan headquarters. Wu Yong stood on a mountain peak, slowly opening his eyes. In front of him there were 3 to 5 mortals. They were all tied to the wooden stakes, unconscious and unconscious. Immortal killer move, farewell friend wind. Wu Yong breathed in deeply. After preparing, he activated this peculiar killer move. Without seeing any wind, the 3 to 5 mortals in front of him started to disintegrate. Their hair, skin, flesh, and bones were blown away by the wind like ashes. In the blink of an eye, these mortals along with their clothes completely dissipated. Not even a trace of them was left. Wu Yong showed a satisfied smile. During this period of time he had modified Farewell Friend Wind. The results were quite good. Farewell Friend Wind was a wind path killer move with human path effect. It originally needed to hit a certain part of the target's body while saying farewell words. But now, these flaws were all modified by Wu Yong. They were removed. The current Farewell Friend Wind still needed to befriend the target before it could be used. But its range was greatly increased. Its practicality rose by a large margin. Wu Yong had used unlimited wind killer move in the Fate War, permanently expending a lot of his wind path Dao marks. His foundation was greatly reduced. However, during the period of rest and reorganization after the battle, he had gained some insights from his losses, and his attainment in the wind path had improved once again. This way he had the ability to modify Farewell Friend Wind. Wu Yong was not satisfied with just modifying Farewell Friend Wind. The increase in attainment level would also bring about development in all aspects. Farewell Friend Wind was only one of the aspects. Next is to modify other killer moves and even clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. After modifying it, my battle strength will definitely rise again, it might even surpass my previous peak. Just as Wu Yong was thinking about the future, an information path goo worm flew over. Wu Yong took it and glanced through it. His brows raised and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. He had wanted to enter closed cultivation for some time, but after receiving this news he immediately stopped his modification plan. After returning to the guest hall, he saw the two goo immortals who had come to see him. These two goo immortals were wearing the same attire, dark green short sleeves and black trousers. His head was covered with a white cloth that looked like a headband, and his calves were bound with jasper. Goo immortals familiar with Southern Borders Goo Immortal world would know, this was the uniform of Southern Borders Luo clan. Of the two Luo clan goo immortals, one was an old man with a bitter expression, while the other was a middle-aged man with a pale expression. He was clearly injured. Luo Zhu Luo Ran, greets Lord Alliance leader. Luo clan's two goo immortals saw Wu Yong and immediately bowed. The Southern Alliance had already been established, with Wu Yong as the leader. Of the two Luo clan immortals, Luo Ran was a general of Luo clan, an expert with rank 7 peak space path battle strength. He was very arrogant, while Luo Zhu had a high status and was the current first supreme elder of Luo clan. The two immortals' attitude towards Wu Yong was very polite and humble. It was clear that they had a favor to ask of him. Wu Yong nodded. Sit down and talk. After the two Luo clan goo immortals sat down, Wu Yong asked directly, what is going on with Chiju Grotto Heaven? Luo Zhu took a deep breath and explained the sequence of events. The general idea was that a certain Luo clan goo immortal was using an immortal goo house to explore in White Heaven. He accidentally found Chiju Grotto Heaven. Luo clan thus explored in secret for many years. Finally, when the Chi tide surged, they made a breakthrough and entered the center of Chiju Grotto Heaven. However, just as they were about to obtain Chiju's true inheritance, they were ambushed by variant human goo immortals. The three Luo clan immortals who were exploring the Grotto Heaven were caught off guard. They were forced into a passive state. Thankfully, the leader was a space path expert, Luo Ran. He used his trump card and managed to escape with the three Luo clan immortals. The variant human goo immortals did not stop. They chased after the three Luo clan immortals. Luo clan got the news and immediately mobilized their immortal goo house. Both sides fought intensely at the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall. Even though the variant human goo immortals did not have much battle strength, their leader, the Miniman goo immortal Xiao Hejian, was very powerful. At the same time, the variant human goo immortals had an incredible immortal goo house. Luo clan was not their match and had to flee back to Southern Border. After passing through the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall, the variant human goo immortals were afraid of being attacked by Southern Border's goo immortal world. They gave up on the chase. Luo clan's immortals were defeated. They returned to their headquarters to rest, feeling furious and helpless. They discussed for a long time. They felt that they could not take Chiju Grotto Heaven by themselves. They might as well find other forces to help. Wu Yong heard the two Luo clan immortals' explanation and understood. The Chi tides exposed the location of the two heavens Grotto Heavens. Thus the two heavens goo immortals formed an alliance. The two heavens alliance is mainly made up of variant humans. Wu Shuai is the alliance leader. This group of variant human goo immortals that defeated Luo clan is likely closely related to the two heavens alliance. The two heavens alliance first occupied a corner of Eastern Sea. Wu Shuai fought with Duke Long. Next, Celestial Court attacked. Their vice alliance leader Ice Snow Immortal Monarch defeated Celestial Court's Immortal Goo House Demon Judgment Board. The commotion was huge. If Luo clan seeks allies like Ho clan or Yao clan, even though they are similar in size to Luo clan, they will not be able to resist the two heavens alliance. In the end, when the matter escalates, they still need to seek help from me. Thus they directly came to me for help. Thinking of this, Wu Yong smiled. He immediately agreed. Our Southern Border righteous path is united. Luo clan is in trouble. As long as it is a Southern Alliance force, we have the responsibility to help. And I, Wu Yong, as the leader of the Southern Alliance, have an even greater responsibility. Luo clan's two immortals spoke. Alliance leader is righteous. But there was no joy on their faces. Regarding a huge treasure like Chiju's true inheritance, Wu Yong would definitely agree. This was almost certain. The crucial thing was how to obtain Chiju's true inheritance. How should Luo clan and Wu clan cooperate? and how should they split the true inheritance? This was the true content that needed to be discussed. While the two Luo clan immortals were negotiating with Wu Yong, Wu Shuai also received a request from a Gu immortal. This mini-man Gu immortal is called Xiao He Jian? Wu Shuai squinted his eyes. Yes. The reporting Gu immortal introduced. This immortal has great strength, his reputation has spread long ago, even though the two heavens forces do not interact with each other, we have heard of Xiao He Jian. His strength is likely about the same as Vice Alliance leader. The so-called Vice Alliance leader was naturally Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch used the killer move Immortal Suppression Coffin to force back the Celestial Court. His reputation rose greatly, everyone in the Two Heavens Alliance knew of him. What is the matter for him to come to see me? Wu Shuai purposely asked. This subordinate does not know. The reporting Gu immortal lowered his head. He only said that he has a huge fortune to give to Lord Alliance leader. He also wants to join our Two Heavens Alliance. Wu Shuai smiled. He did not know before, but not long ago, his main body sent him some information about this person. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Xiao He Jian was a famous person. He was an expert among variant human rank 8 Gu immortals. He could even fight evenly against the members of the Celestial Court. Speaking of which, in the 500 years of his previous life, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not famous. In terms of battle strength, Xiao He Jian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were on the same level. Even though the Two Heavens Gu immortals were not very accomplished, there were still several experts who could hold up the fort. If not for this, he would not have caused trouble to the 5 regions in the 500 years of his previous life. Xiao He Jian explored Qiju Grotto Heaven. He likely had a conflict with Luo clan. Now that the Southern Alliance has been established in advance, Luo clan suffered a loss. They will definitely look for allies in southern border. They are likely to find Wu Yong. Even though Xiao He Jian has several Grotto Heaven forces with him, how can they compare to the Great Southern Alliance? Thus, he came to me and wants to join our Two Heavens Alliance. Not only to protect himself, he also wants to use my strength to resist the Southern Alliance and obtain Qiju's true inheritance. But this Qiju Grotto Heaven is a dangerous place. In the 500 years of my previous life, Qiju Grotto Heaven self-detonated, burying many Gu immortals. The Two Heavens Alliance suffered a huge loss and never recovered. Wu Shuai estimated that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch probably died in the explosion of Qiju Grotto Heaven. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not be so unknown. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai couldn't help but sneer. This Xiao He Jian is cunning and sinister. He wants to borrow the tiger's power to kill me. Since he has something to ask of me, I must have a good talk with him. Chapter 2012. The sky was the same color, a vast expanse of blue and jade. Winds howled, killing intent condensed in the air. 2 immortal Gu houses confronted each other. One was a grand palace, shining with orange-gold light. It was magnificent and majestic. It was Dragon Palace. The other was a 2-story bamboo building, full of vitality. It was elegant and elegant. It was clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses carried many Gu immortals. Wu Shuai sat at the main seat. The Gu immortals of the Two Heavens were standing in 2 rows in the hall. On the left were Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest. On the right was the Woodpath Great Expert, Mini-Man Gu Immortal Xiao He Jian, who had just joined them. As for Lady Cold Ash, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and the rest, they were also mixed in. Not long ago, Wu Shuai had summoned Xiao He Jian. After the two sides came to an agreement, they quickly set off for Qiju Grotto Heaven. On the other side, Southern Alliance's Wu Yong also knew the principle of speed. He immediately mobilized Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building as well as Wu Clan and Luo Clan's Immortals to Immemorial White Heaven. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building's speed was much faster than Dragon Palace. Wu Yong arrived first, but Qiju Grotto Heaven could not be casually entered. Just as Wu Yong and the rest were waiting to enter, Wu Shuai arrived with Dragon Palace. Both sides met in White Heaven and immediately confronted each other. Wu Yong. Wu Shuai spoke from within Dragon Palace, his voice reverberating in the battlefield. Qiju's true inheritance is right in front of us. Why don't we each send 3 people? We will win 2 out of 3 rounds. The winner will obtain the true inheritance, while the loser will get the Grotto Heaven. How about that? Wu Shuai, when did you become so wishy-washy? Wu Yong's snicker could be heard from within Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. Qiju's true inheritance goes to the Fated One. We will fight for it with our own abilities. The moment he said that, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building turned into a green rainbow, entering a certain gap in Qiju Grotto Heaven. Wu Yong waited for a long time. He finally found the opportunity to enter. Even though Wu Yong had brought clear jade dripping wine tiny bamboo building, the Gu immortals around him were elites from Wu clan and Luo clan. In terms of formation, they could not compare to Wu Shuai's side. Not only in quantity but also in terms of high-level battle strength. If it was really as Wu Shuai said, 2 wins out of 3, Wu Yong would definitely be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight. Furthermore, once Gu immortals fought intensely, heaven and earth chi would become chaotic and form chi tides. By then, the Gu immortals of the two heavens would be less affected, their advantage would be even greater. Wu Yong was an ambitious and ruthless person. How could he let his side fall into a disadvantageous position again and again? Lord Alliance Master, this matter should not be delayed, let's also depart. Xiao Hejian urged somewhat anxiously. Wu Shuai focused his attention on the pores of Qijue Grotto Heaven. These pores varied in size, but they were all white in color, formed by the rapid airflow. Just now, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building entered Qiju Grotto Heaven through one of the largest holes. After watching for a while, Wu Shuai saw some mysteries. These holes are of different sizes, they are increasing in number, they are likely the immortal aperture entrances of Qiju Grotto Heaven. Although Fang Yuan's main body and clone had different memories, they shared the same cultivation realm. Wu Shuai also had the main body's chi path attainment level, he could see more deeply than other Gu immortals. Just this hole made Wu Shuai's eyes brighten, he was moved. Immortal aperture entrances have always been checkpoints, they are used to connect the inside and outside of the immortal aperture. Qiju Grotto Heaven's entrance has a unique style, it is the one I have seen that can maximize the effect of the entrance's connection. I wonder what kind of gains there will be inside. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai's curiosity grew, he activated Dragon Palace and slowly moved forward. In Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, this Qiju Grotto Heaven self-detonated, it dealt a heavy blow to the allied army of the two heavens, the latter never recovered from this setback. Who knew how many rank 8 Gu immortals died here? Qiju Grotto Heaven was very dangerous, this was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not explore it before the Fate War. But now that Qiju Grotto Heaven was exposed, with the temptation of Qiju's true inheritance and Dragon Palace's protection, Wu Shuai did not have much time left, he made his move. Dragon Palace passed through the hole and quickly arrived inside Qiju Grotto Heaven. The immortals saw that the surroundings were filled with air currents, they were milky white in color and howled fiercely. Qiju Grotto Heaven's structure is quite special. It does not have the scenery of an ordinary immortal aperture, it is filled with milky white chi currents. These chi currents form into many pipes. Countless pipes turn Qiju Grotto Heaven's interior into a maze, it is like the intestines of a giant. We need to quickly move through these chi currents and find the correct path to enter the center. Qiju's true inheritance is hidden there. Xiao Hejian explained at an appropriate time. The immortals in the palace listened seriously. Xiao Hejian did not tell them everything. To prevent Wu Shuai from obtaining the true inheritance, he kept many secrets and made an agreement with Wu Shuai that he would only reveal them when they arrived at the scene. Dragon Palace moved through the milky white chi currents, it soon reached a fork. The two entrances on the left and right were the same, they were about the same size. How do we find the correct path? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked. Xiao Hejian said, I cannot determine this, I can only try. The only rule is that the closer we get to the center, the higher the grade of the monsters and resources in the chi currents. When we get to the center, the chi harvest fruits there are already ranked 9. What about Luo clan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked another crucial question. Luo clan does not have a more accurate method, in fact their exploration progress has always been far behind us. But with the appearance of the chi tides, many difficulties and obstacles were swept away, allowing them to quickly reach the center. According to our previous progress, we are already very close to Qiju's true inheritance, we are only lacking the final 2 obstacles. Xiao Hejian sighed, his tone was filled with unwillingness. The immortals heard this and relaxed slightly. Then it seems that even though the other party entered the Grotto Heaven first, we still have the advantage. Great wisdom Immortal Mother analyzed. We cannot be careless. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building is much faster than us. Wu Shuai said plainly. He randomly chose a passageway and entered the Dragon Palace. Along the way the chi current passageway gradually became wider and taller. Many chi path living beings lived in the passageway, forming sections of independent and rather special living environments. Suddenly, a group of chi monsters emerged from the deep walls of the tunnel, surrounding Dragon Palace. These chi monsters were of different shapes, there were cows, goats, fish, birds and other strange shapes. But their color was similar, they were all orange. These are chi monsters formed by luck. Xiao Hejian gasped. Don't be fooled by their lack of immemorial chi monsters, they are very troublesome. Without luck path methods to protect us, if we kill them casually, our luck will be greatly affected. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. At the next moment, thick smoke spewed out of Dragon Palace. Wherever the thick smoke went, it engulfed the group of lucky chi monsters and pushed them into the depths of the Dragon Palace. Xiao Hejian was shocked. He reacted after a while, saying respectfully, "This is a dream path killer move as expected of Dragon Palace." As they continued to move forward, an immemorial chi monster appeared ahead. It was like a black whale, its body was huge like a mountain. Xiao Hejian had a grim expression. "Be careful, this is an immemorial chi monster formed from tough chi, but it is currently in slumber. I suggest we go around it, don't." Bam. At the next moment, Dragon Palace sped up and crashed into the immemorial chi monster. Dragon Palace shook intensely, but the immemorial chi monster was pierced through. It retaliated furiously. Dragon Palace crashed again thrice. The immemorial chi monster broke apart, turning into lumps of pitch-black tough chi. Next, Wu Shuai kept these tough chi into Dragon Palace. Split them. Wu Shuai kept most of them, the rest were distributed to the other Gu Immortals. Alliance Leader is mighty. Dragon Palace is mighty. This subordinate thanks Alliance Leader. With Lord Alliance Leader here, why would we be afraid of a mere Wu Yong? At once, the Immortals expressed their gratitude. Flattery surged like a tidal wave. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled as he looked at Xiao Hejian, saying with deep meaning, "Friend Xiao, don't make a big fuss over nothing, we will lose our prestige for nothing." Xiao Hejian nodded. He was still deeply shocked as he thought. Even though I witnessed the Fate War, I only realized the strength of Dragon Palace after experiencing it myself. Dragon Palace is so strong, what about Duke Long, Fang Yuan and Feng Jioge? At once, Xiao Hejian's emotions became complex. On one hand, Dragon Palace's strength gave him hope, on the other hand he had been an expert for a long time, he felt the gap between them, he saw stronger existences, he felt a sense of loss. Like this, they moved forward. Wherever they went, Wu Shuai took everything that could be taken away. Qiju Grotto Heaven was a Chi Path treasure trove. It was known as the Chi Sea of ancient times. Not only was there a huge amount of Chi Path resources here, there were also all kinds of them. It had everything. Wu Shuai purposely displayed his might to intimidate Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian also revealed more secrets. According to him, he had even encountered the Chi Aura Peak in the process of exploring. Qiju Grotto Heaven actually had such an extinct Chi Path resource. Regretfully, Xiao Hejian only took a glance and did not have the ability to take Chi Peak. This is the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven? Inside Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, Wu Yong had just arrived at his destination. Before he could feel happy, his pupils shrunk. "Heh, you are not slow." Dragon Palace quickly appeared behind Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. The center of Qiju Grotto Heaven was like a large hollow ball. There were a large number of Chi pillars inside the ball. They intersected and moved back and forth. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Dragon Palace entered. They were like mosquitoes flying into a beehive. The Chi pillars continued to move, some were fast while others were slow, they even affected each other. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was carefully moved forward under Wu Yong's control, avoiding these Chi pillars and moving forward in a zigzag manner. These Chi pillars are made of different materials, but they are at least rank 8 immortal materials. We cannot touch them casually, otherwise we will attract unnecessary trouble. Xiao Hejian quickly said. The environment here was not suitable for fighting. Thus, Xiao Hejian had specially set up a battlefield killer move to kill Luo Clan's 3 immortals. In the end, Luo Clan's Gu Immortal Luo Ran was a space path Gu Immortal. He led the other 2 immortals to pass through the battlefield, then used the terrain here to temporarily shake off Xiao Hejian's group and escape. No need to go through so much trouble. Wu Shuai waved his hand. At the next moment, a dragon roar resounded. The evil dragon appeared. Bam bam bam. The evil dragon was rampaging all the way, smashing all the air pillars in its path, directly creating a path for the Dragon Palace behind it. Wu Yong frowned. Chapter 2013. Good. Lord Alliance Leader is mighty. This is the power of our 2 heavens alliance. The morale of the immortals in Dragon Palace soared as they cheered. The evil dragon rampaged in front with incomparable ferocity, while Dragon Palace followed behind leisurely. This dragon man barbarian. Luo tribe's first supreme elder Luo Zu's eyelids twitched as he gritted his teeth. The Gu immortals of the two clans in Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building felt immense pressure. The evil dragon chased relentlessly, it was like a rampaging mountain range. Compared to it, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was very small. Most importantly, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building had to avoid the chi pillars continuously, it had to move forward with many twists and turns. Meanwhile, the evil dragon Di Zongxing was moving in a straight line, the distance between the two was shrinking rapidly. What do we do now? The Southern Alliance Gu immortals were pale. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Wu Shuai uses strength to suppress others, he is making full use of his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. If I were him, I would definitely do the same. Don't worry, after the Fate War, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was not only repaired, it was even strengthened by me. It is not a problem to resist Di Zongxing for now. Although the other party is strong, we do not need to tangle with them, we just need to seize Qi Ju's true inheritance. Alliance leader is right. The immortals nodded in agreement. Every battle had a goal, Wu Yong could see it clearly. There was only one goal in this battle, that was to seize Qi Ju's true inheritance. Whichever side could achieve this goal would be the winner. Even if he suffered some losses during the fight, what did it matter? After all, the evil dragon was too strong. It had the strongest battle strength among immemorial desolate beasts. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the number of people who could resist the evil dragon head-on could be counted on one hand. There were less than 5 people. Just as Wu Shuai and Wu Yong started their pursuit, the 3rd rank 8 immortal Gu house quietly arrived outside Qiju Grotto Heaven. It was Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was still controlled by Fang, but this time not only did Princes Impatience and Baizang Shui come, there was also Che Wei who had just recovered from his injuries, as well as Information Path Great Expert Zhou Xiongxin. Last time, Fang took the initiative to attack the 2 heavens. Even though he was repelled by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, his gains were still huge. Princes Impatience and Baizang Shui's spoils of war from the first 2 grotto heavens were plentiful. Although Fang had been defeated, he had only lost face for the Celestial Court. Originally, the Celestial Court wasn't clear about the matter regarding Qijue Grotto Heaven. After all, immemorial White Heaven was so vast. Even if the Qi tides revealed traces of Qijue Grotto Heaven, the Celestial Court wouldn't be able to discover it. But don't forget that Wu Shuai's subordinate, the Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch, had secretly surrendered to the Celestial Court. The matter of Xiao Hejian joining the 2 Heavens Alliance could not be concealed. The Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch thus learned of the secret of Qijue Grotto Heaven. He immediately informed the Celestial Court. Demon Immortal Qiju was very famous in history. He was a terrifying great expert who fought against limitless demon venerable. Especially when he cultivated Qi Path in the current environment where Qi tides were surging, new Qi Path resources were emerging in large numbers and emerging endlessly. All the major forces in the 5 regions wanted to research more on Qi Dao. The Celestial Court was no exception. Even though the Celestial Court had primordial origins, true inheritance and others, if the Celestial Court snatched Qiju's true inheritance, it would mean that other forces would not be able to obtain it. This way the Celestial Court's advantage would be even greater. Thus, Fang did not rest for long. He listened to Qin Dingling's orders and led 4 rank 8 Gu immortals to attack White Heaven with Demon Judgment Board, arriving here. This should be Qijue Grotto Heaven. What is going on? Fang had just arrived when he saw a shocking change. Countless holes appeared, milky white Qi currents surged and rotated continuously. Countless holes appeared, connecting the Grotto Heaven to the outside. More and more of these holes appeared, densely packed together. They were too densely packed, giving off a feeling of terror. More than 10 breaths later, the huge silhouette of Qijue Grotto Heaven appeared. On the surface of the silhouette, there were countless milky white Qi currents. Within the Qi currents, there were countless holes that were constantly moving in and out. The surrounding air was sucked into the Grotto Heaven by a terrifying formless force. As a result, intense whistling sounds filled the ears of the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. Qiju Grotto Heaven seems to be undergoing a huge change. Wu Shuai, Wu Yong, and the rest are probably already fighting inside the Grotto Heaven. What should we do? Princes Impatience and the rest looked at Fang. This time Fang was still the leader. Fang felt pressure, the choice in front of him was very difficult. At once he fell into hesitation. What should he do? At the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven. Bam bam bam. The sound of the Qi pillars collapsing could be heard endlessly. Wherever the evil dragon went, it destroyed all obstacles. However, good things didn't last long. After these pillars of air collapsed, they turned into powerful air currents. Countless air currents entangled with each other and covered the evil dragon's body. They constantly pressured it and surrounded it from all directions, trying to kill it. The evil dragon roared, but its momentum continued to slow. The pressure coming from the front was increasing. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Dragon Palace were not having a good time either. These chi currents were like huge tsunamis. The two rank 8 immortal goo houses were like small boats in the raging waves. Huge chi currents collided with the two immortal goo houses, causing them to shake intensely, sometimes even causing the immortal goo houses to spin on the spot. A deep blue chi current shot forward. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building quickly dodged. But the deep blue chi current was too huge and fast. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building had to use all its strength to escape after 3 breaths of time. This is lightning. The southern border goo immortal exclaimed, I have never seen such huge lightning currents. This quality is enough to be a rank 8 immortal material. Gathering lightning currents had to be done during thunderstorms. It was not difficult to gather lightning currents, but high-rank lightning currents immortal materials were rare. Rank 8 lightning currents were even rarer. If not for the urgency of the situation, the southern border goo immortals would want to gather these lightning currents. It is all Wu Shuai's fault. Such recklessness has caused Qiju Grotto Heaven to erupt. Luo Zhu gritted his teeth. Wu Yong had a grim expression. Qiju's true inheritance is the most important target. The lightning currents earlier caused Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building to lose some goo worms, but Wu Yong quickly replenished them. These immortal materials formed an extreme environment because of the high density of Dao marks. If there were wind path chi current immortal materials, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building would be like a fish in water. Qiju Grotto Heaven's change made the environment extremely vile, but overall Wu Yong's situation was much better. Because Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was affected, but Wu Shuai's side was even more affected. Dragon Palace's speed was much slower than Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. Sharp Blade Chi, Pitch Black Hard Chi, Dark Death Chi. All sorts of chi currents were incomparably huge, all of them were rank 8 level. Wu Shuai braced himself and controlled Dragon Palace to forcibly resist them. The evil dragon had already been left behind. Its body was too huge, it was affected by at least a dozen chi currents at the same time, it could no longer be of much use. This is Qiju Grotto Heaven's foundation. Wu Shuai's expression was grim, his eyes were flickering with uncertainty. He was at a disadvantage, but the situation was not decided yet. The two heavens immortals in the hall were also shocked speechless. If not for Dragon Palace's protection, who would dare to enter such a dangerous place? Many rank 8 goo immortals felt their own insignificance and weakness. Demon Immortal Qiju is indeed worthy of being someone who once fought against limitless Demon Venerable. The two rank 8 immortal goo houses did not give up, they moved towards the center with difficulty, trying to snatch Qiju's true inheritance. Outside the Grotto Heaven, Fangjing no longer needed to hesitate. Let's retreat first and observe the situation. Fangjing ordered. Demon Judgment Board quickly retreated. Prince's Impatience and the rest were silent, they approved of this decision. Because of the huge change in the world, chi currents were surging in all directions, chi tides were forming again. Fighting in this chi tide would cause goo immortals to suffer backlash. Celestial Court's goo immortals were no exception. It seems that my deduction was not wrong. The heaven and earth chi in our immortal apertures are different from the outside world. Thus, be it opening the immortal aperture or fighting intensely, as long as it reaches a certain level, a new chi tide will appear. Demon Immortal Qiju is a goo immortal of the 5 regions. He is here now that there are countless holes, it is like a grotto heaven has been opened. Furthermore, Wu Shuai and the rest are fighting with the Southern Alliance goo immortals inside the grotto heaven. This huge chi tide has appeared. Let's watch from the sidelines and try to reap the benefits. Celestial Court's goo immortals conversed as they looked at Qiju Grotto Heaven. Powerful chi tides flowed into Qiju Grotto Heaven through the holes. Wu Yong, Wu Shuai, and the rest felt that it was difficult to move forward. The violent and powerful chi currents became even stronger. Even though rank 8 immortal goo houses were strong, they could not control themselves against these chi currents, they were often swept away. Thump thump thump. The two immortal goo houses got closer to the center, the immortals could hear the dull sound of drums. What is going on? What chi currents are making drumming sounds? No, it is a heartbeat. Quickly look. The two immortal goo houses finally arrived at the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven. All of the goo immortals saw this scene. At the place where countless chi currents converged, it was like the eye of a tornado. The surroundings were violent, but this place was calm. In this tranquil environment, there was a chi harvest fruit that was extremely small and exquisite. It was constantly absorbing the violent chi currents around it. Countless chi currents, no matter what kind, were absorbed by the chi harvest fruit. They instantly changed in nature, becoming a part of the chi harvest fruit. Different from the previous situation, there was a baby's placenta inside the chi harvest fruit. The chi harvest fruit was like the stomach of a pregnant woman. A human baby was curled up inside. It was growing bigger bit by bit. How can this be? What is going on? This is a monster. It is absorbing rank 8 immortal material chi currents endlessly to strengthen itself. It is about to be born, quickly stop it. The immortal's expressions changed. Wuxia was just about to activate dreamy light smoke killer move, but the chi harvest fruit seemed to sense it. It shook and lightly self-detonated. The baby was born successfully. He had small arms and legs. He seemed to be malnourished. At this time, the phantom image of a crater appeared above his head. This crater was filled with profundity. It was emitting the aura of rank 9. But this aura was far more complete and perfect than the incomplete human sea that Wuxia obtained earlier. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The baby suddenly raised his arms, as if he was holding the phantom image of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. He let out a long cry. At the next moment, the surrounding chi currents flowed into the phantom image of the secluded domain of heaven and earth like tired birds returning to their nests. The speed of the chi currents was astonishing. In just a few breaths of time, they were all sucked into the mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth. Wu Shui, Wu Yong, and the other immortals were no longer surrounded by chi currents. In the sky, only the baby and the 2 rank 8 immortal gu houses were left. We are out again. Luo Zhu found himself in the outside world. No, the whole of Chi-Ju Grotto heaven turned into chi currents and was sucked in by him. Wu Yong could not conceal his shock. This was out of his expectations. He felt like he had been used. This was a trap. Who are you? Wu Shui's voice resounded from Dragon Palace. The baby had already grown into a boy. He inhaled and inhaled the phantom image of the secluded domain of heaven and earth into his nose. Next, he looked around, looking at Dragon Palace and clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He immediately discovered the hidden demon judgment board. The boy smiled lightly, singing leisurely, ascending the mountain to seek immortality. Every step is dangerous. Floating dust like flowing light, dark goo hidden in the heart. Golden jade like a dream, 10,000 years of loneliness. 5 regions 9 heavens technique, all in one breath. After he finished singing, he said with a young but experienced tone, "Who else can I be? I am Demon Immortal Chi-Ju." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju? The immortal's hearts shook intensely. Wait, if he is Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, is that secluded domain of heaven and earth this she recorded in the Legends of Renzu? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Zhou Xiong thought of something. The Legends of Renzu had 2 extremely mysterious secluded domains of heaven and earth. There were not many detailed descriptions. Chapter 2014. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. The mysterious Gu Immortal exposed his identity. Everyone went silent at once. The 3 Gu Immortals were shaken. In history, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was someone who fought evenly with limitless Demon Venerable. Inside Dragon Palace, Wu Shui frowned. He suddenly understood a lot. It seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju failed to revive. Otherwise, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju would have definitely appeared. There could be 2 reasons for this. One was that Fake Gu was not completely destroyed back then. The second was that Spectral Soul succeeded in refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. All the signs show that he had already infiltrated Celestial Court back then and controlled the situation. He would not allow someone like Demon Immortal Chi-Ju to revive. Thinking of this, Wu Shui snorted coldly. His thoughts flickered. Roar. At the next moment, the evil dragon moved. Earlier, the evil dragon was obstructed by the vast chi currents. It was covered in injuries. But now, the entire Chi-Ju Grotto heaven was absorbed by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. His methods were unimaginable. The evil dragon regained its freedom. It regrouped and charged at Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. This pounce immediately stirred up the boundless wind and clouds. The giant body of the evil dragon was like a moving mountain range, covering the sky and covering the earth. Not to mention Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's childlike body, even the majestic Dragon Palace could not compare to the evil dragon's body. Good timing. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's vision was filled with Dizongxin. He was not flustered. He smiled leisurely. He did not dodge. He stretched out a small hand and pressed towards Dizongxin. Immortal killer move, Great Chi capture. With a loud sound, endless milky white chi currents burst out of demon immortal Chiju's body, forming into a giant hand with 5 fingers. The giant hand was the size of an immortal goo house at first, but it expanded to the size of a hill. 3 breaths of time later, the entire chi current hand had expanded rapidly. It was on par with the evil dragon's head. But the milky white chi current hand was still growing. Di Zongxing had already arrived. Bam! The two collided, but to everyone's surprise, demon immortal Chiju's chi current hand could not withstand a single blow. It was destroyed. Di Zongxing's speed did not change as he charged towards demon immortal Chiju. Demon immortal Chiju did not dodge. He looked at immortal Chiju calmly. Di Zongxing only continued charging for a few breaths of time before its speed plummeted. Then it let out a furious roar as if it was in great pain. My great chi capture move can be gathered and scattered. It could gather energy to move mountains and seas, and disperse energy to invade internal organs. How will you deal with it? Demon immortal Chiju said proudly. The Jew. Demon immortal Chiju used one move to suppress Di Zongxing. This was the true strength of a pseudo-venerable Emperor Gu Gu King Ju Master. Sai, once fake Gu is destroyed, the whole world will be in chaos. Demon immortal Chiju had clearly died 1,000,000 years ago. It is all that scourge Fang Yuan's fault. He had a chance to revive. In Emperor Ju Demon Hao Gu sealed court, Judgment Gu Chi of Mu and Chindi King Gu. After the Fate War, righteous path declined and demonic path rose. Duke Long, who was the pillar of celestial court, died. Feng Jioge, whom they had high hopes for, betrayed them. Fang Yuan was the culprit who destroyed fate and was still at large. And now demon immortal Chiju appeared. Alas, the celestial court's Gu immortals felt. The future of the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions and 2 heavens was bleak. They had never thought of recruiting demon immortal Chiju. Even though he was limitless demon venerable's enemy in history, there was no possibility of him merging with the righteous path. Demon immortal Chiju, just the word demon, was enough to explain the problem. There were only wrong names but never wrong nicknames. Xiao Hejian, what are you trying to do? You actually summoned such a powerful enemy for our 2 heavens alliance. Inside Dragon Palace, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shouted. Xiao Hejian could not retort. His expression was pale. He felt lingering fear, but he was also glad. Thankfully, he joined the 2 heavens alliance, otherwise he would have become the sacrificial lamb of demon immortal Chiju's rebirth. This is a trap. I am also a victim. Xiao Hejian complained. This is a trap, demon immortal Chiju's arrangement. At the same time, Wu Yong, who was inside clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, sighed. Luo Zhu sighed. Demon immortal Chiju cultivates chi path. He could actually predict 1,000,000 years in the future? What kind of attainment level is this? Wu Yong frowned slightly, his gaze pierced through clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, looking at Dragon Palace. He understood demon immortal Chiju's arrangement, but he had a doubt. Did Wu Shuai know about this secret? At this moment, Wu Yong recalled earlier Wu Shuai controlled the evil dragon to charge around. Was he acting recklessly and using strength to suppress others? Or was it intentional to destroy demon immortal Chiju's arrangement? Clearly, it was because of the evil dragon's actions that demon immortal Chiju appeared in advance. Wu Yong was a formidable person of the present era. He had a meticulous mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Wu Shuai's actions were fishy. It is possible that Wu Shuai knows about demon immortal Chiju. After all, his relationship with Fang Yuan has always been unclear. It is not strange that Fang Yuan knows about this since he possesses spring-autumn cicada. Wu Yong thought of Fang Yuan. Did Fang Yuan come or not? Inside Demon Judgment Board, the Celestial Court Immortals were also guessing. Fang Yuan was someone who had been reborn. If he knew about the secret of Demon Immortal Chiju's appearance, he might be hiding at the side, waiting for a chance to attack. Because of this, Demon Judgment Board had been biding its time. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was also observing the situation. But Demon Immortal Chiju was not willing to let them off. Today is the joyous day of my rebirth. Come, let me see what methods the Gu Immortals of the present era have. Demon Immortal Chiju had the appearance of a young boy, but his tone was old and experienced. He attacked again. At once, milky white chi currents surged like a tsunami, enveloping Celestial Court, the Southern Alliance and Wu Shuai. Old scoundrel Chiju, don't be careless. We are not afraid of you. We are just worried that Fang Yuan is hiding at the side. Wu Yong spoke as he controlled clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to retreat. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fang Jing transmitted, "That's right. Demonic Path Senior, even though you are famous in history, You cannot compare to the number one demon of the present era, Gu Fang Yuan. This person has already destroyed our celestial court's fate Gu. Without him, you would not have been able to rebirth. Fang Yuan? I will remember this name. Demon Immortal Qi Ju stretched out his arms as qi currents surged. But you will not be able to leave. His entire body was like a bottomless pit, constantly spewing milky white qi currents. These qi currents had a unique nature. Ordinary immortal killer moves could not destroy these qi currents. At once, the 3 rank 8 immortal Gu houses fell into it, their speed fell sharply. Wu Shuai snorted coldly, he controlled Dragon Palace to advance instead of retreating, attacking Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju laughed loudly, "Very good, you are finally acting up." A trace of light smoke shot out of Dragon Palace. Dream Path Killer Move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not dodge, he was hit by the light smoke and instantly dispersed. Wu Shuai's expression became strange, he was like a fisherman casting a net. He used all his strength to cast the net, but the fish in the net were like bubbles in the water, extinguished upon contact. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's body appeared again, but this time he was far away. He took a deep look at the Dragon Palace, full of fear. "Alright, I'll remember you." He abandoned Dragon Palace and targeted Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Demon Judgment Board. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building burst out with intense winds, while Demon Judgment Board let out a soaring blood-red light, displaying their abilities. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's moves were simple and imposing, he suppressed the 2 immortal Gu houses one after another. After a dozen or so rounds, his eyes shined with bright light as he cheered, "Good, good, good, to think that the world has already developed Wind Path and Blood Path, this is truly exciting, my arrangements were not in vain, my rebirth in this era was not in vain. Other than you, who else is there in this world?" Demon Immortal Qi Ju asked again. Wu Yong smiled coldly, "Forget about the others, just Eastern Sea alone has one person. He also cultivates Qi Path, his battle strength is stronger than yours. He possesses Qi Sea, he is called Qi Sea Ancestor, he is the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path." There is another person who cultivates Qi Path? Back then, Qi Path was already on the decline, to think that it still had such great achievements. Very good, I will definitely meet this person. Demon Immortal Qi Ju laughed heartily. Wu Yong added, "Other than Qi Sea Ancestor, there is also a Sound Path demonic immortal called Feng Jioga. He also subdued the evil dragon in one move, it was much easier than you. In the battle not long ago, he publicly betrayed the Celestial Court, there are no traces of him now, the Celestial Court also does not dare to pursue him." Feng Jioga? Good, I will remember it. Is there anyone else? Demon Immortal Qi Ju's eyes shined. Wu Shuai interrupted at this moment, "You will have to get past yours first, old man." The moment he said that, Dragon Palace attacked again. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled lightly, he pointed with a finger, "Lower Qi." Milky white Qi currents surged and swept Dragon Palace down. At this time, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building crashed towards Demon Immortal Qi Ju along with a storm. Demon Immortal Qi Ju pointed with another finger, "Upper Qi." Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was immediately swept away by the Qi currents, it flew up uncontrollably. Demon Judgment Board arrived. Demon Immortal Qi Ju stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at this building, gasped for breath. With a boom, the Demon Judgment Board suddenly stopped in mid-air. The expressions of all the Gu immortals in the building changed, the immortal essence they injected into Demon Judgment Board became intermittent. This rank 8 immortal Gu house was like an old man on the verge of death, it could not even breathe properly. "Juniors, I will not play with you anymore. Send my message, Fang Yuan, Qi Sea Ancestor and Feng Jioga, I want to meet all 3 of them. They cannot hide, they cannot hide." Demon Immortal Qi Ju said this before his figure vanished, never to be seen again. The immortals were bewildered and vigilant, after exterminating the milky white Qi currents, they were sure that Demon Immortal Qi Ju had already left. "Should we give chase?" Someone in Dragon Palace asked. Wu Shuai snorted coldly, "Where? Why don't you tell me?" The Gu immortal who asked turned pale, he lowered his head and did not dare to speak. "Let's retreat." Wu Yong smiled, he did not forget to boost morale, even though we did not gain anything this time to be able to fight with an existence like Demon Immortal Qi Ju, this trip was not in vain. Chapter 2015. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was reborn and suppressed the Celestial Court, Southern Border, and the 2 heavens. This battle quickly swept through the entire Gu immortal world like a hurricane, shocking everyone in the world. I did not expect Demon Immortal Qi Ju to revive. This world is really going to be chaotic. I wonder how many almighty beings will be reborn? If demon immortal Qiju could revive, then there's no reason the past venerables couldn't, right? Oh my god. No wonder Great Dream Immortal Venerable is the strongest venerable in history. To be able to kill his way out of the encirclement and become a venerable in such a terrifying environment, he's definitely not weak. While countless Gu immortals were speculating and discussing, the three parties were busy reorganizing themselves. Dragon Palace. I originally thought that I would be able to obtain Qiju's true inheritance. Who would have thought that it was a trap? Now that demon immortal Qiju has appeared, we even offended him. What should we do? It's all Xiao Hejian's fault for putting our Two Heavens alliance in such an awkward situation. Many variant human Gu immortals looked at Xiao Hejian with hostility. Xiao Hejian snickered internally. He knew that Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was trying to suppress him. He joined the Two Heavens alliance because of his outstanding strength and reputation. He was already a threat to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch status, thus he was suppressed. Have you all said enough? Wu Shuai snorted coldly from the main seat, looking displeased. At once, the Dragon Palace quietened down and the immortals shut their mouths. Xiao Hejian then pretended to be ashamed and bowed deeply to Wu Shuai. His tone was very sincere. Lord Alliance Master, this subordinate is guilty. But before he could continue, he was interrupted by Wu Shuai. Enough, you shut up. Even if demon immortal Qiju comes again, we have the evil dragon and Dragon Palace. What is there to fear? The most important thing right now is the Qi harvest fruits in your grotto heavens. Demon immortal Qiju was revived from this Qi harvest fruit. Clearly, we have not fully explored the mysteries of this Qi harvest fruit. How should I clear the Qi harvest fruits in your grotto heavens? If you don't deal with it in time, I'm afraid your grotto heaven will be in danger. Yeah. You're right, Guild Master. My paradise has already started producing Qi harvest fruits. They absorb the heaven and earth Qi from the paradise, so there's no way to get rid of them directly. This is happening to my paradise as well. Now is not the time to take revenge on the celestial court, nor to guard against demon immortal Qiju. The most important thing is to deal with the Qi harvest fruits in the grotto heaven. For a moment, all the immortals in the palace changed their expressions, and the topic shifted to the Qi harvest fruit. However, the communication between the immortals was completely fruitless, and a panicked atmosphere soon filled the hall. Even Xiao Hejian was no exception. Although his grotto heaven had yet to produce a Qi harvest fruit, it was only a matter of time. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch no longer had the mood to suppress Xiao Hejian. The Qi harvest fruit in his Ice Crystal Heavenly Abode was the strongest, and the disaster was especially severe. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord looked distressed. His heavenly grotto heaven did not escape this calamity and produced a Qi harvest fruit. Although the Qi harvest fruit was small, it was growing at an alarming rate. However, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was much less panicked than the others. If the Two Heavens Alliance cannot resolve this, I can go to the Celestial Court to find a way to save it. At this juncture, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord felt that his decision to side with the Celestial Court was a wise one. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had high hopes for the Celestial Court. Because the first Celestial Court's immortal king was primordial origin immortal venerable, he cultivated Qi path. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord secretly informed the Celestial Court about this and asked for help from Celestial Court. The Celestial Court had sent Fang and the rest to Qiju Grotto Heaven, but Demon Judgment Board had not even entered Qiju Grotto Heaven. They did not know what was happening inside. After obtaining Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's information, the Celestial Court understood the truth. Regarding Demon Immortal Qiju's revival as well as the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens, Qin Dingling placed great importance on it. Because Celestial Court was no exception, it also produced a Qi harvest fruit. She immediately gathered the immortals to research and discuss countermeasures. The Celestial Court had deep foundations. Even after the Fate War, they were still the #1 superforce in the 5 regions. Especially when they had primordial origins Qi path true inheritance, they had a huge advantage in Qi path. They could be said to be at the top of the world. And most importantly, the Celestial Court's research on Heaven Path had great results. Even Limitless Demon Venerable had made a bet with Star Constellation in the past to obtain this Heaven Path research. Heaven, Earth, and humans all have veins. Humans have human veins, Earth has Earth veins, and Heaven has Heaven veins. The Two Heavens Grotto Heavens are almost always located on Heaven veins, thus they have endless benefits. The Grotto Heavens can be nourished by Heaven veins and produce more resources. But now Heaven and Earth are changing, Qi tides are appearing frequently. The reason for qi tides is the unification of the 5 regions and the merging of earth veins. But the truth is, heaven veins are also showing signs of merging, it is just that it is not obvious yet. The celestial court's immortals discovered that heaven and earth were merging into one. The 5 regions were just the beginning, the 2 immemorial heavens would merge into one soon. The 5 regions were separated by the 2 heavens, their heaven and earth qi were different. But now that heaven and earth qi had completely merged, qi tides would appear at the places where they converged intensely. Wherever the qi tides went, all sorts of rich qi path immortal materials would be produced, qi harvest fruits were the essence of them. The reason why the 2 heavens grotto heavens had qi harvest fruits was because they were located on heaven veins, they were at the heart of the storm. That is to say, as long as we move these grotto heavens away from the heaven vein, we will be able to resolve the qi harvest fruit disaster? Qin Ding Ling asked. In theory, yes. At least, once we move them away from the heaven vein, the qi harvest fruits in the grotto heavens will stop growing. The celestial court's immortals replied. Qin Ding Ling frowned. Once a grotto heaven is placed, it is hard to move it. Even if there are special methods to move it, our celestial court is too big. But our heavenly court is too huge. Over 3 million years ago, primordial origin immortal venerable provided an immortal aperture as the foundation. The successive generations of immortal kings also contributed immortal apertures. During this period, countless members fused their immortal apertures here. How can we move celestial court? The celestial court's immortals were speechless. They fell into a deathly silence. Maybe demon immortal Qiju has a way? Amidst the silence, Fangjing suddenly spoke. Qin Dingling's eyes shined with bright light. There was indeed such a possibility, and it was very likely. Since demon immortal Qiju could use the qi harvest fruit to revive, his understanding of qi harvest fruits was unparalleled in the world. But it was extremely difficult for celestial court to cooperate with him. The demon immortal Qiju recorded in history would never cooperate with celestial court. Rather than hoping for him, we might as well cooperate with Qi ancestor. That's right, we alone cannot resolve celestial court's crisis. To resolve celestial court's qi harvest fruit disaster, we need a qi path great expert. Duke Long had once given half of primordial origin's true inheritance to Qi ancestor. During the Fate War, Qi ancestor really did not show up, he remained neutral. We have the foundation to cooperate with him. But Qi ancestor and Fang Yuan's relationship. In my opinion, this is a small matter. Ever since Qi ancestor reappeared, we can see his motives from his actions. He wants to become the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path, be it holding the Qi banquet or resisting the 2 heavens alliance, we can see this. His way of doing things was completely different from Fang Yuan. Even if they cooperated before, it is not a big deal. Can't my celestial court resolve this matter alone? It is difficult. You know that the immortal graveyard is destroyed, star constellations has not shown up again. If we can really cooperate with Qi ancestor, we might even be able to recruit him into celestial court. My celestial court really needs a pseudo-venerable battle strength. Chapter 2016. Immemorial White Heaven. Colorful aurora danced in the sky, it was a dazzling sight. Eastern Sea Rank 7 Gu Immortal Qing Huizi was flying in the sky of aurora lights, using immortal killer moves to collect these aurora lights. The multicolored light was collected into his hand, and he pinched it into a ball. The balls were then sent into his immortal aperture and buried in cloud soil. After a period of time, these aurora light balls would break out of their shells and sprout, growing into seedlings. With the addition of lightning water and magnetic sound, flowing light fruits would be produced. Flowing light fruits were rank 6 immortal materials, they were formed from dense aurora lights. There were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, all sorts of colors. Qing Huizi did not directly plant flowing light fruits, he had his own unique planting methods. Precisely so, he became one of the 3 main Gu immortals selling flowing light fruits in jewel yellow skies. With the qi tides attacking the heavenly wind qi wall, I can also enter immemorial white heaven through the cracks of the qi wall to search for immortal materials. This is my fortuitous encounter. Qing Huizi sighed to himself. Aurora lights were very common in the 2 heavens, they were produced in great quantities. Qing Huizi took the aurora lights, the success rate of planting flowing light fruits fell greatly, he could earn a lot from this. Qing Huizi collected the aurora lights while paying attention to the heavenly wind qi wall below. He did not have much strength to survive in immemorial white heaven, he could not even break the heavenly wind qi wall. Thus, he had to pay attention to time. Once the heavenly wind qi wall showed signs of mending due to the qi tides, he would return to Eastern Sea. This was no joke. Once Qing Huizi was careless, he would be trapped in immemorial white heaven. With his strength, he might not even be able to wait for the Qi tides to attack again before dying in the dangerous environment of immemorial white heaven. One could say that Qing Huizi was risking his life to collect these aurora lights. Gu Immortal cultivation was not easy. Qing Huizi was already a rank 7 Gu Immortal, but he still had to plan for his livelihood. Right at this time, Qing Huizi suddenly heard a loud cry. Next, winds and clouds surged. Qing Huizi was shocked to find that the heavenly wind Qi wall below him was being pulled by a terrifying formless force. In just a few breaths of time, the heavenly dipper Qi wall with a circumference of tens of miles had been sucked into the central whirlpool. What's going on? Qing Huizi was scared out of his wits. Could it be an immemorial wild beast? However, I have never heard of such a mighty primordial desolate beast. The heavenly Gang Qi wall dissipated completely, revealing a concave secret realm of heaven and earth. Next, this secluded domain of heaven and earth entered the nose of a Gu Immortal who looked like a boy. When Qing Huizi saw this Gu Immortal boy, his body and mind shook. It was like ice was poured on his head, pouring into the depths of his heart. Ah, Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Qing Huizi fell into despair. Why am I so unlucky? I was just gathering rainbow clouds and I actually encountered Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Even though the battle at Qijue Paradise hadn't happened for long, it couldn't be hidden at all. The whole world already knew about it. Even though there was no everybody's vision killer move that allowed the world's Gu Immortals to witness the entire battle, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's appearance and methods were spread far and wide. In the Gu Immortal world, there were several people who were publicly known to not be provoked. They were terrifying existences that should be fled upon meeting. The first was Fang Yuan. This demon had many methods and incredible strength. He acted without any qualms. He was extremely ruthless and ruthless. Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to him. Wuxia was also on the list. He was the Dragon Man leader. He controlled Dragon Palace and enslaved Di Zongxing. He had deep hatred towards humans. And Demon Immortal Qi Ju was a newly added character. As for the Celestial Court and Qi Si ancestor, because they were on the same side, they would not bully the weak. Thus he was not on the list. After Qing Huizi saw Demon Immortal Qi Ju, he immediately recognized him. He was stunned on the spot. He was like a statue. Demon Immortal Qi Ju frowned as he looked at his palm. His palm was still small and tender, his body was still that of a boy. Thinking about the scene of his rebirth, Demon Immortal Qi Ju felt annoyed. If he had more time, he would have been able to rebirth perfectly. He would have the body of an adult. But because of the evil dragon's rampage, he had no choice but to revive prematurely. His body was fixed and his potential was limited. After absorbing this heavenly wind Qi wall, he finally made up for the losses from the intense battle earlier. After resting, he was about to set off again. Junior, come here. Demon Immortal Qi Ju looked at Qing Huizi as he called out casually. Qing Huizi shuddered. He had a bitter expression. He could only fly towards Demon Immortal Qi Ju obediently with fear. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled as he flicked his finger. A ghostly Qi current flew out. The Qi current quickly enveloped Qing Huizi completely. Qing Huizi subconsciously wanted to struggle, but Demon Immortal Qi Ju's shout resounded in his ears. Don't move. Qing Huizi gritted his teeth. He did not dare to move recklessly. He gave up on struggling. He allowed the Qi currents to enter his body and flow around his soul. After flowing for a while, Demon Immortal Qi Ju finally absorbed all of the Qi currents in Qing Huizi's body into his own body. In an instant, he received a vast amount of information. His understanding of the current era deepened by dozens of times. This is an exciting great era indeed, interesting. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's eyes shined as he clicked his tongue. Next he ordered Qing Huizi, take out all of your Gu worms. Qing Huizi's face twitched. For an instant he wanted to resist. But soon, his rationality prevailed. He obediently handed over all of his Gu worms to Demon Immortal Qi Ju. This action made Demon Immortal Qi Ju re-evaluate him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju took these Gu worms and inspected them one by one. He only looked at Qing Huizi's Light Path Immortal Gu for a while. His focus was on the top quality mortal Gu. Especially Gu worms like Soul Search Gu. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was very interested in them. In the end, he actually returned the Light Path Immortal Gu to Qing Huizi. Qing Huizi was very surprised. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled. Junior, you are very tactful. You did not resist me. Who do you think I am? Why would I covet your measly immortal Gu? Get lost. Qing Huizi was in disbelief at first, before becoming overjoyed. Junior will never forget Senior Qi Ju's great kindness. Aha, I searched your soul, what kindness is there to speak of? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju laughed. You can hate me all you want, it doesn't matter. Even though this era is good, in the entire world without venerables, there are few who are worthy of my attention. Even though I lack immortal goo, I am not at the stage of snatching light path immortal goo. If I want to snatch them, I want chi path immortal goo. Qing Huizi had a thought, Senior, you want to go to Chi Si? But at the next moment, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju waved his sleeves impatiently. Qing Huizi was immediately enveloped by a chi current, he could not move, he was sent flying away by the current. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju snorted, he did not even look at Qing Huizi as he flew towards Chi Si. I wonder how strong this Chi Si ancestor is, I hope his chi path immortal goo will not disappoint me. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was very confident as he flew towards Chi Si. He flew rapidly in the sky of Eastern Sea, his body was surrounded by chi currents, he was extremely fast as he crossed sea areas. He did not conceal his tracks, he created a huge commotion along the way, the might of a demonic path overlord was clearly displayed. Along the way he met several Eastern Sea Goo immortals, these people fled in fear. Along the way Demon Immortal Chi-Ju suddenly had a shocked expression, he stopped in the sky. He sensed his secluded domain of heaven and earth shaking. Don't tell me? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was slightly dazed before he thought of something. Joy appeared on his face. He temporarily threw his plan to go to Chi Si to the back of his mind, he changed his direction and flew towards the southwest direction. After a while he arrived at a sea area. The sky here was filled with white clouds that obscured his vision, he could not see any starlight. Even when the sun was high in the sky, the sunlight could not penetrate the thick clouds, it could only slightly brighten the sky. The sea looked calm on the surface, but there were countless torrents inside. These torrents were of all shapes and sizes, they all had different water qualities. They moved between each other and flowed in this sea area, there was no pattern to them at all. Without Goo immortal defensive methods, mortal corpses would be turned into dregs by the torrents in an instant. It was the turbulent flow sea area. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju inspected it carefully. After a while, joy appeared on his face. Amazing, amazing. There must be a fragment of Shi in this sea area, it created such a chaotic scene. To think that after my rebirth my luck would be so strong. I will take this fragment and fuse it into one first, then I will go and find trouble with that Chi Si ancestor. Chapter 2017. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The disaster was still ongoing, the situation was slowly falling into an abyss. Fang Yuan's losses were huge this time. In order to save the resource points, he had already sent the variant humans and Goo immortals in his immortal aperture to various places, ordering them to pay close attention to the resources and to distribute mortal Goo that could detect providence. Adding on Fang Yuan's time path clone and his main body, he was exterminating the providence that was created. Finally, he managed to preserve the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's resource points. However, as long as the Heaven Path Dao marks were not refined by Fang Yuan, the providence that was created would continue to increase in number. Even though Fang Yuan used his full strength, he could not stop the situation from worsening. He could barely preserve the resource points, but the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was huge, the resource points only occupied a small portion of the space. In most areas Heaven's Will was produced. It was like a densely packed army, gradually surrounding the resource points of various places. Fang Yuan knew that his clan's situation had reached a crucial moment. He could not clear the providence in his immortal aperture in time. To prevent the Grotto Heaven's providence from colluding with the Five Regions' providence, he had no choice but to create a secret space in Chi Si's formation to isolate the providence's detection. In the outside world, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's revival was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju said that he wanted to meet Chi Si ancestor and the rest, this was not just for show. Internal and external problems. Next, let's see the effect of this immortal formation. Fang Yuan's attention was placed on a rule path formation. This formation was located in Mini Blue Heaven, it floated in the air, it was modified from the 5 regional limit formation. Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment, he already knew that the situation would develop to this stage, thus he made preparations and started to think of a solution. A long time ago, he had an inspiration and decided to imitate the Chi tides to deal with the providence in his immortal aperture. And this rule path formation was the result of his research. A batch of rank 8 immortal essence was already stored in the immortal formation. With a thought from Fang Yuan, this vast formation that covered over 10 miles of land began to be activated. Hoo hoo hoo, the whistling sound of the wind could be heard from the spell formation, which began to shake heaven and earth. Countless streams of air appeared around the spell formation, filling the air like steam. It was so white that one couldn't even see their outstretched hand. All of a sudden, a mysterious light burst forth from the formation. The mystic light struck the white gas, and it was as if a giant hand had pushed it hard. In the next moment, about 30% of the white steam surged forward. The mystic rays penetrated into the white gas, constantly modifying it, causing the loose white gas to become more and more condensed. Finally, the white gas that was pushed out successfully turned into a wave of gas and began to push towards the southeast. Along the way, the huge wave of qi was like a huge brush, thoroughly washing away the surrounding qi of heaven and earth. In terms of power, the qi tide created by Fang Yuan could not compare to the orthodox one, but it had extraordinary power. It could easily take away the lives of mortal Gu masters. This was also why Fang Yuan set up the formation in mini blue heaven. It was to prevent himself from slaughtering living beings and asking for trouble. This qi tide moved for an hour. It was moving straight until it almost reached the aperture walls of mini blue heaven. Fang Yuan inspected the results. He found that the providence that he had set up earlier was completely wiped out. There was no trace of it left. Furthermore, along the path that the qi tide took, the heaven and earth qi were also in harmony. It was very peaceful. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. The result was good. With this formation, he could finally get rid of the huge problem of providence. This was extremely important to him. If he could not get rid of providence, he would have to stay inside the Qi formation to prevent his identity and location from being exposed to providence. The mountain-like pressure in Fang Yuan's heart immediately reduced by half. Now that he looked at the Qi tides again, he had a deeper understanding. The origin of Qi tides is the difference in heaven and earth Qi. It is like a cliff with a difference in height. Water will form a waterfall when it flows. The same is true for Qi tides. When the 5 regional walls disappear and the earth veins become unified, the heaven and earth Qi of the 5 regions will fuse and form a Qi tide for a period of time. In the future, when heaven and earth Qi fuse completely, the 5 regions will become one. There will be no more Qi tides. And what are the 5 regional walls? In fact, they are essentially Qi tides. The heaven and earth Qi of the 5 regions were different. Thus, in the areas where the 5 regions were connected, there would be differences in heaven and earth Qi. But at that time, the earth veins were different. Heaven and earth Qi could not fuse like now. They would condense into the 5 regional walls. When Gu immortals used killer moves in the 5 regional walls, they would suffer backlash. It was the same in the Qi tides. The reason was because of the difference in heaven and earth Qi in the regional walls. And the 5 regional walls that Tao Zhu spent his entire life researching, in other words, were Qi tides. It was just that his research was based on rule path. And one of the main results, 5 restriction profound light Qi. Just from the name of this killer move, it could be seen that it was related to Qi path. Fang Yuan had Tao Zhu's true inheritance and half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance, together with Qi Xiang's foundation and his own Qi path attainment level. With all these accumulations, Fang Yuan was able to achieve great results very quickly. Next, I need to adjust this formation slightly, then set up subformations in different areas to make the Qi tides flow continuously and eliminate providence. Providence's problem is finally resolved. But the refinement of heaven path Dao marks is still a huge problem. But Fang Yuan could only put this problem aside for now, because he had to guard against demon immortal Qi Ju's arrival. The identity of Qi Si ancestor was very valuable. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan tried his best to conceal himself. He did not expose any relevant clues. And to maintain his identity as Qi Si ancestor, Fang Yuan's main obstacle was demon immortal Qi Ju. Fang Yuan activated the formation to quell the internal problems while patiently waiting for demon immortal Qi Ju to challenge him. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, there was a high chance that demon immortal Qi Ju would come to fight during this period of time. After waiting for some time, on this day there was a change in the sky above Qi Si. White Qi waves appeared in the sky. They were grand. They surged towards Qi Si like an avalanche. Within the Qi waves, demon immortal Qi Ju's child body could be vaguely seen. His demonic might was overwhelming. Soon, his aged voice reverberated in the world. Junior Qi Si, I demon immortal Qi Ju have come for you. Qi Ju, why are you here? Fang Yuan slowly appeared. He activated Qi Si's formation as he stood on the surface of the sea, looking up. Demon immortal Qi Ju chuckled. I have just revived. I do not have any immortal Gu with me. I heard that you are the only remaining peak rank 8 Qi path expert in the current world. I came to borrow Gu from you. Aha, borrow Gu? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He could feel demon immortal Qi Ju's domineering attitude. The immortal Gu is with me, but whether you can borrow it or not will depend on your own ability. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju raised his head and laughed. His young face was filled with intense battle intent. Awesome. Junior, you are very much to my liking. Come, take this move of mine first. Immortal Killer Move, Great Chi Capture. Immediately, a milky white chi current hand flew out. It was like a small mountain as it pressed down on Fang Yuan. It was this move that made Di Zongxing cry out in pain. It was not only powerful, it was also very profound. It could gather and disperse energy. Enemy Gu immortals could not deal with it easily. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. His expression was calm. He did not panic. He stretched out his palm and pushed upwards. Rumble. A chi wall covered the surrounding 100 li. It was like the sky was rising. It had a grand aura. The chi wall and the hand collided. The hand was forced back. It could not stop the chi wall from rising. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju smiled lightly. He pointed with his finger as the chi current hand disintegrated. It turned into countless tiny chi currents that tried to enter the chi wall. But this attempt ended in failure. The chi wall that Fang Yuan created was not only grand, it was also very tight. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju could not enter it at all. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's expression changed slightly. What a great chi wall. What is the name of this move? Fang Yuan spoke frankly. I created it hastily for you. I have not named it yet. I wonder if you have any ideas? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju squinted as bright light shined in his eyes. Chi-Si Ancestor created this move hastily. It was much more terrifying than creating it a long time ago. Because this meant that Chi-Si Ancestor's Chi Path attainment level was very high. He could modify his own Chi Path killer move in such a short period of time based on the situation of the battle. But Demon Immortal Chi-Ju did not know that the truth was that Fang Yuan modified the 5 regional limit formation. The Chi Wall killer move was just a supplementary move. Even though Fang Yuan lost Wisdom Gu, he still had plenty of Wisdom Path methods. The Chi Wall continued to rise, pushing back the white Chi currents that covered the sky. When it reached Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, the Chi Wall suddenly changed. 2 hands, one black and one white, attacked him from the left and right. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju did not dodge. He allowed the black and white hands to grab him. The hands started to exert force, but at the next moment, a loud sound came from the palms. She. The 2 black and white hands were immediately absorbed into a concave secluded domain phantom. This time it was Fang Yuan's turn to be shocked. He acutely sensed that this secluded domain of heaven and earth above Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's head was much more complete than before. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju knew that ordinary methods could not work against Chi-Si Ancestor. He used his trump card. Secluded domain of heaven and earth. She. Fang Yuan tried to attack. All sorts of Chi Path killer moves were swallowed by Shi Land when they reached Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. It was like a bottomless pit. No matter how Fang Yuan tried, he could not fill it up. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had the upper hand above Shi Land. He was undefeatable. He even started to comment on Fang Yuan's various Chi Path killer moves. This black and white hands has a good concept. It should have used Yin and Yang Chi, using the attraction and attrition between the two to increase the power of this move. Your Chi Path defense is also pleasing to the eye. Every thread of your clothes is made of astral Chi. Are you trying to imitate the heavenly wind Chi wall? It is a pity, truly a pity. You could still pose a threat to me after my rebirth. Regrettably, I have just dismantled the turbulent flow sea area recently. Shi Land is almost complete. This move of mine counters Chi Path in the world. Junior Chi-Si, you are no exception. How about it? Do I have the ability to borrow your immortal Gu? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was called Chi-Ju. Because of this move, it countered all Chi Path in the world. Any Chi Path killer move would be swallowed by Shi Land, unless the killer move's power surpassed Shi Land's limit. Regrettably, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had almost completed Shi Land. His battle strength had a qualitative change. Chapter 2018. Above Chi-Si, white Chi shrouded the sky and surged intensely. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju looked down at Chi-Si Ancestor with a grand demonic might. The Shi Land silhouette above his head was clearly visible. He was in an undefeatable position. Junior Chi-Si, with my cultivation level, can I borrow Gu from you? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju spoke again. Fang Yuan had a grim expression. In the previous fight, he had already seen through many of Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's trump cards. Ignoring the killer moves that Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had, his trump card was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Shi Land. Using this secluded domain of heaven and earth, he could counter all Chi Path Gu immortals in the world. If it were any other path, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju would not have such a huge advantage. But Chi-Si Ancestor cultivated Chi Path. He was severely restricted. From this, one could see Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's nature. Even though he was domineering, he was not brainless. He knew that he had to use his greatest advantage. Thus, after rebirth he did not fight the three sides, he wisely retreated. Later he perfected Qi Land and raised his battle strength. Now he was in front of Qi Si Ancestor to forcefully borrow Immortal Gu. Once he obtained rank 8 Qi Path Immortal Gu, his strength would rise greatly, he would truly stand at the peak of the current world. Fang Yuan was not Demon Immortal Qi Ju's match with just his identity as Qi Si Ancestor, but he was not flustered. Fang Yuan liked to plan before taking action. This time, Fang Yuan had already learned of Demon Immortal Qi Ju's threat. He had already modified the Qi Si formation. As long as he retreated to the Qi Si formation he could resist for a while. If Demon Immortal Qi Ju charged into the formation, Fang Yuan could detonate the formation and create a chance to retreat. Speaking of which, this self-detonation method was obtained by Fang Yuan from Fang Dichang. Back then, Fang Dichang purposely schemed against Fang Yuan for Divine Being Palace. He wanted to sacrifice the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Swan Bujin to detonate the Immortal Gu House inside Divine Being Palace to break through the bottleneck and refine Divine Being Palace. Fang Yuan saw through his scheme and captured Fang Dichang. After soul-searching him, he obtained the method to detonate the Immortal Gu House. After modifying it, he placed it in the Qi Si formation. Once they self-destructed, the power would be terrifying. Even if it could not threaten Demon Immortal Qi Ju's life, it could definitely obstruct him for some time. On this point, Fang Yuan was very confident. However, if Fang Yuan used the formation self-detonation to retreat, his Qi Si ancestor identity would be much less valuable. To protect this identity, Fang Yuan had intentionally restrained his Qi Path methods during the Fate War. He had only used unlimited Qi Si once. If Fang Yuan retreated, Qi Si ancestor would be defeated by Demon Immortal Qi Ju. From now on, Qi Si ancestor's reputation would fall. His influence in Eastern Sea would be greatly reduced. Demon Immortal Qi Ju frowned slightly, he shouted twice but Qi Si ancestor did not respond. This pushed Demon Immortal Qi Ju's limited patience to the limit. He snorted coldly and was about to continue attacking when a blood-colored ray of light suddenly pierced through the sky and charged straight at his face. Demon Immortal Qi Ju quickly dodged. Then he saw Demon Judgment Board appearing in the horizon. "Celestial Court, it's you guys again." Demon Immortal Qi Ju sneered. "I did not come to find trouble with you but you came to provoke me. You lost the Fate War, what gives you the confidence to act like this?" Celestial Court abides by humanity's righteous path. We do things not because of confidence but because of our beliefs. A reply came from Demon Judgment Board. This was not Guyue Fangjing's voice, it was a woman's voice. Fang Yuan heard this from the side and had a thought. Qin Dingling came personally? So the external help that appeared in my luck is because of her. Demon Immortal Qi Ju pointed at the incoming Demon Judgment Board. The air surged and condensed into lumps. In an instant, hundreds of milky white Qi lumps shot towards Demon Judgment Board like meteors, causing explosions. Demon Judgment Board's momentum stopped as it shook intensely from the explosions. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was about to say something when his expression changed. He quickly retreated and moved away at lightning speed. It turned out that the blood-colored rainbow light that Demon Judgment Board shot earlier had turned around and attacked him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju flashed past the blood-colored rainbow light, but golden light suddenly shot out of this blood-colored light. The golden light quickly condensed above Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head and turned into a huge golden scissors. Crack crack. The golden scissors cut at Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head repeatedly, it seemed to have missed. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju's expression changed. This is a luck path method. He quickly activated an investigative killer move and felt heartache. Oh no, this golden scissors is reducing my luck. Demon Immortal Qi Ju placed great importance on maintaining his own luck. He had successfully revived earlier and dismantled the turbulent flow sea area to replenish Qi Land. He had already expended a lot of his luck. This time, the golden scissors attack made his situation even worse. Qi Si, Celestial Court, I will remember this. If there is a chance in the future, I will settle this with you. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's voice reverberated in the world. After saying this, he immediately drilled into the white airflow that soared into the sky, quickly retreating from the battlefield and disappearing. He retreated just like that? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Guyue Fangjing was slightly dazed. In contrast, the other members of Celestial Court had solemn expressions. Qin Dingling sighed as she pointed at Fangjing. This is the terrifying aspect of Demon Immortal Qi Ju. He remains calm at all times and has a clear judgment of the situation. Just us alone will only cause trouble for him, but in the current situation, Qi Si Ancestor will not ignore it. With Demon Immortal Qi Ju's battle strength, it is not hard for him to resist the alliance of us and Qi Si. But this way the situation will worsen. His plan to forcefully borrow Qi Path Immortal Gu will have no chance of success. Rather than that, he might as well retreat and conserve his strength. Fang Jing was enlightened when he received the hint. I understand. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is a person from 1,000,000 years ago after all. He had just revived and did not have much contact with new paths. Earlier, when dealing with Demon Judgment Board's Blood Path attacks and Lord Qin's Luck Path Golden Scissors, he mainly dodged them. After he familiarized himself with these paths, he modified his killer moves. It will be even more difficult for us to deal with him now. Indeed. Qin Dingling nodded. Come with me, let us have a good talk with Qi Si Ancestor. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals walked out in a line. Qin Dingling led them with a smile on her face. Guyue Fangjing followed closely behind. Demon Judgment Board was taken away. It showed the sincerity of Celestial Court. Thanks to everyone's help, I survived this tribulation. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh as he said gratefully. Qin Dingling wore a golden cloak. She was tall and had broad shoulders and long legs. She had a heroic aura. But this heroic aura was different from Feng Kim Hong. She had a natural nobility, as if she was born to rule over all living beings. But at this moment, Qin Dingling had a smile on her face. She took the initiative to get closer to Fang Yuan. She spoke. If not for Ancestor's injuries, why would Demon Immortal Qi Ju be so arrogant? Furthermore, Ancestor is calm and collected. You definitely have a backup plan. I hope Ancestor won't blame us for interfering. These words were very polite. Fang Yuan felt like he was bathing in a spring breeze. Celestial Court's situation was very different from the 500 years of his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Celestial Court did not give others a way out. But in this life, the leader of Celestial Court took the initiative to give others a way out. After the Fate War, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals mentality was completely different from before the war. Before the Fate War, Celestial Court controlled Fate Gu. They had a huge advantage. But now that Fate Gu was destroyed, Celestial Court's strength fell greatly. They had to recuperate while also forming alliances. In Celestial Court's eyes, Qi Si Ancestor was the best partner to cooperate with. If Demon Immortal Qi Ju wanted to find an expert to spar with, he would naturally look for Qi Si Ancestor first. After all, be it Fang Yuan or Feng Jioge, they were elusive and hard to find. But Qi Si Ancestor stayed in Qi Si, he could easily find him. Since Celestial Court wanted to cooperate with Qi Si Ancestor, they naturally thought of using Demon Immortal Qi Ju. After all, adding icing on the cake could never compare to providing timely help. Celestial Court did not help Qi Si Ancestor repel Demon Immortal Qi Ju casually. They had planned for a long time. Be it Fang Yuan who was waiting patiently for Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Celestial Court was the same. Friends, please come in, let me prepare some wine to express my gratitude. Fang Yuan led the Celestial Court's immortals into the Qi Si formation. He arranged a banquet to entertain the Celestial Court's immortals. During the banquet, he also invited the dying Xia clan immortals to join him. Xia clan's immortals were very grateful to the Celestial Court's members. They were very enthusiastic. Earlier, when Demon Immortal Qi Ju came to find trouble and fought with Qi Si Ancestor, they were all worried. Eastern Sea Xia clan's territory was completely taken over by Wu Shuai. They could only place their hopes on Qi Si Ancestor. If Qi Si Ancestor was defeated or died, it would be a huge blow to Xia clan. Thus, when Celestial Court helped Qi Si Ancestor, it was the same as helping them. When Qin Dingling saw the Xia clan immortals, she immediately expressed her condolences and strongly condemned the Two Heavens alliance. She even promised to take action in the future to resist the largest variant human force in the world. This attitude won Xia clan's goodwill even more. Xia clan's first Supreme Elder's face was flushed with joy. Because this was different from the empty words of the other Eastern Sea super forces, Celestial Court had truly taken action. Earlier, Demon Judgment Board led the three immortals to attack the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens. This was something that all the Gu immortals in the world knew. Qin Dingling continued to ask about the Xia clan Gu immortals' current situation. Xia clan's Gu immortals answered. They were treated very well by Qi Si Ancestor and Qi Si. They were very grateful, but they were worried about when they could return home. Qin Dingling understood Qi Si Ancestor's intentions even more clearly. He is raising his hopes. His ambition is not small. Qin Dingling was happy to see this. As long as Qi Si Ancestor had plans and ambitions, there would be a basis for cooperation between the two sides. Fang Yuan naturally did not invite Xia clan's Gu immortals to join the banquet for no reason. Through Qin Dingling's attitude towards Xia clan's Gu immortals, Fang Yuan was even more certain of Celestial Court's intentions. At the same time, he asked the local Xia clan Gu immortals to be his witnesses. After all, as Eastern Sea Gu immortals, if they interacted closely with Celestial Court, it would lower Qi Si ancestors' authority in Eastern Sea. After 3 rounds of wine, Fang Yuan spoke. Friends from Celestial Court helped me today. I will remember this favor. If the heavenly courts have any trouble in the future, I'm willing to move my old body and do my best for the heavenly courts. This was a clear expression. The Celestial Court's immortals heard this and became energized. Qin Dingling put down the cup in her hand and smiled at Qi Si ancestor, finally getting to the point. I will not hide it from ancestor. Celestial Court is indeed facing some problems now. We are here to ask for your help. Oh, please speak your mind. Fang Yuan pretended to be forthright. Qin Dingling did not mention that Celestial Court produced Qi harvest fruits. She took out an information path mortal Gu and handed it to Qi Si ancestor. Fang Yuan looked into it and was immediately moved. Chapter 2019. When Fang Yuan saw this half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance, the first thought that appeared in his mind was not related to the true inheritance. Should I use this chance to get rid of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals? This was a very tempting thought. Qin Dingling was the temporary leader of the Celestial Court. If they lost her, the Celestial Court would suffer a huge blow. Guiyue Fangjing was arranged by Providence to restrain the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan killed him, he would be free from some of the restraints. Prince's Impatience, Baizang Shui, and the rest were now the pillars of the Celestial Court. Without them, it would be a huge blow to the Celestial Court and Central Continent's righteous path. But Fang Yuan thought about it and gave up on this idea. His current strength was not high because of the heaven path Dao marks on him. His battle strength could not be guaranteed. Even though the Celestial Court's immortals were chatting and looking relaxed, how could they not be on guard when they first came to Qi Si ancestor? It was just that to show their sincerity and friendliness, they pretended to be defenseless. Even if Fang Yuan activated the Qi Si formation, the Celestial Court's immortals would be able to take out their immortal Gu houses to defend themselves. If they were to deal with the Celestial Court's immortals now, regardless of victory or defeat, Fang Yuan's identity as Qi Si ancestor would be strongly suspected by everyone. To speak the truth, Fang Yuan was very willing to cooperate with the Celestial Court. Even though the Celestial Court tried to make things difficult for Fang Yuan and tried to kill Fang Yuan, they even forced Fang Yuan into a desperate situation. But as long as there were enough benefits to pursuing eternal life, Fang Yuan had no qualms about cooperating with the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court cooperated with Qi Si ancestor because there were benefits to be gained. If Fang Yuan cooperated with the Celestial Court, he would also benefit greatly. Ignoring the long-term benefits, Fang Yuan used the power of the Celestial Court to repel demon immortal Qi Ju. He ensured the value of his identity as Qi Si ancestor. At the same time, the Celestial Court took the initiative to send the remaining half of the primordial spirit over. Fang Yuan held this information path mortal Gu as he sighed internally. Back then, in order to obtain this Qi path true inheritance, he had spent a lot of effort. Duke Long was shrewd and experienced. Thieving Heaven's method could reduce his lifespan, but he successfully disguised it, using half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to stabilize Qi Si ancestor. As for the remaining half of the inheritance, Duke Long held it in his hands no matter what. Fang Yuan was unable to obtain it. Fang Yuan had originally given up hope, but he did not expect that after the Fate War, the remaining half of the Premier's true legacy would actually fall into his hands through Qin Dingling. In the remaining half of the Premier's true inheritance, the triple Qi retraction killer move that Fang Yuan coveted for a long time was among them. Qin Dingling cannot be underestimated. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Before Qin Dingling said anything, she directly gave the remaining half of the Premier's true inheritance to Qi Si ancestor. This was truly a huge move. Qin Dingling and the Celestial Court's sincerity was expressed fully. If Qin Dingling knew that I am Fang Yuan, I wonder what expression and thoughts she would have? Duke Long had funded the enemy once, now Qin Dingling was doing the same thing again. If Qin Dingling knew that this person was the greatest culprit of the Fate War, and that she had given the true inheritance to him, she would probably vomit blood from anger. This old man has truly felt your sincerity. Friend Qin, if there is any trouble, I will definitely do my best to help the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan kept the information path mortal Gu into his immortal aperture. He had some guesses about the Celestial Court's trouble. Qin Dingling saw that Qi Si ancestor kept the information path mortal Gu and let out a sigh of relief. She was most worried that Qi Si ancestor would not help her. After all, Qi ancestor was a secluded cultivator, he did not care about this matter. He was also moved by the news brought by the reborn Fang Yuan. Qi ancestor knew that if he continued to cultivate like this, the celestial court would find trouble with him, thus he changed his way of doing things. Qin Dingling did not know how the celestial court became enemies with Qi ancestor. But since Qi ancestor believed Fang Yuan's words, it meant that Fang Yuan provided enough evidence for Qi ancestor to believe him. This was a mess, Fate Gu was destroyed now, the future had changed, the celestial court could not find anything. Qin Dingling could only make deductions based on the current situation. It was normal for Qin Dingling to have misgivings. After all, Qi ancestor and the celestial court were enemies, but because of Duke Long's mediation they became neutral. In order to recruit Qi ancestor, Qin Dingling had to take out something that Qi ancestor could not reject. After Qi ancestor accepted primordial origin's true inheritance, he immediately expressed his determination to help the celestial court. Qin Dingling felt very gratified. Of course this was not all she had planned. Primordial origin's true inheritance was just a bait. Qi ancestor needed suitable Qi Path Immortal Goo to activate the killer move. And these Qi Path Immortal Goo were all in the celestial court's storage. This was the bargaining chip to entice Qi ancestor. Maybe I can use Demon Immortal Qi Juice pressure to persuade Qi ancestor to join the celestial court. This inspiration flashed in Qin Dingling's mind, but she suppressed it for now. She smiled as she told Fang Yuan about the problem that the celestial court was facing. Fang Yuan stroked his beard, understanding in his heart. As he had guessed, the Qi harvest fruit also appeared in the celestial court. Duke Long died, the immortal graveyard was destroyed, the celestial court no longer had a Qi path expert, it was very difficult to solve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. Qin Dingling gave primordial origin's true inheritance without hesitation. She hoped that this true inheritance could help Qi ancestor solve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit faster. Fang Yuan thought about it before nodding. I will agree to the Qi harvest fruit. But I have no methods now, I need to enter closed cultivation for some time to study primordial origin's true inheritance. At this time Xia clan's first supreme elder suddenly spoke. Ancestor, you are injured now, you need to recuperate first. Your safety is not only related to Eastern Sea situation, it also concerns the overall situation of humanity and variant humans. He was a little worried that Qi ancestor would cooperate with the celestial court and put Xia clan's matter aside. Qin Dingling laughed. Xia clan friend, don't worry, I will talk about the Two Heavens Alliance next. Wu Shuai is a current demon, he is a sinner who invaded the celestial court. The celestial court will not allow him to continue developing. We came here this time to ask for ancestors' help, and also to deal with this variant human force. Saying so, Qin Dingling paused. The celestial court is willing to take out immortal materials to support ancestor and Xia clan friend, to help Xia clan recover their lost land. When war breaks out in the future, the celestial court will definitely send reinforcements to help everyone resist the variant humans. Xia clan's first supreme elder exclaimed in shock, he immediately bowed. The celestial court is righteous, it is indeed the #1 human force. I am extremely grateful, Xia clan is extremely grateful. Qin Dingling had a smile on her face as she chatted with Xia clan's first supreme elder, their relationship quickly became closer. Even though the celestial court lost in the Fate War, they did not lack resources. What celestial court lacked was manpower. This time, the celestial court came to Eastern Sea to entice Qi ancestor, while also targeting Xia clan's Gu immortals to rope in Eastern Sea's local forces and build a foundation for the 5 regions' chaotic war. This was a long-term plan. Unfortunately, the celestial court and Xia clan's immortals did not know that Wu Shuai and Qi ancestor were one. This was a huge scam. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he nodded. I will not allow the Two Heavens Alliance to exist in Eastern Sea, I will definitely drive them away in the future, or even exterminate them completely. Qin Dingling stretched out her hand. In my opinion there are human forces in the Two Heavens Alliance, it is just that the variant humans are firmly controlling the Two Heavens Alliance. These human forces are not different from us, we are all humans, we should be united as one. So to deal with the Two Heavens Alliance, we need to divide them first. Fang Yuan immediately heard the hidden meaning. Don't tell me there are human forces in the Two Heavens Alliance that have joined your side? Qin Dingling shook her head. That is not the case. Instead, we secretly captured a rank 8 Gu immortal earlier. She is called Granny Skeleton, she is the owner of Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven in the Two Heavens. Granny Skeleton was persuaded by Chong and wanted to join the Two Heavens Alliance, but was ambushed and captured by the Celestial Court. This information was naturally provided by Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. Lady Cold Ash wanted to unite the Two Heavens human forces and fight for authority in the Two Heavens Alliance. She had already recruited Night Heavenly Wolf Lord as one of her supporters. But she did not expect that Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had already joined the Celestial Court. Granny Skeleton? Fang Yuan paused before asking, "Is this person here?" Qin Dingling shook her head. "My Celestial Court has always won people over with virtue. After persuading Granny Skeleton, we let her go." Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder heard this and stared with wide eyes, feeling anxious about the Celestial Court's naivety. He wanted to say something but stopped. Fang Yuan, however, looked at Qin Dingling with deep meaning and smiled. "It seems that Granny Skeleton is the key person now, and the opportunity to lure her to join us should be the Qi Harvest Fruit." Qin Dingling laughed and raised her cup, praising, "Ancestor is very perceptive, you can see through everything. There is also a problem with the Qi Harvest Fruit in that shattered bone grotto heaven. If we can solve this problem, we can rope in Granny Skeleton and other human forces." "Great plan. If we rope in these human forces, the Two Heavens Alliance will definitely suffer a huge setback and might even disintegrate. Those who are not of our race definitely have different intentions. The Two Heavens human goo immortals are of the same clan as us. As long as we show our enthusiasm and sincerity, it should not be difficult to rope them in." Xia Clan's immortals discussed. Many clapped and laughed. The atmosphere of the banquet became even more lively. Fang Yuan had a smile on his face as he sat on the main seat, looking at the various expressions of the goo immortals present. If they knew that their plan had been discovered by the enemy before they could even implement it, who knew how they would feel? Fang Yuan's gaze swept around before stopping on Qin Dingling's face. Although this person only cultivates luck path, she is already qualified to lead the Celestial Court. At her level, she should have reached the level of being able to communicate with other paths. Ordinary Wisdom Path rank 8s are only at this level. Chapter 2020. Central Continent. This Qi Harvest Fruit is mine. Get lost. Don't even think about it. The Qi Tide had just passed. A group of Central Continent lone immortals were fighting over a dozen Qi Harvest Fruits. 4 grotto heavens, the Qi Harvest Fruits that grew inside them were a huge threat. But the Qi Harvest Fruits that were left behind by the 5 regions and 2 heavens Qi Tides were treasures that all goo immortals desired. The Qi Tides had been going on for some time. The 5 regions goo immortals were fully aware of the effects of the Qi Harvest Fruits. Goo immortals did not need any Qi path attainment. As long as they obtained the Qi Harvest Fruit and crushed it in their immortal aperture, they would be able to greatly increase the fusion of heaven and earth Qi and walk ahead of other goo immortals, gaining freedom of movement in advance. Just as the immortals were fighting, a snow-colored rainbow suddenly pierced through the air. The rainbow was sharp and fierce, directly shooting towards one of the goo immortals. This Central Continent goo immortal only had rank 6 cultivation level. Seeing that the rainbow's aura was surging but was only rank 6, he sneered and activated a defensive killer move to resist. Bam! The rainbow pierced through the Central Continent goo immortal's body. How can this be? The Central Continent goo immortal stared with wide-opened eyes. His expression before death was filled with disbelief. They were both rank 6, why was the difference so huge? Who is it? Ah, don't tell me it is Snow Demon. The other 2 Central Continent goo immortals also had rank 6 cultivation level. Seeing that their goo immortal only lasted for a breath of time before dying on the spot, they were scared out of their wits. The 2 goo immortals thought of a mysterious demonic path goo immortal who had appeared recently. He was extremely vicious and merciless, frequently fighting for Qi Harvest Fruits. The 2 immortals quickly retreated, not daring to fight. That snowy rainbow ignored them. It went straight to the main target, sweeping away all the Qi Harvest Fruits. After the snowy rainbow succeeded, it immediately retreated. It was extremely vigilant. After traveling for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn and constantly changing routes and concealment methods, this snowy rainbow finally stopped in the depths of a nameless valley. The ice and snow dispersed, revealing the goo immortal's true appearance. Who else could it be but Bai Ning Bing? As it turned out, after the Fate War, Bai Ning Bing had been left outside. She was not summoned back by Fang Yuan. Bai Ning Bing temporarily regained her freedom, but she didn't want to return to Fang Yuan's side, so she chose to cultivate alone. Over this period of time, she had been actively plundering many Qi Harvest Fruits to use in her immortal aperture. The Qi Harvest Fruits she harvested had little effect on Fang Yuan's 8 Revolutions Grotto Heaven. But the effect on Bai Ning Bing's rank 6 Blessed Land was very obvious. Bai Ning Bing originally had Future Self, her battle strength was at the peak of rank 7. But after the Fate War, the downstream of the River of Time became turbulent, Future Self also lost its effect. Bai Ningbing's true battle strength returned to rank 6. If I get a few hundred more Qi Harvest fruits, I'll be able to fight for an hour. Bai Ningbing used up all the Qi Harvest fruits he had snatched. Suddenly her heart jumped, sensing that something was wrong. She immediately shot out from the valley. But it was too late. A purple curtain of light quickly enveloped her and pulled her into an independent space that was separated from the outside world. This is an immortal battlefield killer move. Bai Ningbing frowned. Who is it? Come out. Clap clap clap. Following a series of crisp claps, Fairy Myrtle appeared. She smiled as she looked at Bai Ningbing. My battlefield killer move was just about to be activated when you sensed it, as expected of a talent that Fang Yuan chose. It's you? Bai Ningbing quickly recognized Fairy Myrtle, her heart sank to rock bottom. The other party was a rank 8 Gu immortal, while she was only rank 6. If she had Future Self she might have a chance to resist, but the difference in strength was too great. Bai Ningbing could do nothing. Fairy Myrtle stared at Bai Ningbing, asking with interest, How did you sense it earlier? I clearly did not see you use any special investigative method. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold as ice. She said, I just sensed it. You were lying in ambush, waiting for me to take the bait? Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly. You have been attacking too many times recently. With the clues in my hands, it is not hard to deduce when you will attack and where you will retreat to. But you actually sensed danger with just your intuition? When my immortal battlefield killer move was activated, there was no aura leaking. At this time, another figure appeared not far behind Bai Ningbing. It was Old Man Jing Yuan. Old Man Jing Yuan coughed. Lady Ziwei, this is the stimulation of human qi. Although Bai Ningbing does not have any unique investigative methods, his human qi is very strong. Since we are here to deal with him, his human qi will definitely surge and he will sense it. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, assuming a battle stance. You speak too much nonsense. Come, Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's smile became even wider. It seems you misunderstood, Bai Ningbing. We are not representing the Celestial Court, but the Shadow Sect. We are naturally not looking for you to kill you. What? Bai Ningbing was astonished. You are siding with Fang Yuan? Old Man Jing Yuan chuckled. Junior Fang Yuan stole the position of the Shadow Sect leader. We are representing the true Shadow Sect. Bai Ningbing's heart shook. She immediately guessed the truth. Spectral Soul has revived? You want to find trouble with Fang Yuan through me? How about it? Join us. Don't you want to deal with Fang Yuan and get rid of the restraints he placed on you? Fairy Myrtle tempted. Bai Ningbing smiled coldly, looking deeply at Fairy Myrtle. Of course I want freedom. But what's the difference between joining you and siding with Fang Yuan? It's even more restrictive than siding with Fang Yuan. She could see that there was something wrong with Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan. They had clearly been enslaved by Spectral Soul. Standing with Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing at least felt like an ally. But if she joined the Shadow Sect, she could only become Spectral Soul's slave. Fairy Myrtle nodded. But you don't have a choice, right? Old Man Jing Yuan added, surrender or die, make your choice. Bai Ningbing's silence did not last long. After a few breaths of time, she nodded, I will join you. Old Man Jing Yuan walked closer and patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. This is a wise choice. Don't worry, we will get rid of the Information Path Alliance agreement on you. But your Dragon Man identity is slightly troublesome. It was Fang Yuan who helped you change your identity. The Dragon Man method he used has likely been greatly modified. It will be very difficult to get rid of this in a short period of time. No matter, I am already used to it. Bai Ningbing said indifferently. She was either restricted by Fang Yuan, or she joined the Shadow Sect and was controlled by Old Man Inkstone. Later she joined Fang Yuan and became a new Dragon Man. Now she was being held back by Fairy Myrtle and the rest. Bai Ningbing was right, she was already used to it. Almost at the same time, in Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. And this is the soul core I recently obtained. It is very strange, please take a look at it. Sun bowed respectfully and presented a soul core with both hands. Lady Cold Ash took the soul core and carefully examined it, her expression becoming more and more strange. She had seen countless soul cores, but this soul core gave her a feeling she had never felt before. Just the dark light flowing on the surface of the soul core was extraordinary. Suddenly, the soul core turned into a pitch-black lightning bolt that struck Lady Cold Ash's face and quickly seeped into her body, instantly restraining her soul. Lady Cold Ash's body tensed up, she reacted, she was plotted against by a relative. And Sun, Lady Cold Ash took good care of her nephew and Sun and promoted him many times. She did not expect to be betrayed by a relative this time. Lady Cold Ash wanted to resist. She suddenly stood up. And Sun jumped in fright and quickly took a big step back. But at the next moment, Lady Cold Ash's strength dissipated and she fell back to her seat. She let out a groan, black light spread in her eyes and quickly filled her eyeballs. Soon she stopped struggling and stood up silently. And Sun knelt on the ground. Greetings to Master. Lady Cold Ash spoke in Spectral Soul's voice. This body is not bad, I will use it like this for now, get close to Wuxia. Spectral Soul did not have guts goo, he could only devour the soul core and slowly digest it. After this period of time he had already recovered some strength, he immediately attacked Lady Cold Ash. Chapter 2021. Roar. A huge immemorial soul beast with 2 legs on its head and a body like a mountain let out a deafening roar. But it was not being aggressive, it was struggling intensely, trying its best to escape. Its tail was grabbed by an ordinary hand. Next, a terrifying suction force came from the hand. Hong long long, like the sound of a hurricane, in just a few breaths of time, the entire immemorial soul beast was completely devoured by the palm. The owner of the hand burped. It was the owner of rank 8 soul path, soul pacifying grotto heaven, Lady Cold Ash. Right now her eyes were completely black, black chi was coiling around her body. A moment later she stopped using her killer move, the black chi around her vanished as well. From the outside there was nothing wrong with her. But the truth was, Spectral Soul had already taken over her body and devoured her soul. Spectral Soul sighed, I'm full again. With the identity of Lady Cold Ash, he had much more freedom now. During this period of time, he had been devouring immemorial soul beasts, his strength rose rapidly and recovered rapidly. But Spectral Soul was not satisfied. Devouring immemorial soul beasts was not guts goo, Spectral Soul needed to digest them first. Otherwise, the immemorial soul beast would contaminate his soul and make him lose his rationality, turning into a deformed soul beast monster. The first choice to strengthen his soul was guts goo on Danghun Mountain. It did not need to be digested, it could be absorbed almost instantly. The more Spectral Soul missed Danghun Mountain, the more he wanted to find Fang Yuan and kill him. Where did that scoundrel Fang Yuan go? When Spectral Soul thought of Fang Yuan, he could not help but narrow his eyes. Fairy Myrtle had already informed Spectral Soul that she had recruited by Ning Bing. This was good news to Spectral Soul. Fairy Myrtle had already found clues to Ying Wuxia. As long as she gathered these subordinates of Fang Yuan, she would be able to obtain enough clues to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Fang Yuan obtained so many Heaven Path Dao marks, but he is still nowhere to be found after the Fate War. His situation must be terrible. This is the best time to capture him. Spectral Soul was once a venerable, he knew that even at his peak, it would be a difficult task to refine so many Heaven Path Dao marks. Not to mention the current Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan was strong, he was not a venerable, he had limited understanding of Heaven Path Dao marks. But the methods I left in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture cannot be used anymore. Spectral Soul understood that Heaven Path Dao marks would evolve naturally. The methods he left behind were Dao marks in essence. They would definitely be changed by the Heaven Path Dao marks. Once they were changed, his methods would be ineffective. If it was effective, why would Spectral Soul go through so much trouble to find Fang Yuan's old subordinates? He would have attacked Fang Yuan long ago. After half a month, I will be able to devour immemorial soul beasts again. It will help me recover my strength. Spectral Soul was planning when he suddenly received a message. In half a month, I will be able to devour immemorial soul beasts again to recover my strength. Spectral Soul was planning when he received a message. Spectral Soul was overjoyed. Wuxia is gathering the rank 8 Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance to discuss important matters. Lady Cold Ash is among them. Good, Wuxia and Fang Yuan have a close relationship, he might really be Fang Yuan's clone. Spectral Soul immediately moved. Using Lady Cold Ash's identity, he left Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven and traveled to Eastern Sea's Xia clan headquarters. Spectral Soul moved. Using Lady Cold Ash's identity, he left Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven and went to Eastern Sea's Xia clan headquarters. In the public blessed land, he smoothly entered Dragon Palace and met with Wuxia. On the left was Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. On the right was the recently joined rank 8 expert Xiao Hejian. On the left was Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. On the right was the recently joined rank 8 expert Xiao Hejian. Below them were the leaders of the variant human Gu Immortals. For example, Lady Cold Ash's position was close to the entrance of Dragon Palace. From this position, The political situation of the Two Heavens Alliance could be seen. The variant humans were clearly the majority, they held the majority of the authority. Meanwhile, the human Gu immortals were at a disadvantage. They tried to resist, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Wu Shuai was a variant dragon man, it was natural for him to be close to other variant humans. If I kill all of them, how much of my strength can I recover? Spectral Soul looked around as killing intent rose in her heart. Sensing her gaze, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, who was standing opposite Lady Cold Ash, nodded at her, showing goodwill. Spectral Soul had already obtained all of Lady Cold Ash's memories. She had a thought. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, maybe I can make a move against him. A human rank 8 Gu immortal soul is more suitable for me to recover. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was thinking. This Lady Cold Ash can be used. Granny Skeleton's contribution earlier came from her. After this discussion, I might as well find her for tea and probe her intentions. If I can rope her in for the Celestial Court, my contribution will be even greater. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's thoughts were normal. In his opinion, Lady Cold Ash did not lose hope. She wanted to ally with the other human forces to resist the Alliance and raise the status of the human forces in the Alliance. But now, her method was completely useless. Granny Skeleton did not come at all. Moreover, the Celestial Court had already informed them of their next strategy, which was to divide the entire Two Heavens Alliance. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord saw a lot of merit in this. Just as Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and Lady Cold Ash were scheming against each other, Wu Shuai spoke from the main seat. I'm sure everyone knows why I gathered everyone here today. That's right, it is the Qi Harvest Fruit disaster. Most of you here have already produced Qi Harvest Fruits in your Grotto Heavens. These Qi Harvest Fruits are absorbing the heaven and earth Qi of the Grotto Heavens to grow. They are directly threatening the foundation of the Grotto Heavens. But ordinary methods cannot directly destroy these Qi Harvest Fruits. If we act rashly, we will be destroying the foundation of the Grotto Heavens and destroying our own homes. Now, I will gather everyone together to brainstorm and come up with a good solution. After Wu Shuai's speech, the immortals offered their suggestions. During this period of time, many of them had racked their brains over this matter and were deeply troubled by it. These Gu immortals might lack experience in battle attainment, but their foundations were very solid. Thus, they proposed a large number of methods. However, even though there were many methods, which one would be effective? Nobody could guarantee it, nobody could say for sure. None of them cultivated Qi Path. The Two Heavens Alliance did have some Qi Path Gu immortals, but their Qi Path attainment levels were low, they could not be counted on. There are many methods, if we try them one by one there should be a solution. Thus, what we need to do is to keep trying. Who is willing to try it first? Wu Shuai concluded and asked. Dragon Palace's main hall fell into silence. Nobody was willing to be a guinea pig. After all, clearing the Qi Harvest Fruits was extremely important to the Grotto Heavens. It was like performing surgery on their hearts. If there was any mistake, the Grotto Heaven would be destroyed. Even if they were lucky and the Grotto Heaven survived, its foundation would be greatly damaged and it would suffer huge losses. These Gu immortals are so pitiful. Thankfully, I joined the Celestial Court long ago. Even though Night Heavenly Wolf Lord looked anxious and worried, he was very calm on the inside. He had already learned from the Celestial Court that the Celestial Court had already found a way to resolve the problem of the Qi Harvest Fruits. Thus, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was not flustered. But the truth was, Qin Ding Ling was only trying to stabilize Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and make him more loyal. To resolve the Qi Harvest Fruits, it is neither hard nor easy. Spectral Soul knew some methods, but he would not contribute them. Right now he was thinking about how to deal with Wu Shuai. There were many people here he could not attack. But how could he find a chance to be alone with Wu Shuai? The biggest obstacle is still this palace. Spectral Soul felt some wariness. Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal Gu house in essence. Spectral Soul was not afraid of this. He was worried about the dream path methods that Dragon Palace had. Spectral Soul had to be very vigilant against this. If he was caught by dreamy light smoke, he would lose immediately. Wu Shuai saw that the immortals were silent for a long time. He knew what they were thinking. He smiled lightly. Since none of you are willing to try, we will find someone else to try. There are many Grotto Heavens in these two heavens. There are still people who have not joined us. Their intentions are unfathomable. The eyes of the Gu immortals in the hall shined. They felt that Alliance leader's idea was simply brilliant. Thus, the immortals agreed. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and others even flattered Wu Shuai. Which Grotto Heaven do you think is more suitable? Wu Shuai asked. At the next moment, everyone had their own opinions. Many targets were proposed. Among them, the one that was mentioned the most was Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Chapter 2022. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Xiaobai, let's see you off here. On the mountain path, Teacher Jiang stopped his horse and said to Li Xiaobai beside him. Li Xiaobai had a melancholic expression as he showed deep reluctance to leave. This student was able to survive in the capital all thanks to teacher's guidance and help. This student will remember this kindness for the rest of his life. I will never forget it. But after this farewell, I do not know when I will be able to see teacher again. Teacher Jiang sighed lightly. He patted Li Xiaobai's shoulder and encouraged him. Even though you failed in the world poetry competition this time, your fame has spread far and wide. Everyone knows that your talent is worthy of the title of one of the 10 great scholars. Moreover, Su Qihan has returned. The capital will be the stage for you to display your talent. Go back, I look forward to your performance. Li Xiaobai held back his tears as he bid farewell to Teacher Jiang. Riding his horse, Li Xiaobai walked on the shaded mountain path as he started to ponder about his future. He had failed in the world poetry competition, even though his performance was outstanding in the early stages. However, just as he had expected, he bumped into Mr. Jiang from behind. This caused Li Xiaobai to fall into an awkward situation. If he won against his teacher, he would be criticized for his morals and character. He would be criticized badly. Li Xiaobai had wanted to use the next opportunity to continue challenging the rounds. In the end, he bumped into his teacher again and again. Teacher Jiang was very helpless. In fact, he did not want to succeed by stepping on his student. But he had to grasp every opportunity, because he had also found out about the significance of the world poetry competition. Li Xiaobai bumped into Teacher Jiang again and again, causing him to be restrained and eventually fail. Even though he felt regret, Li Xiaobai also felt fortunate. My performance was too outstanding earlier, it was already too much. If I really succeeded like this, I would definitely be investigated. Even if I pass the investigation because I have no background and am not a famous person, I might be plotted against. Countless people are eyeing this opportunity to become an immortal. How can it fall into the hands of a minor character? The world poetry competition seemed to be extremely fair, but where there were people, there were dark veils and interests. Just by looking at the name list of those who had passed the selection of the world poetry meet, they were either nobles or celebrities. Even the so-called dark horses had extraordinary foundations and backgrounds. I didn't make it to the world poetry competition this time, but it doesn't matter. There will probably be a second selection in the future. Even if there's no second world poetry competition, can't I just rely on myself to climb up and become an immortal? What's this smell? It smells so good. While Li Xiaobai was thinking, he was interrupted by a wave of fragrance. This delicate fragrance was very pleasant. It smelled like the ink of a book. Li Xiaobai immediately became curious. How could there be such a fragrance in this forest? He urged his horse to gallop lightly, following the fragrance to trace its source. After walking for a while, there were dense shrubs blocking the way. Li Xiaobai had no choice but to dismount and walk on foot. As he moved through the forest, Li Xiaobai smelled the fragrance and knew that he was heading in the right direction. He was getting closer to the source of the fragrance. Finally, he pushed aside a patch of forest leaves and found a pine tree. The pine tree was full of pine cones, and it was these pine cones that emitted the rich scent of books. And on the branches of the pine tree, there was a small and unique brown treehouse. Could it be that someone lives here? Is it a hermit from the mountains? Li Xiaobai carefully got closer and shouted. Student Li Xiaobai accidentally passed by a treasured land and took the liberty to pay a visit. Please forgive me, sage of the mountains. But there was no sound coming from the treehouse. Li Xiaobai shouted a few more times and found that there was no one in the treehouse. He walked towards the pine tree. When he got to the bottom of the pine tree, Li Xiaobai made a new discovery. It turned out that this treehouse was not built on the pine tree, it was one with the pine tree as if it grew out of it. Li Xiaobai wanted to enter the treehouse to investigate, but after going around the tree he found that the treehouse was one with only windows and no doors. What should I do? Li Xiaobai thought as he subconsciously placed his hand on the tree trunk. Suddenly the tree bark started to crack and change. In an instant, a spiral staircase appeared and went around the tree trunk, leading to the treehouse. A door also appeared on the treehouse. Li Xiaobai only hesitated for a moment before walking up the staircase and entering the treehouse. There were 3 rows of bookcases in the treehouse. They were erected along the 3 walls. There were many goo worms in the shelves of the bookcases. The fragrance of books pervades the world, the reputation of talented scholars. The book house inheritance awaits the fated one. At this time, a piece of information appeared in Li Xiaobai's mind. Li Xiaobai inspected it and became joyful. So this is an information path inheritance. Even though it is only a Gu master level inheritance and has no immortal Gu, there are many rank 4 and 5 Gu worms, there is also detailed cultivation information, it forms a complete system, it suits me. Speaking of which, my luck has been rising recently. It seems that my main body has already stabilized the situation. This was a top-level Gu master inheritance. Not only did it have many Gu worms, the pine tree itself was an exceptional mortal Gu house, book house. Li Xiaobai stored the book house and returned the way he came. He successfully found his horse and rode it down the mountain, heading towards the capital city. At the peak of the mountain there were two figures. An immortal and a mortal. The immortal was Hua Song, while the mortal was the rank 5 Gu master teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang had witnessed the entire process of Li Xiaobai obtaining the inheritance. He said gratefully, "Teacher, thank you for promoting my student." As it turned out, Teacher Jiang's teacher was Hua Song. Hua Song smiled. "He is your student, according to our relationship he is my grand disciple, he is a member of our faction, how could I ignore him? When the world poetry competition started I already noticed him. He clearly had the strength to pass the round, but because he met you he had to hide his abilities. I had hoped that the two of you could pass the round together. But his luck was bad, he kept meeting you at the crucial moment and was eventually eliminated. I am ashamed." Teacher Jiang lowered his head. "Ah." Hua Song patted Teacher Jiang's shoulder. "You are very good, you can teach such an outstanding student. If this Li Xiaobai really disregards his teacher and defeats you in front of everyone in order to become famous, I will definitely punish him in secret. But Li Xiaobai respects his teacher and has a good nature, even though he failed this time, so what? It is this kid's fortune to be able to enter teacher's eyes. But teacher, why didn't you?" Teacher Jiang's tone was hesitant. Hua Song sighed. "Even though I am the host of the world poetry competition, if I abuse my authority, I will be criticized by other Gu immortals, I will lose face in front of Lord Huayu. Moreover, Li Xiaobai is still too young, he lacks tempering, suddenly promoting him to an immortal might lead to a disaster. It is better to let him walk more paths in the mortal world, an unpolished jade is worthless." Teacher is right, I was too shallow. Teacher Jiang submitted and said gratefully, "I understand teacher's painstaking efforts. You did not want me to feel guilty, so you gave Li Xiaobai such an important inheritance, right? It's good that you know." Hua Song smiled. "You are my student, after this selection, you will be heavily nurtured to become an immortal. Next, you need to focus and not be distracted by other matters, cultivate wholeheartedly, don't embarrass me." "Yes, teacher, I will do my best." Teacher Jiang cupped his fists, showing a solemn expression. Even though profound literature Grotto Heaven adhered to neutrality and did not want to participate in any conflict between forces, they understood that chaotic times were coming, so they did not hold back in nurturing their own Gu immortals. Teacher Jiang and the others were quickly settled down, they had abundant resources and many Gu immortals were personally teaching them. Teacher Jiang trained diligently every day, his life was extremely fulfilling. Even though he did his best to learn and perform, he was only ranked in the middle or lower tier. This showed the attainment and talent of these Gu masters. Even the Gu immortals teaching them were secretly satisfied. These people were the essence of profound literature Grotto Heaven, they were excellent seeds of Gu immortals. Half a month passed, Teacher Jiang and the others were about to welcome the most crucial moment of their lives, immortal ascension. With so many teachers protecting me, the success rate of my immortal ascension is very high. Once I become an immortal, my life will be completely subverted. Teacher Jiang was looking forward to it, he studied even harder. However, right when the first person among them was about to undergo immortal ascension, there was a loud explosion, the whole of profound literature Grotto Heaven shook fiercely. Next, an evil dragon that was like a mountain tore through the aperture wall and descended, filling the sky of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Large numbers of enemy Gu immortals appeared all over profound literature Grotto Heaven, they attacked at the same time and ignited the flames of battle. Teacher Jiang's side was the target of special attention. Wu Shui controlled Dragon Palace to suppress them. It is the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, it cannot be blocked. Retreat. The Gu immortals defending this place paled in fright, they had no choice but to retreat. Rumble. After a series of tremors, smoke and dust surged, rocks were sent flying. This meticulously arranged learning palace was completely destroyed. Teacher Jiang and the others could not dodge in time, they were crushed into flesh and bones, dying on the spot. The Gu immortals teaching them felt their hearts bleeding at this sight. Their many days of teaching were about to bear fruit, But the greatest future potential of profound literature Grotto Heaven was destroyed in this one attack. Completely destroyed. Wu Shuai, my profound literature Grotto Heaven adheres to neutrality. We have never made things difficult for you. But today you actually attacked our territory and slaughtered the innocent. You are truly unreasonable. You have committed heinous sins. Old Immortal Hua Yu was alarmed. His face was flushed red from anger. His furious voice resounded throughout the world. Chapter 2023. Kill. Wu Shuai's roar shook the surroundings, resounding throughout the Grotto Heaven. Many of profound literature Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals had a change of expression. They felt Wu Shuai's powerful might. They could not help but feel worried. Profound literature Grotto Heaven had been peaceful for too long. It had never experienced such a thing. Even the current Grotto Heaven's owner, Old Immortal Hua Yu, was extremely surprised. Because profound literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven, it was best at gathering information and clues. Once there was an invasion, it would be discovered first. However, Wu Shuai's attack did not just leave Old Immortal Hua Yu and the rest in the dark. Wu Shuai's sudden invasion could be said to be a huge move. He could actually teleport Gu immortals to different areas of the Grotto Heaven and launch a storm of attacks against the Gu immortals of profound literature Grotto Heaven. It could be said that this sudden attack was extremely successful. Profound literature Grotto Heaven's losses were severe, not mentioning Teacher Zhang's carefully selected group of future potential experts. Even most of the Gu immortals in profound literature Grotto Heaven were killed. Persevere, this is our home, we cannot lose it. I have already contacted reinforcements. We cannot let these shameless thugs succeed. Old Immortal Hua Yu shouted, stabilizing the morale of the troops. Next he opened his mouth and moved his tongue, spitting out words one after another. These words were like a storm. They carried a chilling aura as they shrouded Dragon Palace. Immortal Killer Move, Cold Words. Dragon Palace was hit by this move. Its surface was covered in layers of frost. Its speed was greatly reduced. More and more frost formed in the blink of an eye. It was already the height of an adult's calf. At this rate, the whole of Dragon Palace would be sealed in ice. Wu Shuai snorted coldly, activating a killer move to defend. The frost on the surface of Dragon Palace started to melt. The layers thinned as its power rose. Rays of orange light shot out. The orange light shot towards Old Immortal Hua Yu. Old Immortal Hua Yu mouthed and used another movement technique. Immortal Killer Move, Quick Words. At the next moment, his speed rose. He dodged the orange light with ease. Immortal Killer Move, Vicious Words. Old Immortal Hua Yu spat out a wave of words again. These purple-black words were like poisonous arrows that exploded on Dragon Palace. Rumble. The continuous explosions forced the Dragon Palace to retreat continuously. At the same time, a large amount of poisonous fog seeped into the Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai sat on the main seat. Seeing this, he remained calm in the face of danger and immediately activated his defensive means to resolve this crisis. Old Deity Hua Yu's reputation was well-deserved. He was indeed an expert with some skills. He was actually on par with the Dragon Palace, and each of his moves was evenly matched. Of course, this was also because Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal Gu house. It specialized in enslavement. As for Wu Shuai, in order to preserve his trump cards, even though the 4 great dragon generals had been completed, he did not take them out. They often used the evil dragon, which had become a trademark of the Dragon Palace. The evil dragon was wreaking havoc. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu immortals were looting and killing. Wu Shuai was not anxious at all because the situation was too favorable to him. Old Immortal Hua Yu grew more anxious as he fought. He knew that he was entangled by the Dragon Palace. If he wanted to save profound literature Grotto Heaven, he could only rely on external forces. But could reinforcements really arrive in time? Although Old Immortal Hua Yu was looking forward to it, he knew that he didn't have much hope. Even though he had a great reputation and profound literature Grotto Heaven was in close contact with the surrounding Grotto Heavens, to get these people to help him resist such a strong enemy? Old Immortal Hua Yu put himself in their shoes. If the surrounding Grotto Heavens encountered enemies and asked for help from him, and the enemy was the 2 Heavens Alliance, he would also hesitate. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu immortals continued to wreak havoc. Smoke rose everywhere, living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. Old Immortal Hua Yu, what other trump cards do you have? Quickly use them. If you don't use them now, you won't be able to save your Grotto Heaven. Ah. Wu Shuai laughed wildly. Old Immortal Hua Yu was silent, his expression was dark. The 2's battle sent shockwaves into the world. The Grotto Heaven's aperture walls were damaged everywhere. Suddenly Wu Shuai's laughter stopped as he shouted in anger, Old scoundrel Qi Si. The moment he said that, endless Qi currents surged in from outside profound literature grotto heaven, gathering into a giant hand. The giant hand was like a mountain, it slammed into Dragon Palace and sent it flying far away. Next, a majestic figure appeared at the top of the grotto heaven's sky, looking down at Dragon Palace. It's Qi Si ancestor. Old immortal Hua Yu raised his head, joy and surprise were written all over his face. Qi Si ancestor's appearance was unexpected, but thinking about it, he felt that it was natural. Qi Si ancestor was Wu Shuai's greatest enemy, he would not let Wu Shuai do as he pleased to the two heavens forces. Roar. Dragon Palace retreated, the evil dragon took its place. Qi Si ancestor however had his hands behind his back, he had no intention of attacking. Wu Shuai, stop, I can let your Gu immortals retreat. Otherwise, if we really fight, your two heavens alliance will cease to exist. You. Wu Shuai's exasperated voice came from Dragon Palace. Qi Si ancestor. The evil dragon's charge stopped, Wu Shuai seemed to be considering. Old immortal Hua Yu let out a sigh of relief, he looked at Qi Si ancestor with an extremely grateful gaze. Qi Si ancestor's action was to preserve profound literature grotto heaven's vitality, he did not want it to turn into ruins. This was not easy. Right now, the two heavens alliance's Gu immortals were scattered. Qi Si ancestor could use this chance to attack them one by one and deal a heavy blow to the two heavens alliance. But Qi Si ancestor did not do this, he was concerned about profound literature grotto heaven. And before this, old immortal Hua Yu had never interacted with Qi Si ancestor. For an outsider like me, Qi Si ancestor can actually do such a thing. He is truly a famous expert of the 5 regions, the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Old immortal Hua Yu sighed internally. But at the next moment the evil dragon attacked, Dragon Palace followed closely behind. Qi Si ancestor, it has been too long since that battle. Take this move from me again. Wu Shuai shouted. Despicable. Old immortal Hua Yu saw Wu Shuai's sneak attack and cursed internally. But Qi Si ancestor smiled lightly, he seemed to be prepared for this, he said calmly, good timing. Boom. In the next moment, the evil dragon and the Dragon Palace collided with a solid wall of air. The Qi wall collapsed, but the evil dragon and Dragon Palace's momentum was also expended. Old scoundrel Qi Si, I am relieved that you are so energetic. Let's fight another day. Wu Shuai saw that he could not gain any advantage, he retreated slowly. Dragon Palace and the evil dragon left the battlefield and went out of the grotto heaven. The two heavens alliance's Gu immortals quickly retreated, they did not dare to stay for long, they were afraid that Dragon Palace would leave them behind in this dangerous place. Wu Shuai and the rest came quickly and left just as quickly, they left behind a chaotic profound literature grotto heaven. Old immortal Hua Yu did not rush to save the people or stabilize the situation. He flew to Qi Si ancestor and bowed deeply. Ancestor, thanks to your help today we were able to defeat the enemies. The entire profound literature grotto heaven is grateful to you for saving our lives. Qi Si ancestor laughed heartily, he grabbed old immortal Hua Yu's hands and lifted him up. You and I are both humans, we should help each other and resist the variant humans together, that is what we should do. Old immortal Hua Yu said hatefully, Wu Shuai is perverse, he is trying to overturn the situation of humanity, he is deranged and despicable. My profound literature grotto heaven will definitely be enemies with him, we will not rest until he is dead. Qi Si ancestor nodded, in the current world, chaotic war is coming, who can stay out of it? It is good that you understand this. Old immortal Hua Yu cupped his fists again, I have observed all the immortals in the world, only ancestor's prestige has spread far and wide, your virtue is worthy of respect. From now on, Hua Yu grotto heaven is willing to follow ancestor everywhere, we will listen to your orders. Chapter 2024. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. A tea party was currently being held. Old immortal Hua Yu only sat at the side, he gave the main seat to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used his identity as Qi Si ancestor to talk to many Gu immortals, he obtained first-hand information about Eastern Sea's White Heaven. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals were not the only ones participating in the tea party. After Qi Si ancestor repelled Wu Shuai's army, Gu immortals came to reinforce him. These Gu immortals came from the surrounding forces of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, they were late to reinforce Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, but they were all invited by old immortal Hua Yu to participate in this tea party. Fang Yuan acted as Qi Si ancestor, he told the immortals. He had already formed an alliance with the Celestial Court, he was recruiting the human forces of the two heavens to resist Wu Shuai's variant human alliance, he wanted to uphold the righteous path of humanity. Old Immortal Hua Yu was the first to respond. The other forces also responded enthusiastically. Many Gu immortals expressed their willingness to join Qi Si ancestors' side to resist the tyrannical Wuxia alliance. Even if some Gu immortals were hesitant, they could not make the decision themselves, they needed to report to their superiors to make a decision. After the tea party ended, Fang Yuan was very satisfied with the result. He wanted to move the two heavens grotto heaven forces. The first step was very important. With Wu Shuai's active cooperation, almost all the Gu immortals of the two heavens recognized Wu Shuai's threat. Everyone was in danger. Everyone knew that no one could avoid this calamity, because even a powerful force like Old Immortal Hua Yu was almost exterminated. If not for Qi Si ancestors' righteous actions, profound literature grotto heaven would have already been wiped out. The great chaos was coming, no one could remain unscathed, only by stepping into the waves could they survive and grow stronger. One tea party allowed Qi Si ancestor to subdue 5 grotto heaven forces effortlessly. Of course, to unify them he needed some time. Important details like the distribution of benefits were not settled yet. Even so, Qi Si ancestors' actions had already caused a huge change in the situation of the two heavens forces, and even the situation of humanity and variant humans. Fang Yuan naturally would not conceal this news. The moment the tea party ended, he announced it in jewel yellow skies. At once, the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions was shaken. Some sighed at the changing times and the impending chaos. Some praised Qi Si ancestors' righteous path actions, feeling that he had a sense of responsibility as a human. Some guessed Wu Shuai's next move, while others thought about Eastern Sea's political situation. Qi Si ancestor was publicly recognized as the #1 battle strength in Eastern Sea. Now that he was so close to the Celestial Court, how would the other Eastern Sea righteous path super forces deal with this relationship? The 5 regional walls had disappeared, and the originally independent 5 regions had merged into one. Any change in one region would cause the 5 regions to change as a whole. For an expert of Qi Si ancestors' status and identity, his every action would deeply influence the entire world. The Xin family of Donghai. Is there still no clue as to ancestor Xin Shang's whereabouts? Xin Songxing sighed. I don't blame you. After all, the Qi tide is sweeping the world and happening everywhere. And the Divine Emperor City is a place closely protected by the Zhongzhou state. A Shen clan Gu immortal asked, First Supreme Elder, Qi Si ancestor has already allied with Celestial Court. Celestial Court is even offering the latter half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance as a reward. What should we do? Shen Songxing said solemnly, I have already discussed this with Song Qi Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, and the other First Supreme Elders. Qi Si ancestor is an expert of Eastern Sea. We cannot allow him to be roped in by Celestial Court. We will activate the clan's treasury. Each clan will take out a portion of resources and gather them into a huge gift to befriend ancestor. Shen clan's Gu immortals nodded, they had no objections. Qi Si ancestor was the most worthy person to rope in. Other than his battle strength, it was also because he cultivated Qi path. Right now, all of Eastern Sea super forces wanted to exert their strength in Qi path. If they could borrow Qi Si ancestor's strength in this aspect, it would be much easier. Especially after Fang Yuan's earlier performance, everyone in the Gu immortal world felt that Qi Si ancestor liked to guide juniors. This made Eastern Sea super forces feel that there was a lot of potential in this matter. Western Desert, Fang clan. Fang Gong's expression was grim. We offered such a high price but Celestial Court still refuses to release Fang Dichang? The reporting Fang clan Gu immortal lowered his head. First Supreme Elder, in my opinion, Celestial Court is not sincere enough. They are only trying to stall for time and keep us hanging. Fang Gong clenched his right fist and slammed it on the table. He was very angry but there was nothing he could do. In the Fate War, Fang clan suffered the greatest losses. Not only did they lose Divine Bean Palace, even Fang clan strategist Fang Dichang was captured. There was no news of him until now. Fang clan naturally thought that Fang Dichang was captured by Celestial Court. Thus, they secretly contacted them wanting to pay a huge price to exchange for Fang Dichang. But Celestial Court was only delaying and acting perfunctorily. Fang Dichang was too important to Fang clan. Without him, Fang clan would lack a brain. After Fang clan refined Divine Bean Palace, they had the possibility of becoming the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. But the loss of Divine Bean Palace and Fang Dichang made Fang clan's dream of becoming the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. Fang Gong was in a bad mood, especially after hearing about Qi Si ancestor's actions. Qi Si ancestor is already leading Eastern Sea. But what about me and Fang clan? We are stuck at a standstill. Fang Gong felt helpless. The only thing that made him happy was that Fang Dichang had already prepared for this. He gave Fang clan's wisdom path inheritance to Fang Yuan in advance. Since Celestial Court is not willing to release Fang Dichang, we can only nurture Fang Yuan first. Fang Gong made a decision. He could not wait any longer. Time waits for no man. Nurturing a Gu Immortal, a capable wisdom path Gu Immortal, required a lot of time. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Qin Dingling looked at the information in her hands as she smiled, muttering to herself, Fang clan is actually willing to pay such a huge price to redeem Fang Dichang. If they knew that Fang Dichang has already been replaced and is actually Fang Yuan's clone, I wonder what they would think? Celestial Court already knew of Fang Dichang's identity. Right now, Divine Emperor City was guarded by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's will. He had already informed Qin Dingling about this. Even though Fang Dichang was sealed in Divine Bean Palace's painting, he still had a portion of authority. He had been resisting stubbornly. Even Genesis Lotus will could not do anything to him. But soon. Qin Dingling smiled. The batch of Gu Immortal seeds we sent earlier has developed extremely well. They already have the strength to attack Fang Dichang. As long as we capture this person and use his close connection with Fang Yuan, we can find the location of Fang Yuan's main body. Spectral Soul was secretly searching for Fang Yuan's main body. Celestial Court was even more so. Qin Dingling knew that Fang Yuan was at a low point now. It was the best time to kill Fang Yuan. If they could kill Fang Yuan, not only would they restore Celestial Court's prestige, they would also gain huge battle gains. Be it Fang Yuan's various inheritances, his Gu worms, his sovereign immortal aperture, secluded domains of heaven and earth, and others, they were all things that Celestial Court wanted. Qin Dingling replaced Fairy Myrtle to guard Celestial Court. Even though she was only a luck path Gu Immortal, she did her best and worked tirelessly. There were indeed results. Internally, Celestial Court controlled the 10 great ancient sects. It actively nurtured talents and recuperated. Externally, Celestial Court cooperated in Eastern Sea. They only had to pay half a primordial origin true inheritance to use Qi Si Ancestor as a tool. Capturing Fang Dichang was just around the corner. The hope of killing Fang Yuan's main body was even greater than Spectral Soul's side. Everything will be fine. Chapter 2025. Divine Emperor City. Inside the painting, Fang Dichang waved his hand. A large amount of white sand scattered. The white sand landed on the ground and melted, forming a puddle of milk. Gudong gudong. Bubbles immediately appeared on the ground, and the beans buried under the ground swallowed the milk in large mouthfuls, growing continuously. In a few minutes, Fang Dichang used up the few rank 8 immortal material milk sand he had. The originally barren land was now abnormally fertile. Green bean sprouts sprouted from the ground. Again. Fang Dichang took out another portion of lightning path immortal material. The immortal material was digested by Divine Emperor City when it was thrown into the air, turning into tiny arcs of lightning that enveloped the entire bean field. The tender bean sprouts were stimulated by the arcs of lightning. They grew stronger at a visible rate. Continue. After the arcs of lightning dissipated, Fang Dichang took out a third portion of immortal material. Time continued to pass. After 3 days and 3 nights, Fang Dichang finally stopped his actions. He looked at the field. The beans in this field had already grown into divine bean soldiers. They were closely arranged next to each other. They were as silent as stone statues, waiting for Fang Dichang's orders. Fang Dichang sighed, thinking, this is the last batch of divine bean soldiers. I have basically used up all the immortal materials I have. As one of Fang Yuan's clones, Fang Dichang had been trapped in the painting ever since he was plotted against by Genesis Lotus Will. During this period of time after the fated war, while waiting for his main body to rescue him, he was also doing his best to accumulate troops. Even now, the main body did not come to save him. Fang Dichang could only prepare to save himself. He was now trapped in the painting and could not contact the main body. He could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies. But he had refined Divine Bean Palace earlier. He still had a portion of authority. This was the reason why Genesis Lotus Will could not do anything to him in the short term. Fang Dichang used this authority to borrow Divine Bean Palace's power to nurture Divine Bean soldiers again. He kept accumulating Divine Bean soldiers. The current scale of his military force had already reached a considerable level. It is time, let's go and occupy all the murals. Fang Dichang ordered without hesitation. The Divine Bean Soldier army started their journey. They split up and rushed to the edge of the mural, breaking into other mural worlds. There were large tracts of farmland outside the monarch city. The autumn wind blew, and many farmers were harvesting wheat. This year is a bumper harvest. Yeah, every family has a good harvest. What's that sound? The farmers were chatting merrily when a strange noise suddenly sounded, causing everyone to be bewildered. A group of divine bean soldiers, more than 300 people, barged into this mural time. When they realized that these farmers were like sharks that had smelled blood, they became violent and their movements became extremely fast. They trampled on the farmland and killed anyone they saw. Run. There's a monster, let's go. Spare my life, please. Pooh. Blood splattered everywhere. The last farmer was beheaded and fell into a pool of blood. The divine bean soldiers successfully killed all the humans and occupied this painting world. The other mural was still outside Emperor City. It was spring at this time, the scenery was bright and beautiful. Large groups of scholars and young ladies came out of the city for a walk. While they were talking and laughing, 3 to 5 divine bean soldiers suddenly appeared, causing the women to scream in unison. They actually dared to attack women. What are these things? The scholars looked at them curiously, while the guards directly surrounded them. The divine bean soldiers started to attack. The guards were already vigilant and were in a stalemate for a while. These strange things have evil intentions. Where did these things come from? Forget it, let's kill them first. The scholars cooperated with the Academy Guardian Gu Masters and killed these divine bean soldiers without much effort. But soon, thousands of divine bean soldiers arrived in this painting world. This time, the guards and scholars were unable to resist. After most of them resisted, their corpses were mercilessly stepped on by the bean deity army in the mud, and a small portion of them retreated out of the painting world, luckily surviving. Divine bean soldiers had extraordinary strength, at least at desolate beast level. But in the painting world they had to follow the rules inside. There was a very small difference between immortal and mortal. Moreover, when divine bean soldiers entered other paintings, they were randomly teleported and of different sizes. Fang Di Chang attacked with a heavy fist, but the divine bean army scattered randomly and started to invade on the spot. Thus, some divine bean soldiers had good progress, while some encountered intense resistance, and some were directly destroyed by the Gu Masters in the painting world. Even so, Fang Di Chang soon showed a satisfied smile. My previous guess was not wrong. Divine Bean Palace's paintings are connected to Emperor City's paintings. Although I am sealed here, Divine Bean soldiers originate from Divine Bean Palace. They are of the same origin as Divine Emperor City, thus they can leave. The more painting worlds these Divine Bean soldiers occupy, the higher my control over Divine Emperor City. After reaching a certain level, I can even advance further and suppress Genesis Lotus Will, becoming the Lord of Divine Emperor City. Fang Di Chang's large-scale attack made the Gu immortal seeds that Celestial Court had placed in Divine Emperor City's painting world gather and discuss countermeasures. What is going on with these Divine Bean soldiers? Qin De Jiang frowned. Sun Yao's eyes were bloodshot. I don't know either. After these monsters appeared, they slaughtered wantonly. They are extremely vicious and vicious. Those pitiful beggars and refugees were all killed by these monsters. Maybe this is our fortuitous encounter or a test. Tang Ruqi guessed. Ying Xingji frowned. I have killed many Divine Bean soldiers, but so far I have not gained any benefits. Wei Wuxiang analyzed calmly. Divine Bean soldiers are from Divine Bean Palace. According to rumors, Gu immortals can plant these wood-path soldiers on a large scale in Divine Bean Palace. When it is time for battle, the Gu immortal will release them to fight against the enemy. Previously, when Divine Bean soldiers landed in Western Desert, they also scattered a large number of Divine Bean soldiers to fight against our central continent's 10 great ancient sections. Then what is the reason for the sudden appearance of these Divine Bean soldiers? Zhao Shuyi asked. Wei Wuxiang shook his head. I don't know either. Although we have been here for some time, this painting world is too vast and profound. We don't know many of its secrets and profundities. What are these reasons for? Right at this time, Xiao Qixing walked over. It's Brother Xiao. What information do you have? Or do you know the truth? These Gu immortal seeds asked one after another. They valued Xiao Qixing greatly because among them Xiao Qixing was doing the best. He had infiltrated the military camp and continued to rise in rank. He was already a minor officer now. Xiao Qixing said, I don't care about the reason for the appearance of Divine Bean soldiers. I only know that the higher-ups have already issued a military order to mobilize the army to encircle these Divine Bean soldiers. I am leading the army alone this time and need helpers. We can work together and slaughter these Divine Bean soldiers. After the battle, We will definitely be rewarded according to our contributions. I have no objections. These monsters should be punished severely, Qin Dejiang said. Sun Yao nodded. These divine bean soldiers are too excessive, they don't even treat humans as humans. I want to take revenge for those pitiful refugees. Count me in. Zhao Shuyi also expressed her stance. Soon, these Gu immortal seeds of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects agreed and temporarily joined Shaoqi Xing. Chapter 2026. Divine Emperor City Painting World. On the spacious square, Shaoqi Xing's group was confronting a group of divine bean soldiers. The scale of this group of divine bean soldiers was even larger than Shaoqi Xing's group. How do we fight? Sun Yuanhua had just asked when the divine bean soldiers had already started their assault. Shaoqi Xing stopped the people who were preparing to attack and smiled. Everyone, please act as reinforcements and watch me deal with them. Shaoqi Xing finished speaking and flicked his fingers repeatedly. A large number of Gu worms flew out of his aperture. These Gu worms landed on the ground and quickly turned into human shapes. Most of them were ordinary soldiers, a small number were clearly elites, and an extremely small number were even sturdier and more valiant. These are Soldier Gu, Sergeant Gu, and Sergeant Gu? Gu Ting squinted his eyes slightly. It should be. Wei Wuxiang roughly counted. There are about 500 people. It seems that Shaoqi Xing is doing quite well in the military camp. He has actually accumulated so many human path Gu worms. Formation. Shaoqi Xing shouted and activated the Arrow Army Formation Gu in his aperture. The soldiers under his control immediately gathered. The centurion led the sergeant led the sergeant, and the sergeant was surrounded by soldiers. The entire army was like a huge arrow. Without dodging or evading, they directly charged towards the divine bean soldiers that were charging towards them. Kill. The army led by Shaoqi Xing let out a deafening battle cry, but the divine bean soldiers were deathly silent. The two sides were like huge waves colliding, and after colliding, they began to infiltrate each other. Shaoqi Xing's eyes were like lightning, shooting out starlight as he concentrated on controlling his own troops. In the chaotic battle, the troops under his control were always united into small groups, maintaining the most basic military formation. In contrast, the divine bean soldiers were scattered and disorganized. After the initial stalemate, the situation gradually fell into Shaoqi Xing's control. Once he gained an advantage in a certain area, this advantage snowballed and continued to grow. Soon, the partial advantage turned into an overall advantage. Eventually, Shaoqi Xing's side obtained a complete victory. The divine bean soldiers were all killed. How is it? Shaoqi Xing returned victorious. He looked at the other Gu immortal seeds with an excited expression, showing off his pride. Zhao Shuyi rolled her eyes and ignored him. Brother Xiao is indeed amazing. Qin Dejiang gave a thumbs up. Ah. Shaoqi Xing laughed heartily and said to Qin Dejiang, if you had followed me back then, you would also have such achievements today. Let's continue forward. It's just a mural, Wei Wuxiang said. Don't be careless. These soldiers are just soybean soldiers, the most basic of the divine bean soldiers, Gu Ting said. The group continued to move forward, continuously conquering the divine bean soldiers. A moment later, they arrived at the busiest street of Divine Emperor City. The divine bean soldiers were slaughtering the citizens in the city. It was a mess. When Sun Yao saw this, she was so angry that her eyes spat fire. The first time she entered this place, she came to this street and experienced the flourishing scenery. Who would have thought that such a beautiful scene would be completely destroyed by the divine bean soldiers? There were corpses and blood everywhere. I'll have to rely on you all to make a move. Shaoqi Xing said with rare modesty. The terrain here is narrow and the field of vision is not clear. My men and horses can't pass through. The other Gu immortal seeds naturally had no objections. They rushed to the front lines and attacked together. Shaoqi Xing stayed at the back, controlling the soldiers around him to move forward slowly while observing carefully. He knew in his heart, since he came here to compete for Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, these Gu masters around him were his greatest competitors. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. Now was the best time for him to understand these people. These elite Gu masters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were truly extraordinary when they attacked. Shaoqi Xing had a lot of accumulation, but these Gu masters were not inferior. Ing Shengji continuously took out Dr. Gu and turned into human form, saving the wounded and dying everywhere. Qin Dejiang, on the other hand, was surrounded by a group of constables. He also held a blade and a chain, participating in the front lines battle. Sun Yao, on the other hand, made Shaoqi Xing look at her in a new light. She was surrounded by 3 dancers. their long sleeves fluttered as they weakened the Divine Bean soldiers. At the same time, Sun Yao also possessed the human path killer move, Joy in Helping Others. This move was very effective in strengthening her allies. As for Wei Wuxiang, he was flickering in and out of sight, his figure was like a fish in water in the chaotic battlefield. This guy has already grasped Thief Gu, Xiao Qixing realized. These elites of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects showed their brilliance once they attacked. Xiao Qixing also felt heavy pressure and became vigilant. I really can't underestimate these people. This chaotic battle lasted for the time it took to brew half a cup of tea before the entire street was cleared. Without stopping, Xiao Qixing and the rest advanced towards other painting worlds. The Divine Bean soldiers were exterminated by them one after another. Of course, they were not the only ones retaliating. The natives of the painting world also organized many teams and fought back with all their might, trying their best to kill the Divine Bean soldiers. Yi Fan and Hong Yi mixed in with the other teams and conversed secretly. These Divine Bean soldiers are really amazing, there are so many types of them, it is an eye-opener. These people from the 10 great ancient sects have also matured, we need to conceal ourselves carefully and not be discovered by them. They were the earliest people to enter the painting world. Right now, their accumulation surpassed Central Continent's people by a large margin, but Yi Fan and Hong Yi could only act in secret. After all, the outside world of the 5 regions was the main body. Once they were discovered by the Celestial Court, the situation would be terrible. The counterattacking teams killed faster and faster, their efficiency constantly increased, and their casualties rapidly decreased. After they had sufficient experience, they completely understood the types of Divine Bean soldiers. Yellow Bean soldiers were only cannon fodder, Green Bean soldiers could shoot flying arrows, Red Bean soldiers had to be careful of their self-destruction, Black Bean soldiers had the toughest bodies, and so on. After understanding the characteristics of different Divine Bean soldiers, they launched targeted attacks. These Divine Bean soldiers were far weaker than they looked. The counterattacking teams kept winning and regaining more and more territory. Finally, they gathered at one place and came to the city wall of Divine Emperor City. Outside the city wall was a vast sea of Divine Bean soldiers. Xiao Qixing saw this scene and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The enemy was too powerful, it was not something his team could handle, only by joining forces with other teams could they defend the city. The Divine Bean soldiers surged forward without any formation, they were a mess as they charged forward. Xiao Qixing and the rest occupied the city wall and looked down from above, constantly killing. The Divine Bean soldiers were like ants, they started to climb the city wall. The defending side resisted with all their might, not retreating a single step. The entire battlefield was like a huge meat grinder, a large number of lives were lost every second. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Eventually Xiao Qixing fell on his butt, he had no strength left in his body. His snow-white military robe was already dyed red with blood. Continuous cheers came from the surroundings. They had won, this largest group of Divine Bean soldiers had been completely annihilated. The outcome was decided. Next, it was time to clean up the remaining small groups of Divine Bean soldiers in the paintings. Wait a moment, we seem to be able to leave Divine Emperor City. Following the Divine Bean soldiers' route of invasion, we can counterattack their nest. During the process of cleaning up, everyone made a huge discovery. The army gathered again and finally reached Fang Dichang. In this painting world, Fang Dichang's strength was greatly reduced, but he still had a group of Divine Bean soldiers with him. So you are the mastermind, the main culprit. You will pay the price for your sins. Why did you slaughter the innocent? What grudge do you have with them? The crowd was furious, but Xiao Qixing and the rest secretly glanced at each other before moving towards the back without leaving a trace. So the source of the Divine Bean soldier calamity is actually him. He is Fang Clan's Gu immortal Fang Dichang, he had once refined Divine Bean Palace. To think that he is still alive, and is even stirring up trouble in the painting world. Don't tell me the sect sent us here to eliminate him? Strange, why didn't the Celestial Court directly kill Fang Dichang? Maybe this is a test purposely left for us, or maybe we have to follow the rules of the painting world to deal with him. Xiao Qixing and the rest conversed quickly, their expressions were extremely solemn. They were already the focus of their sect's nurturing targets, thus they knew a lot about the Gu immortal world, especially the participants of the Fate War, they knew a lot about them. Go. Take revenge for our friends and family. I want to tear him to pieces. The Gu masters in the painting world attacked Fang Dichang. A bunch of dregs. Fang Dichang sat at the center and commanded calmly, the Divine Bean soldiers around him changed their formation smoothly like flowing water. especially when all kinds of soldiers cooperated with each other with great tacit understanding. The natives of the painting world suffered heavy losses. Xiao Qixing and the rest were also very shocked. There are clearly not many soldiers, how can they fight to this state? This is a Gu immortal commanding them, the difference is like heaven and earth. What should we do? Fight or retreat? Fight. We have the advantage in numbers, even though Fang Dichang is strong, the gap between us is not that of an immortal. We have a lot of hope. Slaughter immortal. Someone shouted this slogan, but Xiao Qixing and the rest were extremely excited. Once they made a move, the Gu masters fighting at the front immediately felt a strong sense of support. In fact, not just them, Yi Fan and Hong Yi were also mixed in the battlefield, contributing secretly. Fang Dichang snorted coldly. The Divine Bean soldiers kept changing their formation under his command, defending as firmly as Mount Tai. Xiao Qixing and the rest fought bitterly for a long time, but to their shock they found a terrifying gap between the enemy and their side. The Divine Bean soldiers around Fang Dichang were almost non-existent. What should we do? An immortal is an immortal after all. Not to mention that Fang Dichang is a wisdom path Gu immortal. Xiao Qixing and the rest condition fell to rock bottom. Their fighting spirit faded and they had thoughts of retreating, not daring to compete with Fang Dichang. But right at this time, Fang Dichang's body suddenly shook and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He snorted coldly, looking at the sky as he sneered, "Genesis Lotus Will, you finally couldn't help but make a move." Fang Dichang was suppressed by Genesis Lotus Will. He could no longer control the Divine Bean soldiers as freely as before. Xiao Qixing and the rest immediately felt the pressure on them decrease. They were pleasantly surprised as they charged forward. The Divine Bean soldiers around Fang Dichang continued to shrink until they were all slaughtered. Fang Dichang had no choice but to personally take action. He slaughtered his way through the army, no one could match him. Good times did not last long, his condition continued to decline and he started to get injured. After some time, Fang Dichang's body was bathed in blood as he staggered. To think that I, Fang Dichang, would actually die here. Fang Dichang gave a sorrowful cry as he self-detonated. Boom. The Gu masters surrounding him were all blown to smithereens, not even their corpses remained. After a short moment of shock, the surviving Gu masters cheered and cheered. We won. We finally killed the demon. Sob sob sob. Father, mother, I have taken revenge for you. Chapter 2027. Xiao Qixing and the rest strolled on the street. The battle had just ended, the originally bustling street was bleak and desolate. There were few pedestrians. Even if there were, most of them were injured. Fang Dichang was unworthy of Western Desert's righteous path. He slaughtered the innocent and caused so many casualties. Letting him die like this was really letting him off easy. Qin Dejiang said hatefully. Ing Xingji sighed and added, "That's right, this was once such a lively place." You guys are really funny. Wei Wuxiang laughed. This is only a painting world, it is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. The people here are also not real existences. No matter how many casualties there are, it will return to its former state after a few years. That's right. Compared to this, I am more curious about what kind of reward the sect will give us this time. Gu Ting said. Xiao Qixing's eyes brightened. We succeeded in slaughtering immortals as mortals and also got rid of the internal threat of Divine Emperor City. With such a huge contribution, not only the sect, even the Celestial Court will personally reward us. Ah. Xiao Qixing laughed heartily, feeling proud of himself. This time, in quelling the Divine Bean weapon calamity and getting rid of Fang Dichang, he had the best performance and contributed the most. In terms of rewards, he was the first. At the entrance of the alley that everyone passed, 2 beggars were sitting cross-legged in a corner, coldly observing their surroundings. The speech and actions of these 10 great ancient sects Gu immortal seeds were naturally seen by these 2 beggars. It is all thanks to you this time, Brother Shin. One of the beggars transmitted secretly. The beggar-like Xinshang smiled. Should I call you Fang Yuan or Fang Dichang? The beggar beside him replied, I am just a clone. Strictly speaking, I cannot even be considered a clone now, I am only a remnant will. So, don't call me Fang Yuan. As for Fang Dichang, he is already dead, he died from self-detonation. I have no name now, I am just a beggar. Xinshang's eyes shined with brilliance. You are too humble. Even without me, fellow immortal has already planned to escape with your life. The beggar nodded and did not deny it. My previous plan was to use the Divine Bean soldiers to invade and seize the painting world, that would be the best. But this possibility was not high. In order to consider victory, I had to consider defeat first. Naturally, I had to prepare a foolproof plan. My self-detonation caused my body and soul to completely disappear, but this will still remains. After a short pause, Fang Yuan's will continued, I do have to thank you for your help. If I rely on my own methods, there is a high chance of being discovered by Genesis Lotus Will. But with you covering for me, that's completely different. Fellow immortal Xinshang, your attainments in the Tao are getting deeper and deeper. Xinshang chuckled, indeed. Ever since the Fate War, after I unraveled the Venerable's human path killer move, my human path attainment has improved greatly. Now that he had come to this world of murals, he had to pretend to be a beggar all day, carefully observing and concentrating on comprehending. His harvest was quite plentiful. There are benefits to being a beggar. Beggars are people of the lowest level. They can look at the world as bystanders, they can experience kindness and harshness, they can feel hunger and thirst, warmth and coldness. Saying so, Xinshang changed the topic, asking, what are your plans now? Are you going to leave this place or continue to stay? Fang Yuan's will did not hesitate, I cannot leave this place. Even though I only have a will left now, I can only temporarily escape the attention of Genesis Lotus Will. I do not have a way to leave this place. What about you, Xinshang? Xinshang also shook his head, I also cannot find a way to leave this place. I have already secretly investigated those Gu immortal seeds of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. They came and went because they obtained the approval of Genesis Lotus Will. But I believe that as long as I continue to hide and research, my human path attainment will continue to accumulate, there will be a qualitative change. At that time, I will be able to find a way to leave this place. Fang Yuan's will took a deep look at Xinshang. He could tell that Xinshang was enjoying this place. But thinking about it, it was not strange. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's investment was truly huge. He created a world to deduce human path. In this place, human path was supreme, other paths were just supplementary. Human path had the greatest development, the other paths were very weak. At the same time, this place followed the rules of the mortal world. The gap between immortals and mortals was very small. It was beneficial to the development of human path. There was also the isolation of inside and outside. Outsiders who entered this place would be isolated from the 5 regions, they would not even be able to communicate with jewel yellow skies. This prevented the spread of information and the contamination of information. Thus, this secluded human path paradise was created. Xinshang cultivated human path. Coming here was like a glutton encountering a peerless delicacy. He was like a fish in water, he was deeply attached to this place. Fang Yuan's will was currently residing in one of Xinshang's beggar gu. There were only 2 paths in front of him. One was to wait for the main body to rescue him, the other was to follow Xinshang and cultivate, using Xinshang's strength to escape. Information regarding the divine bean soldier calamity was gathered in Qin Dingling's hands. Fang Dichang self-detonated? Qin Dingling frowned slightly. This result made Qin Dingling slightly disappointed. She had been hoping to capture this Fang Yuan clone alive. Then, through him, she could deduce the location of Fang Yuan's main body. To think that Fang Yuan's clone would actually commit suicide, but this is in line with Fang Yuan's ruthless nature. Qin Dingling did not have many suspicions. It would be great if we could capture him alive. In the painting world, the gap between immortals and mortals is not big. It is a pity that these Gu immortal seeds have not matured enough, they could not grasp this opportunity. Qin Dingling sighed inwardly. Xiao Qixing and the rest thought that it was a huge contribution to slaying the immortal, but in Qin Dingling's heart, it was a bad evaluation. But even so, Qin Dingling decided to heavily reward these Gu immortal seeds. They were all important targets for nurturing. After settling the matter of rewards, Qin Dingling placed her attention on the battle in Eastern Sea. The battle in Eastern Sea was the battle between humans and variant humans. Both sides were led by Qi Si ancestor and Wu Shuai. They fought in the immemorial 2 heavens and Eastern Sea. The battle was getting more intense. After Qi Si ancestor sacrificed himself to save profound literature Grotto Heaven, he took the opportunity to unite several Grotto Heaven forces in the 2 heavens. Even though Wu Shuai lost, he did not show weakness. On one hand, he gathered the 2 heavens to his side, on the other hand, he launched sneak attacks and invasions on those Grotto Heaven forces that were observing from the sidelines. Wu Shuai's strategy was very clear and straightforward. Before attacking the 5 regions, he had to cleanse the 2 heavens and stabilize the rear. On one hand, this was because the distance between the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens was short, they could send troops to each other. If Wu Shuai did not do anything when his army was outside, the Grotto Heavens would only need to pretend to attack to make Wu Shuai's army lose their footing. On the other hand, many of Wu Shuai's grotto heavens produced qi harvest fruits of various sizes. Every time Wu Shuai attacked a grotto heaven, he would use the method that variant human Gu immortals thought of to try and get rid of the qi harvest fruits. Wu Shuai's side needed such experiments. Under Wu Shuai's radical strategy, more and more human forces in the two heavens sought Qi-Si Ancestor's protection. Qi-Si Ancestor defended the grotto heavens while consolidating his forces. But overall he was still at a disadvantage. Wu Shuai's two heavens alliance grew much faster than Qi-Si Ancestor. He actively protected the interests of variant humans. More and more variant human grotto heavens joined him. In the two heavens, variant human grotto heavens outnumbered human grotto heavens by a lot. The final batch of variant human forces that were observing from the sidelines joined Wu Shuai. On one hand, they had no choice in the situation. On the other hand, if they did not join, there would be no hope of resolving the problem of the qi harvest fruits in the grotto heavens. Wu Shuai's reputation soared, but the problem of the qi harvest fruits was still troubling him. The two heavens alliance tried many methods, but they all failed to get rid of the qi harvest fruits. Qi-Si Ancestor's progress in researching the profundity of the qi harvest fruits was also slow. Wu Shuai and Qi-Si Ancestor fought. Even though there were frequent conflicts, there were not many casualties. That was because the focus of both sides was not to eliminate the other, but to get rid of the problem of the qi harvest fruits. In this world, the person who knows the profundity of the qi harvest fruits the most is probably Demon Immortal Qiju. It is a pity that I am not strong enough to deal with him. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He had already resolved the problem in Providence, but Fang Yuan still had no idea how to refine the heaven path Dao marks. Demon Immortal Qiju, who Fang Yuan was talking about, had arrived at Western Desert. He should be nearby. Demon Immortal Qiju flew at a low altitude, searching around. He could not borrow Gu from Qi-Si Ancestor, so he used Qi Path investigative methods to search for other Qi Path Immortal Gu. In the end, along the way he found several Qi Path Immortal Gu. These Qi Path Immortal Gu were mostly wild Immortal Gu. They were naturally produced after the Qi tides. A small portion were snatched by Demon Immortal Qiju from other Gu immortals. Demon Immortal Qiju was not ruthless. As long as he obtained the Qi Path Immortal Gu, he would let the Gu immortal leave. Along the way, Demon Immortal Qiju gradually left Eastern Sea and arrived at Western Desert. I deduced that a Qi Path Immortal Gu should be nearby. Demon Immortal Qiju was thinking when a Gu immortal suddenly appeared in his investigative range. Chapter 2028. Demon Immortal Qiju saw that this Gu immortal had a headband on his head. He wore a green robe and had a tall and handsome posture. He had a thought. The Qi Path Immortal Gu that I deduced, is it on this person? With this thought, Demon Immortal Qiju attacked. With a loud rumble, a huge white air current giant hand grabbed towards Red Heart Traveler. Almost at the same time Demon Immortal Qiju discovered Red Heart Traveler, Red Heart Traveler also discovered Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju did not recognize Red Heart Traveler, but Red Heart Traveler already had first-hand information about Demon Immortal Qiju from the Celestial Court. Seeing the white gas hand flying towards him, Scarlet Heart Traveler's heart jumped and he quickly dodged and retreated. Red Heart Traveler was a Gu immortal of Celestial Court, a former Board Lord of Demon Judgment Board. He had great battle strength. During the Fated War, he came to the Western Desert and disguised himself as a fiendish immortal of the Blood Path. He attracted the attention of many super forces of the Western Desert's righteous path and held back a large number of hostile forces for the Central Continent. In Western Desert's Gu immortal world, Red Heart Traveler had the confidence to fight against almost all Western Desert Gu immortals. But his current opponent was Demon Immortal Qiju, one of the strongest Gu immortals in the current world. Red Heart Traveler was very clear that he was not Demon Immortal Qiju's match. The difference between him and the enemy was too great. The loser of this battle would definitely be him. Hence, Red Heart Traveler's retreat was very straightforward. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Qiju saw a blood-colored halo rise behind Red Heart Traveler's head. The latter's speed suddenly increased and he easily dodged his Qi current hand. Demon Immortal Qiju exclaimed lightly, muttering to himself, "Blood Path again?" In the current world, the Blood Path seems to be very popular. Demon Immortal Qiju was naturally not willing to let Red Heart Traveler off so easily. He chased after him. The two immortals, one chasing and the other fleeing, quickly traversed thousands of miles. Demon Immortal Qiju was shocked to find that his main movement method could not catch up to Red Heart Traveler. Of course he did not widen the gap. I've already improved my movement technique, but I didn't expect that I still wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Who was this person? A rank 8 Blood Path Gu immortal. Demon Immortal Qi Ju searched through his memories and slowly found some clues. He had searched Qing Huizi's soul and obtained a lot of information. Red Heart Traveler's true identity had not been exposed, but he had wreaked havoc in Western Desert and had such a sensitive identity of rank 8 blood path. Information regarding him had already spread to Jewel Yellow Skies, and all the Gu immortals in the world had heard of him. After chasing for a while, Demon Immortal Qi Ju suddenly roared, "Where are you running to?" After he finished preparing, he activated a killer move. Red Heart Traveler suddenly felt the airflow around his body roll up, seriously affecting his speed. He sighed internally. He could only turn around and fight Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's moves were vast and majestic. Milky white chi currents surged. It was like a tsunami with unstoppable might. The moment they truly exchanged blows, Red Heart Traveler fell into a disadvantageous position without any surprise. However, his methods weren't weak either. Bloody light pervaded the air and flowers of blood bloomed. There was no evil energy at all. Instead, it was warm and righteous, standing firm. Red Heart Traveler struggled with all his might. After a few rounds, his whole body was drenched in sweat. He sighed internally, "This Demon Immortal Qi Ju is indeed a famous old monster. He is truly too strong." Red Heart Traveler felt that he was like a small boat. Under Demon Immortal Qi Ju's frenzied attacks, he could only dodge with all his strength and stall for time. After several rounds, Red Heart Traveler was already in a perilous situation. At this time he suddenly heard a beast roar. An immemorial desolate beast drilled out from under the desert and attacked Demon Immortal Qi Ju's back. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was caught unprepared, but he was not flustered in the face of danger. He stretched out his hand and a mountainous chi current hand slammed towards the immemorial desolate beast. But just as this immemorial desolate beast was about to be slammed by the hand, its body suddenly shone with bright light. It turned into an immemorial swallow and shot towards Demon Immortal Qi Ju like a sharp black arrow. So it is a transformation path Gu immortal. Ah, interesting. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was slightly startled. He had to stop and deal with it while praising generously. The one who came to help was naturally Nine Spiritual Fairy. She and Red Heart Traveler came to Western Desert together. They were helping each other. With her help, Red Heart Traveler's situation immediately turned for the better. He was finally saved from the brink of death. "We can't fight for long. This old demon is too powerful. We are not his match. The reason why we can resist him now is because he is not familiar with our methods." Red Heart Traveler hurriedly transmitted. He fought with Demon Immortal Qi Ju and thoroughly felt the terror of a peak expert in the present age. The reason why Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not kill him was because he had just been reborn and had not completely adapted to it. If they really fought, the two immortals of Celestial Court would be killed by Demon Immortal Qi Ju sooner or later. "I have a way, follow me." Nine Spiritual Fairy transmitted, retreating while fighting. Demon Immortal Qi Ju chased after the two immortals of Celestial Court. He went through many twists and turns until he reached a desert. Nine Spiritual Fairy suddenly turned into an immemorial desolate beast. She held Red Heart Traveler in her mouth and plunged into the desert. Demon Immortal Qi Ju snorted coldly, "You think you are smart." He clapped his hands with a loud sound. Heaven and earth shook. Milky white chi currents crashed onto the surface of the desert like a tsunami, causing the surrounding 100 li of desert to sink by over 100 feet. Nine Spiritual Fairy gave a muffled grunt, suffering heavy injuries. Red Heart Traveler quickly healed her injuries. Nine Spiritual Fairy did not dare to turn around to fight. She focused on moving underground. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was about to dive into the sand and continue his pursuit when he heard a beast roar. At the next moment, a huge immemorial soul beast emerged from the bottom of the desert. Seeing this immemorial soul beast, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's pupils shrunk. This immemorial soul beast had a strange shape. It had a sinister appearance. It had a tortoise shell for tiger claws, a dragon tail, a snake neck, and a human head. Its hair was disheveled. Its eyes were filled with anger and ferocity. This was a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It even had many immortal Gu. "Ah, you found Qing Chou." Seeing that Demon Immortal Qi Ju was entangled by the immemorial soul beast, Red Heart Traveler cried out in shock. This immemorial soul beast was Qing Chou. After Divine Bean Palace was seized by Fang clan, Qing Chou left Divine Bean Palace and hid in a corner. There was no news of it. But during the Fate War, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City merged into one. Genesis Lotus will came out to control the situation. After the Fate War, Genesis Lotus will naturally handed all kinds of information to Celestial Court. Qin Dingling not only knew Fang Di Chang's true identity, she even obtained information about Qing Chou. Divine Bean Palace had imprisoned Qing Chou for so many years, Genesis Lotus will understood it too well, it had a secret method to search for it. After Qin Ding Ling obtained this secret method, she secretly ordered 9 spiritual fairy to search for Qing Chou and subdue it. Qing Chou was a legendary immemorial beast. Not only did it have outstanding battle strength, it also had an innate ability to discern everything about spectral soul. If Celestial Court obtained it, not only could they deal with Fang Yuan, they could also deal with spectral soul. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 9 spiritual fairy had found Qing Chou's location not long ago, but she did not have enough strength, she had no confidence in forcefully attacking it. Now that Red Heart Traveler encountered Demon Immortal Qiju, she came up with a plan to lure Demon Immortal Qiju into a fight with Qing Chou. This is great, at this rate we can watch from the sidelines and reap the rewards. Red Heart Traveler laughed. Qing Chou is not Demon Immortal Qiju's match, we can only act according to the situation. 9 spiritual fairy conversed while using all her strength to move deeper underground, the further away from the battlefield, the better. However, contrary to Celestial Court's expectations, Demon Immortal Qiju soon sensed something amiss. He opened his mouth and breathed out endless qi currents that filled the surroundings. He threw himself into it and quickly vanished. Qing Chou had no opponent, it also chose to leave the battlefield and escape into the sky. Deep underground, Celestial Court's 2 immortals looked at each other. Red Heart Traveler suddenly said, "Oh no! We can't keep that Blood Sea True Inheritance." 9 spiritual fairy was dazed for a moment before reacting. "You really found that Blood Path True Inheritance?" Red Heart Traveler nodded and sighed. Celestial Court's clues were not wrong, the crucial thing was that the Qi Tides exposed some clues about the Blood Sea True Inheritance. I searched for half a month before finally arriving at the final location. But there, I encountered Demon Immortal Qiju. 9 spiritual fairy was silent. On the other side, Demon Immortal Qiju returned to his original location. It is indeed here. He inspected for a while and found that the Qi was still here, it had not moved. After trying for a while, he successfully obtained this Blood Sea True Inheritance. Blood Sea Ancestor had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance secret areas in Central Continent, Southern Border and other places. Among them there were only 9 true inheritances. Right now, this one was already in Demon Immortal Qiju's hands. Blood Path True Inheritance. Amazing, with this true inheritance it will be several times easier for me to deal with Blood Path Gu Immortals. And this Blood Qi Immortal Gu is also suitable for me. Ah! Demon Immortal Qiju laughed loudly. When he used killer moves earlier he almost always expended immortal material Qi. Now, every time he obtained a Qi Path Immortal Gu, his strength would rise by a level. Chapter 2029. Western Desert. Strong winds blew and sand surged. A caravan was moving with difficulty in the desolate desert. Oh heavens, we are finally returning to Sand Wolf City. In the caravan, Pengda had an exhausted expression as he sighed. Gu Master Amoli was sitting on a camel beside him. He looked at Pengda and teased, "Lad, your thinking is different from the first time we set off." Pengda's face blushed. When Amoli first organized the caravan he was very excited, he thought the adventure would be very exciting. But after several caravan trips, Pengda had already realized how naive he had been. In this world, caravan was not only difficult and risky, it was also very tiring and difficult to move forward. If one was careless they would lose their lives in the vast and merciless desert. But Pengda's sigh resonated with the other Gu masters in the caravan. "Yes, we are going home again. Although we did not encounter any danger during this caravan trip, we are really tired. After we return I want to take a good bath. I can't help but want to go to a tavern to drink, haha." Amoli smiled, he thought of his wife and son who had changed greatly recently. His son was chosen and heavily nurtured. He could be said to be a prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf. All of these beautiful things gave Amoli new hope and motivation to live. No matter how difficult caravan was, he could enjoy it. Wait, there is a situation. The Gu master in charge of scouting at the front of the caravan suddenly shouted a warning. Pengda immediately tensed up but also felt strange. Logically speaking, this was near Sand Wolf City, there should be no danger here. But why was there a warning? Amoli immediately activated his investigative Gu, his body stiffened as he shouted, "There is a strange situation, everyone move forward at full speed." Pengda and the rest did not know the reason, but seeing Amoli leading the way, they trusted the caravan leader and quickly followed. As they got closer to Sand Wolf City, even without using Gu worms, they discovered the abnormality. Several plumes of gray smoke could be seen rising into the air. There was also the smell of burning and fire coming from the direction of Sandwolf City. Everyone in the caravan felt a strong sense of foreboding, and they quickened their pace. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of Sandwolf City. This is impossible. What's going on? Heavens, this is a dream, it must be a dream. Some of the members of the caravan directly knelt on the sand, some broke down and cried, even the usually steady leader Molly was stunned on the spot. Peng Da's eyes widened, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. The once bustling Sandwolf City was now in ruins. There were corpses everywhere, broken walls, burning flames and smoke everywhere. The scene was too horrible to look at. Emoli muttered and suddenly ran into the city as if he was electrocuted. His action woke up many people. The Gu masters quickly ran back to their homes. Peng Da did not have a home, so he quickly urged the camel to follow Uncle Emoli. Emoli's speed was extremely fast. He was extremely anxious and directly left Peng Da far behind. Fortunately, Peng Da had returned to Sandwolf City a few times and had already figured out the route. He knew where Uncle Emoli's house was. When Peng Da arrived at Molly's house, he saw a ruin. Emoli, on the other hand, knelt on the ruins and looked at his wife's corpse that he had just dug out in silence. From Uncle Emoli's silence, Peng Da could feel the mountain-like weight on his back. How could this be? What happened here? Peng Da was sorrowful but also very confused. In his opinion, Sandwolf City was such a huge city with so many Gu masters stationed inside, but it was actually destroyed and turned into a dead city. What kind of force could destroy Sandwolf City? Was it a Chi-tide calamity? The traces left at the scene did not seem like it at all. This world is really too dangerous. People are living in constant danger, even Gu masters are the same. There is no such thing as a safe place. Peng Da felt increasingly insignificant in his heart. He looked at Emoli, who was kneeling on the ground like a stone statue. He opened his mouth several times before finally saying, "Uncle, we need to pull ourselves together. Don't forget that you still have a son." These words shook Missouri Lee slightly. His eyes shined with the light of hope again. "Peng Da, thank you for your reminder. My son is still in the inner city. He is a Gu immortal seed and is being nurtured heavily. He is definitely fine. He is definitely well protected. Let's go and find him." Emoli brought his wife's corpse and hurriedly went to the inner city with Peng Da. The whole inner city had turned into a huge crater. The inner city was gone. Several caravan members stood at the edge of the crater, looking at it blankly. Emoli came to their side and looked at the huge crater. His lips trembled and his face was extremely pale. He could not speak. Peng Da secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He could see that this huge crater was completely the footprint of a wild beast. Such a huge footprint, the size of this wild beast was simply unimaginable. This is not man-made. A beast calamity. A huge beast as big as a mountain attacked Sandwolf City and killed everyone. The caravan members analyzed and gradually started crying. Emoli fell into a deathly silence. Peng Da could not persuade him. Uncle Emoli once had such a beautiful family, but suddenly, everything was gone, only he was left. Fate was so cruel to Emoli and all the surviving members of the caravan. Boom. Right at this time, the air above everyone's head suddenly surged, emitting a sonic boom. This sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Did the huge beast not leave? Peng Da quickly raised his head and saw two figures floating in the sky. Gu immortals. The other Gu masters shouted. This place is also in trouble. The Gu immortals in the sky conversed. Their voices were transmitted down without any intention of concealing it. This damned beast caused our Mo clan to suffer such heavy losses. When we catch it, we will tear out its tendons and skin it alive to vent our anger. Another Gu immortal replied furiously. Let's go, we are about to catch up. The two Gu immortals flew away, leaving this place. The Gu masters on the ground were silent for a while before someone suddenly started crying loudly. Father, mother, you died so miserably. I cannot take revenge for you, but there are immortals who can uphold justice for you. Peng Da was silent, his mood was very heavy. At this moment he suddenly realized, even if he became a Gu master, even if he became a rank 5 Gu master, what was the use? Only by becoming a Gu immortal could he control a bit of his own fate in this world. I want to go take a look. Emoli suddenly spoke with a resolute expression. Leader, are you crazy? The surrounding Gu masters quickly urged. Emoli's attitude, however, was firm. I am useless. I cannot take revenge for my wife and children, but I will do my best to see the culprit punished with my own eyes, by a Gu immortal. If I don't even grasp this chance, even if I survive, I will regret it for the rest of my life. These words resonated with the other Gu masters. They responded and expressed that they wanted to go with Emoli to witness justice. Uncle, I want to go with you, Pengda said. Stay behind, lad. Emoli looked at Pengda, his expression softening. Pengda smiled bitterly. Uncle, you have saved me time and time again, you are the closest person to me in this world. Since I am following you, I will not separate from you at this crucial moment. Let me continue to follow you, uncle. Emoli looked at Pengda deeply for a while before nodding and saying in a hoarse voice, Lad, follow me. The group of Gu masters followed the direction the Gu immortal flew in, leaving Sandwolf City ruins. Along the way, the giant beast footprints on the sand were very obvious, allowing them to maintain the most correct path. They traveled like this for a day and a night, when they suddenly heard thunder from the horizon. This is not lightning, it is the Gu immortal fighting the giant beast. Listen, there are beast roars coming from the wind. The Gu masters were very excited, they increased their speed and wanted to get closer. But right at this time, a pitch-black chi current shot out like a rainbow, tearing through the sky. A trace of the chi current scattered and landed near a Gu master. One trace of the black chi curled up and brushed past the Gu master's shoulder. That Gu master suddenly cried out in fear, his skin and flesh started to rot and he quickly turned into a skeleton. Everyone was shocked by this change, they quickly scattered in all directions. Fortunately, that trace of black chi went with the wind and did not linger around. It is too dangerous to continue moving forward. This is only the aftermath of the Gu immortal fighting the giant beast, we have no way of resisting it. If we continue to get closer, we will be throwing away our lives. Most of the Gu masters wanted to retreat, turning around and leaving. I still want to try again, all of you can leave. All of you can leave. Emoli was the only Gu master left. Pengda still wanted to follow him, but this time, Emoli's attitude was very firm, he chased Pengda away. Emoli trudged for some distance alone. When he climbed up a sand dune, the scene in front of him made him take in a deep breath of cold air. Far away in the horizon, there was a huge black fog. This fog was clearly the pitch-black chi current from earlier. In this rumbling black fog, Emoli could vaguely see a mountain-like beast silhouette and flickering lightning. Emoli breathed in deeply and was about to move forward when he was suddenly hugged from behind. Uncle, do you want to die? Don't move forward, you will die. Pengda shouted. Brat, why haven't you left yet? Emoli was anxious. Pengda's face was full of eagerness and sincerity. Uncle, you're my savior. How could I be ungrateful and watch you throw your life away? I know you want to die, but your condition is not right. With my strength, you could not even sense me when I followed you all the way. Uncle, live on, don't throw away your life. But Emoli did not listen. Brat, scram? I won't scram. Scram? This has nothing to do with you, you still have your youth. Don't throw away your life here. Uncle, I want to save you. I don't need you to save me, even if I die, I will take revenge. Even if it is just an insignificant attack, as long as it lands on that damned beast, I will be satisfied. Rumble. Just as the two were entangled, a hurricane came from the battlefield in the horizon. The hurricane was like a wall, supporting the sky as it rapidly swept towards the two of them. Oh no! Pengda and Emoli had no time to dodge, they were quickly engulfed by the hurricane. Chapter 2030. Western Desert. Dark clouds covered the sky, thunder rumbled, Mo Clan's Gu immortals and the mysterious giant beast were still fighting intensely. Bastard, die. I will skin you alive and tear out your tendons to compensate for our losses. The two Mo Clan Gu immortals were furious. Mo Clan had suffered huge losses because of this giant beast. These two were in charge of the most important area. You want me to die? During the intense battle, the mysterious giant beast suddenly spoke. The two Mo Clan immortals were shocked, their hearts jumped. At this moment, the giant beast suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a purple-red tongue. The tongue pierced through a Mo Clan Gu immortal's body at lightning speed. Almost instantly, this Mo Clan Gu immortal was completely corroded by the intense poison, he turned into nothingness. Only his immortal aperture turned into a faint speck of light that fell towards the ground. You are a legendary immemorial beast. The remaining Mo Clan Gu immortals were shocked, they quickly retreated. But it was too late. The mysterious giant beast was Ching Cho, it snickered as ghostly chi surged out of its body. The ghostly chi turned into ghostly shadows that easily blocked the Mo Clan Gu immortals. Ching Cho's main body got closer. Didn't you want to kill me and tear out my tendons? The Mo Clan Gu immortal shouted in fear. Let me go, I am a Mo Clan Gu immortal. If you let me go, Mo Clan will not pursue this matter. Pursue this matter? Anger flashed across Ching Cho's face when it heard this. You two fools, you don't even know that you were used. Go and die. The Mo clan Gu immortal screamed as the ghostly shadows pounced on him. He died on the spot. After killing these two Gu immortals, Qingqiu looked towards the desert. Sand flew wildly on the ground, turning into a giant monster. It was the immemorial sand monster. This was the helper that the Mo clan Gu immortals brought. They relied on it to restrain Qingqiu earlier. But the Mo clan Gu immortals did not expect Qingqiu to be a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It had extraordinary intelligence. Qingqiu used this to disguise itself as an ordinary immemorial desolate beast, causing the two Mo clan immortals to lower their guard. In the end, Qingqiu suddenly attacked, and the two Mo clan immortals suffered grievances. The two Mo immortals were already dead. This immemorial sand monster no longer had a master. Its movements gradually slowed down as it stood on the ground and looked up at Qingqiu. Qingqiu glared at the immemorial sand monster. Scram! The primordial sand monster shivered in fright. It suddenly turned around and dived into the desert to escape. Qingqiu ordered the enemy to retreat, but the ghost aura around it became denser. It looked at a certain place in the sky and sneered, "Two shameless insects still not coming out?" Saying so, Celestial Court's two immortals, 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler, appeared. They floated side by side in the sky, looking down at Qingqiu. So previously, when Red Heart Traveler wanted to find Blood Sea Ancestors' true inheritance, he was disrupted by Demon Immortal Qiju. Realizing Demon Immortal Qiju's goal, Red Heart Traveler decisively gave up on the Blood Sea true inheritance and continued to pursue Qingqiu with 9 Spiritual Fairy. After all, Qingqiu's matter was related to the Celestial Court's plans. And even if he obtained the Blood Sea true inheritance, it would only increase the strength of Scarlet Heart Traveler alone. Which was more important was clear at a glance. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler possessed Celestial Court's secret method. They chased and soon found Qingqiu again. But the two did not dare to make a move. This was Western Desert, enemies were everywhere, it was not the territory of Celestial Court's two immortals. If they rashly fought against a legendary immemorial desolate beast, once the battle entered a stalemate, Western Desert's native Gu immortals would interfere. There would be too many variables. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler discussed for a while. 9 Spiritual Fairy would transform into an immemorial desolate beast and wreak havoc on the surrounding resource points, attracting Western Desert's Mo clan Gu immortals. In the end, Mo clan's two immortals brought an immemorial sand monster, but they did not expend much of Qingqiu's battle strength. Instead, Qingqiu discovered the traces of Celestial Court's two immortals. Celestial Court's two immortals' plan failed and Qingqiu discovered their traces. They directly showed up and attacked at the same time. Bam bam bam. Celestial Court's two immortals were rank 8. They were extraordinary indeed. Each of their moves were fierce and their attacks were like raging waves. Qingqiu was suppressed for a moment. But Qingqiu was an immemorial desolate beast. It had thick skin and flesh. Even if it was hit by a few rank 8 killer moves, it was fine. After dozens of rounds, it became familiar with the Celestial Court's two immortals' moves. It gradually regained control of the situation. But good times did not last. Qi tides started to form. The reason was that the immortal apertures of the Western Desert immortals had opened and started to absorb heaven and earth qi to stabilize themselves. These two immortal apertures had different heaven and earth qi from the outside world. Together with the accumulated influence of the Gu immortals fighting Qingqiu, a huge qi tide soon formed. In the qi tide, Qingqiu was greatly restricted. Its strength fell by a lot. In contrast, Celestial Court's two immortals had already contributed their immortal apertures. They only had phantom apertures. They were not affected much by the qi tide. Qingqiu roared furiously. It used all its strength but to no avail. It realized at this point that Celestial Court's two immortals had another layer of scheme. They did not just use the Western Desert immortals, they even schemed against their immortal apertures. Just as Qingqiu was in a tough battle, Pengde opened his eyes shakily. Where am I? He was in a daze for a while before he found that he was being carried by Uncle Amoli. They were moving on a huge sand dune. Uncle, you saved me again. Pengde sighed. You're awake. Uncle Amoli smiled. Pengde, Uncle put me down. But Uncle Amoli shook his head. Your injuries are severe. Even though I saved you, you should not move for the time being. Pengde smiled bitterly. I have troubled you again. Where is this? Amoli replied, Sai, we were swept away by the hurricane for over 10,000 li. We are rushing back now. Amoli had lived in the desert for many years. He naturally had a method to determine his location. Pengda heard Emoli's words and became anxious. Uncle, why are you going back? Are you going to die? Emoli was silent for a while before saying in a deep and resolute voice, I know it is dangerous to go back, but if I cannot even see the true appearance of the murderer of my wife and child, I will not be satisfied. Uncle. Pengda did not know how to persuade him. He understood Emoli's pain and hatred at this moment. Precisely because of this, he could not persuade him. Emoli continued, Brat, Uncle owes you a favor. After we travel a bit further, Uncle will put you down and leave you enough food and water. With your strength, it won't be a problem for you to cross the desert alone and reach the nearest town. Uncle, I won't go, I cannot leave you alone. Stop fooling around. I am not fooling around, you are the one fooling around, Uncle. Just as the two were arguing, the sand under Emoli's feet moved, forming a huge whirlpool that swept the two towards the center. Emoli quickly activated his goo worms, but it was useless. Emoli was pale with fright. What is going on? My goo worms are all useless. Pengda also tried to no avail, his face was extremely pale. Is this quicksand? We are going to be swallowed. This piece of quicksand was too strange. Neither of their methods had any effect. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the center of the quicksand whirlpool, their bodies were gradually sinking into the sand, their expressions were ashen. Am I going to die? Pengda muttered. Emoli sighed deeply. I have dragged you down, Pengda. I do not blame Uncle, this is all my own choice. Pengda only felt his heart beating wildly, his mouth was dry, he did not know what to say. The feeling before death was truly terrible. But soon, Pengda's attention was attracted by another matter. He found that the usually strong Uncle Emoli was actually shedding tears. Emoli started sobbing in an extremely rare manner. I am going to die, but I have not taken revenge yet. In fact, I have not even seen my enemy's true appearance. My strength is too weak. I do not even have the qualifications to approach my enemy. The difference between immortal and mortal is too great. I am only a mortal, I am like an ant. Pengda opened his mouth wanting to comfort Emoli, but did not know what to say. At the next moment hot sand poured into his mouth. Pengda quickly shut up. Next, his whole body was engulfed, his vision turned dark. Am I going to die? I am going to die like this. So pitiful, I did not expect my journey to another world to end like this. I really do not want to die, I really do not want to die. In his dark vision, specks of starlight suddenly lit up. I'm not dead? Pengda sat up, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He was now at the bottom of a dry well. There was a quicksand whirlpool at the mouth of the well, but strangely the quicksand did not fall down. There was a mysterious force here that stopped the quicksand, only allowing Pengda and Emoli to fall in. Uncle? Pengda immediately noticed Emoli and called out twice before Emoli reacted. Lat, you are awake? This is the immortal world, we are rich. Emoli turned around with an excited and shocked expression. This is likely an inheritance left behind by a goo immortal. Uncle, are you sure? Pengda opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This was all too surreal, the ups and downs of life were too sudden. He was not a rash person who had just transmigrated. The current Pengda and Emoli had traveled many times, they had a rough understanding of the goo world. The existence of goo immortals and goo immortal inheritances had always been the topic of discussion for goo masters when they were free. To think that such an unreachable thing would appear in front of them at this moment. Damn it. Why is it not reacting? Emoli tried many methods, getting increasingly anxious, but the starlight in front of him did not react at all. Uncle, this is probably not a goo immortal inheritance, right? I think you are thinking too much. At this time, Pengda finally had the strength to stand up and walk towards Emoli. Emoli did not retort, he was also starting to doubt his previous judgment. But at this time, the starlight in front of him suddenly moved like a tide, directly passing through Emoli and entering Pengda's body. The two were shocked. This happened very quickly, the starlight soon entered Pengda's body. Without starlight, the bottom of the well fell into darkness again. Emoli activated a goo worm. A lump of fire rose from his palm and brought light to the bottom of the well. Pengda was still standing on the spot blankly, his eyes were wide open like a statue. Emoli quickly walked towards him. Pengda, how are you? Pengda reacted, Uncle, you are right, this is really a goo immortal inheritance, moreover, it is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. What, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? Emoli was extremely shocked. They had learned a lot about the existence of venerables, and thanks to the current situation, This common knowledge of the Gu immortal world was no longer a secret of the mortal world. Mo Li's gaze became slightly complex. This means, Peng De, you are an otherworldly demon? No wonder the inheritance did not react to me. Peng De had an awkward expression. Uncle, I did not hide it from you on purpose. All right. Mo Li waved his hand. So what if you are an otherworldly demon? You are still Peng De, the Peng De I know, right? These words made Peng De extremely moved. He nodded fiercely. Yes. Uncle, thank you for your understanding. Mo Li waved his hand. All right, you rascal, you really struck it rich this time. Since you have inherited the demon venerable's true inheritance, then hurry up and let us leave this place. Normal methods are useless here. Peng De was extremely embarrassed. It is like this, uncle, even though I have many Gu worms, I cannot use them yet. This is the first time I have seen these Gu worms. I need to practice more. And according to the inheritance, I need to learn one of the killer moves before I can leave this place. Then let's practice quickly. If you have anything you don't understand, uncle will guide you. Thank you, uncle. There is no need to thank me between us. Mo Li smiled. Let's practice quickly, we do not have much food and water left. As the inheritor of the true inheritance, Peng De did not need to eat or drink at the bottom of the well, but Mo Li could not. For the next few days Peng De trained hard. He was only a mortal, he was only practicing mortal Gu. This was the first time he had come into contact with these Gu worms. Even though there were detailed instructions in the inheritance, he still needed to practice to master these Gu worms. Mo Li helped Peng De study them, and once there was a result, Peng De would lend the Gu worms to Mo Li to demonstrate and guide him. Mo Li was an experienced Gu master after all. Even though he did not have the qualifications to inherit Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, he was much more efficient at figuring out the usage of these Gu worms than Peng De. Finally, Peng De grasped the usage of each Gu worm with great difficulty. He found the threshold of using killer moves. Go Peng De, try to succeed in one go. Mo Li encouraged Peng De. Uncle, watch me. Peng De did not succeed in using his killer move for the first time. The killer move failed and he suffered a backlash. He spat out blood and fell to the ground on the spot. Peng De, how are you? Mo Li quickly went to inspect Peng De's body. Peng De spoke with difficulty. Uncle, I have disappointed you. But don't worry, next time I will definitely, ugh. Suddenly he widened his eyes. Next he looked at his chest in disbelief. His chest had already been pierced by Mo Li's hand. His heart was destroyed by this sneak attack. Uncle. More blood gushed out of Peng De's mouth. Mo Li slowly raised his head. His eyes were filled with tears, but his face was extremely distorted. It was unfamiliar and terrifying to the point that Peng De's heart shuddered. Mo Li's voice was extremely hoarse. I want revenge. But the true inheritance chose you, I have no choice. Peng De. You are too young, you have practiced for so long but you can't even grasp a killer move. I can't wait, I can't count on you. Mo Li said this as he retracted his hand. Peng De fell to the ground powerlessly, his eyes staring helplessly at the well. He was dead. But Mo Li did not stop, he activated his Gu worms and captured Peng De's soul. Chapter 2031. Central Continent, an ordinary nameless mountain peak. 4 Gu immortals stealthily arrived at the foot of the mountain. He Lulan is on this mountain. Wuxia looked at the mountain peak as he spoke. Beside him were Fairy Myrtle, Old Man Jing Yuan, and Bai Ning Bing. After Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan forced Bai Ning Bing to surrender, they obtained Wuxia's whereabouts. Wuxia was Spectral Soul's clone. He had always taken the responsibility of rescuing the main body. But due to his own strength and Fang Yuan's arrangements, Wuxia could not enter Celestial Court. After the Fate War, Fate Gu was destroyed, Fang Yuan escaped, Wuxia wandered around Central Continent. He even resented Fang Yuan for not saving Spectral Soul's main body. After Fairy Myrtle showed sufficient evidence, Wuxia learned that the main body was no longer in Celestial Court. He had escaped on his own. Wuxia was overjoyed. He left Fang Yuan and met up with Fairy Myrtle and the rest. From Wuxia, Fairy Myrtle and the rest learned that he had just parted ways with He Lulan. Thus, the 4 immortals secretly came here again. Wuxia said in a low voice, He Lulan is a formidable character. Even though her cultivation level is low and future self has lost its effect, she lacks battle strength, she is tenacious and has great ambitions, we cannot underestimate her. Wuxia did not doubt their strength, but what he was most worried about was whether He Lulan would join him and betray Fang Yuan. In this aspect, Fairy Myrtle was very confident. She smiled. I have complete confidence in persuading He Lulan to surrender. This woman has a complicated relationship with Fang Yuan, but it is not firm. He Lulan wants to kill her father for revenge. This is her greatest wish. And Fang Yuan captured He Cheng because his strength surpasses He Lulan. He can control her. If we want to persuade her to surrender, we can start from there. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Back then, Fairy Myrtle tried all ways to deduce Fang Yuan's location, but Fang Yuan was extremely crafty. His wisdom path attainment was to guard against deductions. Fairy Myrtle could not do anything to Fang Yuan, but she investigated Fang Yuan's subordinates. But back then, even if she wanted to use these methods to find Fang Yuan's location, she would fail. But now, Fairy Myrtle wanted to deal with He Lulan. Immediately, Fairy Ziwei made arrangements calmly. This time, Ing Wuxia, stay behind by Ning Bing, get close to He Lulan. Ing Yun Tian immortal Liao Ing and Ling Ing of sect. When you get close to He Lulan, you will ambush her and seal her in ice. After that, I will persuade her to surrender. Why don't I go with you? Ing Wuxia was not assured. Bai Ning Bing glanced at him before flying out. Ing Wuxia quickly looked at Fairy Myrtle, but Fairy Myrtle shook her head. We will stay here and observe. Bai Ning Bing flew into the sky like a white rainbow, looking at the mountain peak as she shouted, Is He Lulan here? After a while, He Lulan appeared from the cave, looking at Bai Ning Bing with a frown. It's you. Bai Ning Bing chuckled as she pointed at He Lulan. I have joined Spectral Soul now. I am here to capture you. He Lulan, if you know what's good for you, just surrender. He Lulan stared with wide eyes. Are you serious? At the foot of the mountain, Ing Wuxia almost stomped his feet in anger. I knew that Bai Ning Bing would ruin things. She has an eccentric personality. She prioritizes having fun. She is purposely trying to ruin things. She definitely thinks this will be fun. As expected, Bai Ning Bing laughed loudly. Of course it's true. Saying so, she turned into a white rainbow as she pounced at He Lulan. He Lulan had already been preparing in secret. At this moment, he gave a low shout and raised both hands, sending out a sky full of flames to meet the white rainbow. Bai Ning Bing was caught off guard. She was forced back to the sky. But she showed even more excitement on her face. Fire path method? You actually cultivated this path? Haha, interesting. I have been wanting to fight you for a long time. But how long can you resist me? Immortal Killer Move, by Xiang. Bai Ning Bing activated her trump card method. She was no longer in human form as frost energy enveloped the mountain peak. He Lulan entered the cave, but Bai Ning Bing did not fear the ambush. She directly charged in. The two of them fought in the cave, causing thunderous explosions and the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. After a few rounds, He Lulan fell into a disadvantage. Her situation was not good. He Lulan's aptitude, temperament and talent were the best, but her luck was not good. She met Fang Yuan too early. Fang Yuan was above her. He used He Cheng to control He Lulan. This greatly affected He Lulan's cultivation. He Lulan originally had Strength Chi Immortal Gu, Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu and Self-Strength Immortal Gu, but they all became Fang Yuan's. Slavery Immortal Gu was also borrowed by Fang Yuan. It was directly used up. Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was destroyed during her tribulation. During the Fate formation, He Lulan was almost completely relying on Future Self. Once Future Self was broken, He Lulan returned to her original form. Fang Yuan did not summon her back. He Lulan had ambitions. She did not want to be controlled by Fang Yuan. She tried to find a way to escape. She had First Ant's true inheritance. After thinking about it, she decided to cultivate Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path. But unfortunately, before she had much success, Fairy Myrtle found out, and now she was being chased by Bai Ning Bing. He Lulan was filled with bitterness. She wanted to retreat, but Bai Ning Bing chased after her relentlessly. Just as she gradually lost the strength to retaliate and was about to be captured, a white light suddenly shot down from the sky. This white light seemed slow but was extremely fast. Bai Ning Bing's Bai Xiang could not dodge in time. She was hit. In an instant, Bai Xiang stopped moving in the air. He Lulan has helpers? Seeing this, Ing Wuxia was shocked. They are not helpers, they should be members of Longevity Heaven. Fairy Myrtle replied with a smile. Ing Wuxia realized now, it turned out that Fairy Myrtle had already calculated Bai Ning Bing's personality. Her main motive was to use Bai Ning Bing to lure Longevity Heaven into an ambush. The reason why she did not send Ing Wuxia was to protect him. After all, Ing Wuxia was Spectral Soul's clone. He was truly one of them. And Bai Ning Bing, who had Bai Xiang, was the best candidate to probe him. This is a time path killer move, is it Fang Yuan? He Lulan had a complex expression. She looked at the sky through the shattered rocks. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the center of the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with a strong light that shone on the immobilized Bai Ning Bing. Even though Bai Xiang was powerful, Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 Immortal Goo House created by Giant Sun Immortal. If Bai Ning Bing was hit by it, she would die for sure. Fairy Myrtle quickly made a move, sending out a purple aurora that covered Bai Ning Bing's body, blocking Calamity Luck Altar's strong light. I was wondering who it was? So it is the defeated general of Celestial Court. Bing Sichuan's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, flying into the sky with old man Jing Yuan. We have already sided with Lord Spectral Soul, we are no longer in Celestial Court's camp. Bing Sichuan sneered, I don't care which side you are on. Hei Lulan is a descendant of my longevity heaven, she is a member of Northern Plains. Don't even think of touching her. Fairy Myrtle retorted, the 5 regions have been unified, the regional walls have vanished, how can there be a Northern Plains? We need to fight for Hei Lulan's ownership. Bing Sichuan did not waste any words, he directly controlled Calamity Luck Altar to ram towards Fairy Myrtle. A huge battle erupted. Hei Lulan and Bai Ning Bing were both restrained, unable to move. Hei Lulan's expression was ashen. She knew clearly that be it Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they were trying to snatch her because they wanted to search for clues to find Fang Yuan. This was the result of having low cultivation level, she became a target for both sides, nobody came to ask her if she was willing or not. This battle did not last long, both sides restrained themselves. First, Fairy Myrtle stopped, no need to fight, I can give Hei Lulan to you. Bing Sichuan had the Immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar, but Fairy Myrtle did not have Star Constellation chessboard, she was at a disadvantage. The reason why Fairy Myrtle fought was because she wanted to attract the Chi Tides after some time, using the power of the Chi Tides to determine their victory. But Bing Sichuan knew about Fairy Myrtle's plan, Calamity Luck Altar charged forward with great power. Fairy Myrtle saw that the battle was intense, they would need to use all their strength to hold on until the Chi Tides arrived, she stopped. You and I have a common goal, it doesn't matter which side Hei Lulan is on. Fang Yuan is at his weakest now, if we miss this opportunity, it will be too late when Fang Yuan recovers. Why don't we work together, what do you think, Bing Sichuan? Fairy Myrtle invited. Next, she showed evidence to prove her current faction. To think that we would work together one day. Bing Sichuan was silent for a while before sighing. Chapter 2032. Deep within a certain earth trench in central continent. Calamity Luck Altar quietly floated in the air, there were tall and steep cliffs on both sides, below it was a bottomless abyss. Calamity Luck Altar gave off a faint light, its aura was not concealed at all, any beast that tried to invade it would be chased away by it. And in the cliffs, there was a huge cave that Fairy Myrtle and the rest had created. Purple light flickered in the cave, a wisdom path formation was set up, Fairy Myrtle sat in the center, while old man Jing Yuan sat in a supporting position. On one hand he used human path methods to cooperate with Fairy Myrtle, on the other hand, he had control over a portion of the immortal formation to guard against Bing Sichuan. After all, this was the first time these two sides were cooperating, they could not be too careful. At the periphery of the formation there were also several formation cores. Bai Ning Bing Hei Lulan, and Ying Wuxia were in the formation cores, they were the most crucial clues. Purple light flickered, rising and falling like tides. After a long while, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes, stopping this wisdom path immortal formation. The overflowing purple aurora gradually dissipated. How is it? Bing Sichuan's question came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, sighing, there is still some way to go. But this method is definitely effective. These three have signed an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan, they are the closest. As long as we capture more similar Goo Immortals, we will be able to deduce Fang Yuan's exact location. The formation was dismantled, the Goo worms flew back into Fairy Myrtle's immortal aperture. Ying Wuxia and the rest stood up. Bai Ning Bing smiled lightly, this is not difficult. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan did not just send us, he also sent a large number of transformation path Goo Immortals. Hei Lulan added, according to what I know, these transformation path Goo Immortals were recruited by Fang Yuan after he annexed an immemorial Grotto Heaven. After the Destiny formation, Fang Yuan disappeared, and his whereabouts are unknown. These people are now scattered all over the Zhongzhou state. Ying Wuxia shook his head, but these transformation path Goo Immortals do not have a close relationship with Fang Yuan, we should find Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin, these two are crucial people second only to us. Fairy Myrtle had finally collected all the goo worms used to set up the formation. She did not have formation flag goo or similar methods. Every time she collected the formation she would have to dismantle the formation. It was quite troublesome. She looked at Calamity Luck Altar that had been guarding at the side. Then why don't we split into 2 groups and search for White Rabbit and Meoween? If you encounter Fang Yuan's transformation path goo immortals along the way, you can act accordingly. Bing Sichuan's reply came from Calamity Luck Altar. Sure. We still need to communicate more about our future cooperation. Fairy Myrtle nodded. Of course. Even though this cooperation was small in scale and took a short time, it had a huge significance. Both sides started to trust each other. Thus, Calamity Luck Altar took away He Lulan, while Bai Ning Bing and Ing Wuxia stayed with Fairy Myrtle. The 2 sides continued to move separately. Immemorial 2 Heavens. Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Fairy Crescent Moon, are you not surrendering even in death? Xiao He Jian, Lady Cold Ash, and the rest looked down at the dying goo immortal in the ruins. Fairy Crescent Moon had rank 8 cultivation level. She was the owner of Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. She had the terrain advantage, but she could not fight against so many enemies. She was on her last breath now. She spat, her face filled with hatred. You bunch of bandits, my Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven stands aloof from worldly affairs. We did not provoke you at all, nor do we have any grand ambitions. I will not surrender to you. Then go and die. Lady Cold Ash was already impatient. She pointed with her finger as a gray rainbow shot out, piercing through Fairy Crescent Moon. Lady Cold Ash hooked her sleeves. Fairy Crescent Moon's soul flew into her hands along with the gray rainbow. This is a rank 8 goo immortal soul. Devouring her is much more effective than devouring the soul core. It is also easier to absorb. Lady Cold Ash was spectral soul, but he had deceived the entire Wuxia alliance. Xiao He Jian looked at her plainly. Lady Cold Ash, you were the vanguard in this battle. You slaughtered countless people and collected a vast number of mortal souls as well as many goo immortal souls. These are your spoils of war, but this rank 8 soul was specially taken care of by Lord Alliance Leader. You cannot keep it for yourself. Spectral Soul was slightly stunned. He smiled as he handed this rank 8 soul to Xiao He Jian. Since Alliance Leader wants it, how can I dare to keep it? He snorted coldly in his mind. I will give this to you for now. In the future, I will settle all our debts with you. Xiao He Jian nodded in satisfaction. He received Fairy Crescent Moon's soul and consoled Lady Cold Ash. Let's go, let the others clean this place. Follow me to meet Alliance Leader and report the entire battle situation. I can finally get close to Wuxia. This is a good chance. Spectral Soul heard this and his heart shook. However, when the 2 immortals arrived at Dragon Palace, they only saw Wuxia's will sitting on the main seat. After Wuxia's will heard the report, he praised, Lady Cold Ash contributed the most in this attack on Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Not bad, work hard. It is our duty to work for Alliance Leader. Lady Cold Ash was very disappointed, but she had a smile on her face. Alright, all of you can leave now. In the future you will be rewarded according to your contributions. Wuxia's will waved his hand. The 2 left Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul was still unresigned. It is such a pity that I could not see Alliance Leader in person. Xiao He Jian glanced at her, feeling some disdain for Lady Cold Ash's character. She was still trying to flatter Alliance Leader when he was not present. He said plainly, Do you think Lord Alliance Leader is someone you can meet whenever you want? To resolve the crisis of the Qi harvest fruit, he has been in closed cultivation in Dragon Palace. We only need to follow Alliance Leader's orders. Yes. Xiao He Jian's expression eased. He patted Lady Cold Ash's shoulder. Do your job well and follow me. One day, you will be able to climb up and play an important role in the Alliance. I will need to rely on Lord's guidance for all of this. Spectral Soul put on a show, but internally he was planning when he could secretly capture this Xiao He Jian as well. It's good that you understand. Xiao He Jian smiled as he walked ahead. He joined the Alliance because of Qi Ju's true inheritance. He was alone and was constantly suppressed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the others. But Xiao He Jian's strength surpassed ordinary rank 8s. He gradually gained a foothold in the Alliance and slowly gained some Gu Immortals as his subordinates. Lady Cold Ash's performance in the recent battles was very outstanding. She displayed incredible battle strength. Even though she was a pure human, Xiao He Jian wanted to recruit her. On the other side, Granny Skeleton requests an audience. The doorman shouted. Granny Skeleton walked into the hall and saw Qi Si Ancestor on the main seat. She cupped her fists and said directly, Skeleton Grotto Heaven is willing to be under Qi Si Ancestor's command. Qi Si Ancestor nodded. Ha, Skeleton, you are a wise person. Join us, you will not regret it in the future. Granny Skeleton sighed and asked, I wonder when Lord Ancestor can get rid of the problem of the Qi harvest fruit? I have already made some progress, don't worry. Fang Yuan said as he changed the topic. But Skeleton Grotto Heaven is the closest to Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Now that Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven has fallen to Wu Shuai's side, I intend to send some Gu Immortals to defend Skeleton Grotto Heaven. I hope you can cooperate with me. Granny Skeleton sighed, even though Fang Yuan did not show the ability to resolve the Qi harvest fruit problem. Due to the situation outside, Granny Skeleton could only lower her head and join Wu Shuai's side. In this situation I really have no choice. Right now there are almost no scattered grotto heavens in the immemorial two heavens. If they do not join Wu Shuai's side, they will be recruited by Qi Ancestor. So I wonder what the future will be like. Granny Skeleton did not get the answer she wanted, she left with a heavy heart. Fang Yuan's pressure was also increasing. Just now, a wisdom path great expert deduced about me, she is really powerful. Like Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle deduced about Fang Yuan naturally sensed it. This was equivalent to two people using wisdom path methods to fight across space. From my own luck, the situation is not good. The danger is coming, there is only a trace of hope. Even though Fang Yuan's cooking luck pot was only rank 7, he could see a portion of his luck, he could see a large part of it. Fang Yuan had already made some progress regarding the Qi harvest fruit. But as for how to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks, Fang Yuan was still at a loss. He was very clear that this trace of hope was in the Heaven Path Dao marks. Only by refining the Heaven Path Dao marks and recovering his strength could he break out of the danger in the near future. If he could not refine it or did not do it in time, it would be very dangerous. Chapter 2033. Western Desert. The intense battle between rank 8s was still continuing. Qing Chou roared furiously, its tongue shot out at lightning speed. Bam bam bam. The blood-red figures surrounding Qing Chou were easily pierced by its tongue, collapsing and exploding. Every time a blood-red figure exploded, Red Heart Traveler's face would turn paler. But his brows were tightly furrowed and his teeth were clenched. His fighting spirit did not decrease as he maintained the battlefield killer move with all his strength. At this rate, Red Heart Traveler will not be able to hold on for long. 9 Spiritual Fairy, who was fighting with Qing Chou, had been paying attention to Red Heart Traveler's condition. They had spent much effort to restrain Qing Chou, allowing Red Heart Traveler to maintain the battlefield killer move and trap this legendary immemorial desolate beast temporarily. However, Qing Chou possessed intelligence that was not inferior to humans. After it realized that it could not break this battlefield killer move, it focused its attacks on Red Heart Traveler in an attempt to break through. Once Red Heart Traveler could not hold on and the battlefield dissipated, Qing Chou would definitely leave. With this experience, it would definitely be extremely vigilant, it would be extremely difficult to capture it again in a short period of time. Forget it. I can only use this move. 9 Spiritual Fairy gritted her teeth, making an important decision. Immortal Killer Move, 9 Spiritual Transformations. Her body suddenly shook, and she returned to her human form from her beast form. She was a transformation path great expert. According to common sense, her battle strength should be higher after transformation. But now that she was in human form, her aura surged and was even stronger than before. 9 rays of light shot out of her immortal aperture, forming a huge 9-colored light barrier. The light barrier was divided into 9 layers, each layer was brightly colored. Qing Chou had been paying attention to Red Heart Traveler. 9 Spiritual Fairy's sudden eruption shocked it, it quickly diverted its firepower. But at this stage, 9 spiritual transformations could be considered to have completed its preparation. There were no more flaws. 9 Spiritual Fairies shouted, the 9-colored light barrier shook as the 9 layers of light fused into one, becoming extremely dazzling. Next, the mixed-colored light sphere transformed into a rhinoceros with a large head and small body. Its body was covered in colorful lights as it charged at Qing Chou. Qing Chou gave a strange cry, it temporarily gave up on Red Heart Traveler and charged at this rhinoceros without dodging. With a loud bang, the earth shook and the mountains shook. After the 2 enormous beings collided, it was actually Qing Chou that took a small step back, while the big-headed rhinoceros remained in place. Qing Chou was shocked and furious, it didn't expect this rhinoceros to be so powerful. In its view, this rainbow-colored rhinoceros was translucent. It could even see 9 Spiritual Fairy at the center. It did not give off the feeling of having a solid body. But after this clash, Qing Chou understood that this rainbow rhinoceros could only be stronger than its previous physical form. Ching Cho is at a disadvantage. This is the first time since the battle started. 9 Spirits transformation is indeed worthy of being a legendary transformation path killer move. Red Heart Traveler was both happy and worried when he saw this scene. The price of using 9 Spirit transformation was very high. After a Gu immortal cultivates it, they could only use it 9 times in their lifetime. 9 Spiritual Fairy chose to use one of such a precious killer move on Ching Cho. It showed her determination to obtain it. Ching Cho roared. Its ferocious nature was stimulated as it attacked 9 Spiritual Fairy again. But the mixed-colored light ball around 9 Spiritual Fairy suddenly changed from the big-headed rhinoceros to the southern Ming Fire Sparrow. The Fire Sparrow flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Ching Cho pounced on empty air. It had no time to raise its head and directly activated its defensive method. Sure enough, at the next moment, Ching Cho heard the sharp cry of the Fire Sparrow and its back was hit. With a whoosh, it was engulfed by the flames in the sky. Ching Cho's hurried defensive method only lasted for a few breaths of time before it was instantly broken. Ching Cho retaliated fiercely. Beast roars and bird cries contended with each other. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. Red Heart Traveler finally had a chance to catch his breath. He quickly adjusted his condition. He adjusted his breathing as he watched the battle, feeling worried. This Ching Cho is really thick-skinned, although it is at a disadvantage and the battle rhythm is firmly controlled by 9 Spiritual Fairy. It has sufficient stamina. In contrast, although 9 Spiritual Fairy has the upper hand and is in control of the battle situation, it cannot last for long. If there is no external help, it will definitely die from exhaustion if this drags on. Red Heart Traveler thought of this and decided to take a risk. He waited patiently, secretly accumulating strength. After waiting for a full 2 hours, he finally saw a chance to fight. There was only an instant of opportunity. Red Heart Traveler suddenly attacked. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood had a fragrant smell. It flew into the air and spun like a miniature blood sun. It shot out endless blood light as it charged at Ching Cho. Although Ching Cho was fighting 9 Spiritual Fairy, it had never let go of its guard against Red Heart Traveler. However, when it used a killer move to block this small blood lump, it was useless. The blood lump seemed to be illusory. It passed through the obstructions and landed on Ching Cho's head, turning into a red sun insignia. Ching Cho's expression changed. It found that each of its movements would involve the red sun insignia. This was an extremely powerful seal. It started to show its might, restraining its movements, interfering with its killer moves and lowering its fighting spirit. Damn it, damn it. Ching Cho roared angrily, unleashing a frenzied wave of attacks. 9 Spiritual Fairy fought with all her strength, but she was forced to retreat again and again. With a loud sound, Ching Cho finally broke Red Heart Traveler's battlefield killer move. However, a victorious smile appeared on Red Heart Traveler's face. Ching Cho's whole body was bound by blood threads. The source of these countless blood threads was the blood sun insignia at the center of its forehead. Success. Cough, cough, cough. Red Heart Traveler coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as paper. 9 Spiritual Fairy quickly suppressed Ching Cho, which was becoming slower and slower, while transmitting her voice. Red Heart Traveler, do you need my help? Red Heart Traveler shook his head, activating his killer move with difficulty. He endured the intense pain and started healing his injuries. 9 Spiritual Fairy spent a lot of effort to finally suppress Ching Cho. Looking at Ching Cho that was bound like a dumpling by the blood threads, 9 Spiritual Fairy praised. What method is this? You actually managed to capture Ching Cho. Red Heart Traveler barely managed to catch his breath, replying, This is a method I created on the spot. I have not named it yet. 9 Spiritual Fairy looked at Red Heart Traveler and could not help but stare at him. You are truly impressive. Red Heart Traveler shook his head, smiling bitterly. Don't overestimate me. I discovered that Ching Cho's vital immortal Gu is rank 8 Hatred Gu. That's why I created this move. If it were any other legendary immemorial, this would be a joke. The reason I was able to use this move was thanks to you disregarding the price and activating the killer move 9 Spiritual Transformation, giving me the chance to launch a sneak attack. 9 Spiritual Fairy also shook her head. Capturing Ching Cho is related to the plan to kill Fang Yuan. This is for the Celestial Court and the people of the world. Why would I care about paying such a small price? But this Hatred Gu, is it the one recorded in the legends of Rinzu? Yes. Red Heart Traveler nodded. 9 Spiritual Fairy sighed. This makes sense. Why can Ching Cho distinguish its enemies? Unfortunately, it did not use its killer move completely. We will capture it and use Hatred Gu with the Celestial Court's killer move. we will definitely be able to find the exact location of Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul, and the other demons. Red Heart Traveler restrained his aura. Let's go, we cannot stay here for long. They had been fighting here for a long time, even though they used the battlefield killer move to save a lot of time and even concealed most of the traces of the battle. Gu Immortals would definitely rush here to investigate. Not to mention other forces, Mo Clan's large group might be arriving soon. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler had been fighting for a long time, their conditions were not good, they immediately brought Qingqiu to Central Continent. Sure enough, after they left for a while, several Gu Immortals from Mo Clan arrived in an immortal Gu house with a fierce aura. There was an intense battle here. Even though there are few traces, we can see that it was a battle between rank 8s. No wonder our clan's Gu Immortals died so quickly. Quickly chase, we have an immortal Gu house, they can't have escaped far. Mo Clan's group followed the traces and chased after the 2 immortals of Celestial Court. Several days passed. Amidst the rumbling sandstorm, a Gu master moved with difficulty. He came to the center of the battlefield and saw that the pit was already half buried by the sandstorm. He roared towards the sky. This person was the one who killed Pingda and seized thieving heaven's true inheritance, Mo Li. He had gone through untold hardships to come here, wanting to see the true appearance of the murderer of his wife and child, but he was too late. I will definitely find you and tear you to shreds. No matter who you are, what kind of monster you are, I want you to die. Mo Li knelt in the desert and roared towards the sky. And beside him, Pengda's soul was floating. Pengda sneered, you are a mere mortal, you want to take revenge on an immortal beast? So what if it is an immortal beast? Mo Li's eyes were blood red, he stared at Pengda's soul with a malevolent expression. I have thieving heaven's true inheritance, I have thieving heaven's true inheritance. I will definitely become a Gu immortal and take revenge. Pengda laughed. There is another possibility, this immortal beast has already been killed by the Gu immortals. You have no target to take revenge on. Mo Li was stunned, he was silent like a rock. After a while, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the throat of Pengda's soul, acting like a madman. No. It will not die, I will not allow it to die. It will definitely die in my hands. Mo Li continued to shout, I want to become a Gu immortal, I have thieving heaven's true inheritance, I will definitely take revenge. I will definitely take revenge. Speak, quickly explain to me how to use the next Gu worm. Mo Li grabbed Pengda's soul and activated his Gu worm at the same time. Traces of white smoke quickly appeared at the place where Mo Li's palm touched Pengda's soul, producing a sizzling sound. Pengda's soul immediately let out a sharp scream, he was in great pain. I'll speak, this is called Circuit Gu. Circuit Gu? What in the world is that? Pengda's soul hesitated. How do I explain this thing? You are not an otherworldly demon, you cannot understand what circuit is. Simply put, it is a path that lightning walks on. Mo Li immediately scoffed. What is so hard to understand about this? It is not like I haven't read The Legends of Ren Zhu. The Legends of Ren Zhu clearly recorded that in order to find a way out, Lightning Gu chose to cooperate with Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance and eventually walked out of immemorial blue heaven. This should be the true meaning of circuit. Pengda's soul was stunned. Mo Li praised, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is truly worthy of being a venerable. He actually had such a wondrous idea, he must have obtained inspiration from The Legends of Ren Zhu to create Circuit Gu. Chapter 2034. Forest Thunder Grotto Heaven. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, you betrayed the 2 Heavens Alliance and colluded with Qi Si Ancestor. Your sins cannot be forgiven, today will be the day you die. Xiao He Jian looked down from the sky. Behind him were a large number of Gu immortals from the 2 Heavens Alliance. They were all standing there expressionlessly, showing their strength in numbers. In contrast, the Forest Thunder Grotto Lord was alone. Facing the enemy troops alone, he was very powerless. The Forest Lightning Grotto Master let out a bitter laugh. Since I've been discovered by you, I won't refute anything. At that time, do you think I was willing to collude with the enemy? The Alliance wants to use my Forest Thunder Grotto Heaven's Qi Harvest Fruit as an experiment. Before this, the Alliance had tried several times, but none of them had succeeded. The Grotto Heavens that they had experimented with had all been destroyed. I joined the 2 Heavens Alliance to protect myself. But now, I have to sacrifice my home. Since that's the case, I might as well surrender to the enemy. Perhaps there will be a new hope. Xiao He Jian frowned and snorted discontentedly. You have too little confidence in our 2 Heavens Alliance and our Alliance Master Wu Shuai. Maybe you'll succeed this time. The Forest Lightning Grotto Master chuckled. If Alliance Chief Wu Shuai handles things fairly, I have nothing to say either. However, he was obviously protecting the mutants and sacrificing the humans. The Grotto Heavens used by the Alliance for testing are all human Grotto Heavens. Wu Shuai is a dragon man after all. I've seen through this alliance. All the human Gu immortals present, watch carefully. Today I will be your ending. After me it will be your turn. Hearing this, the expressions of the human Gu immortals present changed slightly. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had undoubtedly spoken of their worries. Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor were part of the same body, they had a tacit understanding, they were opposing each other on the surface but they were actually peacefully dividing the forces of the two heavens. By now there were no longer any neutral Grotto Heavens in the two heavens. All Grotto Heavens in the two heavens were either destroyed or submitted to Wu Shuai or Qi Si Ancestor. After the two major forces divided the fruit for 2 days, both sides stopped fighting and kept exploring ways to solve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. Compared to Qi Si Ancestor who was in closed cultivation, Wu Shuai's Qi path attainment was much weaker. Therefore Wu Shuai's 2-day alliance could only keep experimenting. In order to pursue efficiency their actions were very rough. The experiment of eradicating the Qi harvest fruit failed many times, and many Grotto Heavens self-destructed. When it was Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven's turn, Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven Lord was not willing to let his own Grotto Heaven become a gambling stake. He wanted to protect himself and to survive. He secretly contacted Qi Si Ancestor. He was truly an unlucky child. He did not know that Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai were one body. Qi Si Ancestor was Fang Yuan's main body. He directly informed Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai thus ordered Xiao Hejian to gather a group of Gu immortals and punish the traitors severely. Looking at the Forest Thunder Cave Master, Xiao Hejian sneered coldly and said impatiently, "Who will take down this criminal for me?" Lady Cold Ash stepped forward. "Let me do it." She had the attitude of a vanguard. Xiao Hejian nodded, "Very good." Seeing Lady Cold Ash charging towards Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Xiao Hejian was overjoyed thinking, "This Cold Ash is indeed perceptive and quite capable, my hard work in roping her in was not in vain." Lady Cold Ash and Forest Lightning Grotto Lord fought. Both were rank 8s. For a while they were locked in a stalemate. The other Gu immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance were watching the battle from the clouds. When Gu immortals fought as a group, cooperation was very important. Different paths had conflicting Dao marks. If there was no exquisite cooperation, there would be huge internal friction instead, the losses would outweigh the gains. Of course, this did not prevent the spectating Gu immortals from accumulating strength and launching sneak attacks when there was an opening. But the Gu immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance did not find a good opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Lady Cold Ash gradually gained the upper hand and gained control. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord saw that the situation was bad and immediately escaped underground. Lady Cold Ash was Spectral Soul in disguise. How could Forest Lightning Grotto Lord resist her? The intense battle earlier was all a facade, it was just a performance by Spectral Soul. Xiao Hejian saw Forest Lightning Grotto Lord escaping and laughed loudly, waving his hand, "Chase." The immortals surged forward. They did not care about the huge Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, they only targeted Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. As long as they got rid of this one rank 8, the other resistance would not be a problem. They would even take the initiative to protect Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven's safety. After all, this Grotto Heaven was used as an experiment. If the resources inside were to be divided, they would have a share. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord continued to drill deep underground. Lady Cold Ash did not chase him, she stayed beside Xiao Hejian. Soon, the first wave of Gu immortals who went deep underground returned with dejected expressions. Xiao Hejian was slightly stunned after hearing their report. There is such a thing? There is a lightning forest deep underground? The returning Gu immortals naturally brought back evidence. Using methods like image Gu, the immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance saw a vast lightning forest. In the pitch-black depths of the underground, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled at every moment. Lightning flashed time and time again, forming huge silver-white trees. The giant trees only existed for an instant, but the great thunder sound leaves, the forked silver lightning branches and so on were condensed into solid forms, tempting the immortals present. Amazing, these are all invaluable lightning path rank 8 immortal materials. This is only the surface wealth of the lightning forest. According to the Legends of Renzu, the source of the lightning forest is lightning Gu. A lightning forest of this scale is enough to prove that there is a rank 8 lightning Gu here. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord wants to use lightning Gu to resist. This is wishful thinking. How can a mere rank 8 immortal Gu resist our Two Heavens Alliance? The immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance discussed, but no one took the initiative to go. After all, the Lightning Forest was a dangerous area. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had a huge geographical advantage here. Rashly invading was likely to be a thankless task. Xiao Hejian frowned. Who can go down and capture Forest Lightning Grotto Lord? Lady Cold Ash did not hesitate. She stood up again. Xiao Hejian revealed a satisfied smile. Cold Ash, if you win, you will have the greatest contribution in this battle. Thank you, Lord. Lady Cold Ash was about to move. Wait. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also walked out. The Lightning Forest is a dangerous place. Let me accompany immortal friend Cold Ash there. If there are any accidents, I can assist you. Let's do that. Xiao Hejian agreed to Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's request. Thus, the two immortals charged underground, while the other Gu immortals and Xiao Hejian stayed in the air, watching the battle while waiting patiently. Lady Cold Ash charged underground, arriving in front of the Lightning Forest. She opened her immortal aperture's entrance and let out countless soul beasts. The soul beasts charged into the Lightning Forest like a surging tide. Rumble, lightning continued to strike down, explosions occurred continuously. The soul beasts suffered heavy losses, using countless lives to forcefully open up a path. Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord successfully charged into the depths of the Lightning Forest. I did not expect Lady Cold Ash to unravel the Lightning Forest like this. She really disregarded the cost. She is determined to curry favor with Xiao Hejian. There have been many rumors recently. It seems that Lord Alliance Leader wants to make Xiao Hejian the Vice Alliance Leader? Our alliance only has one Vice Alliance Leader, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Lord Wuxia wants to balance his subordinates. It is not strange for him to make such an arrangement. Even though Lady Cold Ash is a human Gu immortal, she does not want to end up like Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Thus, she wholeheartedly wants to enter the Alliance's higher-ups and protect her grotto heaven. She has put in a lot of effort. The Gu immortals watched the battle while conversing secretly. After a while, Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord reached the center of the Lightning Forest and saw Forest Lightning Grotto Lord again. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was refining rank 8 Lightning Gu. Seeing the two immortals, he quickly stopped the Gu refinement and shouted furiously, "Stop! If you take another step forward, I will destroy this Lightning Gu." Seeing this, the immortals could not help but be surprised. So this Lightning Gu is still a wild immortal Gu. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord did not refine it? What is going on? Ah, I understand. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's ambition is not small. Oh, what do you mean? If I'm not wrong, this Lightning Forest was originally just an ordinary Lightning Path resource point. But at some point, a wild Lightning Gu was produced. Because of this Lightning Gu, the original Lightning Path resource point gradually turned into a small Lightning Forest. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord did not refine this wild Lightning Gu, but added bricks and tiles to this Lightning Forest to help it grow and expand. As the scale of the Lightning Forest grows, its source Lightning Gu also continues to grow. Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven continuously invested in it and finally made this wild Lightning Gu advance to rank 8. The Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance conversed and quickly understood the truth of Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's ambition. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was a Lightning Path Gu Immortal and was not proficient in Refinement Path. But this Lightning Forest was a natural evolution of the Heavenly Path. Nature was refining Gu. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord ingeniously used the power of nature to continuously add fuel to the flames on the original foundation. His goal was to raise Lightning Gu to the level of rank 9. And during this process, once he refined this wild immortal Gu, the Heaven Path Gu refinement process would be interrupted and could no longer be restored. Thus, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord kept this wild Lightning Gu and did not refine it. Seizing other people's Gu worms was an extremely difficult matter. But a wild immortal Gu was different. A rank 8 wild immortal Gu, and most importantly, it even had the possibility of advancing to rank 9. This discovery was extremely huge. Xiao Hejian and the rest could not help but open their eyes wide, revealing expressions of greed and wariness. This is an important matter, we cannot be rash. Xiao Hejian quickly transmitted to Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord paused their attacks. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord stated conditions. As long as you let me and Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven go, I can contribute this Lightning Gu to you. Xiao Hejian quickly contacted Wu Shuai and reported this matter. Chapter 2035. I have been in seclusion for a week, and I am very grateful to everyone for recommending various articles. I skimmed through these articles. They were all good articles. But among them, There are only 3 stories in the 3-body problem that are similar to my Gu Dao Master. The similarity is that they are both fables, but the difference is that mine, The Legends of Renzuch, is slightly longer and can be used as a complete single story. In the previous week I had learned a lot. When they saw something good, they would open their mouths wide and stuff it down their necks. Only then did he finally finish the new chapter of The Legends of Renzuch. Tearful. I dug this hole myself and now I can only bury it myself. Even if I have to bury myself in it, I have to fill the hole. Looking at the sky with tears in my eyes, I discovered that I had many shortcomings. For example, he always liked to make optimistic estimates, such as the plan to finish the book in May. How embarrassing. Covering face with tears? Another example was that he did not have a strong foundation in writing. If I had sufficient foundations, would I not be able to write The Legends of Renzuch? Recently, this feeling has become more and more intense. I feel more and more weak. There are so many things that I need to study and learn about writing. There are too many books worth reading, too many examples worth learning from. A week of seclusion was really too short. There wasn't much to learn. Previously, he said that he would not be able to repay the debt of double updates in April. I can't say for June, I really can't guarantee it. He was terrified and uneasy. Perhaps the updates would stabilize, but it was very possible that they would suddenly be stuck on The Legends of Renzuch, unable to continue. The main text wouldn't get stuck. But The Legends of Renzuch was definitely going to be stuck. It was definitely going to depend on one's state and inspiration. However, The Legends of Renzuch definitely had to be written well, and it had to be similar to the previous chapters. It had to be interspersed throughout the entire article, and it had to complement each other. Otherwise, this venomous Gu Daoist would lose its grade. He had done so well in the beginning. If he couldn't do it well in the later stages, it would be such a pity. Not to mention, you guys, I won't let myself go. Because of a moment of laziness and comfort, I gave up on this part of my hard work. I will definitely regret it in the future. This is my recent writing experience and I would like to share it with everyone. I would also like to report my writing status, current progress and so on. Chapter 2036. According to The Legends of Renzuch, Hatred Gu and Lightning Gu can form an extremely terrifying killer move that can destroy immemorial blue heaven? Fang Yuan looked at it carefully and thought, doesn't this mean that these 2 Gu worms can counter Heaven Path? Where are the Heaven Path Dao marks most concentrated? It is undoubtedly the immemorial 9 heavens. Other than that, it is Fang Yuan's body. This seems to be a way to resolve my current predicament. Fang Yuan thought, but Lightning Gu is here, without Hatred Gu it won't work. Where is this Gu worm? Is there such an immortal Gu? If not, how can I refine it? If there is, it will be even more troublesome. I will have to go and snatch it. In fact, even if I have these 2 core immortal Gu, how to form the killer move is still a mystery. The Legends of Renzuch is too vague. Right at this time, Qin Dingling personally sent a letter from Celestial Court through jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan opened it and saw that the letter Gu directly described the matter of Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. Qin Dingling was very enthusiastic about Lightning Gu. She even asked Qi Si Ancestor to stop researching the Qi Harvest Fruit and lead his subordinates to cooperate with Celestial Court to obtain Lightning Gu. Why is Celestial Court in such a hurry? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Also, they obtained this information too quickly. It seems that they have placed a pawn on Wu Shuai's clone's side. Qin Dingling was not Fairy Myrtle after all. She was slightly impatient in her actions and allowed Fang Yuan, who had deep wisdom path attainment, to deduce some possibilities. In that case, Fang Yuan sneered. Celestial Court's urgent letter made him make up his mind. Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. Xiao Hejian's expression changed slightly. He had received Wu Shuai's order a moment ago. His gaze turned cold as he shouted, Alliance leader has ordered, kill Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, don't worry about Lightning Gu. Losing a mere wild rank 8 immortal Gu was nothing. They had to kill all the Gu immortals in Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, and then try to get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruit. Don't accept any resources from the Grotto Heaven. Do your best and complete the mission in the shortest time possible. What? Hearing this, be it Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Lady Cold Ash, or Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, they were extremely shocked. This was a future rank 9 immortal Gu. Wu Shuai gave it up just like that? For a moment, the 3 immortals did not make a move. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was originally a spy in the Celestial Court, so he naturally wanted to protect Forest Thunder Grotto Lord and cause trouble for Wu Shuai's alliance. And Lady Cold Ash was actually Spectral Soul. He wanted to preserve this conflict and trigger an intense battle between Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor. As long as there was a chaotic battle, it would bring him many good opportunities. Forest Lightning Grotto Master suddenly cried out in alarm. Xiao Hejian, you are extremely daring, you actually passed on a false life. Wu Shuai needed to expand his strength, how could he give up on a future rank 9 immortal Gu? You really joined halfway and have wild ambitions. After being falsely accused by Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Xiao Hejian's expression turned cold. He did not retort, instead he stared at Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord with a sharp gaze. This is Alliance Leader's order. Do you believe a traitor or me? Quickly attack. Saying so, Xiao Hejian did not wait for them and attacked first. Bam bam bam, killer moves erupted, causing a large area of the lightning forest to collapse. Kill. The Alliance Immortals who were originally in the air also received Xiao Hejian's order and flew over, attacking this lightning forest together. With a situation like this, no matter what schemes Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had, they could only sigh helplessly and follow the tide. Wu Shuai, you are so vicious. You are so narrow-minded, you will definitely die a horrible death. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord knew that his death was near. He cursed viciously while exerting strength to destroy this lightning goo. Wishful thinking. At the next moment, Lady Cold Ash suddenly appeared behind him. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord suddenly stiffened. Lady Cold Ash took the chance to snatch the lightning goo from his hands in front of everyone. What method is this? The immortals were shocked. Although Spectral Soul's attainment level had fallen greatly, he still had many methods. The foundation of a venerable was not something ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals could estimate. Well done. Xiao Hejian was overjoyed. He did not have any hope of seizing lightning Gu, but to think that he actually succeeded. This was Lady Cold Ash's contribution, it was also his contribution. At this point, his position as Vice Alliance leader was already half done. The other half was to complete all of Wu Shuai's missions. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord counterattacked frantically. In order to protect Lightning Gu, Lady Cold Ash had to endure many of his attacks and was injured on the spot. Quickly retreat and protect Lightning Gu. Xiao Hejian quickly came to Lady Cold Ash's aid and blocked Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. To prevent any disturbances, the immortals started to watch Xiao Hejian fight Forest Lightning Grotto Lord alone. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had already fought with Lady Cold Ash earlier. He was not in a good state and almost all of his methods were exposed. And in terms of battle strength, Xiao Hejian was even higher than Lady Cold Ash. There was no suspense in this battle, soon Xiao Hejian defeated Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was not resigned to his defeat and still wanted to escape. But the surrounding Gu immortals had already seen this and did not let Forest Lightning Grotto Lord escape from their encirclement. After Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's death, Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven was quickly destroyed. Wu Shuai's alliance's attempt to target the Qi Harvest Fruit also did not succeed. Moreover, because Wu Shuai wanted to race against time, most of the resources in Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven were destroyed. The Gu immortals who participated in the battle obtained very little. The biggest gain was that rank 8 Wild Lightning Gu. But it was obvious that this had to be handed over to Alliance leader Wu Shuai. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before finally deciding to cut the Gordian knot and directly eradicate Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, not allowing the conflict to escalate. Wu Shuai's thunderous action not only shocked the Alliance immortals, it also caused Celestial Court's plan to fail. On Celestial Court's side, after Qin Ding Ling obtained first-hand information from Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, she immediately sent a message to Qi Si Ancestor. Fang Yuan received the letter in which Qin Ding Ling still advocated snatching Lightning Gu. Even if Lightning Gu was already in Wu Shuai's alliance's hands. Even if they could not snatch Lightning Gu, they had to destroy it. It seems that Celestial Court is determined to obtain Lightning Gu. Celestial Court should have Lightning Gu's Immortal Gu recipe. After destroying this Immortal Gu, Celestial Court can refine it themselves. Fang Yuan was even more curious. Why did Celestial Court urgently need Lightning Gu? Why did the huge Celestial Court need this Immortal Gu so urgently? Lightning Gu was not fake Gu. Fang Yuan did not know about Celestial Court's plan, but Qin Ding Ling's attitude caused Fang Yuan's plan to fail. The reason why Fang Yuan ordered Wu Shuai to destroy Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, disregarding Lightning Gu's safety, was to eliminate the conflict in advance and prevent a war between the two sides. But now that Celestial Court had such an attitude and was eager to fight, Fang Yuan could not refuse openly. After all, Qi Si Ancestor was in an alliance with Celestial Court. Chapter 2037. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Capital City Su Clan. In the courtyard of a certain guest room there was a book house. This book house was a mortal goo house. It was shaped like a treehouse with lush green leaves and branches. At this moment, Li Xiaobai was sitting cross-legged in the house. A beautiful girl was standing in front of him. It was Su Qihan. Su Qihan's expression turned solemn. "Darling, have you really thought it through? Vital goo cannot be changed casually." Li Xiaobai nodded with a smile. "Qihan, don't worry. I have thought it through. I am most interested in composing poems. Thus, to me, poem heart goo is the most suitable vital goo. It is just that I did not have the conditions to change vital goo casually. But since the power of this study room is extraordinary and has the function of assisting in the replacement of vital goo, how can I let go of such an opportunity?" Su Qihan sighed. "Since you have decided, I will not persuade you anymore. I'll stand guard outside the house." Li Xiaobai did not stand on ceremony. He closed his eyes. Ever since he obtained the bookhouse inheritance, he returned to the capital city and reunited with Su Qihan. Even though Li Xiaobai did not make it to the poetry competition, he had already proven himself. Su Qihan invited him to stay in Su clan for the time being. Nobody objected to it. It became a good topic for a while. Li Xiaobai was not stingy. After staying in Su clan, he shared the bookhouse inheritance with Su Qihan. The two spent almost all their time in the bookhouse, cultivating and researching as they interacted with each other. Even though the two became husband and wife due to a fortuitous encounter, they did not have much feelings for each other. Su Qihan's actions earlier were mostly due to her own character. But after these days of interaction, Su Qihan admired Li Xiaobai's talent even more. She liked him even more. Li Xiaobai obtained this fortuitous encounter. He did not hide it from Su Qihan, he shared it with her. From this, Su Qihan could see Li Xiaobai's pure and kind nature. He was willing to sacrifice for her. He was not a heartless scholar. Even though the two were not officially engaged, Su Qihan had already treated Li Xiaobai as her only husband in this life. Su Qihan walked out of the bookhouse. She was still worried. "Darling, this bookhouse has a high value. It contains many information path categories like poems and songs. However, these paths were limited to goo master cultivation. There was no path to goo immortal advancement. I have hinted to Li Lang many times that as long as he marries into our Su clan, he will be able to obtain the cultivation method of our Su clan's book immortal." Unfortunately, Li Lang did not like calligraphy and wholeheartedly wanted to focus on poetry. Alas, since he likes it so much, there's nothing I can do to stop him. If he achieves nothing in the future and becomes a goo master, I will work hard to become a goo immortal and become an official of the imperial court. I will raise and protect him for the rest of my life. Watching him compose and recite poems, as long as he's happy, I'm happy. In profound literature paradise, there was a unified imperial court. The officials of the imperial court were all goo immortals. Su Qihan was Su family's beloved daughter, the pearl of their palm. Her talent and talents were astonishing, so she naturally had access to Su family's cultivation method. "Eldest miss, you should go and rest. It's tiring to stand. With us here, great scholarly will definitely be safe." The guards and servants came forward to persuade Su Qihan. Su Qihan shook her head. "All of you stand outside the courtyard and guard the door. I'll personally take care of Li Lang." The study room shook more and more. A faint light was emitted from inside that shone out of the window. 15 minutes later, the study room quieted down. The leaves and branches no longer shook. In the study room, Li Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes. The process of replacing his vital goo was very smooth. Li Xiaobai opened his internal vision and saw that there was a goo worm in his aperture that looked like a heart. It had the texture of red jade and was covered in a layer of faint golden light. It was the rank 5 goo worm that he had just replaced, Poem Heart. Poem Heart goo was an information path goo. It was a side path among the entire information path cultivation methods. Most of the information path cultivation methods were alliance oaths, like Sea Oath goo, Mountain Pledge goo, Promise goo, Black and White Paper goo. Next were communication goo like Swan Goose goo, Paper Crane goo, Butterfly Letter goo, Flying Sword Letter goo, Flying Pigeon Letter goo and others. Next were reading, listening, reading and writing. For example, Water Word goo was a writing type goo. Beast Language goo was related to reading and speaking. Poems, songs and so on were not mainstream. Li Xiaobai made such a choice. It was no wonder that Su Qihan was worried about his future. But she did not know Li Xiaobai's true intentions. This Grotto Heavens environment is special. It has the killer move help literary talent. As long as I create a good poem, I will be rewarded and advance rapidly. The 5 regions chaotic war is coming. This method of rapidly raising one's strength without any repercussions is the most precious. Although Su Chi-han can come into contact with Gu immortal methods, she does not know the situation in the outside world. After changing to Poem Heart Gu, next is to practice Poetry Gu and Emotion Poetry Gu, using Gather Poem Gu to collect poems from the outside world and raise Poem Wall Gu. I also need to practice Poetry Realm Gu. This is a Gu worm similar to a battlefield killer move. It is very outstanding. Just as Li Xiaobai was thinking, the door of the study room was pushed open. Su Chi-han walked into the room with a concerned gaze. "Darling Li," Su Chi-han called out softly. Li Xiaobai smiled lightly, nodding at her. "Everything is going smoothly." Su Chi-han's expression brightened, her watery eyes showed gentleness. "That's good." Boom. Just as they spoke, the sky shook, a loud sound echoed throughout the world. "What's going on?" Li Xiaobai and Su Chi-han were alarmed. They quickly walked out of the room and saw that the sky was clear and blue. A gust of wind blew past them. The wind only lasted for a short period of time. After that there was no other change. The mortals, Gu masters, and even Gu immortals living in the capital city felt this sudden and rapid change. Most people were baffled. Only a small portion of Gu immortal officials knew the inside story. They were overjoyed. Success. Somewhere in profound literature grotto heaven, old immortal Hua Yu had an excited expression. He bowed deeply to Qi Si ancestor. "Congratulations ancestor, you have unraveled the Qi harvest fruit. Ancestor saved profound literature grotto heaven, you have given me a new lease on life. From now on if you need my help, I will do my best without any hesitation." Fang Yuan, who was acting as Qi Si ancestor, laughed heartily as he helped old immortal Hua Yu up. "No need to be so polite." The immortals at the side were overjoyed. "Ancestor is mighty. Wu Shuai's experiments have destroyed many grotto heavens. Ancestor's first attempt was a huge success. Wu Shuai cannot compare to him. I wonder when Ancestor can resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit for us?" "That's right, the Qi harvest fruits in our grotto heavens are already extremely huge. We are getting closer to self-detonation. The situation is very dangerous." The Gu immortals praised loudly as they urged Fang Yuan to take action again. Fang Yuan waved his hand. "Even though this experiment succeeded, I sensed a flaw in it. I only need to cultivate for 3 more days to modify it. At that time I will get rid of the problem for everyone. Wouldn't that be even better?" The immortals were overjoyed. They said in unison, "We will listen to Ancestor's arrangements." Fang Yuan smiled, bright light flashing in his eyes. Celestial Court. Soon Qin Dingling received the news. She showed joy on her face. Good, good. Back then I chose to cooperate with Qi Si ancestor. It was the right decision." Qi Si ancestor did not disappoint them. Not only did he create a method to resolve the Qi harvest fruit, he even succeeded in one attempt. According to the information, not only had profound literature's abode safely eradicated the energy harvest fruit, but the explosion of the fruit had formed a harmless Qi tide that swiftly swept through the entire abode, increasing the resources of the abode by a great deal. Qin Dingling was in a good mood. During this period of time, Celestial Court had already walked out of the shadow of the Fate War. After Qin Dingling and the other Celestial Court immortals worked hard and planned, good news came one after another. First, the variant human forces were restrained, then Qingqiu was captured, and now, the problem of the Qi harvest fruit was about to be eliminated. But now, should we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit in Celestial Court or snatch Lightning Gu? Qin Dingling could not make a decision alone. She gathered the Celestial Court immortals for a discussion. Qi Si ancestor is truly a Qi path great expert. With this method, his force is undefeatable. Wu Shuai's alliance is still experimenting with this method. Their Qi path attainment is very low. As long as Qi Si ancestor can stall for time, there might be no need to fight. Wu Shuai's alliance might collapse on its own. Qin Dingling heard this optimistic evaluation and shook her head. Wu Shuai is a formidable person. Even a rabbit will bite when forced, not to mention this dragon man. Once he gets news of this, he might immediately start a war with Qi Si ancestor. That's right, Qi Si ancestor can safely get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, but Wu Shuai cannot. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for Wu Shuai. It is very likely that Wu Shuai will attack. If that is the case, we need to act earlier and let Qi Si ancestor take action to resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit for Celestial Court. You are right. Once the battle starts, Qi Si ancestor will not be able to split himself. He will definitely face Wu Shuai's full-strength attacks. Right now the situation is like water and fire. Once they fight, it will not end easily. A life-and-death battle might really occur. As they discussed this, Qin Dingling looked at 9 spiritual fairy. How is the refinement of hatred Gu going? 9 Spiritual Fairy shook her head. I just had a breakthrough. Hatred goo is in a strange state, it has already fused with Qingqiu. We found a way to refine hatred goo not long ago. If we want to refine hatred goo, it will take a long time. But the good news is that if we succeed, Qingqiu will be useful to us. Qin Dingling nodded. Since we have not obtained hatred goo yet, we are not in a hurry to snatch lightning goo. I intend to conceal this information and invite Qi Si Ancestor to come to Celestial Court in secret, to resolve the problem of Celestial Court. After that, we will start a war with Wuxia. The immortals heard this and had no objections. But how are we going to repay Qi Si Ancestor? A goo immortal asked. This is not hard. Qi Si Ancestor is very interested in the Qi Path immortal goo of our Celestial Court. In the letters we exchanged earlier, he has been asking to borrow these Qi Path immortal goo, but I did not agree to it and kept pushing it away. Qin Dingling smiled. Another goo immortal added, we need to be wary of another person, that is demon immortal Qi Ju. Qin Dingling nodded, I have considered that too. This demon is also a Qi Path great expert. If he cooperates with Wu Shuai, it will balance out the situation of both sides. He is a huge threat. Demon immortal Qi Ju is hard to track, we do not know where he is now. He has just been reborn, he is not familiar with the current major paths. Right now he has been selling Qi Path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies, exchanging for inheritances of all paths, even Goo Master inheritances are not spared. Wu Shuai has a bargaining chip to transact with him. Chapter 2038. Inside Dragon Palace the atmosphere was heavy. The current situation is like this. What do you all think? Wu Shuai was the only one seated. He first gathered the Alliance Immortals and described Qi Si Ancestor's actions in profound literature Grotto Heaven. Celestial Court tried to conceal this information, but almost at the same time, Wu Shuai informed all the Goo Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance. When the Immortals heard this news they had a huge reaction, their expressions changed. Is this information true? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately asked, but he soon reacted as his face turned pale. I am not suspecting Lord Alliance Leader, but this situation is simply too sudden. Wu Shuai snorted coldly, do I need to lie to you? This is not good. Xiao Hejian had a solemn expression. Qi Si Ancestor is a Qi Path great expert. Since Demon Immortal Qi Ju could use the Qi Harvest Fruit to revive, it is possible for Qi Si Ancestor to get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruit. But now that he has the method to get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruit, he is in an invincible position. Indeed. What do we do now? The Qi Harvest Fruit in our clan's Grotto Heaven has already expanded to its limit. If we do not get rid of it, it will really self-detonate. But our experiments have not succeeded yet, a lot of Grotto Heavens have been destroyed. It is impossible to negotiate with Qi Si Ancestor, we need to be wary of him taking the chance to attack. The Immortals discussed, their tones were filled with panic. Spectral Soul, who was acting as Lady Cold Ash, was among them, cheering inwardly. He wanted a huge battle to happen. Once the situation turned chaotic, he would have a good opportunity. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord looked like the others, but he was very happy internally. He secretly defected to the Heavenly Court. Once this happened, it would be very beneficial to him. Why are you panicking like this? Goo Tribe's leader suddenly shouted. The Immortals turned to look at him. Even though Goo Tribe's leader joined the Two Heavens Alliance, he had always been quiet. But the Immortals here knew that this person was Wu Shuai's trusted aide. In terms of trust, he far surpassed the two Vice Alliance leaders, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. The leader of the Goo family suddenly spoke. Xiao Hejian's heart skipped a beat as he understood something. But before he spoke, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke first. With Lord Alliance Leader here, there is no need for us to panic. At this critical moment of life and death, this subordinate is willing to follow the Alliance Leader closely and follow your lead. Xiao Hejian cursed under his breath and followed closely behind. This subordinate will listen to Alliance Master's decision. Wu Shuai nodded slightly and grunted through his nose. The current situation is so critical. If we sit still and wait for death, we will definitely be defeated. There is no other possibility. Only by fighting with all their might and taking the initiative to attack would there be hope. The enemy was able to get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruits because of Qi Si Ancestor's methods. As long as we fight and kill Qi Si Ancestor, it will be our victory. Even if we cannot kill Qi Si Ancestor, as long as we heavily injure him, the situation will be greatly alleviated. Just as Wu Shuai finished speaking, the Goo family head immediately responded, Alliance Master is wise. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. These two Vice Alliance leaders spoke in unison. Alliance leader is wise, this is a brilliant plan. What are your thoughts? You have any better suggestions, tell us. Wu Shuai purposely asked the other Gu immortals. How could these people have any good ideas? The truth was, Wu Shuai was forced to attack because he had no other choice, But other than this, were they really going to surrender to Qi Si ancestor? It was not that the immortals did not have such thoughts, but they did not have the guts to do so. The forest thunder grotto heaven was the best example. Who among the immortals present did not know about his miserable end? Who did not know about it? Since everyone has agreed, let us discuss how to send troops. We need to use every second we have to catch the enemy off guard. Wu Shuai spoke decisively. Gu family head continued, Lord Alliance leader is right, every breath of time we drag on now is a breath of time for the enemy to gain a new advantage. Immediately the immortals started to discuss their battle plan. This discussion lasted for the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn before they came up with a more complete plan. Wu Shuai opened the door of Dragon Palace and ordered the immortals to make preparations. They would attack 7 days later. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. On one hand he mobilized his troops and gathered troops, on the other hand, he quickly informed the Celestial Court of this important information. Qin Ding Ling received this information and gathered the immortals of the Celestial Court overnight. The situation has changed, it seems that Wu Shuai also placed a spy around Qi Si ancestor. I said before we cannot underestimate Wu Shuai. Since Wu Shuai's side wants to attack, we might as well play along and take him down. That will be difficult, the enemy has Dragon Palace and Di Zongxing to protect him. Unless we awaken all the immortals in the immortal graveyard, we will not have the strength to make such arrangements. Time is too tight, we only have 7 days and it is far away in Eastern Sea. Then we can only inform Qi Si ancestor and let him be on guard secretly while pretending not to know anything. When Wu Shuai attacks he will definitely suffer a huge loss. Did you forget the spy that Wu Shuai placed around Qi Si ancestor? If Qi Si ancestor learns about it from us, Wu Shuai might know about it immediately. Prince's impatience suddenly spoke. Why do we need to inform Qi Si ancestor? The discussions paused for a moment. Qi Si ancestor is our ally, if he finds out that we do not report about it, it will be disadvantageous to the alliance. Prince's impatience shook his head and smiled. As long as we do not say anything, how will Qi Si ancestor know that we know about it in advance? Our spy in the Two Heavens alliance has always been secretive. If we speak about it, we might be exposed. We formed an alliance with Qi Si ancestor because we want to borrow his strength to resolve the problem of Heavenly Court's Qi harvest fruits. Secondly, we want to use him as a chess piece to gather a group of external forces to help us restrict the growth of variant human forces. Prince's impatience continued to speak. Thirdly, if possible, we can recruit Qi Si ancestor as a member of our celestial court. Qin Ding Ling looked at Prince's impatience. Then in your opinion, what should we do? Prince's impatience breathed in deeply. In my humble opinion, we should feign ignorance and proceed according to the original plan. Right now, Qi Si ancestor has already moved secretly, he will definitely come to our celestial court in 3 days. At that time, we will let him help us get rid of the Qi harvest fruit problem. Celestial court is huge and has a deep foundation, the Qi harvest fruit it forms is also the largest in the world. Qi Si ancestor suggested that we set up a Qi path immortal formation. We will need at least 6 days to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. We can purposely delay the formation and let Wu Shuai's sneak attack succeed. Qi Si ancestor's forces will suffer heavy losses. Qi Si ancestor will definitely be anxious and want to go back to help, but he needs to maintain the formation at all times and cannot leave. Without a leader, Qi Si ancestor's subordinates will definitely not be Wu Shuai's match. But so what if they are all destroyed? Our strength will not be affected at all. Qi Si ancestor will also be alone now. He secretly came to our celestial court and caused his subordinates to all die. His reputation will definitely fall to rock bottom. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world's opinion of him will also plummet. Who would respect a Gu Immortal who went missing in battle and secretly helped another region? At this point, Qi Si ancestor will definitely understand that his status in Eastern Sea will not return to before. At that time we will have nothing to worry about, we can send people to help him take revenge. During this process we can use reason and emotion to persuade him, as well as lure him with benefits. I believe there is a high chance of recruiting Qi Si ancestor. The immortals were silent, they looked at each other for a while before looking at Prince's impatience. But at this moment the immortals' gazes were completely different from before. Prince's impatience's strategy made the celestial court's immortals look at him in a new light. Prince's impatience had his arms behind his back, He did not speak, he had a slight smile on his face. This plan was very sinister, the Gu immortals present did not think of it, but he was the first to suggest it. It was completely related to his personal experiences. Prince's impatience came from Spirit Affinity House. He was treated as a spy and went to Northern Plains to develop. Many years later he reached rank 8 and became the son-in-law of Northern Plains Gong tribe. He was the highest spy that Central Continent had in Northern Plains. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals had been overlords for too long, they were already used to it. But the immortals here were all rank 8 elites. They quickly understood. Prince's impatience's plan was indeed the most beneficial to Celestial Court. Even if Wu Shuai's force won, so what? They would only lose Grotto Heavens and the Two Heavens. Even if the flames of war spread to Eastern Sea, it would not shake its foundation. Even if Eastern Sea's righteous path was toppled, it was just one region. Humans were still the overlords of this world. Chapter 2039. Celestial Court was filled with light all along. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Qi Si ancestor, was already inside Celestial Court. He floated in the air looking at the Qi harvest fruit in front of him. The energy harvest fruits produced in the heavenly court were huge beyond common sense. They were like towering mountains, towering to the extreme. Such a huge Qi harvest fruit would not be able to fit in an ordinary rank 8 grotto heaven, it would break through the sky. Only Celestial Court has such a deep foundation and had previously fused in a large number of Tsang Xianzi space path fruits. It has enough space to hold the Qi harvest fruit. Fang Yuan sighed internally. The last time he came to Celestial Court, he had participated in the Fate War with his true appearance and caused Celestial Court to suffer a crushing defeat. This time he was disguised as an ally of Celestial Court. He wanted to help Celestial Court resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. The situation was constantly changing, it was hard to predict. How is it? Qin Dingling was standing beside Fang Yuan, asking. Fang Yuan nodded. This is the first time I have seen a Qi harvest fruit of such a scale. I can see that your foundation is unfathomable. You are truly the #1 sect in the world. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued. After some investigation, even though my previous method worked, this Qi harvest fruit is too huge. It is best to set up an immortal formation. The larger the Qi path immortal formation, the more time we can save. Qin Dingling was slightly surprised. To think that Ancestor could even design an immortal formation. Fang Yuan shook his head. Not so. The Qi path immortal formation can only amplify my Qi path killer moves. The true method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit is still my Qi path killer moves. Qin Dingling nodded. This was reasonable. She smiled as she took out a Qi path rank 8 immortal Gu. Celestial Court does not lack Qi path immortal Gu. To resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit, Celestial Court is willing to use all their Qi path resources to achieve this. Ancestor, please take a look at this immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's gaze was immediately attracted by this immortal Gu. Is this human Qi immortal Gu? Fang Yuan's pupils dilated, his expression changed slightly. Human Qi immortal Gu was shaped like a bee, it only had the size of a thumb, it flapped its wings and floated above Qin Dingling's palm, emitting a dense aura. Qin Dingling handed human Qi immortal Gu to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan opened his palm and caught it, he stared at it and praised, good Gu, good Gu. This Gu is closely related to human path, it has huge potential. Qin Dingling smiled, taking out a second immortal Gu and handing it to Fang Yuan. This was Earth Qi immortal Gu, it was like a butterfly, it was brown in color and emitted dense Qi. Fang Yuan held human Qi immortal Gu in his left hand and Earth Qi immortal Gu in his right, he looked around with great interest. Amazing, amazing. This is Heaven Qi immortal Gu. Qin Dingling said as she handed a third rank 8 immortal Gu to Fang Yuan. Heaven Qi immortal Gu was like a dragonfly, it was dark green in color and had 8 thin light blue wings. When it flapped, its body would emit a translucent aura. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. This Heaven Qi immortal Gu is closely related to the heavenly path. To speak the truth, I created the method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit because I comprehended a trace of the profundity of the heavenly path. If I had this Gu, I would have been able to come out of closed cultivation earlier. Among the Gu cultivation paths, heavenly path and human path are the most unique. Ancestor, you have almost reached the end of the path of Qi path, thus you are able to comprehend the true meaning of other paths by analogy. Qin Dingling praised before changing the topic. These 3 Qi immortal Gu are the cores of triple Qi retraction. They are the true treasures of the Celestial Court. Only members of the Celestial Court can possess them. Qin Dingling saw Fang Yuan's expression and was very happy. She hinted to Qi Si ancestor that if he wanted these goo worms, he would have to join the celestial court. Fang Yuan heard this and showed a trace of hesitation on his face, but he laughed internally. His expression just now was just an act. If he truly cultivated Qi path, the temptation of these 3 Qi immortal goo would be unparalleled. Fang Yuan had tried many times before. These 3 Qi immortal goo were the cores of triple Qi retraction. They were irreplaceable. If he forcefully used other Qi path immortal goo to replace them, even if he managed to modify triple Qi retraction, it would lose its value in battle. Thus, even though Fang Yuan had obtained the complete primordial origin Qi path true inheritance, he did not gain much from it. Furthermore, Qi Si ancestor was only one of Fang Yuan's identities. Moreover, Fang Yuan did not lack rank 8 immortal goo. Attitude goo, mutation goo, wisdom sword goo, years flow like water, soul beast token, regret goo, spring, summer, big Qi, realm, addition, steel life, water refinement, advanced refinement, dream token. There were simply too many of them. In Fang Yuan's eyes, only rank 9 immortal goo could make him excited. Rank 9 immortal goo were too rare. He originally had 1 wisdom goo. Unfortunately, this immortal goo was tampered with by Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan had no choice but to sacrifice it in the Fate War. Qin Ding Ling borrowed 3 Qi immortal goo to let Qi Si ancestor familiarize himself with it. She arranged for several goo immortals to modify the Qi path immortal formation with Qi Si ancestor. With the help of the immortals, the Qi path immortal formation was completed in a few days. Fang Yuan and the celestial court immortals started to set up the formation. The main person in charge of this Qi path formation was naturally Fang Yuan. But the other formation cores were guarded by celestial court goo immortals. On one hand, celestial court was helping Fang Yuan, on the other hand they were there to supervise him. Qi Si ancestor was an outsider after all. Even though he had an alliance agreement, he was still a member of celestial court. How could celestial court not take precautions? In fact, it was not just the supporting goo immortals who took precautions. The core immortal goo of this Qi path formation, Heaven Qi, Earth Qi and Human Qi, were also temporarily lent to Fang Yuan by Qin Ding Ling. Once there were any changes, celestial court could immediately retrieve them and make Fang Yuan lose control of the entire Qi path formation. And this Qi path formation's modification process involved several celestial court goo immortals. Even if these goo immortals had low Qi path attainment, they had good insight. It was very difficult to hide it from them. In fact, Fang Yuan did not hide anything in this Qi path formation. There was absolutely no problem with the formation. Earth Qi goo go. Fang Yuan threw out Earth Qi immortal goo and instilled immortal essence. Earth Qi immortal goo quickly flew out and drilled into the ground at the bottom of the Qi harvest fruit. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud sound as the ground below the Qi harvest fruit started to shake intensely. Countless amounts of Earth Qi rose up like thick smoke. Fang Yuan started to collect these Earth Qi. The celestial court goo immortals beside him also took action. Some assisted in collecting the Earth Qi, while others started to set up small formations around the entrance of the cave where the Earth Qi was rising up. While Fang Yuan was setting up the formation at the other end of the celestial court, there was a huge underground square. Qing Chao's mountain-like body was motionless in the depths of the underground square, like a stone statue. Boom! Suddenly a loud sound could be heard from afar. The underground square shook slightly, cracks appeared on the floor tiles. But Red Heart Traveler, who was guarding this place, was not flustered. He immediately took action and stabilized the situation. The cracks on the floor tiles were disappearing at an observable speed. What's the commotion? Qing Cho suddenly spoke, but strangely, its voice was 9 spiritual fairies. 9 spiritual fairy had actually entered Qing Chao's body and forcefully refined hatred goo. Looking at this commotion, Qi Si ancestor should be setting up the formation. He used Earth Qi immortal goo as the first foundation of the formation, so the earth vein was affected. And this place is one of the main earth veins, so it can affect us. Red Heart Traveler replied, "You were at a crucial moment earlier, so I did not inform you about this. Don't worry, this level of influence cannot affect us." 9 spiritual fairy immediately put her mind at ease. Then let's hurry up and try to refine hatred goo while we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, to make Celestial Court even happier. Celestial Court's goo immortals had already recovered from the shadow of defeat in the Fate War. They worked even harder than before and were filled with fighting spirit. Several days later, the Qi path formation was successfully set up. Fang Yuan was in charge of the formation and activated his methods to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit was continuously whittled down by Fang Yuan's killer moves. But this Qi harvest fruit of Celestial Court was too huge. It would take some time to completely get rid of it. After several days, the qi harvest fruit was whittled down by a little more than 10%. Qin Dingling hurriedly came to Fang Yuan with a solemn expression. Ancestor, there is a change in Eastern Sea, the situation is not good. Fang Yuan was shocked. What happened? Marshal Wu's alliance suddenly launched a large-scale attack. They split into 3 groups and attacked the Grotto Heaven forces that submitted to us. We were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Qin Dingling said. The news of my secret arrival should have been sealed. How could this be? Marshal Wu found out so quickly? Fang Yuan's expression changed, his tone was filled with anxiety. Ancestor, you want to return to Eastern Sea? Qin Dingling asked purposely. That is what I was thinking. Fang Yuan frowned. But this method of mine has to be completely successful. If I give up halfway, there might be undesirable changes. Qin Dingling bowed deeply at Fang Yuan. Ancestor, please think of the big picture. Marshal Wu reacted so quickly, it was out of everyone's expectations. But if Ancestor returns now, it will be fulfilling Marshal Wu's wish. Only when we completely get rid of the qi harvest fruit can we have a safe rear. At that time, Ancestor, you can lead our Celestial Court's immortals back to Eastern Sea. You can say that you came to our Celestial Court to ask for reinforcements. You did not want Marshal Wu to launch a sneak attack that will shut their mouths. After that, we can combine our strength and kill Marshal Wu, completely getting rid of the Two Heavens Alliance. That is the way to victory. Fang Yuan did not speak, he only looked at Qin Dingling deeply. After a long while, he spoke with a heavy tone. Marshal Wu's side has definitely prepared for a long time for this large-scale attack. Does the Celestial Court know anything about their plans? Absolutely not. Qin Dingling shook her head, her attitude firm. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he struggled for a while before sighing helplessly. Forget it, I will stay here to control the formation until the qi harvest fruit is completely eradicated. But during this period of time, I will need your Celestial Court to send reinforcements to support Eastern Sea. Qin Dingling also sighed, we will do our best in this matter. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, saying, once the qi harvest fruit is completely eradicated, I will immediately return to reinforce it. But if I control the formation without rest, my battle strength will definitely fall. I hope the Celestial Court can give me 3 qi immortal goo to help me kill the enemy. Qin Dingling's expression changed slightly. Although Fang Yuan was asking for compensation in a tactful tone, his appetite was too huge, it greatly exceeded Qin Dingling's bottom line. She shook her head and refused. 3 qi immortal goo are the treasures of the Celestial Court, only members of the Celestial Court can. Before she finished, Fang Yuan interrupted. The Eastern Sea immortals are also my subordinates. Qin Dingling still shook her head. I will remember Ancestor's sacrifice, but even though I am the leader of the Celestial Court, I cannot give you 3 rank 8 immortal goo. At most, I can only offer one of them as compensation. How can one compare to all the living beings in the Grotto Heaven? Fang Yuan was slightly furious. Boom. Just as the two were haggling, there was a loud sound in the sky. A rank 8 immortal goo house directly charged in with a ferocious momentum. The immortals of the Celestial Court were all shocked. Because the immortal goo house that invaded the Celestial Court was Dragon Palace. How can this be? Qin Dingling could no longer discuss with Fang Yuan, she flew out of the formation and faced the enemy. The door of Dragon Palace opened. Wu Shuai sat on his throne as he looked out from deep within Dragon Palace. Qin Dingling, we meet again. Wu Shuai, why are you here? Qin Dingling shouted. Several goo immortals had gathered behind her. Wu Shuai sneered and kicked off a head beside his feet. This head rolled down the stairs below the throne, all the way to the center of the hall. His eyes were wide open. It was Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. That old scoundrel Qi Si can get rid of the Qi harvest fruit? Your Celestial Court wants to hide the news and secretly resolve the internal problem? Hee, wishful thinking. I came here to destroy your Celestial Court and kill that old scoundrel Qi Si. Let's see who can stop me in this world. Wu Shuai said this as he stood up and waved his hand, shouting, Kill! Chapter 2040. Central Continent, deep within a certain earth trench. Fairy Myrtle was controlling the Wisdom Path formation. Purple light shrouded the formation without leaking out. In the formation core, other than Bai Ning Bing He Lulan and Ing Wuxia, there were also Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit and several other goo immortals. After the Fate War, these goo immortals were left behind by Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle and the rest cooperated with Bing Sichuan, capturing these people one by one. As the purple light faded, the formation stopped. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was uncertain while Lady White Rabbit was furious. They were both immobilized. You two still don't want to surrender? Wuxia sneered. Humph, you traitor. Lady White Rabbit shouted angrily. Bai Ningbing also rushed over, her gaze was emotionless and cold. I urge you to reconsider, after all your greatest value has been lost. Fairy Miao Yin heard this and her expression became even more hesitant. Fairy Myrtle stopped the formation and stood up. Her aura was weak, she had expended a lot of energy in this deduction. But she showed clear joy on her face. It seems we succeeded. Bing Sichuan was already waiting outside the formation, he smiled lightly. He Lulan walked past Fairy Myrtle, stopping behind Bing Sichuan. Fairy Myrtle nodded with a smile. There are enough clues, we finally succeeded. I have already deduced Fang Yuan's current location. Take a guess, where is this crafty demon hiding? Bing Sichuan raised his eyebrows. Now that you asked, it is a clear hint. What, is this scoundrel Fang Yuan hiding in Celestial Court all along? Fairy Myrtle nodded. According to my deduction, he is indeed in Celestial Court. The immortals heard this and showed strange expressions. Wuxia gritted his teeth. He is truly crafty, he escaped from Celestial Court earlier, it was just a disguise, he has probably been hiding in Celestial Court all along. Old man Yuan sighed. No wonder we could not find his true body. Bai Ningbing laughed loudly, praising, amazing. This is Fang Yuan's style indeed. Bing Sichuan frowned. But how can he hide until now without being discovered by the Celestial Court Gu immortals? Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with bright light. I can only deduce that Fang Yuan is in Celestial Court now, but I cannot be sure that he has been hiding in Celestial Court. But in terms of ability, this demon Fang Yuan is the most difficult to estimate. But in terms of ability, Fang Yuan is Gu immortal sect. Bing Sichuan sighed. Fang Yuan is hiding in Heavenly Court now, what do we do? Were they going to attack the Celestial Court again? If we directly report this information to the Celestial Court, and the Celestial Court kills Fang Yuan, wouldn't they obtain all of his inheritance? Bing Sichuan represented Giant Sun Immortal, he represented the benefits of Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. Of course, he did not want to see the Celestial Court grow stronger again. Moreover, the information regarding Fang Yuan's location was something that they had painstakingly deduced. If they were to inform the Celestial Court just like that, it would be too easy for them. Elder Yuan reminded, no matter what, we still have to tell the Master about this precious information first. Fairy Myrtle replied, I've already reported it to Master as soon as I retracted the formation. Celestial Court. A fierce battle had broken out. Boom. Lady Cold Ash's figure flickered as she dodged the explosion of a killer move. She was actually Spectral Soul in disguise. Spectral Soul had just received Fairy Myrtle's information, but he was not in a good mood. Fang Yuan is in the Celestial Court now? Of course I already knew this. A memory flashed in Spectral Soul's mind, it was the scene that happened several days ago. The Gu immortals were gathered in Dragon Palace again. Wu Shuai used the excuse of discussing the details of attacking Qi ancestors' side. But halfway through the discussion Wu Shuai suddenly attacked. Dragon Palace rumbled, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was caught off guard and was hit by the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke. He was easily taken down without any resistance. Everyone don't panic, this person is a spy of our alliance, he is the mastermind of the Celestial Court. Wu Shuai consoled the immortals as he took out evidence. In front of such concrete evidence, the immortals were shocked and furious, they condemned Night Wolf Grotto Heaven and wanted them to pay the price. Wu Shuai shook his head, we will definitely punish Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, but the urgent matter now is not this. The big picture is the most important thing. Gu Tribe's leader frowned deeply, Lord Alliance leader, because of this traitor, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, our sneak attack plan has been exposed. If we carry it out again we might not be able to catch them off guard. Wu Shuai smiled coldly, there is still an important piece of information that I have not told everyone yet. Qi ancestor is no longer in Eastern Sea, he has entered Central Continent many days ago and is heading to the Celestial Court. This is good news. Many Gu immortals heard this and were overjoyed. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a grim expression. What's so good about it? The reason why we attacked Qi ancestor's side was to target him personally, to stop him from resolving the Qi harvest fruits in the other Grotto Heavens. Now that Qi ancestor is not here, what is the point of continuing our attack? The Gu immortals who were cheering earlier were stunned. After reacting, the atmosphere in Dragon Palace became even heavier. Everyone don't panic. Wu Shuai spoke, all the Gu immortals' gazes landed on him. He continued, it is actually very simple to resolve our current predicament. Since Qi ancestor is heading to Central Continent's Celestial Court, we will give up on the Grotto Heavens and directly attack the Celestial Court to kill Qi ancestor. What? This? The Gu immortals in the hall hesitated. It is not easy to attack the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court is the #1 force of humanity. Even if they lost the Fate War, we cannot take them lightly. Many Gu immortals wanted to retreat. Wu Shuai snorted coldly, "You fools." He scolded them on the spot. His imposing aura caused the hall to turn silent. The Gu immortals kept quiet out of fear. Why don't you think about why the Celestial Court would suddenly invite Qi ancestor over? Wu Shuai asked with a stern expression. Xiao Hejian's eyes shined as he said, "Don't tell me the Celestial Court is also facing the Qi harvest fruit problem." Wu Shuai chuckled, "All of your Grotto Heavens are facing the Qi harvest fruit problem. The Celestial Court is also a Grotto Heaven. It is located in immemorial White Heaven. Why is the Celestial Court not facing the Qi harvest fruit problem?" Hearing this, the immortals realized at once. This was just a facade. In their hearts, the Celestial Court had always been supreme. Even though they lost the Fate War, the Celestial Court displayed terrifying strength and foundation. Even though the Celestial Court lost, it lost to enemies like Fang Yuan and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. To the variant human Gu immortals, this was a reasonable loss. It did not affect their impression of the strength of the Celestial Court. Precisely because of this impression, the variant human Gu immortals subconsciously thought, even if the Celestial Court was facing the Qi harvest fruit problem, it could resolve it by itself. After all, the creator of the Celestial Court was primordial origin immortal venerable who became a venerable through Qi path. Alliance leader is wise. Ice Crystal immortal monarch slapped his forehead. The Celestial Court invited Qi ancestor to resolve the Qi harvest fruit problem. Even though the Celestial Court has a Qi path inheritance, it does not have any Qi path Gu immortals. Also, why did the Celestial Court ally with Qi ancestor? Other than obstructing our alliance, it is likely to be for the sake of their own safety. Precisely. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal immortal monarch with an appreciative gaze. You guys are not too stupid after all. The Celestial Court is at its weakest now. Qi ancestor is going to resolve the Qi harvest fruit problem of the Celestial Court. As long as we attack the Celestial Court while he is busy, we will be able to catch them off guard and obtain shocking results. If we attack the Celestial Court now before Qi ancestor makes a move on the Qi harvest fruit, we will attack the Qi harvest fruit and force the Celestial Court Gu immortals to defend themselves. That way we will have the initiative and be able to advance or retreat freely. If we attack the Celestial Court and Qi ancestor uses his killer move to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, that would be even better. That would be even better. If we interfere with him with our full strength, Qi ancestor's killer move might fail and he would suffer a backlash. If we fight with all our strength, we might be able to kill him on the spot. Wu Shuai said calmly. But what if we attack the Celestial Court and Qi ancestor has already gotten rid of the Qi harvest fruit? A Gu immortal asked carefully. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. The Celestial Court has a deep foundation. The Qi harvest fruit is definitely extraordinary. If Qi ancestor gets rid of the Qi harvest fruit, his battle condition will be affected. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario, but we are already at a dead end. We can only fight with all our strength to have hope in the future. Tell me, other than this method, what other methods do we have? Facing Wu Shuai's question, the immortals were silent. With the current situation, the immortals were forced to follow Wu Shuai to attack the Celestial Court. But the Gu immortals present were still hesitant, including the two Vice Alliance leaders, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. Maybe if we continue experimenting, we can find the correct method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit? A Gu immortal said softly. Wu Shuai's expression turned grim. He scolded internally. These variant human Gu immortals have been cowards for too long. They do not have any fighting spirit at all. But Wu Shuai had already expected this. He laughed loudly. Lord Alliance leader, why are you laughing? Gu tribe's leader asked. Wu Shuai stopped laughing. To speak the truth, I am also worried about bringing you idiots to attack the Celestial Court. But this time, I invited a strong reinforcement. Because of him, I learned of Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's betrayal. Ah? Who is it? The immortals were curious. Lady Cold Ash's gaze flickered. She already had a guess. Right at this moment, from the shadows behind Wu Shuai, a Gu immortal walked out. This Gu immortal wore a white robe. He had long black hair that reached his waist. His face was white as jade. His eyes were shining with cold light. Fang Yuan, it's him, it really is him. The immortal's pupils shrunk. their expressions changed, they were all shaken. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan spoke slowly, his voice was cold as ice. The Celestial Court bullied me. Now that I have recovered my strength, I am going to attack the Celestial Court. Duke Long is not here, who can stop me? His voice resounded in the hall, nobody dared to make a sound. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest felt their hearts pounding. With a strong reinforcement like Fang Yuan leading the way, they immediately regained their morale and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan was someone who had defeated the Celestial Court, his battle strength was clear to everyone in the world. Chapter 2041. Roar. The evil dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, causing winds and clouds to gather. Its mountain-like body charged at the front, followed by the immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance and finally Dragon Palace. Primordial Chi Wall. This was a method left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. It appeared again when Celestial Court was attacked, but it could not stop Di Zongxing's charge. The 5 regions merged, this evil dragon has become even stronger. Furthermore, ever since the Fate War, the Primordial Chi Wall was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Even though it recovered, it is much weaker than before. Qin Ding Ling frowned, quickly determining the situation. The Chi Wall could only delay for a while, it could not stop the evil dragon. Lord Qin, do you need me to fight? At this time, 9 spiritual fairy transmitted. The former transformation path great experts of Celestial Court, Zhang Fei Xiong and Flesh Whip Immortal, had died long ago. Only 9 spiritual fairy was left among the transformation path experts. No, Qin Chao's taming is only one step away, continue to refine hatred Gu. Qin Ding Ling immediately transmitted, shouting, Shabi 95 Ruan Dan, are you still not going to fight? A tiger's roar and a crane's cry resounded at the same time. 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts blocked in front of Di Zongxing. The 3 legendary primordial wild beasts clashed, causing the earth to shake and the sky to tremble. In just a few rounds, Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan were forced to retreat. They were in a miserable state, they were not Di Zongxing's match in close combat. Thus they started to activate their killer moves. Instantly, grey chi shot out like blades, pill lights burst out. Di Zongxing roared, purple gold light appeared on his body, blocking all the killer moves. Next, the purple gold light dissipated. Di Zongxing's dragon whiskers grew rapidly, shooting out like countless snakes coming out of their caves. They were extremely powerful. Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan could not block the attacks, they could only retreat temporarily. This evil dragon actually has an immortal Gu, it can use killer moves now. Qin Ding Ling's heart sank, she took a deep look at Dragon Palace. Di Zongxing was a legendary immemorial beast to begin with, he had outstanding intelligence and could use Gu worms to activate killer moves. But during the Fate War, it was enslaved by Dragon Palace in a hurry, it did not have time to equip itself with Gu worms. Therefore, in the Fate War, it only relied on its own physical strength to fight. Therefore, he was unable to resist Feng Jioga's Song of Destiny and was instantly controlled. When he encountered other killer moves, he could only use his physical body to resist. After the Fate War, Wu Shuai had already started to consider equipping Di Zongxing with Gu worms. But Wu Shuai was tight on money back then, he did not have any extra immortal Gu. Although the main body had many immortal Gu, firstly Fang Yuan's main body was moving around Western Desert, he did not meet up with Wu Shuai immediately. Secondly, the extra immortal Gu might not be suitable for Di Zongxing. However, Wu Shuai's luck was good. He grasped the opportunity and successfully became the leader of the Two Heavens Alliance. With resources on hand, Wu Shuai started to equip Di Zongxing. Up until now, Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan's main body had split the Two Heavens forces. He used the excuse of trying to get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruit to destroy several Grotto Heavens, and made forceful transactions with the Alliance's Gu Immortals. Finally, Di Zongxing had a certain number of Gu worms and several basic killer moves. Di Zongxing suppressed Ruan Dan and Shabi 95, forcing them to retreat to one side as he charged forward ferociously. Qin Ding Ling screamed as she flew up and entered the Immortal Gu House. Several Immortal Gu houses flew towards Di Zongxing, forming layers of defense. Di Zongxing's charge stopped for a moment, but Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan also joined in. I finally blocked it for now. Qin Ding Ling had just calmed down when she moved Dragon Palace in an arc towards the Qi Harvest Fruit. Celestial Court's Qi Harvest Fruit was too huge, it was too eye-catching. Wu Shuai was even more ruthless, he attacked the enemy's weakness. Qin Ding Ling's expression changed as she hurriedly commanded the Immortal Gu houses to split a portion of their forces to block Dragon Palace. The situation is very dangerous. Once the Qi Harvest Fruit is destroyed, the whole of Celestial Court will be destroyed. Quickly awaken the immortals in the immortal graveyard. Zhou Xiong Xian urged. How about we ask 9 spiritual fairy and red heart traveler to reinforce us? Bai Tsang Shui suggested. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth, deciding, awaken the immortals in the immortal graveyard. Celestial Court's immortal graveyard was already mostly destroyed, there were only a few Gu immortals sleeping inside. But after this force awakened, they were a new force, they shared a lot of the pressure. The defensive line was still in danger, but it was barely stabilized. Go and attack the Qi harvest fruit. Wu Shuai ordered the Alliance Gu immortals. These Gu immortals had already split up, they were like loose sand, drilling through the Qi walls and approaching the Qi harvest fruit. Seeing this, Qin Ding Ling was extremely anxious, she gritted her teeth and said furiously, I will destroy these variant humans and exterminate them all. Even though the 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu immortals were not strong, they had the advantage in numbers, they were the weakness of Celestial Court's side. Don't worry, these variant human Gu immortals look like they have a lot of numbers, but they are actually cowards. As long as we send one person to surround the Qi harvest fruit and kill a few of them, these Gu immortals will definitely hesitate, their morale will be greatly weakened. Prince's impatience suggested. Who can take on this task? Qin Ding Ling quickly asked. Che Wei responded with his actions. He flew out of the immortal Gu house like a ray of light, charging towards the Qi harvest fruit on the ground. Die. He pounced like an eagle, using a killer move that was extremely powerful and unstoppable. Ah. What killer move is this? Of the 2 variant human Gu immortals, one was heavily injured while the other was killed on the spot. Che Wei's display of battle strength at the crucial moment was extremely shocking, both sides were shocked. After all, the 2 variant human Gu immortals he defeated had rank 8 cultivation level. His killer move seems to be of a completely new path? Too terrifying. Before I figure out his background, if I rush forward I'll definitely be cut in half by him. I should wait for Fang Yuan to attack. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu immortals hesitated, their charge slowed down. These trash. In the depths of Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai frowned, showing deep anger on his face. At the crucial moment, these variant human Gu immortals were useless, they could not even serve as cannon fodder. But Wu Shuai was prepared, he waved his hand, it's your turn. 4 figures flew out of Dragon Palace, they were the 4 dragon generals. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, as well as Old Man Bei Feng who replaced Shi Miao. These 4 rank 8 Gu immortals were enslaved by Dragon Palace, they were loyal and did not fear death, they split into 4 groups and charged forward. Even though Che Wei was strong, he could only block one person. Protect me. Qi Si Ancestor transmitted to Qin Ding Ling, this is the crucial moment, if we stop now, the consequences will be unimaginable. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth, seeing that the 3 dragon generals were very close to the Qi harvest fruit, she could only take the risk of mobilizing an immortal Gu house to block them. At the same time, 2 Gu immortals flew out of the immortal Gu house, blocking the dragon generals with all their strength. Roar. Just as Celestial Court's side blocked the 4 dragon generals, Dragon Palace took the chance to block Yuan Dan. Di Zongxing used this chance to knock down Shabi 95, charging all the way until he got close to the Qi harvest fruit. Di Zongxing abruptly opened its mouth and spat out a green gas current. The green Qi destroyed the immortal formation and hit the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit shook intensely, Qi Si Ancestor's expression changed as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His killer move was stopped, he seemed to have suffered a heavy backlash. Oh no. The Celestial Court's immortals had a change of expression. We succeeded. Wu Shuai's subordinates cheered, their morale rose. The Qi harvest fruit was damaged, Celestial Court was affected. The ground in Celestial Court was torn apart, earth trenches appeared, earth Qi rumbled, heaven and earth shook, the sky was in chaos, countless winds and clouds were raging. Crack crack. The aperture walls of Celestial Court started to crack, large pieces of the aperture walls fell off, forming a huge hole that connected the inside and outside. Even the Fate Formation could not deal such a heavy blow to Celestial Court. The appearance of the Qi harvest fruit gave Celestial Court a fatal weakness. Che Wei was furious, his left hand was like a blade while his right hand was like a spear, he attacked with both hands, 2 gold and silver lights pierced through Yang Zihe. Yang Zihe died. Wu Shuai laughed loudly, shouting, today is the day of your Celestial Court's destruction. Qin Ding Ling's eyelids twitched, even though Wu Shuai's side suffered many losses, he was right. The Qi harvest fruit's weakness was too huge, Wu Shuai had the complete initiative. Celestial Court is in danger, what should we do? Even someone like Qin Ding Ling was at a loss. Amidst the loss, there was a trace of fear. Is Celestial Court going to be destroyed by me, Qin Dingling? Right at this time, Qi Si Ancestor transmitted again. Qin Dingling, the situation is dire, we can only take a risk. Qin Dingling subconsciously asked, how do we take a risk? Earlier, my Qi Path Immortal Goo was destroyed, I can no longer use the method to get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruit. But I created a killer move, even though it is not complete, it can temporarily shrink the Qi Harvest Fruit. Qi Si Ancestor said. Qin Dingling's eyes shined, she saw hope in this desperate situation, she quickly said, Ancestor, please use it. As long as we survive this, Celestial Court will not mistreat you. Celestial Court's current problem was the Qi Harvest Fruit. Celestial Court's Qi Harvest Fruit was too big, it was like a mountain, it was the best target for killer moves. But if it shrunk, the difficulty of defending it would be much lower. We need to be fast, this killer move is not complete, I can only hold on for a while. Qi Si Ancestor said as he flew towards the Qi Harvest Fruit. When he was about to crash, he turned into a human-shaped Qi current and fused into the Qi Harvest Fruit. The Qi Harvest Fruit shook intensely, it started to shrink rapidly. In a few breaths of time, it shrunk from the size of a mountain to the size of a horse carriage. This change made Celestial Court's Goo Immortals surprised and joyful. An immortal Goo house flew down and floated above the Qi Harvest Fruit, shooting out a grand pillar of light that enveloped the Qi Harvest Fruit. Wu Shuai's side's killer moves rained down like a storm, but they could not shake the pillar of light at all. Di Zongxing and Dragon Palace charged over again. Block them. Qin Dingling shouted. But they were too passive, they were forced to retreat. The Qi Harvest Fruit shrunk again, it turned from a horse carriage to an ordinary gourd. Seeing that they were about to fall into the abyss of defeat again, Qin Dingling quickly asked, Ancestor, can you move the Qi Harvest Fruit? Qi Si Ancestor replied weakly, this is my limit. I researched Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival method, I can only shrink it, I cannot move it at all. This method is just a preliminary creation, it is not complete. Quickly think of a way. Qin Dingling was out of ideas, she had already sent reinforcements to the 10 great ancient sects at the start of the battle. Originally, Celestial Court had Central Heaven Gate, they could send reinforcements quickly, but it was destroyed by Fairy Myrtle during the Fate War. But at the next moment, the primordial Qi wall collapsed, countless Qi currents landed on Di Zongxing's body. Di Zongxing's battle strength fell sharply, his threat was greatly reduced. This was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's follow-up method. It landed on Fang Yuan during the Fate War. Fang Yuan was trapped and could not break free, but Limitless Demon Venerable's figure helped him resist the power of these Qi currents. But now the chess game was over, the two Venerable silhouettes had vanished completely, they could no longer help Di Zongxing. In the blink of an eye, Di Zongxing was suppressed by Shabi 95. Celestial Court's dangerous situation was alleviated. Wu Shuai's side lost their most important battle force. Dragon Palace had no choice but to step up and use Dreamy Light Smoke Killer move. Heavenly Court still did not have a way to resist it head-on. Dragon Palace showed off its demonic might. We can't go on like this. In the end, my Celestial Court still lacks peak battle strength. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. If Duke Long was here, how could the other side be so arrogant? Qi Si Ancestor also has peak battle strength, but his killer move was stopped and he suffered a backlash. Furthermore, he is not a member of Celestial Court, why would he risk his life for Celestial Court? Just as Qin Dingling was thinking about this, Qi Si Ancestor transmitted again. Qin Dingling, to resolve today's crisis, the most important thing is to get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruit. As long as we get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruit, we can switch from defense to offense, our greatest worry will be gone. We have not lost hope yet, my killer move only lacks one final piece to complete it. There is a high chance of success. Qin Dingling's heart shook. What do you need me to do? Chapter 2042. Hearing that Qi Si Ancestor was seeking Heaven Path true meaning, Qin Dingling smiled bitterly. Even though Celestial Court has deep foundation, it does not have Heaven Path true meaning. Why is that? Qi Si Ancestor asked. It is because no one can cultivate Heaven Path. If we could, why would Celestial Court create Heaven Overseeing Tower to make use of Fate Goo? Qin Dingling's tone was filled with deep regret. No Goo Immortals could cultivate Heaven Path, this was the root cause of Heaven Path true meaning. It was not easy for Goo Immortals to leave behind their true meaning. To leave behind true meaning, Wisdom Path and Rule Path had the greatest advantage. Other paths could only leave behind true meaning if they could comprehend other paths by analogy. For example, Long Hair's Refinement Path true meaning or Reckless Savage's Transformation Path true meaning. Hearing Qin Dingling's answer, Fang Yuan was not dejected. He was mentally prepared. His earlier request was more to probe Celestial Court's foundation. Maybe it really had? Celestial Court did not have heaven path true meaning, it was not out of his expectations. Long-hair ancestor, Fang Yuan, sighed heavily, transmitting to Qin Dingling, "This means there is no hope. I can only let go for now and fight alongside Celestial Court to kill these variant humans." Qin Dingling immediately became anxious. The Qi harvest fruit became Celestial Court's weakness. It was a fatal weakness. The reason why the battle was in a deadlock now was because Qi ancestor was shrinking the Qi harvest fruit. Once Fang Yuan let go, the Qi harvest fruit would shrink to its original size. Celestial Court would have a hard time defending. They would be in a passive situation. Qin Dingling was facing huge pressure now. This pressure was not only from the external enemies, but also from her inner heart. After the Fate War, the Immortal Graveyard was heavily damaged, Celestial Court's foundation fell. Qin Dingling had no choice but to take charge of all the matters of Celestial Court in this precarious situation. She was conscientious and worked hard to build the Celestial Court. It could be said that she had done her best to bring the Celestial Court back to its former glory. Just like the other members of the Celestial Court, Qin Dingling had a strong sense of belonging to the Celestial Court. But now, a strong enemy had come and it was extremely sudden. What was worse was that they had the fatal weakness of the Qi harvest fruit, causing Qin Dingling to feel a great sense of danger. Is the Celestial Court going to be destroyed in this battle? Am I the sinner who caused the destruction of the Celestial Court due to a lapse in defense? Rumble. The fierce battle continued and the Dragon Palace continued to move about. Qin Dingling stayed in the command center. She paid attention to the battlefield and made emergency arrangements while also communicating with Qi ancestor. The internal and external troubles and the heavy pressure forced her to choose to take a gamble. Immortal friend Qi, don't let go. Although the Celestial Court doesn't have any Heaven Dao true intent, it has abundant Heaven Dao research results. I'll give it to you right now. Qin Dingling was very straightforward. She directly sent an information path Immortal Gu to Qi ancestor. My plan succeeded. Fang Yuan received this information path Immortal Gu and sighed internally. He quickly sent his consciousness inside to inspect it. Amazing. 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 Fang Yuan only saw a small part of it, but his eyes shined with bright light. He praised internally. The Celestial Court had risen to become the #1 force in the world for 3 million years. In these 3 million years, from complying with Providence at the start, to keeping it in check in the dark, to altering Providence, they had all interacted with the Heaven Dao. The Heaven Dao research results were extremely abundant. It was the best in the world. It was truly worthy of its name. Fate Gu was a Heaven Path Immortal Gu. It could not be used by humans. The Celestial Court forcibly constructed Heaven Overseeing Tower and used a portion of Fate Gu's power. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, why did Spectral Soul secretly infiltrate the Celestial Court? A large part of the reason was because he wanted to obtain this Heaven Dao research results. As for why Limitless Demon Venerable made a bet with star constellations back then, wasn't it because he wanted to use the Celestial Court's Heaven Dao research results to raise his crazed demon cave? And now this research result was in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan continued to read and his heart shook. 2 killer moves appeared in front of him. One was called Heaven Man Sensation, the other was called Workers of Heaven's Work. They were created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Heaven Man Sensation could allow a Gu Immortal's will to interact with the Heaven Dao will and fuse with it. And Workers of Heaven's Work killer move was built on the basis of Heaven Man Sensation. It could allow a Gu Immortal to replace Providence to a certain extent. Because of these 2 killer moves, star constellations could interfere with and influence Providence. She could even replace Providence in controlling Fate Gu, thus allowing the Celestial Court to have a smooth life and reign for over 3 million years. This is my way out. Fang Yuan immediately sensed acutely that these 2 killer moves were the key to breaking out of his current predicament. This time he took the risk to come to the Heavenly Court and set up this trap to deceive Qin Dingling. In the end he achieved his goal. Qi, I wonder if this research result can help you complete your killer move? Qin Dingling asked in the midst of an intense battle. Fang Yuan coughed. This Heaven Dao research results have indeed benefited me greatly. But modifying a killer move now is extremely risky. I need you to stall for time for me, the more the better. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Ancestor, you need to hurry, we can only do our best. If not, we can only abandon the Celestial Court and preserve the Gu Immortals. She had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Fang Yuan continued to read. Behind the two killer moves, star constellation Immortal Venerable's ideology was recorded in detail. Fang Yuan was enlightened and came to a realization. My will is providence, providence is my will. So that's it, so that's it. Fang Yuan did not move for now. He pondered over this profound meaning as his clone Wu Shuai led the Two Heavens Alliance to fight against the Celestial Court. Because Di Zongxing was hit by Primordial Origins method, he was no longer as powerful as before, he was suppressed by Ruan Dan. As for Shabi 95, it had already returned to the defensive line, becoming the main force against Dragon Palace. Under Wu Shuai's control, Dragon Palace rampaged through the battlefield, displaying its power. The Celestial Court's side suffered greatly. But in other aspects, the Two Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals were at a disadvantage. They were not the match of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Compared to the Celestial Court's members, they were still lacking in strength. There were only two people who were on par with them, the two Vice Alliance leaders Xiaohe Jian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. As for Spectral Soul, who was disguised as Lady Cold Ash, he continued to disguise himself. He fought with all his might but was unable to do so. This is a great opportunity. Fairy Myrtle, bring your men and join the battle in Celestial Court. Spectral Soul ordered. Fang Yuan is in Celestial Court, I want to kill him as well as Celestial Court, Qi Si Ancestor, and the rest. Fairy Myrtle received the order and asked, should we include Longevity Heaven's forces? What if we tell Celestial Court's situation? Fairy Myrtle deduced Fang Yuan's location. Bing Sichuan knew about it too. But Bing Sichuan's side did not know that Celestial Court was in such a situation. They only thought that Celestial Court was heavily guarded. Since that was the case, Bing Sichuan could only conceal Fang Yuan's location for now. Even though he wanted to make use of others to kill him, if Celestial Court really killed Fang Yuan, wouldn't all of Fang Yuan's inheritances and immortal Gu go to Celestial Court? Thus, Bing Sichuan wanted to continue contacting Spectral Soul's side. He wanted the two sides to work together and attack Celestial Court in the future. Spectral Soul thought about Giant Sun's attack during the Fate War. He snorted coldly and said without hesitation, no need to tell them, we will hide it from them, come here. Fairy Myrtle concealed the truth and left with Bing Sichuan's group, rushing to Celestial Court. Celestial Court was damaged now, there were many holes in the aperture walls, they were connected to the outside world. Fairy Myrtle's group could easily and quickly attack. Fairy Myrtle's force cannot turn the situation around. Only when both sides are heavily injured will she have the greatest impact. Spectral Soul thought to himself. To him, the best situation was for Wu Shuai to fight against Celestial Court, they would lose a lot of battle strength. At that time if he attacked he would have huge gains. But why is that scoundrel Fang Yuan not attacking yet? Spectral Soul looked at Dragon Palace at the same time, an immortal Gu house from Celestial Court attacked him. Spectral Soul held back his killing intent, abandoning a group of soul beasts as he retreated. In order to act weak he decided to endure it. But this immortal Gu house charged forward and used a killer move. A ray of profound light shot out towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's heart shook, he hesitated. He had the strength to dodge but Lady Cold Ash did not. Without a choice, he could only abandon some soul beasts to block the immortal Gu house and stall for time for him. Die. Che Wei suddenly appeared beside Lady Cold Ash. His body was shining with golden light. His aura was sharp like a blade. You really think I'm a pushover? Spectral Soul was furious, but he decided to maintain his disguise. Boom. Che Wei's attack landed on Lady Cold Ash's body. She fell down as a large amount of blood splattered in the air. Lady Cold Ash's aura weakened rapidly, until it was completely gone. Dead. Another one killed. Che Wei did not find Spectral Soul's weakness. He flew away with the immortal Gu house towards other battlefields. Spectral Soul fell to the ground like a broken sack. He did not move, he was pretending to be dead. Boom boom boom. Not long after he fell to the ground, a series of immortal killer moves turned into dazzling lightning that landed on Spectral Soul's body twice. Lady Cold Ash's body was charred black, most of her body was roasted, she emitted the fragrance of meat. I'll endure it. Spectral Soul gritted his teeth. Bam. With a loud sound, Di Zongxing also fell down, pressing down on Spectral Soul. Next, Ruan Dan flew to Di Zongxing's body, shouting as she fought, I'll fight 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 fight. Bam bam bam, the ground shook intensely, Spectral Soul's bones and tendons were all crushed. I'll endure it. Di Zongxing and Ruan Dan flew away, but soon an immortal Gu house flew over. It was Dragon Palace. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. Wu Shuai activated a Dream Path killer move as he chased after Qin Dingling relentlessly. Qin Dingling dodged quickly. The smoke-like killer move could not change direction in time. It was about to land on Spectral Soul's body. Spectral Soul, I can't take it anymore. At the next moment he burst out, waving his hand as black qi spread across the entire battlefield. Chapter 2043. What is going on? Black qi shook as Xiao Hejian was forced to retreat. His face was filled with shock. He had seen Lady Cold Ash get killed by Che Wei and felt some regret. To think that not long after, Lady Cold Ash actually revived. Did she fake her death earlier? But her luck was not good and she was about to be hit by a Dream Path killer move, so she had to fight again? But how can Lady Cold Ash have such battle strength? Not only was Xiao Hejian bewildered, the other Gu immortals also had the same doubts. But compared to Celestial Court's side, the Two Heavens Alliance was not only shocked but also joyful. After all, Lady Cold Ash had concealed herself so deeply, she was still one of them. That attack earlier had Duke Long's style. Is Lady Cold Ash a person on the same level as Duke Long? I don't believe it. Another Gu immortal charged out from Celestial Court's side. It was none other than Che Wei, who had displayed his might in this battle. Che Wei pounced at Lady Cold Ash. All sorts of signs and information showed that attack earlier was Lady Cold Ash's trump card. She could not use it often. Kill? Che Wei's body shined with golden light. He crashed towards Lady Cold Ash like a meteor. At the same time, far from the battlefield, underground, the two generals of Celestial Court were still forcefully refining Hatred Gu. Red Heart Traveler controlled the formation while Qing Cho was motionless like a statue. 9 Spiritual Fairies' voice came from the statue. It's about time. In a few more minutes, we will be able to completely refine Hatred Gu. As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Chao's dim and lifeless eyes suddenly opened wide, and a crimson-red light shot out explosively from its eyes. What's going on? 9 Spiritual Fairy exclaimed in shock. What happened? Red Heart Traveler asked while injecting immortal essence to increase the immortal formation's power. But Qing Chao's body shook more and more violently. It's Hatred Gu, oh no! 9 Spiritual Fairy suddenly cried out in shock. She was forced out of Qing Chao's body like a ray of light. Roar! Qing Cho regained its freedom. It roared towards the sky. Its voice shook the heavens like thunder. Boom! At the next moment, Qing Cho charged out of the formation, leaving behind a damaged formation and 2 shocked Celestial Court rank 8 Gu immortals. Red Heart Traveler was in charge of the formation and suffered a lot of backlash. He quickly helped up 9 Spiritual Fairy who had fallen to the ground. Qing Cho flew to the battlefield. What happened? 9 Spiritual Fairy's gaze was still dull, her tone uncertain. Maybe I saw wrongly. At that instant earlier, the rank 8 Hatred Gu burst out with terrifying power. It actually had a trace of the aura of a rank 9 Immortal Gu. At this time, the battlefield, attention had shifted from Dragon Palace and the Qi on to Gu. Cho attack Gu Cho on Gu Cho. Cho. On Gu on. Go. Cho. Cho, Gu, Lady, Gu Cho on Cho. Cho, Demon to say. Chen on Cho Dynasty Chen Demon Gu, Demon Chen, to Spectral Soul's thought was direct. Since Fang Yuan is not coming out, I will force him to come out. Today was different from the past. During the Fate War, Spectral Soul was very weak. He could only rely on Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan to escape and recuperate. But now he had recovered most of his strength. He was no longer weak. What is going on? The immortals were even more shocked. Gu Cho gave up on Cho Dynasty and targeted Dragon Palace. Internal conflict? Cho Dynasty's momentum slowed. Let's observe the situation first. Maybe it is a trap. Qin Dingling wanted stability. She gathered her subordinates. Wu Shuai frowned. He controlled Dragon Palace to retreat. But Gu Cho was faster. She pressed her palm on the roof of Dragon Palace. The seemingly light palm caused Dragon Palace to be sent flying like a ball. At the same time, phantoms of immemorial soul beasts appeared on the surface of Dragon Palace. Roar, roar, roar. Every immemorial soul beast phantoms flashed by, Dragon Palace would suffer a heavy blow. Dozens of immemorial soul beast phantoms flashed by. A huge hole appeared on Dragon Palace's roof. The pillars were broken, tiles were sent flying. It was a pathetic sight. Cho Dynasty broke out in cold sweat. He had experienced Dragon Palace's strength firsthand, but now, Gu Cho only used one palm to force Dragon Palace to this state. So Gu Cho is so strong. I attacked earlier. I was courting death. Cho Dynasty's direction suddenly changed. He returned to the back. Gu Cho Cho Cho, what are you doing? Xiao He Jian shouted. What soul path killer move is this? It is so powerful. Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was furious on the surface, he was feeling a chill in his heart. Dragon Palace continued to retreat. You think you can escape? Gu Cho sneered. She was about to attack again when a huge shadow shrouded her body. Gu Cho turned around. She saw that the mountain-like Qing Cho had gotten close to her at some point. It opened its mouth and was about to devour Gu Cho. Seeing this, Gu Cho was also stunned. Spectral Soul knew about Qing Cho's existence. But he never expected that he would run into Qing Cho at this moment. Seeing that Gu Cho was about to be devoured, her body suddenly turned into black smoke. She floated and dodged Qing Cho's attack. Beast scram! Gu Cho shouted. She stretched out her palm again and pressed it on Qing Cho's head. The scene from earlier happened again. Phantoms of immemorial soul beasts surrounded Qing Cho, flickering continuously. Bam bam bam. Each time the phantom appeared, there would be a loud sound of thunder. Qing Cho's flesh was soon torn apart, but it did not retreat. Spectral Soul was about to chase after Dragon Palace when Qing Cho blocked his path. Spectral Soul, I will kill you, I will kill you. Qing Cho roared as it pounced at Gu Cho. Spectral Soul was furious. I have no time to waste on you. He used Gu Cho's body to prepare a terrifying killer move. Traces of black smoke started to come out of Gu Cho's orifices. Her aura rose rapidly. The black smoke gathered and enveloped Qing Cho. Qing Cho activated an offensive killer move that crashed into the black smoke. After a breath of time, the black smoke dissipated. Qing Cho's killer move landed on Gu Cho's body without losing any momentum. Shock flashed across Gu Cho's face. She was sent flying as she was caught off guard. Rank 9 Immortal Gu? No, it is only a half-finished product. Gu Cho swallowed a mouthful of blood. She squinted as she sized up Qing Cho, her expression turning solemn. 9 Spiritual Fairy had just arrived at the battlefield. Her pupils shrunk. My senses were right. The rank 8 Hatred Gu is about to advance to rank 9. Qing Cho's origin is from the aggrieved souls that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered. The core immortal Gu that formed Qing Cho is Hatred Gu, but the relationship between Hatred Gu and Qing Cho is not simple. Not only did Hatred Gu create Qing Cho is also nurturing and refining Hatred Gu. Maybe at the start Hatred Gu was only rank 6 or even rank 4 or 5. But as Qing Cho grew, its endless hatred caused Hatred Gu to advance. Until now Hatred Gu is advancing from rank 8 to rank 9. Chapter 2044. What situation was this? Seeing that Lady Cold Ash was sent flying by Qing Cho, the immortals were stunned. The aura of a rank 9 Immortal Gu could not be faked, but this aura was too weak and it was mainly the aura of a rank 8 Immortal Gu. This was the first time something like this had happened. An incomplete rank 9 Immortal Gu? The immortals felt that it was inconceivable. Gu refinement had always been a very careful process, be it human Gu refinement methods or hairy man Gu refinement methods. They were extremely meticulous. Fang Yuan was like this, long-hair ancestor was also like this. They had never heard of a Gu worm that could still be used during the Gu refinement process. But the truth was right in front of them, the immortals had to admit it. What refinement method is this? Many Gu immortals were very excited. This is definitely a new chapter in refinement path. Spectral Soul? Qing Cho has Hatred Gu, it should not be wrong. To think that Lady Cold Ash was actually Spectral Soul in disguise. From Spectral Soul's words, it seems that Fang Yuan is also here. Is he hiding in Dragon Palace? The immortals were shocked and uncertain. There were too many accidents in this battle. Celestial Court, the two heavens, Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan, and others had their own arrangements. None of them knew the overall situation. Even though Fang Yuan had been reborn, it was the same. Spectral Soul's identity was exposed. He felt a trace of joy. Dragon Palace retreated even faster. Wu Shuai immediately called back the 3 dragon generals. He also ordered the other 2 Heavens Alliance Gu immortals to defend Dragon Palace and deal with Spectral Soul. Wu Shuai did not dare to rashly bring the other 2 Heavens Alliance Gu immortals into Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul's identity was exposed. They were also very suspicious. I can't wait any longer. Qi Si ancestor Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he secretly made a move. He had planned to disguise himself for a while, but with Spectral Soul's exposure and Qing Cho's participation, he knew that he had lost control of the situation. He had to act quickly. Fang Yuan contacted Qin Dingling. The modification has results. Protect me, it will be very crucial next. Understood. A hint of joy flashed across Qin Dingling's face. This was the best news she had heard since the start of the battle. Celestial Court's Gu immortals retreated and formed a tight defense line. They were very wary of Spectral Soul and Dragon Palace's Wuxia. Qingqiu charged towards Frost Ash Immortal Gu. Hatred Gu's rank 9 aura became denser. It was as if Spectral Soul's appearance had triggered the deepest hatred in Qingqiu's heart. This intense hatred was rapidly refining Hatred Immortal Gu. When Hatred Immortal Gu was activated, it amplified Qingqiu in all aspects. Especially the offensive killer moves, their power rose sharply. They were terrifying. As Spectral Soul fought against Qingqiu, he was suppressed for some time. The hostility on his face intensified. After a few rounds, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black gas. The black gas was small and dim, seemingly unremarkable, but when it flew onto Qingqiu's body, Qingqiu's movements became sluggish, and its attacks became disjointed. Spectral Soul's body shook. He turned into countless clones that surrounded Qingqiu. Qingqiu had Hatred Gu. It should be able to identify the real one. But against the countless Spectral Souls, it showed a confused expression. It lost its target. Spectral Soul's true body suddenly appeared on Qingqiu's back. He stretched out his hand as his palm and forearm pierced deeply into Qingqiu's body. Qingqiu's body shook intensely. It was in extreme pain. It roared at the sky. Qingqiu unleashed immortal killer moves repeatedly. Disregarding its own safety, it attacked Spectral Soul who was on its back. Spectral Soul took the attacks head-on. He had to maintain his current method. Qingqiu fell to the ground with a loud sound. Heaven and earth shook. A huge pit was created. Qingqiu rolled on the ground, but it could not shake off Spectral Soul. Oh no, he is refining Qingqiu. Qin Dingling saw something. Her heart jumped. She was about to order the other Gu immortals to disturb Spectral Soul. However, Wuxia was one step faster. Dragon Palace activated dreamy light smoke again. Pink smoke floated towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was not afraid of other methods, but he was wary of Dream Path killer moves. He had no choice but to stop his methods and retreat. Qingqiu broke free and regained its freedom, but it was dispirited. It almost fell to the ground. In contrast, after Spectral Soul flew into the sky, his aura rose by a huge amount. Evidently, the method used against Qingqiu earlier was not just enslavement, it also had the ability to extract its strength. Seeing this, almost all of the Gu immortals' hearts sank. Qingqiu had quasi-rank 9 Hatred Gu, its battle strength soared. It was already at the level of Fang Yuan, Duke Long and Feng Jioge during the Fate War, but it could not do much against Spectral Soul. Other than an accident when it attacked Spectral Soul at the start. When Spectral Soul regained his footing, Qingqiu was completely countered by Spectral Soul. In the end, Qingqiu was an immemorial soul beast. And immemorial soul beasts were too familiar to Spectral Soul, who cultivated Soul Path as his main path. Spectral Soul had many methods to counter immemorial soul beasts. Speaking of which, the reason why soul beasts could appear in form was because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is a pity I was so close to enslaving this legendary desolate beast. Fang Yuan, you are courting death. Spectral Soul's plan was foiled. He had a cold expression. Killing intent surged as he charged towards Dragon Palace again. Both sides fought again. Wuxia fought with all his might, but he could not resist Spectral Soul's methods. He was forced to retreat. Spectral Soul's demonic might was vast. He rampaged in the battlefield, unstoppable. Dragon Palace, which had been showing off its might earlier, could not resist his unparalleled might. His killer moves were endless. They were either powerful or strange. They could not be defended against. Spectral Soul had recovered, even though he was not as strong as when he was refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu on Etion Mountain. He had already recovered. Wuxia controlled Dragon Palace to fight against Spectral Soul. Qingqiu and the rest interfered, but he was still at a disadvantage. The situation was getting more dangerous. After more than 10 rounds, Dragon Palace was in ruins. The 3 dragon generals also died at Spectral Soul's hands. Thankfully, Dreamy Light Smoke was a killer move that made Spectral Soul wary. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu immortals could not be counted on. They all retreated to the side. Spectral Soul was too terrifying. Whoever went up would die. It's about time. Wuxia finally received a secret transmission from his main body. He let out a breath of air. He quickly controlled Dragon Palace to charge towards the Qi Harvest Fruit. Qin Dingling and the rest formed a defensive line. They were like cats that had their fur blown up. They shined with endless light. Wuxia shouted, "Celestial Court, if you don't act now, when Spectral Soul kills me, you will all die." Qin Dingling shouted coldly, "Stop, no matter who comes, we will attack them with all our might." Ever since Spectral Soul fought with Dragon Palace, Celestial Court had been watching from the sidelines, they rarely made a move. Qin Dingling and the rest were watching. If Fang Yuan did not make a move, they would not dare to attack. Who knew what schemes this demon Fang Yuan had up his sleeves? Wu Shuai ignored them. He controlled Dragon Palace to get close to Celestial Court's defensive line. Behind him, Spectral Soul was following closely. Qin Dingling's expression was grim. She ordered, "Destroy Dragon Palace, force it back." Rumble. All sorts of killer moves landed on Dragon Palace. The sky was filled with dazzling lights and shadows. The Dragon Palace was like a broken ship, going against the current in the raging waves. A large number of goo worms died, including immortal goo. After this battle, Dragon Palace was heavily damaged. The cost of repairing it was very high. Oh no, it really came. Seeing that Dragon Palace was about to shake Celestial Court's defensive line, at the crucial moment, Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan stood up and blocked Dragon Palace. But soon, Spectral Soul arrived, a chaotic battle ensued. Die. Spectral Soul's killing intent surged. He quickly gained the upper hand. Celestial Court's defensive line was on the verge of collapse. Right at this time, Qi ancestors' laughter could be heard. Swish swish swish. The Qi harvest fruit that had shrunk to its limit exploded. Vast Qi currents surged like a tsunami, shaking heaven and earth, causing winds and clouds to gather, covering the entire battlefield in an instant, spreading to the surrounding 10,000 li. At once, the Goo immortals lost their sense of direction. All they could see was white Qi. They could not even see their own fingers. At the center of the Qi currents condensed into the shape of a baby, continuously absorbing the white Qi. In a few breaths of time, the baby grew and turned old. It had the appearance of Qi ancestor, rank 8 cultivation level. Fang Yuan's main body flashed. He waved his sleeves as a split soul that was prepared flew out, bringing along many goo worms and immortal essence as it entered Qi ancestor's body. After obtaining the soul, the Qi clone opened his eyes. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's main body took the chance to enter Dragon Palace. Chapter 2045. Fang Yuan had always planned before taking action. This trip to Celestial Court was indeed risky, but he had made ample preparations. He refined the Celestial Court Qi harvest fruit into a Qi path clone, while his main body entered Dragon Palace in an instant. There were many goo immortals in the battlefield, but none of them discovered the truth. Fang Yuan's Qi path clone inhaled, absorbing the remaining white Qi into his body. Next, he pushed with both palms with a loud sound. A huge Qi wall condensed and pressed down on Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul with an overwhelming force. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with bright light. Black smoke burst out of his body and collided with the Qi wall, creating a sizzling sound. The Qi wall melted, but the surrounding Qi walls quickly filled up the gap. Spectral Soul made use of this momentary gap to turn into black light, passing through at lightning speed. Spectral Soul left a portion of his attention on Qi ancestor. Most of his attention was still on Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was huge. This Qi wall was not easy to pass. Once Dragon Palace's Qi wall showed a weakness, Spectral Soul would immediately attack, using Qi ancestor's killer move to deal a heavy blow to Dragon Palace. Right when the Qi wall was about to hit Dragon Palace, the door of Dragon Palace opened. Fang Yuan's body was straight like a spear, appearing in front of the immortals. Immortal killer move, unlimited Qi. Fang Yuan had already prepared his move. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the Qi wall. The huge Qi wall shook and collapsed, turning into countless Qi currents that were swept away by a formless force, entering Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan. He is here after all. This move again. During the Fate War, he used this move to break the primordial Qi wall. The immortals saw Fang Yuan in front of them. Their hearts shook intensely. The Celestial Court's goo immortals had ashen expressions. They lost the Fate War. Fang Yuan had already turned into a huge shadow that shrouded their hearts. The two Heavens Alliance's goo immortals were shocked and joyful. After all, according to Fang Yuan's current behavior, he should be standing on their side. Spectral Soul's pupils shrunk. Fang Yuan's performance made him slightly bewildered. Previously, Fang Yuan had been strengthened by the heavenly Dao marks, so how could he still have such powerful battle prowess? The entire battlefield fell into a strange silence. Fang Yuan and Qi ancestor appeared at almost the same time. The entire situation of the battlefield changed. Celestial Court was heavily guarded by Qi ancestor. Spectral Soul was alone, and Fang Yuan was at the entrance of Dragon Palace. The three strongest goo immortals faced each other. In the goo world, experts were respected. The following battle would depend on these three's competition. To think that there would be a day when my celestial court could no longer control the situation. Qin Dingling sighed internally as she transmitted to Qi Si Ancestor, asking about his situation. Qi Si Ancestor immediately replied, "Even though the Qi harvest fruits were cleared, I suffered heavy injuries. As for how to survive this tribulation, I will need everyone in Celestial Court to work together." Qin Dingling continued, "This time, it was all thanks to Ancestor that Celestial Court's crisis was resolved. After repelling the enemies, Celestial Court will definitely give Ancestor a satisfactory reward." Qin Dingling tried to recruit Qi Si Ancestor. At this time, Dragon Palace suddenly moved, flying into the sky like an orange-gold meteor. Celestial Court had experienced this tribulation. It was already filled with holes. The Dragon Palace followed the loophole and easily left the Heavenly Court, heading to the primordial White Heaven. The remaining immortals looked at Dragon Palace in a daze. Even though Fang Yuan appeared and cooperated with Wu Shuai, these two actually escaped. Was this still the #1 demon of the current era? It seems that Fang Yuan has not replied yet. Even though his attack earlier was powerful and broke Qi Si Ancestor's Qi Wall killer move, he is probably at the end of his tether. Should we give chase? This demon Fang Yuan is very crafty. I am afraid that this is just his plan to lure the enemies. He might even be setting up an immortal formation outside, waiting for us to fall into his trap. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals hesitated, while the Two Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals were already cursing internally. Their morale, the powerhouses and great experts that they had pinned their hopes on, had actually fled. They had fled even faster than them. Meanwhile, the Two Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals were left in Celestial Court. They were abandoned. Fang Yuan, where do you think you can escape to? Since you are here, die here. Spectral Soul snickered, carrying Lady Cold Ash's body. He also charged out of Celestial Court, chasing after Dragon Palace. Roar. Qing Cho roared. It had already recovered most of its lost strength. Even though the rank 9 aura of Hatred Gu was not complete, it was several times denser than before. Spectral Soul, I want you to die. Harboring an irreconcilable hatred, Qing Cho did not hesitate. It chased after Spectral Soul. Thus, only the Celestial Court Gu Immortals, Qi Si Ancestor, and the Two Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals were left in the battlefield. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian looked at each other. The Two Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals were in an awkward situation. Let's chase. Protect Dragon Palace. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian worked together for the first time. They shouted a slogan that even they did not believe in as they charged out of Celestial Court. The remaining Two Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals shouted as well, following the two Vice Alliance leaders as they left the battlefield of Celestial Court. Are we going to kill these variant human Gu Immortals? Princess Impatience asked Qin Dingling. Qin Dingling looked at Qi Si Ancestor. She thought about it before saying resolutely, "No. These variant human Gu Immortals are only a small problem. The most important thing is Fang Yuan. 2 of you will stay behind to clean up the battlefield, the rest will follow me. We will hunt down Fang Yuan with all our strength." Fang Yuan was not in a good state now. This was the best time to get rid of him. Once they killed Fang Yuan, if they were lucky, the loot they obtained would satisfy the entire Celestial Court. Fang Yuan had too many good things on him. He had countless immortal Gu and an extremely outstanding inheritance. Even without these things, as long as they could capture Fang Yuan's soul and search for his memories before his rebirth, it would be extremely valuable to the Celestial Court. Even if they killed Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court would not gain anything substantial. But as long as Fang Yuan died at the hands of the Celestial Court, the Celestial Court would regain their morale and get rid of the shadow of defeat in the Fate War. They would be able to look down on the world with their heads held high. Even if we cannot kill Fang Yuan, we cannot let Spectral Soul kill Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Qin Dingling was also wary of the old demon Spectral Soul. Ancestor. Qin Dingling was about to speak when Qi Si Ancestor interrupted her. Don't say anything else, be it Fang Yuan or Spectral Soul. They are both demons. Everyone in the righteous path has the right to kill them. Time is pressing, the opportunity is fleeting, we need to chase after them. At the crucial moment, Qi Si Ancestor displayed his righteous path's responsibility. This attitude made the Celestial Court's immortals have a good impression of him. Qin Dingling nodded heavily. If not for Qi Si Ancestor, they would not be able to chase after them. The main body situation is bad, I need to take care of him. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals are more useful than the Two Heavens Alliance's cannon fodder. Qi Si Ancestor had a scheme in his mind. He led the Celestial Court's Immortals to join the chase. This way Dragon Palace was flying at the front, while Spectral Soul was closing the distance between them. Next was Qingqiu. Next was Qi Ancestor and the Celestial Court's Immortals. As for the two Vice Alliance leaders of the Two Heavens Alliance and the other variant Human Gu Immortals, after leaving the battlefield of the Celestial Court, they had already scattered. They only wanted to escape. They did not dare to get involved in this mess. At this time, Dragon Palace's door was already shut. Fang Yuan sat on the ground, actively modifying the killer move's Heaven-Human sensation and replacement of workers with Heaven. Fang Yuan lacked most of the Gu worms needed for these two killer moves. Fang Yuan could only modify them and replace the Gu worms needed to make these two killer moves work for him. Immortal Gu were unique. These two killer moves had just been obtained. Fang Yuan's difficulty in modifying them increased greatly. After experimenting for a while, Fang Yuan changed his strategy. He gave up on the Gu Immortal level and started with Mortal Killer moves. Fang Yuan communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and quickly gathered the corresponding Mortal Gu worms. With the Gu worms, modifying killer moves would drop from an Immortal Killer move to a Mortal Killer move. The difficulty would plummet to rock bottom. With these two Mortal Killer moves, Fang Yuan stopped the formation in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He stopped using Qi Tides to cleanse the 9 heavens and 5 earths in the Immortal Aperture. Soon, Providence was created. Fang Yuan first sent a will to Providence. Next, he activated Heaven-Human sensation. Fang Yuan's will fused into Providence. After that, he used Heaven's Workers substitute killer move. After a while, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with shocking light. I sensed a certain Heaven Path Dao mark. If the word sense was used instead, Fang Yuan would use another word, capture. Originally, with the Heaven Path Dao mark on him, even though Fang Yuan knew about it, he could only ignore it. But this time was different. When Fang Yuan sensed it, it meant that this Heaven Path Dao mark was temporarily under his control. Chapter 2046. Rumble. With a loud sound, Dragon Palace suffered a heavy blow. It shook intensely. A large number of tiles on the roof broke and fell. The moment they fell to the air, these tiles turned into Gu worm fragments. They were blown away by the intense winds in the sky. Spectral Soul had caught up. He was extremely fast. Even when Wuxia pushed Dragon Palace to its maximum speed, it could not match Spectral Soul's speed. Spectral Soul's body was covered in a layer of pitch-black fog. Every time he attacked, Dragon Palace would suffer heavy damage. Wuxia had to focus on repairing it, but thankfully he had many Gu worms. He was well prepared. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. His expression was grim. He came to the Celestial Court with the identity of Qi Ancestor. His goal was to resolve the Heaven Path Dao marks on him. When he achieved his goal, he immediately chose to escape. Who cared about the title of the number 1 demon? Fang Yuan never cared about it. However, Fang Yuan's goal was achieved now, but he needed time. What he lacked now was time. Next, Spectral Soul will chase after me relentlessly. The Celestial Court will probably do the same. They will not let me escape easily. It will be very difficult for me to escape this time. Fang Yuan's movement methods had been improving. Long ago, his strongest teleportation method was to transform into an ancient sword dragon and use sword escape killer move. After that was omnidirectional travel, followed by fixed immortal travel, as well as a killer move that used fixed immortal travel as the core. But among these methods, even omnidirectional travel could not match Spectral Soul's speed. Fixed immortal travel might have a chance of escaping, but Fang Yuan was very weak now. He was constantly being interfered with by the Heaven Path Dao marks. If Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of this interference and completely refine these Heaven Path Dao marks, he would need a long time. Fang Yuan thought about it from another perspective. Be it Spectral Soul or the Celestial Court, they wanted Fang Yuan to die. The former expended almost all of his wealth to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, but Fang Yuan intercepted him. The latter's base was ravaged by Fang Yuan and the spiritual pillar of fate Gu was destroyed by Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court was the leader of the righteous path, and they cared about their reputation the most. In the end, during the Fate War, the Celestial Court's reputation was swollen by Fang Yuan. In the past, the Celestial Court could not deal with them because they could not find Fang Yuan. In the future they might not be able to deal with Fang Yuan. Once Fang Yuan regained his strength, the Celestial Court would have a hard time dealing with him. Now that the Celestial Court has found Fang Yuan, of course they will kill you. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to find it again. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fang Yuan was very clear about his situation. Thoughts collided in his mind as he actively tried to think of a way out. However, his expression immediately changed. It turned out that the Heaven Path Dao marks in his body had changed again. They started to stir up trouble. their interference towards Fang Yuan had increased by several times. When Fang Yuan dealt with the Qi wall earlier, he made a huge commotion, but a large part of it was because of Qi Si ancestors' secret cooperation. He could not use his true battle strength. But even at this level, Fang Yuan had secretly used human path methods to resist the interference of the heaven path Dao marks with all his strength. He could only reach his limit. Outside, Spectral Soul was attacking Dragon Palace in a frenzy. The outer walls were filled with cracks, tiles were flying everywhere. There were heaven path Dao marks inside that restricted Fang Yuan's movements. The situation was very dangerous. It was even more dangerous than the Fate War. After all, during the Fate War, Fang Yuan could still use Spring-Autumn Cicada. But now, his greatest trump card had lost its effect. Fang Yuan had no chance to redo it. If he made any mistakes, he would die a pitiful death. Spectral Soul's killing intent penetrated Dragon Palace and caused Fang Yuan's hair to stand on end. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. He had already thought it through. Go to Crazed Demon Cave. The Heaven Path Dao marks were interfering with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not use his killer moves easily. Even if he could, the effect would be very poor. Fang Yuan could only get out of this predicament with the help of external forces. As for the other dangerous areas, they were not of much help to Fang Yuan. After all, Dragon Palace was the fleeing party. It was at the front. If they barged into a dangerous area, Dragon Palace would be the first to suffer the retaliation. Instead, they would be at a disadvantage. Spectral Soul would have the advantage. But Crazed Demon Cave was different. In a certain layer of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan could use the Sovereign Immortal Body to enter the next layer, while the other Gu Immortals would be blocked. As for whether Spectral Soul could pass, Fang Yuan did not know. But he could take a gamble. After all, Spectral Soul was not in his complete state when he was alive. And most importantly, Spectral Soul did not have the Sovereign Immortal Body. Even if Spectral Soul uses a forceful force to pass, he would expend a lot of strength. Furthermore, the next layer is extremely vast and profound. I can continue to fight against Spectral Soul inside. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He activated Dragon Palace and changed directions, heading towards the north. As for Wu Shuai, he was in charge of repairing Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul saw that Dragon Palace was escaping. He breathed in deeply as he got closer. He stretched out his hand and attacked Dragon Palace. At the next moment, countless immemorial soul beast phantoms appeared. Each time they appeared, Dragon Palace's outer wall would crumble. After the soul beast phantoms flashed for an entire round, several pillars at the top of Dragon Palace started to show cracks. Wu Shuai had a grim expression. Oh no, this killer move is very powerful. It actually attacked the Immortal Gu house from inside out. Many of Dragon Palace's core Immortal Gu were damaged. Fang Yuan's main body squinted. The door of Dragon Palace was shut, but his vision was not obstructed. He could see the situation outside Dragon Palace clearly. Fang Yuan said solemnly, Spectral Soul has used this Soul Path killer move before, but it is clearly more effective this time. Evidently, Spectral Soul modified it at the last minute. This was truly terrifying. Spectral Soul was extremely strong. Even though he was no longer rank 9, he had battle strength on par with Duke Long. Even though most of his attainment level was stripped away, his Soul Path attainment level did not fall by much. Even though Spectral Soul had not fought Dragon Palace for a long time, he had already deduced many of Dragon Palace's weaknesses. Thus, the modified Soul Path killer move was becoming more and more threatening. Furthermore, Spectral Soul had rich battle experience. He was even more experienced than Fang Yuan in this aspect. After all, he had slaughtered all over the world back then. After a few more rounds, Dragon Palace could not resist Spectral Soul at all. Fang Yuan sighed. He could only send other Immortal Gu houses. A silver-white flying ship with a long and narrow body flew out like a flying sword, shining with silver light as it flew towards Spectral Soul. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. Spectral Soul's figure flickered, dodging it. Myriad Year Flying Warship quickly turned around, activating a killer move to attack Spectral Soul from afar. At once, Dragon Palace fought while retreating. Myriad Year Flying Warship supported it from the side, doing its best to protect it. Spectral Soul chased them all the way. His demonic aura caused countless winds and clouds to change. Fang Yuan's main body was affected by the Heaven Path Dao marks, but the Immortal Gu house left his body to fight alone. It was free from this fatal restriction. As long as Fang Yuan's will and immortal essence reserves were not exhausted inside the Immortal Gu house, Myriad Year Flying Warship had the strength to fight. But Spectral Soul had incredible strength. He used all sorts of killer moves that were either powerful and hard to defend against, or extremely peculiar. he easily nullified all of Fang Yuan's efforts. He had complete control over the entire battle. Even with the combined strength of 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses, they were not Spectral Soul's match. Most importantly, during the Fate War, 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation was completely destroyed. Otherwise, Myriad Year Flying Warship and 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation would have been enough to cause trouble for Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan considered the situation. He did not change his previous decision. He still focused on escaping. After obtaining the Celestial Court's Heaven Path research results, Fang Yuan had the advantage of time. As long as he avoided this danger, when Fang Yuan completely dealt with the problem of the Heaven Path Dao marks, he would be able to hold his head high. Spectral Soul attacked with all his might. In his opinion, this was the best time to get rid of Fang Yuan and take back the Sovereign Immortal Body. Not just the Sovereign Immortal Body, but also the dream realms that Fang Yuan plundered. Spectral Soul could regain his attainment level after regaining the dream realms. In this world, what could allow Spectral Soul to recover his strength so quickly? Fang Yuan was the undisputed number 1. In Spectral Soul's eyes, Fang Yuan was a human-shaped moving treasure vault. Yuan, go to hell. I want you dead. Qing Chou was covered in wind and lightning as it approached. Dragon Palace, Myriad Year Flying Warship, and Spectral Soul fought as they moved. Their speed was greatly reduced. This allowed Qing Chou to catch up. Qing Chou's eyes were bloodshot, its face was twisted and terrifying, it only had Spectral Soul in its eyes. In just a short period of time, the rank 9 aura of hatred Gu on its body had doubled. It was shocking. Qing Chou was even stronger now. It roared as a lightning ball with a human face shot out from its throat. The lightning ball was extremely fast, it was greenish-black in color, it was eerie and cold, it flew quickly but silently. Spectral Soul waved his hand as a black whip formed, wanting to send the lightning ball flying. But the human face on the lightning ball smiled sinisterly. It increased its speed and dodged the whip, getting close to Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was about to use another killer move, but the lightning ball had already self-detonated. Rumble. The lightning ball's self-detonation was terrifying. Spectral Soul was sent flying far away. The range of the explosion was huge. Fang Yuan's Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship were not spared, they were both affected. Qing Chou endured the shockwaves of the explosion as it charged toward Spectral Soul without any regard for its own safety. You beast. After being disrupted time and time again, Spectral Soul was extremely furious. Fang Yuan took the chance to escape. Spectral Soul saw Dragon Palace's movement and became even more furious. Little beast, don't think of escaping. Dragon Palace's speed fell as expected. Black fog rose from the destroyed area of Dragon Palace. It was severely slowing down. What killer move is this? When did Spectral Soul use it? Fang Yuan was shocked. He instantly had the thought of moving into Myriad Year Flying Warship. But unfortunately, Myriad Year Flying Warship was also emitting black fog. Its speed was slow. The black fog soon dispersed, but Spectral Soul seized the opportunity. He defeated Qing Chou and approached Dragon Palace. At once, the 3 sides engaged in a chaotic battle. Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of Spectral Soul, but Qing Chou was already overwhelmed by hatred. It had no intention to cooperate. Qing Chou only wanted to deal with Spectral Soul, but it did not care about Fang Yuan. It used all sorts of killer moves against Dragon Palace. To protect himself, Fang Yuan had to deal with Qing Chou at times. After a few rounds, Spectral Soul gained the upper hand again. Even though he was only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Soul, he was extremely strong. His battle style was different from Duke Long's dominance. He was more ruthless and crafty. His killing intent was bone-chilling. He was ruthless and crazy. But he had a terrifying understanding of the situation. He often attacked and made use of Fang Yuan's and Qing Chou's strength to exhaust each other. The number of times Spectral Soul attacked was decreasing, but in the chaotic battle between the 3 sides, his advantage was becoming firmer. Chapter 2047. In terms of battle experience, I cannot compare to Spectral Soul. In the 3-way battle, Fang Yuan clearly sensed the difference between them. Even though Fang Yuan had been reborn many times in terms of overall battle foundation, he could not compare to Venerables. But the main reason is that Qing Chou has lost its rationality. Even though it attacks ferociously and disregards its own safety, Spectral Soul is still making use of it. If Qing Chou had a clear mind, it would not end up like this. Fang Yuan felt some regret. Even though Hatred Gu was advancing towards rank 9 and Qing Chou's battle strength was getting stronger, it lacked intelligence. No matter how strong it was, it would only be used by Spectral Soul. Even after using Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship, Fang Yuan still felt weak. This was something that had never happened before. Fang Yuan was still retreating. He fought as he retreated. Even though he was at a disadvantage, as long as Spectral Soul could not use a battlefield killer move to trap Fang Yuan would be free. Dragon Palace broke through the heavenly wind chi wall first, descending towards Central Continent. Myriad-year flying warship did its best to protect it. Spectral Soul's body turned into black smoke as he chased after it, unable to get rid of it. Finally, Qing Chao's mountain-like body broke through the chi wall and left immemorial white heaven, arriving in Central Continent. Qi Si ancestor, Qin Dingling and the rest left Celestial Court and chased after them. When they found out that Fang Yuan and the rest had landed in Central Continent, Celestial Court's immortals became anxious. This scoundrel Fang Yuan, he did not escape from the huge immemorial white heaven, he chose to come to Central Continent. He is not having a good time, he still wants to implicate the innocent, he truly deserves to die. Qi Si ancestor also snorted coldly, Fang Yuan has been causing trouble for too long, if we can kill him this time, it will be a blessing to the world. While saying that, he secretly used a method to inform the main body Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan immediately understood, Celestial Court's pursuers would soon catch up. But he had no choice, his speed was greatly hindered by Spectral Soul. When the Celestial Court's people caught up, they found that Spectral Soul was suppressing Fang Yuan and Qing Chou. Qin Dingling frowned, she hesitated for a moment before saying to Qi Si ancestor, "Ancestor, please attack Fang Yuan first and kill him." How could Qi Si ancestor attack the main body, he said after some hesitation. In this situation Fang Yuan is weak while Spectral Soul is strong. Both are overlords of the demonic path. If we deal with Fang Yuan and suffer his final counterattack, Spectral Soul might succeed in the end. Qin Dingling shook her head. Ancestor, you still don't know Fang Yuan very well. He was too cunning and sinister. He definitely had a backup plan. Perhaps the current battle situation was just a layer of his disguise. We must kill him and not give him a chance. Qi Si ancestor, Celestial Court had suffered too many losses at the hands of Fang Yuan. Qin Dingling's hatred towards Fang Yuan was so deep that it surpassed Spectral Soul's. But thinking about it, back when Spectral Soul was invincible in the world, he did not cause as much damage to Celestial Court as Fang Yuan. Qin Dingling's thoughts were easy to understand. Qi Si ancestor could only ask the main body secretly, what should they do next? If there was no other choice, Qi Si ancestor could only attack Spectral Soul and help Fang Yuan's main body escape. Fang Yuan replied, "Don't be in a hurry, let me try first." Dragon Palace's door suddenly opened. A pure dream reality seeker physique body flew out. The pure dream reality seeker physique body flew towards Spectral Soul. The latter's pupils shrunk as he retreated. Bam! The pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, turning into a lump of dream realm that floated in the air, forming a temporary barrier. Dragon Palace and Myriad-year flying warship used this chance to pull away. Spectral Soul went around the dream realm and chased after it again. But Qing Chou lost its rationality, it fell into the dream realm. Roar! The aura of hatred goo on Qing Chou's body erupted. It actually broke out of the dream realm and attacked. This is... Qing Chou actually charged into the dream realm, it was not trapped? It is hatred goo. The legends of Renzu had a vague description of it. Hatred has no dreams. Fang Yuan was also shocked by this. Qing Chou clearly did not have any dream path methods, it actually used hatred goo to break out. Dream path was ahead of the entire era, it could be said to be invincible but it could not counter hatred goo. Hatred has no dreams? Or rather, against the rank 9 hatred goo the scale of the dream realm earlier was not enough? Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. Like the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke, if it hit Spectral Soul, it could only trap him for a while, he would break out later and cause Dragon Palace to collapse. Dreamy Light Smoke's level was still lower than Spectral Soul's. If it was raised to rank 9, it would be a different situation. Even so, whenever Spectral Soul encountered Dreamy Light Smoke killer move, he mainly dodged, he was extremely calm. He was extremely fast, moving like a phantom, it was like teleportation in short distances. It was extremely difficult for Dreamy Light Smoke to hit him. However, what made Fang Yuan happy was that Spectral Soul could not deal with dream realms. I obtained the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies from Shadow Sect. Spectral Soul definitely has them. But he probably lacks the corresponding immortal goo, he cannot use the killer move. After Fang Yuan sensed this, he immediately condensed a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and self-detonated. Bam 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 bam. In the blink of an eye, Dragon Palace and Myriad-year flying warship were surrounded by dream realms, there was no gap left. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, stopping his attacks. This Fang Yuan. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan's method of self-defense was too shameless, even the Celestial Court Immortals could not deal with it. Be careful of Spectral Soul, Qi Si Ancestor reminded. Fang Yuan watched from the sidelines. The Celestial Court Immortals were in an awkward situation. Spectral Soul looked at them coldly. Qi Si Ancestor stood at the front without hesitation. Qin Cho roared angrily as it continued to attack Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul said in displeasure, "Beast? Since you want to die, I will kill you first." His body suddenly vanished, appearing on Qin Cho's back at the next moment. But right when Spectral Soul was about to attack Qin Cho, a Chi Path killer move attacked him. Spectral Soul had to block it. Qin Cho used the chance to turn around and spat out a green-black lightning ball, escaping from danger. Spectral Soul looked at Qi Si Ancestor with a cold gaze. The one who interrupted him earlier was Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor looked at Spectral Soul with a vigilant expression. He explained to Qin Dingling, "We cannot let Spectral Soul succeed again. He seems to be able to absorb the strength of immemorial soul beasts to strengthen himself. Can the Celestial Court continue to attack and enslave Qin Cho?" Qin Dingling sighed, "We have already lost our best chance. Qin Cho's strength has increased. We need to wait for a good opportunity to refine hatred Gu." The Celestial Court Gu Immortals did not blame Qi Si Ancestor for attacking recklessly. In fact, it was reasonable for Qi Si Ancestor to attack. From the perspective of the Celestial Court Immortals, Fang Yuan was trapped in a dream realm. Qi Si Ancestor helped Qin Cho and did not want Spectral Soul to grow stronger. It was for the sake of the Celestial Court. At the next moment, Spectral Soul charged towards the Celestial Court Immortals. Qin Cho followed closely. It was another chaotic three-way battle, but this time the Celestial Court took away Fang Yuan's role. Fang Yuan was safe for now. The only thing he had to take care of was the moving dream realms. To form a tight defense line, he needed to detonate pure dream reality seeker physique bodies frequently to fill the gaps in the defense line. Immortal killer move, Yin-Yang Great Killer Move. Rumble. With the sound of explosions, two giant hands, one black and one white, appeared from the left and right. The two giant hands covered the sky. They flew in a mystical trajectory and grabbed Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul suddenly screamed. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Qi Si Ancestor. At the center of the Yin-Yang hands, Spectral Soul's original position was replaced by an immemorial soul beast. Spectral Soul breathed out a trail of black smoke that struck Qi Si Ancestor. Immortal killer move, Heavenly Astral Battle Cloak. Qi Si Ancestor flew back. The Heavenly Astral Battle Cloak melted in the black smoke, but he managed to block this strange attack. Even though Qi Si Ancestor was a newly created Chi Path clone by Fang Yuan, he had incredible strength. He was formed from the Qi harvest fruit of the Celestial Court. With the accompanying immortal Gu, his battle strength did not decrease at all. But even so, Qi Si Ancestor was suppressed by Spectral Soul. He was in a passive state. Qin Dingling led the Celestial Court Immortals to help Qi Si Ancestor while sending orders to Spirit Affinity House to summon Feng Kim Hong to join the battle. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Path Immortal Gu that could fight pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. He could easily break through Fang Yuan's defense line. Qin Dingling had always treated Fang Yuan as the main target of elimination. Fang Yuan's main body was inside Dragon Palace. He watched the battle while refining Heaven Path Dao marks as quickly as possible. "Master, we are here." In the chaotic battle, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan led a small group and joined the battle. Before the Celestial Court Gu Immortals could react, someone flew over from the horizon. "Let me join in the fun." Chapter 2048. In the chaotic three-way battle, Fairy Myrtle's group and Demon Immortal Qi Ju suddenly joined the battle. The situation became even more complicated. "Go block the Celestial Court," Spectral Soul ordered. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan attacked. Killer moves were like waves of light that swept towards Qin Dingling and the rest. Other than Qi Si Ancestor, Qin Dingling and the rest were inside the Immortal Gu House. They were not afraid of Spectral Soul's reinforcements. But the Celestial Court's Immortals were furious. They were not angry at Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan's betrayal, but at Spectral Soul's enslavement method. Towards Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan's loyalty, the Celestial Court trusted them greatly. The Celestial Court's Immortals knew why these two betrayed them. It was because of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul chuckled, "How does it feel to fight your own people? Whether we can save them or not will depend on your methods. If we miss this chance today, we might not get it again in the future." The celestial court's immortals heard this and their attacks froze. Qin Dingling's brows were sharp like swords. She frowned as she ordered, "Spectral Soul wants us to hold back, he wants to stall for time. He does not need to care about Ziwei and Jing Yuan's lives. If we kill them we will be able to free them." At the crucial moment, Qin Dingling displayed the foresight of a leader. She was decisive and resolute. Spectral Soul heard this and raised his brows slightly. His movements became faster as he pounced at Qing Chou again. Qing Chou quickly fell into a disadvantage in the battle. "Stop him." Seeing that Spectral Soul was going to use the same trick again to extract strength from Qing Chou, Qin Dingling quickly asked for help. "Ancestor, please help." Even without her reminder, Qi Si Ancestor had already pounced at Spectral Soul. But at the next moment, a Qi current surged out like a heavenly river, obstructing Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor stopped his movements as he looked at the attacker. "Qi Ju." Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled as he blocked the path. "Qi Si, you were disrupted by the Celestial Court in the previous battle, you are still not satisfied. This time let us have a fair duel." The hearts of the immortals of the Celestial Court sank. At the crucial moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju was actually Spectral Soul's help. What kind of agreement did the two parties reach? Fairy Myrtle was also overjoyed. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was definitely an unexpectedly strong reinforcement. Purple light flashed in her eyes. She had an epiphany. A long time ago, Demon Immortal Qi Ju started to wantonly purchase inheritances in jewel yellow skies, involving all paths. He was a character from the olden antiquity era. He was reborn after Fate Gu was destroyed. With the help of these inheritances, he can quickly catch up to the current great era. The reason why Qi Ju is helping us is most likely because his lord has made a deal with Qi Ju and sold a large amount of inheritance to him. Fairy Myrtle's guess was spot on. Even though Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not expose his identity in jewel yellow skies, he did not conceal himself. His actions and intentions were clear. If the Celestial Court could discover Demon Immortal Qi Ju's actions, how could Spectral Soul not? Because of historical reasons, Demon Immortal Qi Ju and the Celestial Court could not cooperate. But Spectral Soul was also a demonic path cultivator. He had a vast number of inheritances. He was the most ideal transaction partner for Demon Immortal Qi Ju. "Fang Yuan, you cannot escape today." Spectral Soul smiled coldly. He got onto Qing Chou's back again. At the next moment he attacked. Qing Chou roared, but its strength was rapidly absorbed by Spectral Soul again. As an immemorial soul beast, even with the quasi-rank 9 hatred Gu, Qing Chou was completely countered by Spectral Soul. Qing Chou's aura fell rapidly while Spectral Soul was energized. After he was done sucking, he kicked Qing Chou and sent it flying down. Next he charged at Fang Yuan at lightning speed. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. The dream realms surrounding Dragon Palace suddenly lost a huge chunk. They turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that flew into Spectral Soul's immortal aperture. Spectral Soul actually had enough immortal goo to activate the Killer Move Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. He had intentionally let Fang Yuan go earlier. He did not use his methods immediately. This time he got rid of Qing Chou. He used reinforcements to block the Celestial Court and Qi Si Ancestors group. He attacked Fang Yuan again. The immortals were moved. The entire battle seemed to be under Spectral Soul's control from start to finish. In history, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was famous for his bloodthirst, but that did not mean he only had one way to solve problems: kill. He was also cold, crafty, and sinister. It was just that when he was alive he did not need to use any methods. He could use his own strength to kill anyone who did not submit to him. Right now, Spectral Soul's strength was not much weaker than his enemies. Thus, he used all sorts of methods to increase his strength. At once, a large number of dream realms were absorbed and taken back by Spectral Soul. Fairy Myrtle and the rest fought against the Celestial Court, while Qi Si Ancestor fought against Demon Immortal Qi Ju. He was at a disadvantage. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had the secluded domain of heaven and earth. It countered Qi Si Ancestor, who was of the same path as him. The situation was dangerous. Fang Yuan could not use dream realms to block the enemies. The door of Dragon Palace suddenly opened. Several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies flew out, breaking through the defense of the dream realms and attacking Spectral Soul. Bam bam bam. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, turning into dream realms that spread in the air. Spectral Soul quickly dodged. He was not enveloped by the dream realms. But using this chance, Wu Shuai activated Dragon Palace and entered the other side of the dream realms. Myriad Year Flying Warship followed closely behind. The two immortal goo houses' intention of escaping was clear. Where do you think you are going? Spectral Soul shouted coldly. He quickly bypassed the dream realms and got closer. Fang Yuan was his main target. He had to kill him. This was a rare opportunity. Wherever Fang Yuan escaped to, Spectral Soul would chase after him. Spectral Soul stared at Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. His eyes flickered with killing intent that was determined to kill them. At the next moment, Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship split up, retreating in two different directions. Spectral Soul was stunned. What should he do? Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace were hidden in the dream realms, isolated from the outside. The current Spectral Soul did not know which immortal goo house Fang Yuan was hiding in. Spectral Soul was only one person. He could not chase after two immortal goo houses at the same time. But Spectral Soul made a decision almost instantly. He shouted, "Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, chase after Myriad Year Flying Warship. After this is done, I will reward you handsomely." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju snickered as he used Chi-Lan to absorb Chi-Si Ancestor's killer move. He easily escaped and chased after Myriad Year Flying Warship. Meanwhile, Spectral Soul was still in charge of Dragon Palace. Fairy Myrtle also received the order and slowly retreated. What do we do? The Celestial Court's goo immortals asked Qin Ding Ling. Qin Ding Ling looked at Fairy Myrtle and the rest. She said without hesitation, "Kill Fang Yuan first." But the problem that troubled Spectral Soul earlier was also troubling Celestial Court's group. Which immortal goo house was Fang Yuan in? Just guess, gamble on luck? Qin Ding Ling frowned. Even though she did not want to do this, Celestial Court lacked wisdom path goo immortals. They could only do this. I can help you. Fairy Myrtle suddenly stopped retreating. I have a method to deduce Fang Yuan's location. The Celestial Court's immortals were stunned. What method? How long will it take? Chi-Si Ancestor asked. With our help, it will only take a moment. Bing Sichuan's voice resounded. The immortals turned around and saw that Calamity Luck Altar was flying towards them. They finally arrived. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air. These people from Longevity Heaven were naturally summoned by her. Earlier, Fairy Myrtle and the rest had received orders from Spectral Soul to conceal Longevity Heaven and sneak an attack on Celestial Court. But the situation changed too quickly. Fairy Myrtle analyzed the situation on the way and made plans to borrow the power of Longevity Heaven. After obtaining Spectral Soul's permission, Fairy Myrtle immediately contacted Longevity Heaven. Calamity Luck Altar flew closer as Bing Sichuan said, "My master said that we do not need too many chess players in this world." The immortal's heart shook. Bing Sichuan's master was naturally Giant Sun Immortal. All sorts of signs showed that this venerable had deep plans. He still had a deep will and strength left in the world. Currently, Fang Yuan was the one with the highest chance of becoming a venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally did not want this to happen. For the sake of his future plans, he had to eliminate Fang Yuan before he became strong enough. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth. She fell into a difficult decision. Cooperate with Spectral Soul and Longevity Heaven? The former was a demonic path cultivator, while the latter was a strong enemy in the Fate War. They were both involved in the destruction of Fate Goo. Cooperate with these people? Qin Ding Ling only thought for a few breaths of time before saying through gritted teeth, "Okay." Chapter 2049. I'm very sorry. Recently, my updates have been very unstable and I've taken leave every few days. In fact, I understand everyone's pain very well. Because I'm not only an author but also a reader. When I read a certain web novel and take leave every few days, my reading experience will be very uncomfortable. I'll be disappointed, I'll be angry, and sometimes I'll even curse in my heart. This author is really an idiot. However, the truth is very cruel. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say regarding the issue of the recent updates, I'm that idiot author. I really want to update steadily or even add chapters or explode chapters. Therefore, I've made a greater promise than before. Which author doesn't want to update steadily and frequently? For web novels, frequent updates means popularity and income. Which author doesn't want to make life difficult for their wallet? I'm a mortal, I'm a layman, of course I also want to earn more money. But the cruel truth tells me, I'm not capable enough. I'm really not capable enough. I can't update steadily or add chapters. I can only take leave frequently, think hard, and then write it out bit by bit. Some readers will ask, didn't you update steadily in the past? Then I can only answer these readers with a bitter smile. Yes, I used to update steadily and even add chapters or explode chapters. But that was in the early and middle stages of novel writing. Novel writing gets harder as it goes on. In the early stages it's like drawing on a blank piece of paper. In the middle stages, the clues are scattered and you follow them patiently. In the late stages, it's the most difficult because you have to collect all the scattered clues, fill in all the holes, and let all the characters have their own ending. To this extent, the later stages of the novel are truly qualified for the later stages. The later stages of a novel with 1,000,000 words are difficult. The later stages of a novel with 2,000,000 words are very difficult. And the later stages of a novel with 3,000,000 words are even more difficult. Our novel has more than 6,000,000 words, so you can imagine the difficulty. The novel Venomous Goo Master is different from most web novels. Usually, the plot of web novels is linear and it goes on for a very, very long time. The map is constantly changing many, many times. Almost all the characters in the early and middle stages, except for the main supporting characters, almost disappear in the later stages of the novel. As for Venomous Goo Master, it's more like a stage, a big stage. No matter what kind of characters, they have a chance to appear in the later stages. I won't mention important supporting characters like Bai Ning Bing and He Lulan. Let me give you an example, Qing Huizi. This person encountered Demon Immortal Qiju and fell into a dangerous situation, but thankfully Demon Immortal Qiju did not take his life. In fact, Qing Huizi is a minor character in the middle of this book and I've mentioned him briefly. Another example was Mo Clan's Plump Lady. This character appeared during Fang Yuan's Immortal Zombie period. At the end of the book, she appeared again. Moreover, her appearance affected Mo Li. And Mo Li and Ping Da's encounters would affect other characters. Every character had their own thoughts, their own joys and sorrows. Their every action, whether intentional or unintentional, would cause the lives of other characters to change. I think that only such a novel world can be called spiritual. Therefore, Venerable Goo's plot design was very complicated and difficult. Especially in the later stages, the 5 regions and 2 heavens stage. So many people. Every time I put pen to paper, I was very cautious. If I'm not careful, I'll eat my settings, my character will collapse, or my logic will be wrong. And this was only the difficulty of the main text. There was another part of the novel that was several times more difficult than the main text. Needless to say, everyone knew, that was The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu was very difficult. Not only did I have to create a legend, I also had to create a legend that surpassed Panga's creation of heaven and earth, Nuwa's creation of man and Adam and Eve's level. Because the latter did not involve philosophy, but The Legends of Renzu contained philosophy, it was deeper and could be read in detail. Because the dialogues and plots I designed had to follow a certain path. Let's give an example. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance killed Hatred Goo, but found out that Hatred Goo could not be killed. This plot was very simple, but it contained a very simple path. Revenge breeds revenge, hatred cannot be used to extinguish hatred. To get rid of hatred, other methods were needed. Another example. Renzu refined Wealth Goo, he used Hardship Goo, Worry Goo and Sorrow Goo. Next, Stupidity Goo was deceived and died. Wisdom Goo was also deceived, but it escaped in the end. Eventually, Renzu lost both his hands and refined Wealth Goo. This plot was a description of wealth. Earning wealth was very difficult, maintaining wealth required a sense of hardship, and losing wealth would cause sorrow. Foolish people would die in excess of wealth, while wise people would often be blinded by wealth, but truly wise people would eventually see through this point. Finally, wealth was created by the hands of humans. There were many more examples like this. I felt that The Legends of Renzu was much more difficult than normal web novels. It also got harder as it progressed. Because I had to write about Renzu's 10 children, how to destroy the 9 heavens, and some foreshadowing Chen Kuan Crystal Wall, in the later stages. The main text was difficult, but The Legends of Renzu was even more difficult. And what I had to do was to skillfully combine the two. This was an extremely difficult task. At least to me it was extremely difficult. I had to write The Legends of Renzu chapter by chapter, and then skillfully insert them into the main text, adding the finishing touch to the main text. And the order of these chapters could not be messed up, they could not be reversed. To speak the truth, my pressure was immense. Especially recently, I often could not sleep, I could only barely fall asleep at 3 or 4 in the morning. Thinking about the plot, thinking about The Legends of Renzu, made my head feel like it was burning. I remembered that a few days ago I made an appointment with an old Chinese doctor. But the night before, I was anxious and could not sleep, I organized the outline and slept at 2 or 3 in the morning. But the next day, I did not even have breakfast and rushed to the hospital. There was a traffic jam causing the appointment to be missed, and I had to wait until the afternoon to register again. I might as well make another appointment, but that would have to wait until next week. Right now, China's medical resources were getting more and more scarce. I usually would not say such things. It was not because of my reputation, but because I felt that as a man, I would not act pitifully to gain sympathy. I was only saying it now to express reality. I hope everyone can understand my current writing state. Actually, there were many times when I was thinking, should I give up on The Legends of Rinzu? Or should I just write it casually? I would be able to get stable updates every day. It was fine if the quality of the article was bad, but at least the readers would not be too disgusted. With updates every day I would get paid every day, why not? But when I thought about it again, I could not. There were many readers who had been following me for many years, reading until now. At the later stages, I had to write such a dry and insincere article to brush them off? That was not possible. My original intention in writing this book was to write about a different demon, regardless of anything else. It was just a pure desire to write. Whether it sold well or not was secondary, whether my wallet was full or not was secondary, whether I could eat well or not is secondary. So, could I just be sloppy towards the later stages of the book? That was not possible. If I did that, I would be letting down my years of hard work and blood. I would be letting down my initial ambition and initial intention. What I wanted to see was that the later stages of the book were good, up to my standards and above average. Everyone was reading along now, one chapter a day, but it was actually hard to tell if it was good or bad. Because the vision was limited. Only after reading a large portion of the book at a fast speed could one realize the standard of the novel. I did not want to see similar comments. Gu Dao Master was good in the first and middle stages, but it collapsed in the later stages. There were a bunch of logical errors. The author just ate random settings. The Legends of Rinzu was written like dog shit. It was really disappointing. This was a very crucial period for the book. It was very difficult. Not only did I feel unprecedented difficulty in writing, but every time my ideas failed, I would feel small and insignificant, a deep sense of defeat. But I would not give up. I would rather focus on quality, putting aside quantity and remuneration. I hope that everyone can be more understanding and more tolerant. If you really can't understand, I suggest that everyone put it aside. Because to be honest, reading along like this would indeed affect the reading experience. I suggest that everyone wait until the book is completed before reading again. If there is a genuine subscription support, then thank you very much for your support. I really spent too much effort on this book. Finally, I am very sorry there was still no update today. The results of the ideas these 2 days were still too poor, so I rejected it. I decided to make some changes to the outline. The plot of Fang Yuan being chased is very complicated, because I will use a different writing method. I still need to think about the characters involved in it before I can write it with confidence. I will make an appointment with everyone. In the future, as long as there was no update between 8 p.m. and 8:10 p.m., it meant that there was no update for that day. Everyone please stop reading and wait for the update. In the later stages of the book, the updates are not very optimistic. I reckon that it will not be able to continue. It is very difficult to stabilize the updates. I suggest that everyone put it aside and look at other outstanding web novels. If you really want to read this book, you can start from the beginning. Many readers are reading it 5 or 6 times. I am confident that Venomous Gook can be read over and over again. Recently, there are many readers reading this book again, and there are also a few kind-hearted people who contact me through WeChat or QQ if they see any typos or mistakes. I will correct these mistakes as long as I see them. I am preparing to do a large-scale revision of this book during this period of time. I am using the Pinyin input method, and there are many typos. I did not do a good job in this aspect. I will correct it. I'm very embarrassed after saying so much. Of course, I would rather use the time I used to write this manuscript to write The Legends of Rinzu. But after reading so many reviews, I feel that there is a need to communicate with everyone. Thank you for your support all this while. Venomous Goo thanks you. If everyone does not support me, I can understand. Please have a safe journey. Good people live a peaceful life. Thank you for your support. Because this is indeed because I did not do it well, I am not capable enough. In the later stages, even though I want to, I am unable to steadily update. I can only write like this to write a novel that meets my standards. I might let down some of my readers by doing this. But I feel that as an author, I must first not let down my own work. Venomous Gooj is like my child. I have raised it up step by step. I can't mess up this work when it's almost done. Chapter 2050. Recently, quite a number of friends have given me many valuable suggestions. Someone said, Daoist, we can first finish writing the main text, then add on The Legends of Rinzu. Thank you for your suggestion, but it is actually very difficult to implement. The main text and The Legends of Rinzu complement each other. If the main text is written, it will be like a large building and then stuffing a small house inside. The Legends of Rinzu. In the end, it will look very awkward and it will destroy the space and beauty of the layout. This is a good idea and I have actually thought of it before. But if we really implement it this way, the quality of The Legends of Renzu will be very bad. Because building a house inside a completed building will have very little room for improvement. Although I won't accept this suggestion, I still sincerely thank you. There is also another suggestion that I have accepted. A reader friend said, "Daoist, why don't you write some side chapters while you are thinking about it? These side chapters are also very interesting." I thought about it and this suggestion is really good. Although these side chapters also have to test the setting and logic, the difficulty of thinking about it and writing it is much easier than the main text and The Legends of Renzu. Thus, today I added on the second chapter of The Legends of Reckless Barbaric. Everyone can go to Chitian Daoist Gu and read about it. This side chapter is free and I won't take any money. Everyone can read it for free, and it can also be considered as my apology to everyone for this period of time. Also, today I corrected many typos. Specifically, in the first chapter there are 2, 3, 8, 9, 15, 16, 17, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 42, 44, 45, 47, 48, 50. Chapter 2051. Winds howled in the desert, warm winds blew in Qing province. Sandstones piled up into mountains, steam rose. Under the sandstones was a tranquil lake, there were lush trees, the leaves rustled in the evening breeze, creating a scene of western desert paradise. The headquarters of the Western Desert's Qing clan's blessed land was located in this oasis known as the Green Province. Almost all of Qing clan's Gu immortals were gathered here. On the cold floor tiles of the hall, there were several Gu worm fragments. They attracted the gazes of Qing clan's Gu immortals. Qing Heng's life tablet Gu shattered? How can this be? Qing Heng sacrificed himself, he left the clan to deal with southern borders Gu immortal Mingyu. Did he really die at Mingyu's hands? Qing Heng was a rank 7 expert of Qing clan. Since he was sent to deal with Mingyu, he was naturally favored by the clan. Recently, for some reason, the secret of Qing clan obtaining Divine Bean Palace had spread. Other super forces were probing them. Qing Heng's death made Qing clan suspect the truth. Was this a probe from Western Desert's forces? Report. There are accurate battle reports. Mingyu killed Qing Heng. This person has incredible strength. He is ruthless and cruel. Qing clan's Gu immortals were furious. Outer region Gu immortals are going too far. Kill this Mingyu, turn his bones into ashes, let the other Western Desert forces see the consequences of offending our Qing clan. Before killing him, we should capture Mingyu alive and invite other Western Desert Gu immortals to attend the ceremony. Only by tearing out Mingyu's tendons and torturing him in front of everyone, until he dies will I be able to vent my anger. Kill him. A mere outer region Gu immortal came to our Western Desert alone and dared to kill our clan's Gu immortals. He truly does not know his limits. Even though Mingyu defeated Qing Heng, he only has rank 7 cultivation level. If First Supreme Elder makes a move, we will be overestimating him. Rumors will spread that our Qing clan is bullying the weak. In my opinion, we should send Qing Jing and Qing Hualan together. No, to ensure that nothing goes wrong, we should send Qing Chen as well. With the 3 immortals working together, we can definitely capture that Mingyu. Let him have a good taste of pain and regret. Hurry. Don't let this little bastard escape. Kill Mingyu and raise the prestige of our Qing clan. Mingyu is dead for sure. When our clan completely refines Divine Bean Palace in the future, our Qing clan will ascend to the peak of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. These words echoed in Qing Chao's ears and scenes appeared in Qing Chao's mind. Completely different from the fragmented memories of the past, this time, the memories showed a complete picture. At the same time, the hatred in his heart surged like a raging tide, engulfing Shi Qingqiu's body and mind. Hate. How hateful. Harboring even more hatred, Qingqiu opened its eyes. Tens of thousands of years had passed. Qing Chao's eyes were red like blood. It soon realized that it was lying on the ground. It immediately recalled that when it fought with Spectral Soul earlier, it was struck down by the ladder and fell from the sky. Brr. Qingqiu shouted as it stood up from the deep pit. Hatred Gu's rank 9 aura became denser. The power of hatred surged out again and spread throughout Qing Chao's body. Mingyu. Spectral Soul. Qingqiu roared at the sky. Its eyes were bloodshot and its hair was disheveled. Even though Spectral Soul was chasing after Dragon Palace, The power of hatred Gu allowed Qing Chou to know Spectral Soul's location clearly. Rumble. Qing Chou's tortoise shell was like a mountain, it had tiger claws and dragon tail, it had a snake neck and a human head, it flew up and created intense wind pressure as it chased after Spectral Soul. It ignored Fairy Myrtle and the rest who were setting up the formation in the sky. Among these Gu immortals there was an old Gu immortal in a gray robe, his white hair was fluttering in the wind, he was Fang Yuan's Qi-Si clone, Qi-Si ancestor. Qi-Si ancestor saw that Qing Chou flew away as he let out a breath of air, he was relieved of his worries. Back in Western Desert, even though Fang Yuan used familiar face to disguise himself, he was still chased by Qing Chou. Qing Chou had hatred Gu, it was also affected by Karma Divine Tree, it had a strong connection to Spectral Soul as well as his relatives and subordinates. Fang Yuan's main body could not hide from Qing Chou, Qi-Si ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone, with this connection, Qing Chou could sense him as well. But now, Spectral Soul and Fang Yuan were opposing each other, both wanted the other to die. Thus, Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul became enemies, he was no longer a thorn in Qing Chou's side. Even though Qing Chou's worries are gone, Fairy Myrtle is in quite a bit of trouble. Qi-Si ancestor turned his gaze towards Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was dressed in a purple gold palace dress. Her skin was white as snow and her hair was long like a waterfall. She had a mysterious and graceful figure, she was flying in the sky, her hands were moving continuously, her fingers were like butterflies, all sorts of Gu worms flew out and connected with each other. In the sky, an exquisite wisdom path immortal formation was already in its embryonic form, it was starting to take shape. Old man Jing Yuan was helping from the side. Qin Ding Ling, Che Wei, and the other celestial court Gu immortals looked at Fairy Myrtle with complex expressions, there was hatred and anger as well as pity. A three-layered round altar was floating in the sky, almost sticking close to the wisdom path formation. White jade railings shined with golden light, it was rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was controlled by Bing Sichuan, his gaze was sharp like an eagle, he stared at the celestial court Gu immortals and Qi-Si ancestor, not daring to relax. Calamity Luck Altar protected Fairy Myrtle and the rest, as well as the wisdom path formation. Longevity Heaven, which represented Giant Sun Immortal, had already cooperated with Shadow Sect, which was led by Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan has the potential to become a venerable, we cannot allow him to do as he pleases. Letting a demon like him become a venerable is not beneficial to any of us. Bing Sichuan was still transmitting to Qin Ding Ling, Qi-Si ancestor, and the rest he did not know that Qi-Si ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone. Qin Ding Ling only listened to the transmission, she did not speak. Strong winds blew in the sky, her cloak fluttered in the wind, her golden armor stuck to her body, making her look even taller and more alluring. She stared at the wisdom path formation at times, while looking at the dream realm at other times. This dream realm was left behind by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had placed his hopes on the dream realm to stop the enemy, but he was instead schemed against by Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan had no choice but to leave the battlefield, but this dream realm remained on the spot, it was beautiful and moving continuously. Where is Fang Yuan now? I only saw Dragon Palace and myriad year flying warship flying away from the dream realm, leaving this battlefield. Thus, there is a third possibility of Fang Yuan's location, he is still hiding in this dream realm. Qin Ding Ling thought to herself. Precisely because of this reason she stayed behind to watch over this dream realm. Fang Yuan was too crafty, it seemed foolish to stay behind in the dream realm, but there was a possibility that Fang Yuan was purposely doing the opposite. Seeing that the wisdom path formation was nearing completion, Qi-Si ancestor felt immense pressure. I cannot wait any longer. Thoughts moved rapidly in Qi-Si ancestor's mind, he continued to think, looking at Fairy Myrtle's situation with Bai Ning Bing Ing Wuxia and the rest as clues, this formation probably has the ability to deduce the main body's location. The main body does not have much attainment and information path, if he has deep information path attainment he can sever the alliance relationship with Bai Ning Bing and He Lulan, even if there are 2 or 3 more Fairy Myrtle, it would be useless. Fairy Myrtle and the rest are strong, they are also protected by Calamity Luck Altar. Bing Sichuan and the rest are very wary of Celestial Court's immortals. If I suddenly make a move now, I will not be able to destroy the formation, Celestial Court will also get suspicious. The Qi-Si clone had the strength but he could not make the final decision and suppress everyone, the crucial person was still Qin Ding Ling. Qi-Si ancestor listened to Bing Sichuan's persuasion while secretly asking Qin Ding Ling. Looking at this situation, Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven are very confident in the wisdom path formation. But can we trust them? Regardless of whether Fairy Myrtle can deduce the result or not, the formation is still under her control. If she gives an answer, how will we know if it is right or wrong? Or is Fairy Myrtle hiding it from us? The Qi-Si clone started to sow discord. He could not let Bing Sai Chuan win over the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. If that was the case, the main body would be pursued by Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Celestial Court. The pressure would be too great. If it was the Celestial Court from the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, it would be extremely arrogant. It would not cooperate with other forces. But Fate Gu was destroyed by Fang Yuan, Celestial Court's spiritual banner was destroyed, they were attacked several times, Celestial Court suffered huge losses and their reputation fell. It could be said that the number one force of humanity only existed in name now, it was widely doubted. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were all elites, they learned from their mistakes and started to change. Celestial Court, led by Qin Dingling, started to cooperate with them, they lowered their pride. Earlier, Qin Dingling took the initiative to help Qi-Si ancestor chase away demon immortal Qiju. This was proof. Thus, the possibility of Celestial Court working together with Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven was not low. The Qi-Si clone's words hit the nail on the head. Celestial Court and Fairy Myrtle lacked the most basic trust. This way, whether Fairy Myrtle's deductions succeeded or not, what difference did it make? Qin Dingling was silent for a while before transmitting to Qi-Si ancestor. Qi-Si ancestor, please go and chase after Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul. Qi-Si ancestor was slightly stunned. Do you already know Fang Yuan's location? I don't know. Qin Dingling smiled at Qi-Si ancestor. The Qi-Si clone looked at Qin Dingling deeply before coming to a realization. Qin Dingling knew what was going on. She had never trusted Fairy Myrtle, who joined Shadow Sect. Longevity Heaven was also jackals of the same tribe. It would be foolish to trust them. The reason why she stayed here was to supervise the Dream Realm and also to reorganize the situation. Celestial Court lacked peak rank 8 battle strength. If they chased after them from Celestial Court, they would lose their terrain advantage. They seemed to be acting aggressively, but if they were careless, they would suffer huge losses. Celestial Court was already at a stage where they could not afford to lose. Qin Dingling naturally had to restrain herself and be steady. Right now, Spectral Soul chased after Dragon Palace, Qin Cho chased after Spectral Soul, while Demon Immortal Qiju chased after Myriad Year Flying Warship. Qin Dingling knew that Demon Immortal Qiju who had Shilan countered Qi-Si ancestor too much. Even if Myriad Year Flying Warship had Fang Yuan, Qi-Si ancestor could not do anything to Demon Immortal Qiju. Instead, if Qi-Si ancestor chased after Spectral Soul, he could influence the situation. For Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had to be eliminated. Shadow Sect was the same. Longevity Heaven was also not a good person. But Celestial Court's strength was different from before. It was very weak now. Even if Qi-Si ancestor stood on Celestial Court's side, he was still not a member of Celestial Court. Qin Dingling heaved a deep sigh. Fang Yuan is extremely crafty. This division of troops seems simple, but it actually greatly reduces the pressure on him. We have no choice but to stop and stop temporarily. Spectral Soul is stronger than Demon Immortal Qiju. If he kills Fang Yuan and obtains the spoils of war, the former Demon Venerable will rise again. Qi-Si ancestor, please make a plan for the sake of the people. It is best to let these two demons exhaust each other and let our righteous path become the final winner. Chapter 2052. Go. Fairy Zi-Wei grunted as her fingers created a series of afterimages. The killer move activated, 1,000 goo worms flew out, turning into a lump of hazy purple shadows that filled up the biggest gap in the Wisdom Path formation. The surrounding immortals could be said to be first-rate goo immortals of the 5 regions. Seeing this, they had to admit that Fairy Myrtle's method was brilliant. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air, sweat appeared on her forehead. She stared at the formation in front of her. After this step, the next step was to decorate the core immortal goo. This formation was set up in a special situation. Fairy Myrtle was setting up the formation in front of many strong enemies. Who knows, during the process of setting up the formation, goo immortals might suddenly attack. Thus, Fairy Myrtle used a rare method. She first placed the mortal goo and created the framework, before decorating the immortal goo at the final moment. Fairy Myrtle took a short breather. She stopped her movements temporarily. She looked at Qin Dingling and the rest before looking at Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was shining brightly. Bing Sai Chuan, who was controlling the immortal goo house, understood Fairy Myrtle's worries. He transmitted at the right time. With me guarding, please be at ease and quickly set up the formation. Fairy Myrtle did not have Fang Yuan's formation flag goo. If she did, she would not need to set up the formation again and again. She knew that time was pressing. After receiving Bing Sichuan's urging, she started to place immortal goo into the formation. Every time an immortal goo was placed, the formation would shake intensely, emitting dazzling purple feathers. It was a beautiful sight, but none of the goo immortals present had the mood to appreciate it. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan stared at the formation, guarding against anyone attacking Fairy Myrtle at all times. He suddenly broke the silence. "Hey Lulan, you have been with Fang Yuan for a long time, what do you think of Fang Yuan's current actions?" Hey Lulan was standing beside Bing Sichuan. Although she was a woman, her true appearance was well defined, with sword-like eyebrows that reached her temples, sparkling eyes, and a heroic spirit. Hey Lulan's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She said in a low voice, "Fang Yuan only has 3 choices. Dragon Palace and Myriad-Year Flying Warship might still be hiding in the dream. Hiding in a dream is too risky for Fang Yuan." Not only did Spectral Soul have the ability to collect dream realms, even the Celestial Court had methods to counter dream realms. If I were Fang Yuan, I wouldn't hide here and wait for death. Of course. Hey Lulan smiled helplessly. We can't rule out this possibility. Therefore, the Celestial Court temporarily stayed behind to guard the dream. With our support, Fairy Myrtle also stayed behind on her own. She set up a formation to calculate and monitor the dream. She is a Wisdom Path great expert. She knows that she cannot interfere in the other 2 paths, but she is needed here the most. Myriad-Year Flying Warship is faster than Dragon Palace. This can confuse the enemy, but I don't think Fang Yuan would hide here. This is because Myriad-Year Flying Warship's speed cannot match Spectral Soul, and its defense is weaker than Dragon Palace. Back then, if Spectral Soul chose Myriad-Year Flying Warship to chase after him, Myriad-Year Flying Warship would not last as long as Dragon Palace. Hey Lulan smiled coldly. In the Fate War, Fang Yuan lost the 12 Zodiac Battle Formation. If this formation was still around, he would have most likely chosen to escape with Myriad-Year Flying Warship. I believe that Fang Yuan is most likely hiding in Dragon Palace. Hey Lulan's gaze was eerie. Spectral Soul probably thinks so too, that's why he chose to chase after Dragon Palace and sent Demon Immortal Chiju to stall Myriad-Year Flying Warship. He left behind defensive measures on both sides. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body originates from Spectral Soul. He still has a large number of dream realms on him. They were all once owned by Spectral Soul. If Spectral Soul kills Fang Yuan and takes back his immortal body in dream realms, he will definitely rise up again. Even though we want to kill Fang Yuan, we cannot let Spectral Soul succeed. Shadow Sect cooperated with us, but they have ill intentions. This time, even though Fairy Myrtle deduced that Fang Yuan is in the Celestial Court, she hid it from us and let Spectral Soul personally attack the Celestial Court. When she needs our reinforcements, Fairy Myrtle called for us. Thus, in my opinion, we should watch from the sidelines and control the situation. If possible, it would be best to get rid of Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul, and even the Celestial Court. Ah. Bing Sichuan laughed as he clapped. Good analysis. Very good. Northern Plains Hay tribe has truly disappointed me, but you have let down Giant Sun's bloodline. I will tell you the truth, ever since I woke up, I have obtained information about you. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. You are an outstanding talent. It is just that your fate was not good. You were first tortured and schemed against by your father, then Fang Yuan suppressed and made use of you. You lack opportunities to develop. If there were, you would not be in your current state. Hey Lulan was praised, her gaze focused on Bing Sichuan's face. Bing Sichuan was tall and had a gentle expression, but there was an extremely ugly scar that stretched from his right ear to the left side of his mouth. His gaze was cold, but now when he looked at Hey Lulan, his gaze was filled with gratification and praise. Hey Lulan's heart jumped, an intense feeling surged in her mind. Bing Sichuan's praise was probably the most precious opportunity in her life. After sensing this, Hey Lulan did not hesitate. She straightened her body and cupped her fists. I will listen to Lord's orders. Bing Sichuan raised his head and laughed loudly before restraining himself. He looked at Hey Lulan with an extremely solemn expression. Very good. Hey Lulan, are you willing to revive Northern Plains Hay tribe? Northern Plains Hay tribe had been destroyed long ago. Their headquarters was now occupied by Heavenly Lord Baizu, who was managing Baizu tribe. Some of Hay tribe's Gu immortals had even become members of Baizu tribe. They were the disgrace of the Huangjin bloodline. Hey Lulan immediately expressed her willingness. Even if she had to go through fire and water, she would do it. But I am too weak. Hey Lulan showed a troubled expression as she said hesitantly. Bing Sichuan casually tossed a Gu worm over. Hey Lulan quickly caught it. only to see that this rank 7 immortal goo looked like a black gold beetle. It was very heavy. He Lulan could not recognize it. Bing Sichuan explained, He Lulan, you have the great strength true martial physique, you should cultivate strength path, your future will be bright and dazzling. You have the Huang Jin bloodline, you are a natural-born person of Northern Plains longevity heaven. I believe you will not disappoint me, I will definitely provide you with strength path resources in the future. And keep this strong goo for now, even though it is rule path, I feel that it suits you very well. Strong goo. He Lulan's body shook slightly. Alright, Fairy Myrtle has set up the formation, go in. Bing Sichuan instructed. He Lulan immediately left Calamity Luck Altar and entered the formation. She had an indifferent expression, she had a calm expression, but her heart was in turmoil. The Legends of Renzu, recorded strong goo, it had a mysterious and important connection with the great strength true martial physique. Bing Sichuan gave this legendary immortal goo to He Lulan, it showed how much anticipation he had in nurturing her. He Lulan had a realization. It seems that my life has reached a huge turning point. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 31 recorded, Renzu lost freedom goo, he was in so much pain that he wanted to die, he only recovered after a long time. Renzu asked Cognition goo in a depressed tone, Oh Cognition goo, how can I get freedom goo again? After last time, freedom goo will definitely not come to me. Cognition goo answered, Oh human, why do you want freedom goo so badly? Renzu snappily said, Don't you know the reason behind this? I am seeking freedom, it is to get rid of the restraints of fate. Cognition goo answered again, Then I have nothing to tell you. Because didn't you already tell Fate goo the answer to this question? Renzu was stunned, he recalled. That was before he went crazy, he encountered Fate goo. When he was persecuted by Fate goo, he shouted to Fate goo, I will use my strength and my wisdom to obtain freedom, to get rid of Fate's control. Renzu's eyes brightened, Oh goo, I remember now, thanks to your guidance. I need to rely on myself to get rid of Fate. I already have strength, what I lack now is my own wisdom. I need self goo to eat a mouthful of wisdom goo just like how it ate strength goo. But where is wisdom goo? Renzu asked Cognition goo. Cognition goo, I don't know. Wisdom exists in many places, its location is not fixed. You can find wisdom in many places. So human, you can only rely on yourself to find it. Renzu nodded, continuing his journey. He walked and walked, one day he saw 2 goo worms on the road, one chasing the other. A small and white goo worm was flying in front, begging in fear, Don't chase me, I don't want to be eaten by you. The other goo was clearly bigger, it had thick armor and spoke in a sonorous voice, I want to eat you, I want to eat you. No matter where you run to, I will eat you. The white and small goo was about to be caught by the big goo behind it, but it saw Renzu and quickly hid behind him. Human, I beg you, please save me. Renzu saw how pitiful this goo worm was, being chased by other goo worms. He felt like he was looking at himself. In an instant, a heart grew in his chest, the heart of compassion. Renzu opened his arms, blocking the iron armor great goo. Stop, don't chase anymore. The iron armor great goo shouted, Oh human, are you trying to stop me? No, you can't stop me, you can't stop me either. Why is that? Renzu was curious. The iron armor great goo explained, I am a strong goo, it is a weak goo. Since ancient times, the strong preys on the weak, that is the law of nature. Thus, the strong eat the weak and the weak are the food of the strong. Renzu sighed, persuading, Then why don't you let it go once, look at how pitiful it is. The strong goo sneered, Not even once. In the eyes of the strong there is no place for the weak, they do not have pity for the weak. Because heaven and earth will never pity the weak, they will only marvel at the strong. The weak are born to be conquered, controlled and eaten by the strong. Renzu saw that his persuasion was useless, he had to reject the strong goo firmly, I have already saved this weak goo, go eat something else. Chapter 2053. By Ning Bing, Ing Wuxia, and the rest entered the formation. Finally, Fairy Myrtle flew to the center of the formation and activated it. The deductions began. But Qi ancestor did not move, he remained on the spot. If I attack this formation forcefully, will it help my main body? Qi ancestor analyzed and estimated the possibility of success. Once the formation was damaged or destroyed, the goo immortals inside would be implicated. But Qi ancestor could not be sure of the outcome. Furthermore, if Qi ancestor attacked alone, the secret that he was Fang Yuan's clone would be exposed. If I can convince Qin Dingling and the rest to attack together, that would be great. Qi ancestor sighed internally. Even though Qin Dingling was not a wisdom path grade expert, she was not so easy to fool. Qi Ancestor did not even dare to mention it. He was afraid that Celestial Court would notice something amiss. Ancestor, time is pressing, we need to look at the big picture. Instead, Qin Dingling transmitted secretly, trying to persuade Qi Ancestor. She wanted Qi Ancestor to pursue Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul, but Qi Ancestor raised the issue of compensation. Qi Ancestor sighed. Fairy Qin, it is because of the big picture that I am asking for the 3 Qi immortal goo of heaven, earth and human. My methods are already known to the enemies, only with these 3 Qi immortal goo can my strength rise and catch them off guard. For the sake of the people of the world, for the righteous path of humanity, please look at the big picture and give me these 3 immortal goo. Qin Dingling rolled her eyes internally. This Qi Ancestor was not just thick-skinned, he was simply shameless. At this crucial moment he was asking for compensation. He immediately asked for 3 rank 8 immortal goo, the cores of primordial origin's true inheritance. His appetite was too huge. But Qin Dingling had many worries now. If she fell out with Qi Ancestor, Celestial Court would lack peak rank 8 battle strength. Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven might attack her while she was down. The Qi clone made use of the current situation to pressure Qin Dingling. Qin Dingling sighed. Qi Ancestor, why must you be so overbearing? Back then, above Eastern Sea, who blocked demon immortal Qiju for you? Qi Ancestor continued, speaking of this favor, I'm afraid your side owes me a little. I have already eradicated a major problem for the Celestial Court. Without the Qi harvest fruit, the Celestial Court will no longer have any hidden troubles. In this battle, this old man has always been the same. I have never relaxed and I am willing to take extraordinary risks. Qin Dingling was silent for a while before nodding, saying solemnly, Heaven Qi and Earth Qi immortal goo can be given to Ancestor, but human Qi immortal goo cannot. This is the bottom line of our Celestial Court, please forgive us, Ancestor. Qi Ancestor accepted this result. In fact, the Qi clone did not have the extravagant hope of obtaining the 3 Qi immortal goo. The 3 Qi immortal goo were all rank 8, they were related to primordial origin's true inheritance, their value far exceeded the reward. The Celestial Court could have used other resources as remuneration. It was just that this time the situation was urgent, so the Qi clone made full use of it. On the spot, Qin Dingling directly handed over the 2 Qi Path rank 8 immortal goo to Qi Ancestor. Everyone was shocked. Qi Ancestor obtained the 2 immortal goo. He cupped his fists and bid farewell to the Celestial Court's immortals before chasing after Dragon Palace. I finally got rid of this person for now. Qin Dingling was very tired, but she could accept this result. The 3 Qi immortal goo could not be given to Qi Ancestor. She had to keep at least 1 to use as bait to recruit Qi in the future. Furthermore, Qi Ancestor obtained 2 Qi immortal goo, only human Qi immortal goo was left. Just a little more and Qi Ancestor would be able to use triple Qi retraction. This temptation would be even stronger than before. Dragon Palace moved rapidly in the intense winds. In the dream realm earlier, Wuxia had a chance to catch his breath. He repaired it with all his strength. At least from the outside, Dragon Palace looked like it was back to normal. The core immortal goo's damage cannot be resolved in a short period of time. I have already done my best. Wuxia was worried. Not far behind Dragon Palace, a rank 8 soul path female immortal chased after it relentlessly. It was Spectral Soul who was staring at Lady Cold Ash's body. Black Qi spread all over his body, killing intent surged as he locked onto Dragon Palace. He did not show any signs of relaxing or giving up. You cannot escape, Fang Yuan. Even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will definitely kill you. Spectral Soul had just said that when he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Wherever Spectral Soul looked, a pure black smoke that was as black as ink suddenly appeared in front of Dragon Palace. The black smoke expanded rapidly with a loud sound. It turned into a huge spherical whirlpool that released a terrifying suction force. Wuxia controlled Dragon Palace and was caught off guard. Dragon Palace's speed rose as it charged towards the black smoke whirlpool. What killer move is this? Wuxia gritted his teeth, veins bulged on his forehead as he used all his strength to lift Dragon Palace up. Since the start of the battle, Spectral Soul had used countless soul path methods. They were hard to defend against. Especially in the hands of an experienced goo immortal like Spectral Soul, these soul path methods were often able to display effects far beyond their own abilities. Dragon Palace changed its direction with difficulty. It tried to fly above the black smoke whirlpool. Spectral Soul smiled coldly as he pointed with his finger. A black light condensed on his fingertip. It shot out and reached Dragon Palace in the blink of an eye. The bean-sized black light expanded as it turned back into an immemorial soul beast. Seeing that the immemorial soul beast was about to reach Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai's eyes widened in shock. Once Dragon Palace was hit, its momentum would be obstructed, it would be entangled by the immemorial soul beast and dragged into the black smoke whirlpool. In that case, the precious gap that Fang Yuan had painstakingly gained through deceiving tactics would vanish. At the crucial moment, Wu Shuai shouted as his eyes shined with divine light. It was hard to look at him directly. The Dragon Palace immediately reacted. The orange-gold radiance suddenly shook, and then a pink mist quickly condensed and flew out, gently rolling the immemorial soul beast into the depths of the Dragon Palace. The great immemorial soul beast could not resist at all. Spectral Soul was not surprised. This was a dream path killer move, dreamy light smoke. Wu Shuai resolved the immemorial soul beast's entanglement. Dragon Palace was already above the whirlpool. At this time, Spectral Soul's figure suddenly appeared. He looked down at Dragon Palace with a cold gaze. I have been waiting for you for a long time. At the same time, Spectral Soul, who was not far behind Dragon Palace, started to fade away, vanishing without a trace. Spectral Soul's true body slammed down as a soul mountain silhouette appeared, pressing down on Dragon Palace fiercely. This soul mountain towered into the clouds. It was extremely huge. Wu Shuai looked at it from below. It completely obscured his vision. It covered the sky. Wu Shuai felt an intense sense of familiarity when he looked at the surface of the Soul Mountain. Isn't this the scene of Danghun Mountain? Wu Shuai was shocked and uncertain. Rumble. With a loud sound, Danghun Mountain crashed onto Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace's luxurious roof suffered a destructive blow. Countless tiles were crushed. A huge number of goo worms died instantly. Even worse was, Dragon Palace suffered a huge impact. Even though it struggled, it was still pushed into the black smoke whirlpool by the giant Soul Mountain. The whirlpool enveloped the whole of Dragon Palace. An incomparable rotational force was added to Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was tossed around by the whirlpool. It was in a mess. Wu Shuai had no choice but to fly up from his throne. It was impossible for him to break out of the encirclement in a short period of time. Don't tell me this is Spectral Soul's true strength? Wu Shuai gritted his teeth. Spectral Soul unleashed several immortal killer moves one after another. Wu Shuai was exhausted from dealing with them. The great rank 8 immortal goo house Dragon Palace could not resist at all. All sorts of killer moves were used by Spectral Soul. After a series of combinations, Dragon Palace was firmly restricted. Wu Shuai stared with furious eyes. He could only stall for time. Immortal essence poured out crazily as he repaired the immortal goo house. He only wanted to defend his defense line. Right now, the main body's safety depends on me. But how long can I hold on for? Wu Shuai had no confidence. Fang Yuan's main body was deep inside Dragon Palace. With the Heaven Path Dao marks on him, it was hard for him to attack. Earlier, when he used unlimited Qi to break the primordial Qi wall, he had prepared for a long time and used human path methods to break through the restrictions of the Heaven Path Dao marks. He had some space to attack. But even so, when Fang Yuan broke the Qi wall, the Heaven Path Dao marks reacted and started to interfere with Fang Yuan. Fortunately, Fang Yuan knew when to stop the killer move. Otherwise, with such a strong interference, he would fail to maintain the killer move and suffer intense backlash. Fang Yuan found that the only thing that could resist Heaven Path was Human Path. Maybe Dream Path had some effect, but his Dream Path attainment was not high enough. Ever since he obtained the Celestial Court's Heaven Path research results, Fang Yuan had been researching them with all his might. He was racing against time. Maybe even a minute or a second less would mean the difference between life and death. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven Human Sensation. Immortal Killer Move, Replacement of Heaven's Workers. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's will was mixed with providence. He sensed traces of Heaven Path Dao marks. Refine them. Immortal Killer Move, Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. This killer move targeted Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan did not hesitate to expend rank 8 immortal essence. He quickly refined 3 Heaven Path Dao marks. Wu Shuai, persevere, I have a huge breakthrough. Fang Yuan had just transmitted to Wu Shuai when a change occurred in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's success enraged providence. The Heaven Path Dao marks were like enraged beasts. They were originally scattered everywhere, but now they gathered at one place. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, dark clouds appeared, intense winds blew. The Heaven Path Dao marks caused a huge change in the weather. In a few blinks of an eye, a tribulation was formed. In an instant, the earth shook, lightning struck down, rocks flew into the sky, and the earth groaned. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Don't tell me forcefully refining the heaven path Tao marks will anger the heavenly Tao and cause a tribulation? Or is there a problem with my killer move? Thunder clouds rumbled and spread rapidly. Soon, it expanded from 100 li to several thousand li to 10,000 li, 100,000 li. Millions of lightning bolts flickered endlessly. It was like a vast lightning forest. Myriad tribulation. Myriad destruction lightning forest. It was not an earthly calamity, a heavenly tribulation or a grand tribulation, but a myriad tribulation above them. Only rank 8 Gu immortals could pass a myriad tribulation. Chapter 2054. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. His expression was grim. He did not expect a myriad tribulation to appear. Rank 8 Gu immortals were existences that stood proudly in the immortal world, but for every rank 8 Gu immortal, myriad tribulations were a difficult obstacle. In the current Gu immortal world, most rank 8 Gu immortals had not even passed one myriad tribulation. For example, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang, even Prince's Impatience were not exceptions. Why did old ancestor Shui Hu try so hard to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu? It was to deal with the first myriad tribulation in his life. Unfortunately, such a huge effort resulted in a huge loss. Not only did old ancestor Shui Hu not refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, he even lost his own force, snowy mountain blessed land. Western Desert's 1,000 transformations ancestor had passed one myriad tribulation. After passing this myriad tribulation, he had barely escaped death. He had been recuperating for a long time. During this period, even when his beloved concubine Fairy Chui Bo was killed by Fang Yuan, he only dared to send dancer Hong Yun to investigate. Beast Calamity Immortal died from his first myriad tribulation. He left behind Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Bo Qing was a rank 8 Gu immortal who had passed 2 myriad tribulations. Duke Long was the same. Both of them were top-notch powerhouses whose combat powers were second only to venerable ones. Even though Fang Yuan had been a rank 8 Gu immortal for a long time and had more than 1,000,000 Dao marks, the truth was that he had used the sovereign immortal aperture's convenience to annex other grotto heavens to pass myriad tribulations. In fact, Fang Yuan had not even passed one myriad tribulation. To him, myriad tribulations were still a huge obstacle. And more importantly, now was not the time to undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan could not estimate how long Wu Shui could last. Because Spectral Soul was a terrifying enemy that could not be estimated. I need to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks as soon as possible to deal with Spectral Soul. But to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks, I need to pass myriad tribulations? Fang Yuan felt like a flood was coming. He went up the mountain to avoid the water, but found out that this mountain was a volcano. The moment he went up the mountain, the volcano erupted. There were ghosts on the outside and 10,000 tribulations on the inside. At this moment, Fang Yuan was in the greatest predicament he had ever been in. No, I still have a chance. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan remained calm and did not panic. Meanwhile, on the other side, Myriad Year Flying Warship was fighting with Demon Immortal Qiju. Suddenly, Fang Yuan flew out of Myriad Year Flying Warship and used an immortal killer move. The attack was fierce and forced Demon Immortal Qiju to retreat. Demon Immortal Qiju immediately used an investigative killer move. After checking, he transmitted to Spectral Soul without hesitation. Fang Yuan is with me, I can't deal with him alone. Come quickly. If we're late, I'm afraid he'll escape. Spectral Soul heard this news and was stunned. Is Fang Yuan really not in Dragon Palace? Spectral Soul thought rapidly as his attacks slowed down. Even though Dragon Palace was trapped, it was a rank 8 immortal Gu house after all, it could hold on for some time. Fang Yuan wanted to fight against time, but Spectral Soul also wanted to end the battle quickly. If he fought with Dragon Palace, even if he destroyed Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan would escape while wasting time. Spectral Soul's attack would fail. Because he did not achieve his original goal. Winning each battle was not important, what was important was whether or not he could obtain the benefits he wanted. Fighting was only a method to gain benefits, the glory of victory was not important to Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan has familiar face. He can condense a lump of will and use some immortal essence and immortal goo to create the illusion of his main body for a short period of time. Spectral Soul knew about this information about Fang Yuan. He was quite troubled. Even though he was strong, far surpassing other Gu immortals, he was the number one in the world. But Fang Yuan was crafty and slippery, he was in a difficult spot. Spectral Soul knew that he had to be careful. If he was careless, he would end up like the Celestial Court. Because Fang Yuan was simply too good at escaping. The sovereign immortal aperture was filled with lightning bolts. Ever since the myriad tribulation was formed, it had been exploding endlessly. Many southern borders suffered a huge blow. The heavenly Tao was in balance. Which part of the sovereign immortal aperture was the best to develop? It was undoubtedly mini southern border. Thus, the myriad tribulation formed by the heavenly Tao focused on mini southern border. Myriad tribulation, myriad destruction lightning forest. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he mobilized with all his strength. He could not care about spectral soul in the outside world, he could only rely on Wuxia to stall for time. Rumble, cloud bamboo mountain broke apart under the barrage of countless lightning bolts, it broke into countless rocks. 8 desolate beast cloud foxes and 11 desolate plant spear-tip bamboos that lived in the mountain were turned to dust by the attacks. Cloud chi roots, white-hair ginseng, and a vast number of ordinary spear-tip bamboos were destroyed. The 7-colored cloud soil inside the mountain was also affected. It was corroded by the lightning Tao marks, its value plummeted. Cloud Bamboo Mountain was created by Fang Yuan when he plundered southern borders Shen clan's resources. The defensive formation was the weakest, it was the first to be destroyed, the scene was too horrible to look at. Soon the other resource points could not hold on any longer. I need to get rid of this internal threat as soon as possible. Fang Yuan made up his mind, but the might of myriad destruction lightning forest was too terrifying, he could not do anything about it, his every move was restricted by the heaven path Tao marks. Thankfully, there was still a group of Gu immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture. Among them, Shui Er, Shi Cheng and Mo Tan Sang were variant human Gu immortal leaders that Fang Yuan could support. Their cultivation level was too low, getting them to take the blame was pointless, they would simply die. I'm here. At the crucial moment, an old Gu immortal stepped forward, his rank 8 aura surged. Since when did Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture have such an expert hidden in it? This old man was none other than the only rank 8 in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the current generation Combat Beast King. Ever since Fang Yuan used a trick to peacefully annex Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the Gu Immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven became his subordinates. Fang Yuan taught them the correct Gu cultivation method. During the Fate War. Among them, a large number of rank 7 Gu Immortals were sent out by Fang Yuan. Until now, Fang Yuan did not have the chance to recruit them, they were still roaming around the 5 regions. This was a rare situation for the old Combat Beast King. He had been cultivating in Star Collection City, his strength had increased greatly. This was a method that Fang Yuan left behind to prevent his immortal aperture from being invaded during the Fate War. During the Fate War, such a situation did not occur. But now that the sovereign immortal aperture was experiencing a myriad tribulation, Fang Yuan could not do anything, he could only use the trump card of Combat Beast King. Winds howled, starlight shot out. The rank 8 star sea snail corpse shell was taken out by Fang Yuan and handed to the old Combat Beast King. Combat Beast King did not hesitate. He activated his killer move and turned into a towering giant covered in star armor in the blink of an eye. The giant roared as his body flew up, charging towards the lightning clouds in the sky. Crack. The giant had just flown into the sky when several lightning bolts suddenly merged into one. A blue lightning bolt that was as thick as a heavenly pillar struck the star-armored giant. If it were in the past, Combat Beast King would definitely be defeated by this attack. But after this period of cultivation, he had already grasped an immortal killer move. At this moment, Combat Beast King had already activated his defensive killer move, forcefully resisting the lightning attack. But the giant's momentum was also completely dispelled. The giant landed on the ground, his majestic body trembled slightly, there were still traces of lightning on his body, Combat Beast King's limbs were numb and his movements were greatly restricted. Myriad tribulation is truly terrifying. Combat Beast King was tongue-tied, he was filled with shock. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Earlier, when the lightning bolts merged and attacked Combat Beast King, it was clearly because of providence. The heaven path Tao marks were so dense that when they gathered into a lump, providence would naturally be created. With providence's guidance, the terrifying myriad tribulation became even more agile, it made people feel despair. I have heaven's will dissipation killer move, it can even destroy providence in the dream realm. Unfortunately, I cannot use it now. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. If he wanted to refine the heaven path Tao marks, he needed to fight against providence first, then use heavenly human perception and heaven's worker substitution killer moves to capture the location of the heaven path Tao marks. Finally, he could use unrestrained heavenly mark to refine the corresponding heaven path Tao marks. Thus, providence had to exist. Once Fang Yuan destroyed providence, he would not be able to continue refining the heaven path Tao marks. But the gathering of Heaven Path Tao marks and the myriad tribulation will greatly affect my refinement of the Heaven Path Tao marks. The efficiency is less than 1% of before. Originally, the Heaven Path Tao marks were scattered all over the sovereign immortal aperture. They were like scattered soldiers. Fang Yuan broke through them one by one. His refinement plan was very effective. But now that the Heaven Path Tao marks had gathered into a lump and were closely connected, Fang Yuan could not do anything. His refinement plan had almost no progress at all. At this speed, how long would it take for him to refine the Heaven Path Tao marks? Fang Yuan was in a difficult situation. Oh no, I can't hold on anymore. At this time Wu Shuai shouted he had to ask Fang Yuan for help. This Dragon Man clone situation was also very bad. Veins were bulging on his forehead, he was sweating profusely. Dragon Palace was trapped in the black smoke whirlpool, it was constantly being destroyed. The railings were broken, tiles were flying, Dragon Palace was shrinking rapidly. Wu Shuai could only repair Dragon Palace with all his strength, but the repair speed could not compare to Spectral Soul's destruction. Seeing that the crucial area was about to be lost, Wu Shuai had to ask for help. Fang Yuan knew that the clone would not ask for help unless it was necessary. He sighed to himself, diverting his attention to the outside world. After checking the situation, Fang Yuan immediately helped Wu Shuai repair the palace. They managed to slow down the situation, but it was not enough. Wu Shuai suddenly exclaimed, "Why did Spectral Soul's attack suddenly slow down?" Fang Yuan immediately understood. He said, "I created the illusion of the main body over at Myriad Year Flying Warship. It seems to have worked." Spectral Soul hesitated. He had been worried that I would retreat. He did not know that Dragon Palace was in danger. He definitely thought that the rank 8 Immortal Goo House could last for some time. If the main body over at Myriad Year Flying Warship escapes during this period, even if he managed to kill you in Dragon Palace, it would be a huge failure. Chapter 2055. Difficult. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Almost as soon as he said that, Spectral Soul's attacks intensified again. Spectral Soul shouted coldly, "Fang Yuan, you have truly disappointed me. How long are you going to hide? Let me tell you the truth, your location has already been deduced by Fairy Myrtle. Hoping to deceive me, that is the behavior of a weakling. I gave Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo to you, it was truly a waste. Come out and fight me, at least after you die. People will not say that you are a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong, a coward who fears death." Damn it. Wu Shuai's thoughts were interrupted. He gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He frowned but did not reply. What did reputation mean to him? What Fang Yuan cared about was, did Fairy Myrtle really deduce it? Or was Spectral Soul purposely deceiving him? Even his hesitation earlier was an act. He was probing Fang Yuan? The Qi-Si clone had already left. Fang Yuan did not know the exact situation. Even now, the Wisdom Path formation is still working. There is a possibility that Fairy Myrtle is using this to stall the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. She secretly informed Spectral Soul of his deduction. I cannot care about this anymore. Fang Yuan sighed. He soon tossed this question to the back of his mind. It was not that he found the truth, but Dragon Palace's current situation was extremely dangerous. He had to make a move. Fang Yuan opened a crack in his immortal aperture's entrance. He let out the immemorial year beasts that he had prepared. Several immemorial year beasts roared as they charged out of Dragon Palace. Some tried to destroy the Black Chi Whirlpool, while others attacked Spectral Soul. This is useless. Spectral Soul attacked. Black smoke rose from his body. He created eerie winds that shrouded the surroundings. He pointed with his finger. Each attack was only a trace of black smoke, but it was extremely fast and powerful. The black smoke shot towards the immemorial year beast and immediately expanded, turning into thick vine-like chains that bound the immemorial year beast. The immemorial year beast struggled, but the black smoke chains were strengthened by the black smoke vortex, becoming thicker and tighter. The archaic year beast could still struggle at first, but soon it couldn't move at all. It became a target and was then swept away by the whirlpool. These are all small tricks. You have truly disappointed me, Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul floated in the sky, looking down at the black smoke spiral below him. The great rank 8 Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace was like a toy. Once it was exposed, it could only be toyed with and manipulated in the palm of his hand. Wu Shuai gritted his teeth, activating dreamy light smoke. Spectral Soul snickered as he spat out several soul balls. The soul sphere had a tail and was shaped like a tadpole. It drew out a dark phantom in the air and quickly pierced into the body of the immemorial year beast. A thin layer of black gas appeared on the immemorial year beast's body. The black smoke chains quickly melted in the black gas, causing the black gas to become more than 10 times denser in the blink of an eye. The immemorial year beasts regained their freedom, but they roared as they charged towards Dragon Palace. One of the immemorial year beasts even charged towards Dreamy Light Smoke. These immemorial year beasts were actually incited by Spectral Soul on the spot. After Dreamy Light Smoke swept away the immemorial year beasts, Wuxia felt a deep sense of helplessness. Spectral Soul was in control of the battle now, he had ample time and initiative. Dreamy Light Smoke could no longer pose a threat to him, it became a small problem. Spectral Soul used several Soul Path killer moves now. Fang, Yuan and Wuxia had never seen or even heard of them before. The foundation of a rank 9 venerable was unfathomably deep. In the sky, the Wisdom Path formation was still operating continuously. Fairy Myrtle sat at the control area, looking like she was still deducing with all her strength. Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court's immortals surrounded the Wisdom Path formation. Qin Dingling looked at the Wisdom Path formation silently. Just earlier, Celestial Court had sent news that the remaining Gu immortals had successfully suppressed Di Zongxing. Di Zongxing was hit by a primordial Qi Path killer move, his condition had already fallen to rock bottom. When Fang Yuan escaped, he directly abandoned him, he could not care about him. It was not strange that he was captured and suppressed by Celestial Court's Gu immortals. From this, one could see Fang Yuan's panic. He could not even take care of an existence like Di Zongxing, it showed how weak he was right now. And it was this fact that made Qin Dingling want to kill Fang Yuan. Such a good opportunity was extremely rare. After suppressing the evil dragon, the remaining Gu immortals started to repair Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven. The flaws were quickly repaired, Celestial Court's crisis was more than half over. This made Qin Dingling let out a sigh of relief, but she still had other worries. Qi Si Ancestor left not long ago, according to Dragon Palace's speed and direction, it should be at Intestine Corridor already? Qin Dingling estimated. Fang Yuan escaped, he moved Dragon Palace out of immemorial White Heaven, heading towards Central Continent. This made Celestial Court anxious and furious, they were worried that their territory would suffer huge losses from the aftermath of the battle. Intestine Corridor was the northern entrance of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, it was created during the Olden Antiquity era after a Beastman expert died and fused with the mountain range. It was controlled by Black Heaven Temple, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Qin Dingling had already transmitted the situation to Black Heaven Temple, telling them to use their immortal Gu houses to move freely around Intestine Corridor. If there was an advantage they would attack, if the enemy was too strong, they would directly abandon Intestine Corridor, preserving their strength was the most important thing. Black Heaven Temple received orders from Celestial Court and acted as if they were facing a great enemy, they quickly mobilized almost all of their forces to take action. But no matter how long they waited, Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul did not appear. What Qin Dingling did not know was that Dragon Palace had already been intercepted by Spectral Soul along the way, it was still in the sky above Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range was huge, it spanned over 100,000 li, overall, it was much gentler than other mountain ranges in Central Continent. There were not many resources here, many of the mountain peaks were barren. Thus, even though it was at the periphery of Black Heaven Temple's territory, it was not placed much importance on it. Most of the resources here were Wind Path. Back then, a rank 7 Gu immortal from Wind Cloud Manor came here to cultivate for many years, eventually breaking through and becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal. This person was Old Man Bei Feng, but his life was full of troubles, he was captured by Fang Yuan during the Fate War and was enslaved by Dragon Palace. In the intense battle earlier, Old Man Bei Feng had already died. Not just him, the 4 dragon generals had all died in this battle. Even the strongest, Di Zongxing, was now imprisoned by Celestial Court. On a certain mountain in Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, several goat-herding youngsters were arguing. The one being bullied was a youngster, he was the thinnest and weakest, he retreated from the accusations. Wang Xiao'er, we have already taken over this mountain. There is no place for you. Get lost, the further the better. These youngsters wore thick leather jackets, they were muscular and had expressions of disgust. Wang Xiao'er's clothes were not only patched, they were tattered in many places, he looked like a beggar. He protested weakly, but my goats need to eat grass too. If I don't feed them, uncle and aunt will beat me up when I return home. The youngsters laughed loudly, one of them was the most muscular, he pushed Wang Xiao'er to the ground. Go to the neighboring mountain to herd the goats, there is still some grass there. Get lost. If you don't get lost, I will break your legs. The muscular youngster threatened fiercely. Wang Xiao'er struggled to get up. He did not dare to protest anymore. He could only drive his small group of goats away from this mountain. He moved his weak legs, trekking through the barren mountains and rivers. There was no path on the mountain. Wang Xiao'er often tripped and fell on the hard rocks, leaving bruises all over his body. On the contrary, the goats behind him walked leisurely. Wang Xiao'er finally found a small patch of grass. After running for a while, the goats were thirsty and hungry. They did not need him to drive them, they just swarmed forward and fought for food. Wang Xiao'er was so tired that he sat on a huge rock. He looked at the goats fighting for food. He sighed in his heart. Recently, the sorrowful winds in the mountain are getting stronger. There is less grass. So, they chased me away to prevent my goats from sharing that patch of grass. The patch of grass was very small. The goats ate it all in a short while. The muscular goats ate the most. The rest of the goats were still groaning in hunger. Wang Xiao'er shook his head. There was very little grass on this mountain, and it was scattered everywhere. To feed these goats, they would have to travel from one mountain to another. Not only was it a waste of time, it was also a waste of energy. Goats, at least you have something to eat. I will definitely return late after eating all of you today. I will definitely be scolded by uncle and aunt again. I will only be able to eat rotten food. Even though Central Continent was the most developed place in the 5 regions, to the vast majority of mortals, life was still difficult. It was common for them to not have enough to eat. At this moment there was a sudden rumbling sound. Wang Xiao'er looked up at the sky. He was still wondering why there was thunder in such a clear sky. Then he gradually opened his mouth. He saw a meteor falling from the sky. The meteor became bigger and bigger in his vision. The wind was pressing down. The rumbling sound was deafening. The temperature in the air also rose rapidly. Wang Xiao'er was so frightened that he stood rooted to the ground. The goats beside him felt the danger. They cried out and ran in all directions. Not just the goats, the wild animals on the mountain also ran in all directions. The originally barren mountain suddenly became lively and noisy. As the meteor got closer, Wang Xiao'er saw it clearly. This meteor was actually a wild beast the size of a mountain. The wild beast crashed down with a loud bang. Coincidentally, it was the mountain that Wang Xiao'er lived on. The mountain peak collapsed, rocks flew everywhere, the earth shook and dust flew everywhere. The small village on the mountain was instantly torn apart and destroyed. Human screams, mixed with the shrill cries of the wild beast, traveled along the violent wind and faintly reached Wang Xiao'er's ears. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Under Wang Xiao'er's horrified gaze, huge cracks rapidly spread in all directions, quickly spreading to the surroundings. The surrounding mountain peaks also cracked, then collapsed one after another. The youths who had chased Wang Xiao'er away previously all died because of this. Am I going to die too? Wang Xiao'er sat on the ground. It was as if all his strength had been sucked out. He could only watch as the dust filled the sky, like a prehistoric monster pouncing towards him, completely engulfing him. In the dust, the wind carried countless rocks. A rock hit Wang Xiao'er's forehead. Chapter 2056. Above the clouds in the sky. Dragon Palace was barely shining with orange gold light. It was still trapped in the black smoke spiral, resisting the attacks of the outside world. Of the immemorial year beasts that Spectral Soul had instigated, only 3 were left. The rest were shot down by Wu Shuai's Dragon Palace. As for how these year beast corpses fell to the ground and destroyed mountains, how many innocent lives were implicated, the 2 sides did not care. They did not care about the mortal young man Wang Xiao'er's life being turned upside down. After the black smoke on the remaining 3 immemorial year beasts dissipated, they regained their senses and fought against Spectral Soul again. Wu Shuai had a heavy heart. These immemorial year beasts were collected by Fang Yuan in an attempt to restore the 12 zodiac battle formation. But at this crucial moment he had to use them to maintain his image. But under Spectral Soul's methods they were used by him instead. After this battle, the remaining 3 immemorial year beasts were covered in injuries. They could not break out of this predicament. Fang Yuan's plan was easily resolved by Spectral Soul. He had no problems during the entire process. Not only could Spectral Soul counter soul beasts, ordinary enslavement path methods were also ineffective against him. They would be used instead. Wu Shuai was worried. At this rate, how much longer can we last? Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was dealing with Spectral Soul now. He was controlling the situation outside, but the myriad tribulation was wreaking havoc inside the sovereign immortal aperture. It was a terrible situation. In just this short period of time, a large number of resource points in mini-southern border were destroyed. The losses were increasing rapidly. And the worst thing was, even if Fang Yuan gave up a portion of his immortal aperture, he could not escape from the myriad tribulation. Because the heaven path Tao marks used to create the myriad tribulation had a unique origin, they could be moved at will. Only by steeling himself and enduring through the tribulation would he be able to overcome this huge obstacle in front of him. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with cold light, but he did not continue to attack Dragon Palace. He turned around to look at the source. At the end of his vision there was a small dot. But soon, this black dot expanded as a legendary immemorial beast showed its true appearance. It had a tortoise shell for ferocious tiger claws, a dragon tail and a snake neck. There was a human head on the snake neck. His hair was disheveled, his expression was twisted and crazed. It was the pursuing Ching Cho. Ching Cho charged over, but Spectral Soul did not dodge. He showed a cold smile instead. You came to die, that is for the best. However, when Ching Cho got to Spectral Soul, a pair of bat wings appeared on the sides of its tortoise shell. This was extremely similar to the wings of the green-clawed ghost-winged lion. Immortal killer move, green mouth. Ching Cho suddenly opened its mouth. It was only a human face and its mouth was not big. But when he opened his mouth, there was a huge bluish-black hole in front of his mouth. The huge hole expanded and shot out like lightning, swallowing Spectral Soul in one gulp. The giant hole instantly shrunk and entered Ching Cho's mouth. Ching Cho closed its lips, its throat moving. It saw a visible ball protruding from its neck into its stomach. A good chance. At this moment, Wu Shuai's eyes shone with a light that was more than an inch long. This move was left for you, scum? Ching Cho swallowed Spectral Soul and roared happily. Another memory appeared in his mind. What? The 3 Gu immortals we sent were all killed by Mingyu? Impossible. But it is the truth. Mingyu first pretended to be weak and purposely got injured, luring our 3 immortals to split up and search. Next, he lurked at the side and found a chance to launch a sneak attack. Our 3 immortals were careless and fell to his hands. Qin Clan's hall was deathly silent. They wanted to regain their face but suffered huge losses. Rank 7 Gu immortals were not so easy to nurture, especially when there were rank 7 elites of Qin Clan among them. This loss was a huge blow to Qin Clan. It was a huge blow to their foundation. Mingyu deserves to die. We were too careless. This lesson is too deep, we need to remember it and pass it down as our clan's teachings. As for the rest, I will take action personally. Qin Clan's first Supreme Elder said. The immortals were silent, they did not object. Sending a rank 8 Gu immortal to deal with the rank 7 Mingyu was clearly bullying the weak. But Qin Clan could not lose again. All of Western Desert's super forces were laughing at them. However, just as Qin Clan's first Supreme Elder was about to move, he received a challenge letter. This letter Gu came from another Western Desert super force. It had deep grudges with Qin Clan. This super force's first Supreme Elder challenged Qin Clan's first Supreme Elder to determine the boundary between the two sides. Damn it, at this crucial moment, Qin Clan's Gu immortals cursed. The other party is clearly doing this on purpose. But the boundary concerns the ownership of a super resource point. The benefits involved are too huge. What do you think? Qin Clan's first Supreme Elder hesitated for a moment. Let me take Mingyu's life. Qin Clan's second Supreme Elder stood up. You. First Supreme Elder hesitated. Second Supreme Elder smiled. Even though I only have rank 7 cultivation level, Mingyu is heavily injured, he cannot recuperate in time. Moreover, his foundation has already been exposed. Even though his methods are very strange, they are mostly soul attacks. My immemorial desolate beast Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion is this person's nemesis. Not just that, I have also created an immortal move called Green Mouth. It was inspired by the Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion. Once it is used, it can devour souls. Everyone, don't worry, I will definitely take this southern border Gu immortal's life. Alright, go ahead. We have to be extra careful on this trip. The first Supreme Elder finally nodded and agreed. Second Supreme Elder is going personally, we will definitely succeed. Mingyu is already a dead man, there is no need to worry about him. The problem now is this challenge letter. Second Supreme Elder, you must take revenge for Qing Hualan and the rest. I finally took revenge for us. As its memories faded, Qing Cho choked, hot tears flowed out of its bloodshot eyes. Revenge was a joyous thing. Such a familiar scene. Spectral Soul's calm voice suddenly came from Qing Chao's stomach. Qing Chao's body froze. Next it felt bitterness. Immense bitterness. Extreme bitterness. Indescribable, unbearable bitterness. Bitter, it was too bitter. Ugh. Qing Chao's face was pale, it gulped, it almost vomited. It hurriedly clenched its teeth and forcefully endured it. But the bitterness became more intense, it was like a huge tide that crashed against its bottom line. Ching Cho screamed in pain, its body was shaking from the bitterness, it could no longer fly, it fell towards the ground. In the process of falling from the sky, it felt hungry again. It was as if his stomach had suddenly become empty. No, it was not hunger, it felt like it had suffered a loss. It was as if half of its body was empty. Now, do you know how Qing Clan's second Supreme Elder died to me? Yes, I purposely got hit by Green Mouth. Do you know why I was so confident? Spectral Soul laughed lightly in Qing Chao's stomach. Back when Spectral Soul was young, before he fought against Western Desert's Qing Clan, the high-spirited Ming Yu encountered a wild green-clawed ghost-winged lion and suffered a crushing defeat. Impossible. The soul path I created could not even defeat a beast. Even if it is an immemorial desolate beast, my soul path, how can my soul path be so weak? Ming Yu, who was exhausted from the battle, fell to the ground. He stared at the green claw ghost-winged lion with a crazed expression of disbelief and unwillingness. The green claw ghost-winged lion stood on all fours. It looked down at Ming Yu, who was lying on the sand. Its huge body cast a shadow of death over Ming Yu. Next, the green claw ghost-winged lion's nose twitched as it lowered its head and opened its mouth. Uchi. With a soft sound, the green claw ghost-winged lion bit off Ming Yu's leg. Ming Yu screamed in pain. He lost his entire right leg. Blood flowed out of the wound. The intense pain made him curl his body as he writhed on the sand. Soon, the surrounding sand and stones were dyed blood red. The green claw ghost-winged lion chewed his right leg. After swallowing it, it was unhappy with Ming Yu rolling around. It used its right claw to press him to the ground. No matter how Ming Yu struggled, he could not resist this enormous beast's strength. The green claw ghost-winged lion opened its mouth. This time, it tore off Ming Yu's left arm and swallowed it. Ming Yu screamed again. His eyes rolled back. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted. This time the pain was even more intense because his leg was bitten off by the green claw ghost-winged lion earlier, but this time his arm was torn off. Ming Yu's entire left shoulder still had a small portion of his arm muscles. His pale white arm bone was exposed. Ming Yu resisted. He used all his strength to activate his soul path killer move, but even when it hit the green claw ghost-winged lion, it only made a huge impact. It did not take a single step back. The green claw ghost-winged lion lost all its patience because of this attack. It opened its mouth for the third time and swallowed Ming Yu. Its sharp teeth bit and chewed continuously. Ming Yu's body was pierced by countless sharp teeth. His body was pierced and his bones were crushed. His head was not spared. The brain and blood mixed together before being swallowed by the green claw ghost-winged lion along with the crushed flesh. Ming Yu only had his soul left. However, the green claw ghost-winged lion's stomach could not digest living humans. It fed on souls. Ming Yu's soul was inside the green claw ghost-winged lion's stomach. He could not break free. He was quickly corroded by the gastric juices. The darkness of death engulfed him. Ming Yu's soul shook intensely. He knew that death was coming. Am I going to die? Dying in the mouth of a beast? Damn it. I am not resigned to this. I'm still too weak. I can still do more. I can definitely do more. I just created the soul path not too long ago. But his soul path methods were countered by the green claw ghost-winged lion. This immemorial desolate beast was Ming Yu's natural nemesis. I cannot die like this. I cannot accept this outcome. There is a way, there must be a way. My immortal aperture is still in my body, it is still with me. I have not lost contact with my goo worms. Soul path methods are useless. I still have food path. But those food path killer moves could not resist the green claw ghost-winged lion. If they could, Ming Yu would have used them long ago. He would not have ended up like this. The old food path killer moves are useless. I will create a new food path killer move. Ming Yu was indulging in fantasy, but to him, this was his final hope, even though this hope was minuscule. Ming Yu did not think about the minuscule chance of success. He concentrated on thinking and thinking. There had never been a moment like this when he was so focused. But his soul was being digested, becoming smaller and smaller. The efficiency of his thoughts fell sharply. Soon he could not think anymore. I cannot give up, I think. I think of The Legends of Ren Zhu. Chapter 2057. The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 5, Section 32. The human ancestor continued on his way. After a while, a huge predicament appeared in front of the human ancestor. Strong Gu was living in the predicament's body. Strong Gu laughed loudly. Oh human, I am back. I've invited a helper this time. Let's see what you can do. Ren Zhu could only stop in his tracks. The predicament in front of him was so huge, but he did not panic. Long ago, Ren Zhu had been chased by a group of predicaments, but when he gave his heart to the Hope Gu, Those predicaments feared Hope the most and fled in panic. Hope Gu, I need your help. Renzu summoned the Hope Gu, but the Hope Gu's radiance did not scare away this predicament. What was going on? Haha. Strong Gu laughed loudly. Oh human, now that this predicament has my help, it will definitely be the strongest predicament you will ever face in your life. How can you fight it off with just hope? The Renzu was speechless. At this time, weak Gu, who was protected by Renzu, spoke softly. Oh human, thank you for your protection. Don't worry too much, I'll give you an idea. Let's scare this predicament away. You can scare it away? Weak Gu shook his head. Humans, even someone as weak as me has a way to survive. When facing those who want to eat me or bully me, I will often bluff and deceive them, making them think that I am very strong. This world always gives preferential treatment to the strong. Even if we are weak, we have to pretend to be strong. Otherwise we will be bullied everywhere. Human, you can do the same. Don't you have fear, Gu? Isn't there attitude Gu on your face? Humanity heard weak Gu's suggestion and decided to give it a try. With the help of attitude Gu, his appearance became distorted and he revealed his teeth, displaying a fierce appearance. With the help of the fear Gu, the predicament was shocked. It grimaced in pain and squatted on the ground, staring at Renzu. Renzu was stunned. Why wasn't it scared away? Weak Gu encouraged. Didn't you give it a fright? This proves that my method works, but we need to put more effort into it. Oh human, why don't you put attitude Gu on self Gu? What is the most complete deception and disguise? He even lied to himself. If I do this, I should be able to deceive my way out of this predicament. Weak Gu continued. As long as the predicament feels that you are a true expert, it will make way for you. That's because adversity will always make way for the strong. Renzu took off the mask on his face and wore the attitude Gu on his self Gu. But it was no use. The predicament was still not scared away. Renzu suddenly realized, I understand now, when a person is in a really big predicament, just bluffing will not solve the actual problem. Strong Gu laughed loudly. Oh human, don't waste your efforts. With me here to remind the predicament, how could you possibly deceive it? You should not have saved weak Gu. Weak people often clamor and use overbearingness and violence to conceal their weakness. Renzu was helpless, he could only stall for time. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He said to Strong Gu, you said that the strong preys on the weak. It is only natural, I have to admit that. But how do you prove that you are strong and we are weak? If you can't prove it, how can you eat us? Strong Gu was stunned. Because I am Strong Gu, it is weak Gu. Renzu shook his head. Just the name alone cannot prove anything. Furthermore, other than you two Gu, there is still me in this predicament. Strong Gu smiled coldly. Then I have a good way to prove it. We will eat a portion of each other. Whoever can't persevere and loses will be the weak one. They deserve to be eaten. Renzu saw that he could not stall for time. He could only bite the bullet and say, then we can only do this. Don't regret it. But which of us should eat first? Strong Gu was confident in its strength. It smiled coldly. You can eat first, so what? Renzu sized up the predicament. He had never eaten a predicament before. Renzu thought about it and had an idea. Then I will eat the predicament's head first. The predicament plucked off its own head and gave it to Renzu. Renzu only took a bite before his expression twisted. He almost vomited. So bitter. It turned out that this was a huge bitter head. Not just that, even though the predicament lost its head, it was still standing straight. The thick neck that was missing its head did not bleed at all. It was fine. Ah. Strong Gu laughed loudly. Oh human, you made the wrong choice. You cannot solve the predicament by eating bitter heads. Furthermore, it is hard to say whether you can eat such a huge bitter head. If you cannot, that means you are weak. You deserve to be eaten by us. Compared to the predicament's head, Renzu's entire body was very small. Renzu knew that Strong Gu was right. He could not lose. Once he lost, not only would he be unable to protect the weak Gu, he would even lose his life. He would be buried in the predicament's stomach. Renzu could only frown as he opened his mouth and ate the bitter head. After eating dozens of mouthfuls, Renzu suddenly stopped. He almost vomited. Hope Gu quickly encouraged him. Oh human, don't vomit. Grit your teeth. No matter how big the bitter head is, you can eat it. Humans not only need to eat, they also need to suffer. Renzu nodded as he continued to eat. Renzu ate half of it with much difficulty. Fear Gu in his body shouted, oh heavens, when will I finish eating this? Renzu also felt a trace of despair. Courage Gu quickly said, oh human, you cannot be afraid of eating bitter heads. Don't be afraid of suffering. Suffering is only temporary. If you are afraid of suffering, you will have to suffer for your entire life. With the help of Courage Gu, Renzu finally ate all of the bitter head. Renzu wiped his lips as he looked at Strong Gu with difficulty. You can choose now. Strong Gu smiled. Then we will eat your skin first. Renzu had no choice but to tear off his skin and throw it to the predicament. The predicament had no head, it stuffed Renzu's skin into its thick neck. Renzu's skin was eaten by it, but its huge stomach did not swell at all. Strong Gu asked again, "Oh human, what do you want to eat next?" Renzu was troubled. He had just eaten the predicament's head, it was extremely bitter, he barely managed to hold on, but his stomach was almost full. Even though the predicament had no head, it was still alive. What should I eat? I ate too much earlier, my stomach is reaching its limit, if I eat too much I might die from bloating, that would be terrible. Renzu thought clearly, he wanted to eat the most crucial and fatal part of the predicament. But which part of the predicament was the most crucial to it? Renzu thought about it for a long time, he finally had a good idea, he said to Strong Gu, "Then I will eat the part that you do not want me to eat the most." Strong Gu snorted coldly, "Then you will suffer." It took out all of the losses from the predicament's body and fed them to Renzu. These losses were not huge and there were not many of them. But Renzu was surprised because after these losses were taken out, the huge predicament shrunk by a lot. Rules and regulations, Gu explained to Renzu. "Oh human, you do not need to find it strange. Predicaments differ from person to person, you have suffered so much earlier, the losses you can eat are naturally smaller, you will have less." Renzu was secretly happy. This is a good feeling. Even if I eat all of these losses, I will not reach my limit, I will not be full. Renzu opened his mouth and ate a small loss. So spicy. Renzu was speechless. He continued to eat. Renzu opened his mouth, his breathing became heavier and heavier, his eyes that had lost their eyes started to tear up. He continued to eat. Renzu's entire body was covered in sweat, the tears that flowed out of his eyes were mixed together, they could not be separated. The most unbearable thing for Renzu was that there were flames growing in his heart. These yellow flames were like little chicks, they gathered together in a nest. The more losses he suffered, the more anger he felt. The more anger he felt, the more Renzu's hearts could not take it, they were about to be burned to death. At this time, a heart of nobility grew in Renzu's chest. Compared to the other hearts, this heart of nobility bore the greatest amount of anger. With this heart to share the pressure, Renzu finally got through it. Renzu suffered all of the losses. Strong Gu looked at Renzu's bulging stomach and snickered, "Oh human, you are about to reach your limit, it is our turn to eat." Renzu breathed with difficulty, "Then what do you want to eat?" Strong Gu said, "I want to eat your flesh." Renzu was helpless, he could only let it eat his flesh. Renzu's skin and flesh entered the predicament's stomach, only his bones, organs and hair were left. In the deep eerie darkness, only Mingyu's thoughts were flickering with difficulty, he was emitting the final radiance of his life. "I can do it, come, food path killer move, bitter taste. Food path killer move, eating loss." The green claw ghost winged lion was flying in the sky when its body shook intensely, it cried out as it fell from the sky. With a loud sound, it landed on the desert, creating a huge pit. The green claw ghost winged lion struggled intensely, it twisted on the sand and created a huge sand wave. It could not endure this surging wave of bitterness, its heart was burning intensely. It knew that Mingyu, who was in its stomach, was playing tricks, it did not hesitate to stab its claws into its stomach. It struggled for a long time, its strength gradually dissipated until it died. Following the hole created by the claws, Mingyu's soul was like a wisp of smoke, it carried some immortal essence and goo worms as it escaped from the lion's stomach with difficulty. I really survived. Even he felt that this result was inconceivable. His soul was dim after floating for a while, it slumped on the ground weakly. On the ground, he breathed heavily for a long time before he recovered a little. Looking at the dark sky, Spectral Soul, who was still a young man, snorted coldly before laughing loudly, "Pathetic, truly pathetic. But in this world, who doesn't put up a struggle before death? I swear." Spectral Soul's form was blurry, he seemed to be pointing at the sky. He used an extremely firm and serious tone, but at the same time he shouted with all his strength, "This is the final struggle before death in my life. From today onwards, only I will make others struggle before death. The 5 regions and 2 heavens shall bear witness." The world was silent. After traveling through space and time, his memories faded, he returned to the current battlefield. Ching Cho rolled in the air, it could not hold on any longer, its throat moved as it spat out Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's figure was like a phantom. He quickly appeared on Qing Chao's back. He raised his right hand, his 5 fingers were gray like ink, it was very strange. His 5 fingernails were longer than his fingers, they were pale and sharp, giving off a cold and terrifying aura. Go ahead and struggle before death. Don't worry, I will not give you any hope of survival. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with a dark light, his 5 fingers stabbed down at lightning speed. Roar. Chapter 2058. Thunder rumbled, destroying the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini Southern Border was in a terrible state under the myriad destruction lightning forests rampage, countless mountains collapsed. The ground was cracked and filled with countless craters. Combat Beast King had been fighting while bathed in blood, his injuries were getting more severe, his situation was getting worse. He was using his life to hold on, but he could not change the overall situation. Compared to the might of heaven and earth, even if I am a rank 8 Gu immortal, what can I do? Combat Beast King had been cultivating in the sovereign immortal aperture. His horizons were broadened, his strength rose greatly, he was full of confidence. But now, under the myriad tribulation, he could feel how insignificant and weak he was. Myriad destruction lightning forest's range had expanded again. While Fang Yuan's main body had to deal with the battle outside, he was at a huge disadvantage. Against the myriad tribulation, it was still dangerous for Fang Yuan to go all out, but now he had to expend more than half of his energy to fight Spectral Soul. This was a myriad tribulation, countless rank 8s had fallen miserably at this round. Fang Yuan's situation was even more special. This was not his first myriad tribulation. Not only did he skip 2 in a row, but this myriad tribulation was also a violent evolution of the more than 3,000 heaven Dao marks that he possessed. Such a myriad tribulation was extremely rare even in the long history of the human race. Forced by the situation, Fang Yuan had no choice but to multitask. He dealt with the battle while inspecting the sovereign immortal aperture. He looked at the heaven path Dao marks transforming into lightning path and cloud path, forming this myriad tribulation. He suddenly had an epiphany. I understand a little. At that moment, he understood the essence of the calamities and tribulations. In the past, he already knew. Calamities and tribulations were controlled by the heavenly Dao, and the heavenly Dao focused on balance. It took away surpluses and replenished deficits. Every Gu immortal and immortal aperture had a large number of Dao marks. They were objects that the heavenly Dao had to balance. Thus, every once in a while, the heavenly Dao would show its might and create calamities and tribulations to trouble Gu immortals. But why could they create all sorts of calamities and tribulations? Fang Yuan did not know. Right now, this doubt in Fang Yuan's mind was completely solved by the scene in front of him. It turned out that no matter what kind of calamity or tribulation it was actually a transformation of the heavenly Dao marks. The heavenly Dao marks could transform into any style, which was why there were the flying frost lightning tribulation, the 4 blazing clouds tribulation, the dragon roar tribulation, the heavenly drum thunder tribulation, the windflower tribulation, the snow moon tribulation, the black-white flying salt tribulation. These calamities and tribulations covered all sorts of paths. There were too many of them, Gu immortals could not guess them, it was hard to deal with them. And the heavenly Dao would even imitate venerable methods, for example, thieving heaven demon venerables' formless hands. The various types of calamities and tribulations were only on the surface. In essence, they were all heavenly Dao marks. The higher the Gu immortals' cultivation level, the more Dao marks they would accumulate, and the greater the difference between them and the natural environment. The more imbalanced it was, the more heavenly Dao marks would be drawn out, and the stronger the calamity and tribulation would be. No one in the world could cultivate heaven path, so even if a Gu immortal underwent tribulation, they would not be able to store heaven path Dao marks. These heaven path Dao marks would turn into Dao marks of other paths and remain in the Gu immortal's immortal aperture. Thinking about it, in Crazed Demon Cave, the heaven path Dao marks could create all sorts of strange small worlds, and after these small worlds were destroyed, they would turn back into heaven path Dao marks. And the immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move that Fang Yuan obtained from Langya sect had a similar principle. Immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move used the blessed land or grotto heaven as the refinement main body. Using the killer move to connect with the 5 regions outside the immortal aperture, it could influence the calamities and tribulations and use the calamities and tribulations to temper the immortal aperture itself. Langya blessed land had once been placed in Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Crescent Lake's surroundings were filled with dense water path and refinement path Dao marks. Every time, immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move would be used to deal with calamities and tribulations. Normally they would form water path and refinement path calamities and tribulations. After passing them, the immortal aperture would gain water path and refinement path Dao marks. This move was actually to influence the direction of the heaven path Dao marks evolution. Giant Sun Immortals' true inheritance also had luck path methods to weaken calamities and tribulations. For example, dog shit luck and fortune rivaling heaven. These were luck path Dao marks that interacted with the heaven path Dao marks to transform into calamities and tribulations, causing changes that were beneficial to the Gu immortal, causing the power of the calamities and tribulations to decrease. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's killer move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation limited the transformation of heaven path Dao marks. It turned every calamity and tribulation into a transformation path Beast Calamity. Fang Yuan obtained the killer move Exposing Heavenly Secret from Shadow Sect's true inheritance. It could accurately deduce the contents of calamities and tribulations. Exposing Heavenly Secret used Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu as the core. It clearly used the origin, heaven path Dao marks to make deductions. Thus, the results of the deduction were so precise. Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, Luck Path Methods, Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, Exposing Heavenly Secret. All of these methods were in Fang Yuan's hands, but unfortunately he could not use them for the time being. The heaven path Dao marks restricted him. He could not use these killer moves freely. Only by using human path methods to resist heaven path could Fang Yuan gain some time and space to use other killer moves. Like earlier in Celestial Court, when Fang Yuan used unlimited Qi to break the primordial Qi wall. Fang Yuan set up a human path formation in the sovereign immortal aperture, with the 1,000-wish tree as the core. But Providence was not stupid, it knew about Fang Yuan's details. Myriad Destruction Lightning Forest also appeared in Mini Central Continent. It started to attack the human path formation. Fang Yuan was forced into a passive state. Roar. Beast roars resounded. A large group of soul beasts charged towards the lightning clouds in the sky. They charged with great momentum, disregarding their own safety. These were all soul beasts, a large number of desolate level soul beasts, ancient soul beasts, and 4 immemorial soul beasts. These soul beasts were mostly captured by Fang Yuan in Green Ghost Desert. Among them, these immemorial soul beasts were obtained when Fang Yuan helped Fang Clan obtain Divine Beam Palace. These soul beasts had always been kept in Mini Black Heaven. Right now, Fang Yuan was in trouble. He had to use this portion of his foundation. Fang Yuan acted decisively. He mobilized all of his soul beasts to disperse the lightning clouds, to give him a chance to counterattack. The soul beasts were extremely fragile under the myriad tribulation. They were like paper. In just a while, close to 100 desolate level soul beasts were annihilated by the lightning strikes. More than 10 ancient soul beasts died as well. Fang Yuan's heart was cold. He did not waver. The soul beasts were already useful. They attracted a large amount of firepower. They helped Fang Yuan gain some time. Even though these soul beasts included immemorial soul beasts, they did not have immortal Gu. They were only high-level cannon fodder in front of the myriad tribulation. But this was making the best use of them. Fang Yuan did not dare to use the soul beasts to deal with Spectral Soul. In fact, ever since those immemorial year beasts defected to Spectral Soul's side, Fang Yuan had given up on this idea. A huge force surged into Spectral Soul's body like a surging tide. Qing Chou struggled intensely, activating killer moves one after another, attacking its body. But Spectral Soul endured Qing Chou's frenzied attacks as he continued to absorb its strength. The reason why soul beasts existed in this world was because of Spectral Soul's soul path. Spectral Soul understood soul beasts too well. Not only could he make soul beasts loyal to him, he even had methods to absorb strength from soul beasts to replenish himself. Qing Chou's struggles became weaker and weaker. Spectral Soul looked at Qing Chou with satisfaction. The hatred Gu in Qing Chou's body was getting close to completion. This fool was simply giving away treasures while sacrificing his life. Spectral Soul suppressed Qing Chou while putting most of his attention on Dragon Palace. From the start to the end, he did not relax at all. He kept staring at Fang Yuan's main body. The entire battle was still under his control. Whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The atmosphere was majestic. 2 giant hands slammed the door from left and right, attacking Spectral Soul. These 2 hands were black and white. They were grand and powerful. They resonated with each other. It was a Qi Path killer move, Yin Yang Great Killer move. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan's Qi Path clone had arrived. Spectral Soul snickered as soul smoke rose from his body. 2 immemorial soul beasts flew out of the smoke, crashing into the 2 Qi Path hands. The Qi Path hands squeezed fiercely, causing the 2 immemorial soul beasts to cry out in pain, but they could not be killed immediately. Chi-Si ancestor did not know whether he should let them go or not. If he continued to hold on to these two immemorial soul beasts, his attacks would be restrained. If he let them go, these two immemorial soul beasts would come and find trouble with him. Chi-Si ancestor grunted as he waved his hands. The black and white Chi path hands flew away, bringing the two immemorial soul beasts away from the battlefield. Spectral Soul had already achieved his goal. He used the two immemorial soul beasts to block Chi-Si ancestor and also diverted Chi-Si ancestor's attention. After all, the Chi-Si clone still needed to maintain the black and white Chi path hands to capture the two immemorial soul beasts. The first round of battle between Chi-Si and Spectral Soul was a simple exchange. Spectral Soul sacrificed two immemorial soul beasts while Chi-Si ancestor expended a portion of his energy, immortal essence, and opportunity. Both sides were evenly matched. In fact, Spectral Soul was at a slight disadvantage. After all, the two immemorial soul beasts had rank 8 battle strength. But looking at the overall situation, Spectral Soul had the upper hand. He continued to control the situation. Because he secretly controlled soul pacifying Grotto Heaven, he had many immemorial soul beasts. It was not a big deal to give up 2 of them. Instead, Chi-Si ancestor did not make use of the opportunity he should have. He wanted to disrupt Spectral Soul but was disrupted by him instead. He wasted his chance. Spectral Soul played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses. He absorbed Qing Chao's strength to strengthen himself while weakening Qing Chou at the same time. All in all, he made a huge profit. This round of battle was only a miniature version of the battle, but it displayed Spectral Soul's rich battle experience and strategic vision. His control over the battle was so precise and flawless that even people like Fang Yuan felt suffocated. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up. While repairing Dragon Palace and getting restless, he ordered Chi-Si ancestor to attack again. Spectral Soul did 3 things at once. He suppressed Dragon Palace and used the Black Smoke Whirlpool to kill it. He absorbed Qing Chao's soul beast strength, and he used killer moves to defend against Chi-Si ancestor's attacks. Dragon Palace, Qing Chou, and Chi-Si ancestor were all peak battle strengths in the current world, but even with 3 against 1, they could not turn the situation around. In truth, Spectral Soul's current strength was not too outstanding, but he had the complete advantage against Dragon Palace. He countered Qing Chou. He also had a clear understanding of Chi-Si ancestor's abilities. He has many soul path methods. Each move complements each other and is closely linked. It is an extremely outstanding combat system. In contrast, my Chi-Si clone has not been around for long and has few methods. He can easily see through me. Fang Yuan's main body observed the situation. The Chi-Si clone's main offensive method was Yin-Yang Great Killer Move. His main defensive method was Heavenly Astral Cloth Clothes. His foundation was too weak. In the eyes of existences like Spectral Soul, after a few rounds of fighting, he would be able to come up with countermeasures. Be it battle strength, insight, or experience, Spectral Soul stood at the peak of the world. He was once an invincible demon venerable who roamed the world unhindered. Among the venerables, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was publicly recognized as the person with the greatest killing intent. He was an expert who had gone through intense battles. He fought his way out of the encirclement and created a path of blood. Chapter 2059. Chi-Si Ancestor, how is the situation on your side? During the intense battle, Fang Yuan's Chi-Si clone received Qin Ding Ling's transmission. Chi-Si ancestor did not speak. He used an information path goo worm to record the battle scene and sold it to Qin Ding Ling through Jewel Yellow Skies. The Heavenly Court quickly grasped the situation of the battle like the back of their hands. Qin Ding Ling's heart shook. Spectral Soul's strength far surpassed her previous estimation. Chi-Si ancestor seemed to be unable to restrain Spectral Soul. At this rate, Spectral Soul was likely to kill Fang Yuan, defeat Chi-Si, and devour Qing Chou, becoming the greatest beneficiary of this battle. This was something Qin Ding Ling did not want to see. Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul were both powerful demons. It was best if they died together. It would be best if Longevity Heaven was implicated as well. This was the result that Qin Ding Ling was looking forward to. My side is using an immortal goo house. If we join the battle now, we can still influence the situation. Even though Qing Chou is strong, using it to deal with Spectral Soul is a mistake. Looking at Spectral Soul's expression, he seems to be certain that Fang Yuan's main body is inside Dragon Palace. Then, has Fairy Myrtle succeeded in her deduction and informed Spectral Soul? Qin Ding Ling guessed the truth, but she was not certain. She looked at the operating Wisdom Path formation, then at Calamity Luck Altar. If Celestial Court could eliminate Fairy Myrtle and the rest, that would be for the best. By cutting off Spectral Soul's wings in advance, there were fewer factors influencing this battle. Unfortunately, Calamity Luck Altar was here. and even longevity heaven's experts were involved. Qin Dingling did not have much confidence in dealing with Fairy Myrtle and the rest. Longevity heaven. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Among the celestial court Gu immortals present, she hated longevity heaven the most. Back then she was forced to become Giant Sun Immortal's immortal concubine. She endured the humiliation and successfully cultivated luck path, participating in the Fate War. But at the crucial moment, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's Giant Sun attacked through a huge wager on the scales of victory. Longevity heaven, I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Qin Dingling vowed in her heart. Just as Qin Dingling was thinking, a rank 7 Immortal Gu house flew over. This Immortal Gu house belonged to Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder had personally brought an important person from Celestial Court, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong, hurry up and take action. Collect the dreamscape before us, Qin Dingling ordered. Yes. The Immortal Gu house opened its door. Feng Kim Hong stood on the stairs with a solemn expression, quickly making his move. She had Dream Wings Immortal Gu in the modified Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. In fact, this killer move was the result of Fairy Z-Way's deductions. Lumps of dream realms turned into human forms and flew into Spirit Affinity House's Immortal Gu house. Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven's forces were in a commotion. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with divine light. Old man Jing Yuan quickly asked, Fairy, should we make a move? After all, these dream realms belonged to Spectral Soul, they were related to his attainment level. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Endure it for now, these dream realms are only a small portion, they are not the main point. Fang Yuan is our main target. Currently, Spectral Soul's side had a clear advantage. If this continued, it would be very beneficial to Shadow Sect. Fairy Myrtle also did not want to break the balance here and disrupt the overall situation. Feng Kim Hong was only a rank 5 Gu master, he was not even a rank 6 Gu immortal. But her identity was special, she was Feng Jioga's daughter. Once she was attacked, Feng Jioga might be lured out. Feng Jioga's future self-killer move was likely to have disappeared. He was in the same situation as Bai Ningbing and He Lulan. But even so, with just Feng Jioga's strength he could participate in the battle, he was a variable. Especially when this variable was not beneficial to Shadow Sect, Fairy Myrtle felt that it was better to avoid trouble. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan also had the same consideration, he did not make a move. Feng Kim Hong collected the dream realms under the protection of Celestial Court's immortals. Qin Dingling had a complex feeling. She made use of Feng Kim Hong in the end, and also indirectly used Feng Jioga's influence and deterrence. When did the powerful Celestial Court fall to such a state? The pride in Qin Dingling's heart suppressed her, but the rationality in her mind told her. She had to use all the resources and strength she could. Qi Si Ancestor sent another message, requesting for Celestial Court's reinforcements. Qin Dingling rejected this request, hoping that Qi Si Ancestor could hold on for a while longer. Qi Si Ancestor took a step back. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range is closest to Black Heaven Temple. Why don't we ask Black Heaven Temple to send Immortal Gu houses to patrol the battlefield? If I am unable to stop Spectral Soul from killing Fang Yuan, Black Heaven Temple's forces can interfere. Qin Dingling thought about it. She did not tell Qi Si Ancestor that she had already ordered Black Heaven Temple. She rejected him. Black Heaven Temple's battle strength is not enough to interfere in a battle of this level. Qi Si Ancestor replied angrily, this is a rare opportunity. If Celestial Court hesitates and misses this chance, it will be the Righteous Path's regret if either of these two demons grows stronger. Qin Dingling sighed, Ancestor, how can I not know that? But the current Celestial Court is not as strong as before, we need to be careful. If Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals join the battle, they will only be sending themselves to death. Ancestor, please forgive us. Qi Si Ancestor could not help but feel dejected. The leader of Celestial Court told him this openly. Celestial Court was truly different from before, they did things differently, Fang Yuan could not make use of them easily. While Qi Si Ancestor and Qin Dingling conversed secretly, Demon Immortal Qi Ju also asked Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan's main body is here, why are you not here yet? Fang Yuan had set up a will in Myriad Year Flying Warship. He had also entrusted many Immortal Gu and Immortal Essence to it. Under the disguise of familiar face, it was extremely lifelike. Demon Immortal Qi Ju informed Spectral Soul of this information, but the latter was still fighting with Dragon Palace, he showed no signs of leaving. All of this made Demon Immortal Qi Ju suspicious. Spectral Soul replied directly, don't forget that Fang Yuan still has familiar face. At present, we still can't determine his true body's location. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju became even more suspicious. Spectral Soul, are you hiding something from me? Spectral Soul replied directly, don't worry, you just need to stall Myriad Year Flying Warship, there will be a huge reward for you. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju did not buy it, he smiled coldly in reply, no worries. I have a great plan to find out the true location of Fang Yuan's main body. Saying so, he suddenly stopped. Ignoring Myriad Year Flying Warship, he flew towards Spectral Soul's location. Myriad Year Flying Warship was stunned for a moment before it flew into the sky, rapidly pulling away from Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Spectral Soul sensed something amiss, he quickly urged, Chi-Ju, don't be rash. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had a firm attitude. Sometimes we have to take a gamble, right? Maybe you have some information that you just obtained, can you tell me now? Spectral Soul snorted coldly but did not reply. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was silent. He flew through the wind and clouds, his speed increasing rapidly. A few breaths of time later, Myriad Year Flying Warship's figure appeared behind him again. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju saw this and laughed loudly. Oh Spectral Soul, look, I found out the location just like that. I am certain now that Fang Yuan's main body is inside Dragon Palace. If Fang Yuan's main body was inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, he would have escaped long ago. But now that Myriad Year Flying Warship had flown back and was trying to stall Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, it was clear that Fang Yuan's main body did not want Spectral Soul to receive reinforcements, he was trying to stall Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. At this point, Fang Yuan's deceptive tactic of splitting his forces was completely exposed. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was an old demon whose name was recorded in history after all. In terms of seniority, he surpassed everyone here, even Spectral Soul was inferior to him. After sensing something amiss, he immediately took action to find out the truth. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, he had an unhappy expression. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's move caused the situation to go out of Spectral Soul's control. Spectral Soul was only tempting Chi-Ju, the two were wary of each other, they were making use of each other. The reason why Spectral Soul did not want to lure Demon Immortal Chi-Ju here was because he was worried that this person would change his mind and covet the huge benefits of killing Fang Yuan. But looking at Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's actions now, Spectral Soul's worry was very wise. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju clearly had his own plans. Spectral Soul did not panic. When he lured Demon Immortal Chi-Ju to participate in the battle, he had already realized this. But there was no helping it, Spectral Soul had not recovered for long, Shadow Sect had not developed yet. There were too many variables in this battle, Spectral Soul had to increase his bargaining chips as much as possible. Thankfully, Fairy Myrtle had contacted Longevity Heaven earlier, Bing Sichuan and the rest were temporarily on Shadow Sect's side. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more chaotic. Did Bing Sichuan not have any ulterior motives? Was he really going to watch as Spectral Soul killed Fang Yuan? Of course not. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert, she had deep considerations. She set up the formation in front of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. On one hand, it was to restrain Celestial Court, on the other hand, it was to keep Longevity Heaven in check. This battle to kill Fang Yuan, even though it was not as grand as the Fate War, it involved at least 4 parties, dozens of Gu Immortals, almost all of the top experts in the world were present. These people fought and schemed against each other. Spectral Soul acutely sensed that the situation was rapidly going out of his control. Immortal Killer Move, Chi Wall. In the intense battle, Chi Si Ancestor suddenly pushed with both hands, creating a tall Chi Wall. The Chi Wall was like a mountain as it pressed down on Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul pointed with his fingers as several immemorial soul beasts appeared, growling as they tried to hold up the Chi Wall. Chi Si Ancestor gave a deep shout as he stretched out his right hand, his palm was aimed at Spectral Soul from afar. Spectral Soul immediately sensed it, black smoke swirled around his body, forming a spherical barrier that covered him. The moment Chi Si Ancestor finished preparing his killer move, he suddenly changed the direction of his palm, aiming at the black smoke spiral. Immortal Killer Move, Giant Chi Hand Explosion. Boom. With a loud sound, the black smoke spiral was blown to pieces, black chi scattered everywhere. Dragon Palace, which was heavily damaged, moved extremely quickly, drawing an orange-gold light in the sky as it escaped. At this point, Dragon Palace finally escaped. Spectral Soul's attention was drawn by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. This small opening was discovered by Chi Si Ancestor. He even managed to seize the opportunity. Spectral Soul looked at Chi Si Ancestor deeply. Other than intense anger and killing intent in his eyes, there was also a trace of praise and admiration. Chi Si Ancestor's move was truly smooth. Now that Dragon Palace escaped, Spectral Soul had to follow it. He could only give up on the heavy Qingqiu. Chapter 2060. Fang Yuan, where do you think you can run to? Spectral Soul smiled coldly. Black smoke surged out of his body. An immemorial soul beast flew out of the black smoke like a giant python. It pounced towards Dragon Palace with strong winds. The orange light on Dragon Palace shook as a trace of pink smoke flew out. The smoke spread out as the immemorial soul beast was sucked into Dragon Palace. It was suppressed without any resistance. It was a mortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. Spectral Soul was only wary of Dragon Palace because of this method. But now that dreamy light smoke had just been activated, Spectral Soul created an opportunity to move like a phantom. His speed increased rapidly as he approached Dragon Palace. Immortal killer move, Qi Wall. Qi Si Ancestor pushed with his palms. Winds blew as a huge Qi wall was formed, blocking in front of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He broke the Qi wall, but he lost the opportunity. Dragon Palace changed directions as dreamy light smoke's aura intensified again. Behind it, Qingqiu roared. It wanted to chase, but it had no strength. It was left far behind in a few breaths of time. Dragon Palace, Spectral Soul, and Qi Si Ancestor fought intensely as they flew through the sky. Qi Si Ancestor played the role of a troublemaker. Spectral Soul's attacks were all in vain. Spectral Soul was annoyed. He decided to attack Qi Si Ancestor ruthlessly. But at this time, Dragon Palace started to retaliate to protect Qi Si Ancestor. Especially when dreamy light smoke was about to be unleashed, Spectral Soul had to be on guard. At once, the situation fell into a stalemate. Spectral Soul had not recovered to his peak strength. His battle strength was not far from Dragon Palace and Qi Si Ancestor. Once Dragon Palace and Qi Si Ancestor cooperated and shared the pressure, Spectral Soul felt a sense of helplessness. He could not take care of both sides at the same time. He could not do anything. At this time, Spectral Soul started to think about Qingqiu. I should not have weakened Qingqiu to this extent. I should have left it with a portion of its battle strength to disrupt their cooperation. Spectral Soul felt some regret. He was alone. He did not need any cooperation. But Fang Yuan, Qi Si Ancestor, and the rest were different. They had to work together to resist Spectral Soul. Qingqiu was blinded by hatred. Once it joined the battle, it would disrupt the cooperation between Fang Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor. Spectral Soul would have a lot of room to maneuver. However, Spectre's tactic was not wrong. Once Qingqiu was completely subdued, Spectral Soul's advantage would rise sharply. Victory would be assured. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Qi Si Ancestor. In just a moment, Spectral Soul would have completely subdued Qingqiu. However, this little bit of skill was enough to make Fang Yuan disappear without a trace. Spectral Soul did not want to take a risk here. This time, Spectral Soul had the advantage of being in the dark while the enemy was in the open. But what about next time? If Fang Yuan was prepared, would there still be such a chance? Even Spectral Soul could not guarantee it. Even with Fairy Myrtle's divination method, did Fang Yuan not have a way to counter it? The Celestial Court was the best example. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch Fang Yuan. What happened in the end? Fang Yuan got stronger and stronger as he fought. In the end, he charged into the Celestial Court and destroyed Fake Gu. Even though many existences behind Fang Yuan invested in him and helped him, why did so many people invest in him alone? Were there no better candidates? Even otherworldly demons had quite a number of them. Fang Yuan was used by Providence by so many people. He naturally had his own unique value. Ignoring everything else, just his escape skill alone was enough to make Spectral Soul admire him. Fang Yuan had deep attainment in escaping. He was truly vicious and crafty. Especially when it came to making use of the situation to escape from the encirclement of various forces, while also growing his own strength. Spectral Soul had rich battle experience. He knew deep down, to deal with an enemy like Fang Yuan, he needed to be extremely careful. Once he attacked, he had to deal a fatal blow. He could not give him time to rest or heal his injuries. An enemy like Fang Yuan was too good at making use of opportunities. As long as there was a chance, even if he was a dead fish now, he could make a comeback at the next moment. Fang Yuan was that kind of person. He could shine with a bit of sunlight, sprout with a bit of rain, and create trouble with a bit of time. That's right, Spectral Soul was wary of Fang Yuan. Even he had to admit this point, because he saw his own shadow in Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you will definitely lose if you defend for too long. How long can you last? I will definitely kill you. Spectral Soul said coldly. He did not forget to exert mental pressure on Fang Yuan. Qi Si, after this battle, even if you hide, I will kill my way into Eastern Sea. I will destroy your Chi-Si first before slaughtering all of your subordinates in the two heavens. Spectral Soul turned around and threatened Chi-Si Ancestor. The Chi-Si clone smiled calmly, so the so-called demon venerable is just a braggart. Spectral Soul snickered coldly. Chi-Si Ancestor's expression changed, black chi coiled around his body and invaded his body. Spectral Soul used words to distract Chi-Si Ancestor. Even though this was not a flaw in Spectral Soul's eyes, it was an opportunity he could make use of. Chi-Si Ancestor quickly retreated. Spectral Soul wanted to chase after him, but Dragon Palace flew over to protect him, greatly reducing the pressure on the Chi-Si clone. Chi-Si Ancestor used all his strength to get rid of the hidden injuries on his body. After regaining his footing, he returned to join the battle. The situation was in a deadlock again. But this time, no matter how Spectral Soul provoked him, Chi-Si Ancestor did not dare to be careless. Like this, the three sides fought along the way. Countless winds and lightning were created as they moved towards the north with a grand momentum. They flew over Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range and entered Intestine Corridor. Black Heaven Temple's immortals were hiding in Intestine Corridor. Several immortal goo houses were hidden in the depths of Intestine Corridor. Their auras were not exposed. Seeing the approaching battle in the sky, Black Heaven Temple's goo immortals became excited. They're here, they're here. They're finally here. The battle is really intense. Is that female immortal the body that Spectral Soul borrowed? Dragon Palace has been destroyed to this extent. Fang Yuan really does not have the strength to fight anymore. I have never seen him in such a pathetic state. He deserves it. If not for him, Fate Immortal Goo would not have been destroyed. Be it Fang Yuan or Spectral Soul, they both deserve to die. Black Heaven Temple's immortals gritted their teeth. They treated Chi-Si Ancestor differently. When we fight later, let Chi-Si Ancestor go. This time, it's all thanks to him that the problem of the Heavenly Court's energy harvest fruit was completely eliminated. He is our ally, but he does not know that we are lying in ambush here. We cannot accidentally injure him. Even though Chi-Si Ancestor and Dragon Palace were cooperating closely, Black Heaven Temple's goo immortals were not surprised. Spectral Soul was too strong, they had to do this to resist him. Precisely because of Chi-Si Ancestor's hard work, Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul were fighting each other to the death. They continued to exhaust each other. We're close, we're close. Let's fight. Black Heaven Temple's goo immortals were eager. Whoosh. Right at this moment, Spectral Soul attacked. Black smoke rumbled as eerie winds blew. Under the cover of the eerie winds, several mountains and valleys were reduced to dust. Boom. To resist the eerie winds, Chi-Si Ancestor had to use the killer move Chi Wall. Dragon Palace shone brightly with golden light, shooting out a grand light pillar, using offense as defense, shooting straight at Spectral Soul. Just as it was about to hit, Spectral Soul's body flickered as he vanished on the spot, easily dodging the pillar of light. The pillar of light tore through the sky. It was hundreds of meters long, creating a huge ravine on the ground. In an instant, dust clouds rumbled as countless mountains collapsed. A brand new man-made earth trench appeared in front of Black Heaven Temple's immortals. After this burst of attacks, Spectral Soul did not create any opportunity. He restrained himself and fought against Dragon Palace and Chi-Si as he flew. Black Heaven Temple's several immortal goo houses were silent. That burst of attacks earlier had shaken them both physically and mentally. So this is their true battle strength. Many people were scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat after they realized what had happened. No one mentioned attacking anymore. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Eventually, Black Heaven Temple's first Supreme Elder coughed twice, breaking the silence. He purposely muttered to himself, "No wonder Celestial Court's Lord Qin ordered us to wait for an opportunity. That's right, Lord Qin is very wise. What do we do now? Continue to lie in ambush? They have not discovered us yet. Maybe there will be an opportunity? That makes sense. Actually, even if there is no opportunity, we cannot come here for nothing, right? At the very least, we need to gather information about the battle and report it to Lord Qin." Rumble. Just as Black Heaven Temple's immortals were discussing, a battle erupted in the sky again. At once, the sky turned dark and gloomy, the ground shook. The aftermath of the battle spread in the sky, creating a huge shockwave. Trees were uprooted, rocks flew everywhere, countless beasts cried out and died. It was a scene of the apocalypse. Black Heaven Temple's immortals stared with wide eyes. They saw Spectral Soul's black soul ball being dodged by Dragon Palace. The soul orb fell into a valley far away. There was no sound. In an instant, with that valley as the center, the surrounding 1,000 li of mountains turned into black ash, dispersing with the wind. The originally lively mountain range had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a huge empty crater. Gulp. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva, the surrounding goo immortals could hear it clearly. What killer move was that just now? It is too strange. There are no records of it in history. It is not strange for Spectral Soul's method to have such power. But if it were to land on us, forget about us, even the immortal goo houses in our sects might not be able to withstand it. Let's go? Lord Qin told us to wait for an opportunity, he naturally allows us to retreat. Black Heaven Temple's immortals looked at each other before looking at First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder's expression was dark as he said solemnly, "We need to preserve our strength, we cannot waste it here. If we sacrifice ourselves, who will be able to support Black Heaven Temple? Lord Qin will not blame us, we need to plan for the future." Chapter 2061. Fang Yuan. This is the end. Spectral Soul chased for a while before attacking again. This time he was very confident. At once, dark winds howled, black clouds covered the sky, it was like a huge wall blocking Dragon Palace. This is retreat. At this moment, Wu Shuai's expression became very nervous. He recognized this, it was a Soul Path battlefield killer move. Black clouds spread out, Dragon Palace and Qi Si Ancestor quickly retreated. Immortal killer move, Soul Taker battlefield. This was Spectral Soul's most famous battlefield killer move. Spectral Soul had used this to kill countless enemies. Once they entered the battlefield, dark blue soul beasts would appear from the dense dark fog. There were tens of thousands of soul beasts, they were endless. The souls of the living beings that died in this battlefield would be extracted by the battlefield, forming new soul beasts that could be controlled by Spectral Soul. If Dragon Palace was trapped by the black smoke whirlpool, there was hope of escaping. But if it was trapped by Soul Taker battlefield, there was little chance of escaping. Fang Yuan obtained a true inheritance from Shadow Sect. The true inheritance naturally included Soul Taker battlefield, he had a deep understanding of this move. But now, Spectral Soul was using this method openly, it was likely that he had modified it long ago. In fact, everything that Fang Yuan knew could become a trap for Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan, Qi Si Ancestor, and the rest did not dare to fight, they continued to escape. Spectral Soul moved the black smoke in the sky as he chased after them. When ordinary goo immortals used battlefield killer moves, if they could not surround them they would have to stop. But was Spectral Soul ordinary? He used a disassembly technique to split the Soul Beast battlefield killer move into different parts. The first step was to form black smoke, Spectral Soul could use it continuously and move around without any flaws. Soul Taker battlefield was created by Spectral Soul in his early days, he used it until the end of his life. In his later years he created an even stronger battlefield killer move, 100 million slaughter field. Why did he not use a stronger killer move? Did he not gather the necessary goo worms? Fang Yuan guessed. Spectral Soul was also guessing. After escaping from Celestial Court, Fang Yuan has been flying towards the north. Where is he going? Northern Plains? If it was Northern Plains, where exactly was it? Crazed Demon Cave? Now that the 5 regions merged into one, the regional walls vanished, this was very beneficial to Spectral Soul. Without the help of the boundary wall, there were only a few places where Fang Yuan could shake off his pursuers. Spectral Soul was very familiar with the 5 regions, he was the first to guess Crazed Demon Cave. Even if the Spectre could not confirm this guess, he knew that stopping Fang Yuan from heading north was a wise choice. Therefore, Spectral Soul's soul fog and black smoke covered the sky, forcing Fang Yuan to change directions and fly over Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range again. At the same time, in another battlefield. Done. Feng Kim Hong was panting as he stopped his killer move. Her forehead was already covered in sweat. Activating the Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation under such circumstances put her under immense pressure. Fortunately, everything was done. Under the gazes of dozens of rank 8 goo immortals from Celestial Court, Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven, Feng Kim Hong collected all of the floating dream realms in the sky. There were no traces of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is not hiding here after all. The goo immortals were disappointed but also secretly let out sighs of relief. Qin Ding Ling immediately attacked, she moved the immortal goo house towards the Wisdom Path formation. Fairy Myrtle, I have already given you so much time. Now tell me, where is Fang Yuan's main body? Calamity Luck Altar quickly moved forward and blocked Qin Ding Ling. Bing Sai Chuan's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Wait, immortal concubine of Celestial Court. He called Qin Ding Ling an immortal concubine, implying that Qin Ding Ling was once Giant Sun Immortal's woman. But soon Bing Sai Chuan turned to Fairy Myrtle. But immortal concubine Qin's doubts are also my doubts. Fairy Myrtle, I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Bing Sichuan could not hold back anymore. Because Fairy Myrtle took a long time to make the deduction, it was not the same as before. Fairy Myrtle stopped the wisdom path formation and dealt with the goo worms in front of everyone. She casually came up with an excuse. The situation this time is different from the last time. Fang Yuan is prepared. But I still managed to deduce his location. Where? Qin Ding Ling immediately asked. Fairy Myrtle had already kept the core immortal goo, she answered. Fang Yuan's main body is still in Dragon Palace. She spoke the truth. There was no point in hiding Fang Yuan's location now. Because Demon Immortal Qi Ju had his own will, he was rapidly approaching Spectral Soul while Myriad Year Flying Warship was following him. Thus, Fang Yuan's main body's location was clear at a glance. Qin Ding Ling immediately ordered. Celestial Court's immortal goo houses coordinated with each other as they flew away. Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven also followed. But the three sides were quite far away from each other. The atmosphere between them was very subtle. Fairy Myrtle's side was powerless. She wanted to stop Celestial Court in advance. But Longevity Heaven's alliance was not solid at this moment. They were completely divided at heart. As for Celestial Court? Qin Ding Ling could not confirm whether Fairy Myrtle's answer was true or false. But since Fang Yuan was not in the Dream Realm, only Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship were left. Qin Ding Ling looked at Spectral Soul's performance. There was a higher chance that Fang Yuan was in Dragon Palace. And before finding the location of Fang Yuan's main body, Qin Ding Ling did not want to attack Fairy Myrtle. Because it would take too much time to attack. If during this time Spectral Soul and Fang Yuan died, Celestial Court would not be able to target them. It would be a huge loss. On Longevity Heaven's side, Bing Sichuan also wanted to act according to the situation. He did not want to act rashly because his side did not have enough strength to suppress the enemy. He needed to use this opportunity to target Fang Yuan. Once they killed Fang Yuan, their battle gains would be extremely bountiful. All three sides' targets were Fang Yuan. This chance to eliminate Fang Yuan was too rare. It was 1 in a million. Boom. With a loud bang, the Dragon Palace crashed into the ground like a meteor, smashing through a mountain peak. Dragon Palace's momentum did not decrease. It was smashed deep into the mountain by the huge impact. Qi-Si Ancestor quickly activated a Qi wall to block Spectral Soul's pursuit. But Spectral Soul snickered as he moved towards Qing Chou. Qing Chou's eyes were bloodshot. It roared and pounced. Qi-Si Ancestor's attack was blocked by Qing Chou, but Spectral Soul used this chance to dive down. At the crucial moment, a huge tattered Dragon Palace shot out from the dust cloud. Spectral Soul missed its target. Not long ago, Qing Chou had joined the fight against Spectral Soul, but it ended up being used by Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan fell into danger again. Dragon Palace was heavily damaged. It was in danger. It could only escape to gain some time and space. The situation outside was very tense, but inside Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, even though the Grand Tribulation was still wreaking havoc, there was a chance to turn things around. Fang Yuan decisively sacrificed his soul beast group earlier. Not only did he take the brunt of the Myriad Tribulation's firepower, he even drew Providence's attention. Fang Yuan's pressure was reduced. He finally had a chance to activate the Human Path Formation again. The Human Path Formation erupted with power. A grand white pillar of light shot into the sky, shooting into the depths of the lightning clouds. At once, the grand lightning bolts in the sky froze. Using this chance, the old Combat Beast King made his move, scattering countless goo worms in the sky. Fang Yuan's divine sense spread out as he quickly set up a formation. He had been preparing for this counterattack for a long time. Using his deep formation path attainment, a formation quickly formed in the sky. Providence reacted. It gathered all the lightning bolts in the sky and attacked. The old Combat Beast King roared. He blocked the lightning bolts without dodging. He lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before his star armor shattered. He was covered in blood as he fell from the sky. With a loud sound, he created a deep pit. He fainted on the spot. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Lightning bolts continued to shoot towards the formation. At the crucial moment, the formation was finally set up. It condensed into a huge basin. The basin shined with profound light, creating a mysterious suction force that absorbed all of the lightning bolts. The Myriad Tribulation's fierce attacks were successfully converted by the basin, forming a pool of lightning liquid in the basin. Countless lightning bolts crashed down. The water level of the lightning pool rose rapidly. Lightning pools were not special. They were common resource points for lightning path goo immortals to cultivate. Almost all lightning path goo immortals had to construct them in their immortal apertures. It was like light path goo immortals constructing 5 light mountain. But this lightning pool's appearance was of great help to Fang Yuan. It bore the brunt of the myriad destruction forest lightning tribulation's firepower. It was even better than the old combat beast king. This was because this lightning pool's core was not ordinary, it was the rank 8 immortal goo that Fang Yuan had obtained, lightning goo. However, good times did not last. Providence controlled the myriad tribulation to target the newly formed lightning pool. The lightning pool's water level rose rapidly, it was about to overflow. Immortal killer move, unrestrained heavenly mark. Fang Yuan targeted this killer move at the deep blue lightning liquid in the lightning pool. These lightning liquid looked like lightning path Dao marks on the surface, but they were actually tiny portions of the 3,000 heaven path Dao marks. These Dao marks were restricted by the lightning pool, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Under Fang Yuan's killer move, they were rapidly refined with unprecedented efficiency. 1 2 5 10. The lightning pool's water level stabilized before falling rapidly. The lightning in the sky suddenly stopped. Providence was not stupid, it knew that this would only result in failure, it would instead benefit Fang Yuan. It immediately started to transform the myriad tribulation. The heavenly path encompassed all living beings, it encompassed lightning path, it could turn into endless lightning. It also encompassed other paths, it naturally had other forms of the myriad tribulation. Since Fang Yuan restrained it, Providence immediately stopped, it changed to another method to wreak havoc in the sovereign immortal aperture. Normally speaking, myriad tribulation's content was fixed, it was whatever it was. But Fang Yuan's myriad tribulation was very special, it was formed from 3,000 heaven path Dao marks, Providence could freely manipulate it and change its form. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of Fang Yuan's tribulation by countless times. This is too much. The old combat beast king slowly woke up, he had already separated from the star sea snail. In a deep pit on the ground, his old body was buried in the fragments of the star sea snail. Looking at the myriad tribulation's transformation in the sky, this rank 8 goo immortal showed deep despair on his face. At the same time in the outside world. Spectral soul, I will lend you a hand. Demon immortal Chi-Ju finally rushed over. Spectral soul received reinforcements but he had an unhappy expression. He only snorted coldly in reply.